Ling Yun came quickly from Xianrenling, 100 kilometers away, and heard the sound of fighting and shouting on the cliff from 2 kilometers away, and then stopped meditating, and stood up long, with the golden bow in his hand. Jester fanned his wings wildly, 1,000 meters in an instant. Ling Yun was standing high in the sky, and he could already see the scene of the tiger crouching on the cliff. Without hesitation, he decisively set his arrows and opened the bow, and the 3 sterling silver arrows were shot along the wind go out. 1,000 meters away, it doesn't mean that Ling Yun's eyesight suddenly became stronger, but that Longpan Mountain Hujuya is different from Xianrenling Tianmao Peak. Although it is also dark night, Longpan Mountain and some surrounding buildings and street lights on the road, there will be some faint lights. These lights are not helpful to ordinary people, but for Ling Yun, it is almost equivalent to daytime. 3 arrows were shot, and the arrows were all shot, and then 3 masters were shot through fiercely, with 2 more holes in their bodies, and they fell to the ground with serious injuries. Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba were terrified by Ling Yun's arrow, and looked up at the same time, and saw a black spot rapidly enlarged at a height of 400 meters. Come! Ling Yun's words hit everyone. Whoosh whoosh. Although Jester dived from a high altitude, Ling Yun stood firmly on his back and was not affected at all. He didn't give everyone a chance to react, and immediately shot 3 more arrows. Such a decisive and ruthless attack can only be done by someone like Ling Yun, who has come out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and has been killed from endless slaughter. To kill is to kill, without hesitation, without ceremony, without any nonsense. Chi. Clank. Ling Yun swooped down from a high altitude, not only occupying a favorable location, but also with lightning speed. 3 sharp arrows engulfed his bloody killing spirit from Xianrenling, and arrived at the masters of the Sun and Qin families almost instantly. In front of 2 sharp and cold arrows pierced through the bodies of the 2 masters again, completely destroying their bodily functions. The 2 men stared at each other in horror, and died on the spot, without even having time to let out a scream. Only the sharp arrow that was shot at Chen Haishan was shaken away hastily with the judge's pen in his hand with all his strength, and it flew to no one knows where it went with a clang. Only. After Ling Yun killed 5 people in a row, he still refused to let him go. When he was tens of meters away from the ground, he pulled out the dark blood demon knife, and aimed at the crowd besieging Qin Dongxue below, and suddenly slashed at him. More than 20 meters long, the pitch-black sword game turned into a terrifying curtain of swords, overlapping one after another, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, slashing at Chen Haishan and other masters. Back quickly! Chen Haishan tried his best to use up all his energy. Cross the judge pen across the top of his head to block Ling Yun's sword, and retreat violently at the same time. Ling Yun's attack was really too fierce, with 6 arrows and 1 knife, without any pause in the middle, and all of them were completed under the violent dive of Jester flying closer and closer, all done in one go. It's not something that Chen Haishan and his group can resist. Everyone was horrified and floated back one after another. Brush! Ling Yun jumped down from Jester's back, just in front of Qin Dongxue, and at the same time ordered Jester coldly, "Jester, kill me. Don't let anyone escape." When Jester was in the capital, it can be evenly divided with the Oriental ninjas at the early stage of the 7th level Xiantian. Now that there are no masters of the 7th level Xiantian, Ling Yun naturally doesn't have to worry about him anymore. Qin Dongxue looked at Ling Yun, who appeared in front of her like a god, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. Seeing that Ling Yun was unharmed, she was overjoyed and shocked at the same time. The 2 met for the first time so far. It has been nearly 3 months, but this is the first time for Qin Dongxue to witness Ling Yun's attack with his own eyes. How domineering, fierce, ruthless it is. For Qin Dongxue, who came from an aristocratic family, had been cultivating hard since he was a child, and had never experienced any killing and fighting, it was really too subversive. "Auntie, are you hurt?" After Ling Yun landed on the ground, his consciousness swept away, and he immediately found that Qin Dongxue had suffered internal injuries. He felt a pain in his heart, and quickly took out 2 healing talismans, but then thought that Qin Dongxue was wearing a black gold demon silkworm robe, so he had to put away the healing talismans and use his big hand tightly grasping Qin Dongshue's catkin. He sent her true energy to heal her wounds. It's just 2 palms. I have clothes to protect me. It doesn't matter. When Lingyan grabbed her hand suddenly, Qin Dongshue's heart trembled slightly, and she wanted to pull her hand back instinctively, but Lingyan's strength was too great, so she failed to pull it twice, so she had to give up and let Lingyan do it for her with a blushing face. Healing. Qin Dongxue has innate qi, Wujing demon silkworm cloves, and Dian gathering star treasure triple defense bodyguard. Lingyan also knows that Qin Dongshue's injuries are fine, but who is Qin Dongxue? Not to mention 2 palms, even if someone touches a hair on her, Lingyan will not give up. Since these people are looking for death, I'll give them a ride. An enemy is an enemy, and Lingyan didn't care who the opponent was, and announced the death penalty for all enemies on Hujuya on the spot. Ah! Ah! Before the words were finished, there were 2 screams from the battle group. Jester had no chance to make a move in Xianren Ridge, and he had been suffocating for a long time, and finally came to Longpan Mountain to vent his anger. He still maintains the form of a humanoid bird, half flying and half vertical in the crowd, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and soon tore 2 innate masters of the Sun family alive. This. Looking at Jester's crazy appearance, Qin Dongxue felt as if she had seen a purgatory on earth. She was so sick of seeing it, she really couldn't accept such a bloody battle scene. Lingyan looked at it and smiled inwardly, but then sighed secretly, saying that although my aunt has cultivated to the 5th level of innate, she really has too little experience in real battles. If Qin Dongxue saw the bloody scene of Lingyan on Tianmao Peak like a purgatory on earth, he probably wouldn't be able to eat for a few days. Auntie, you are too kind to the enemy. Lingyan quickly healed Qin Dongshue's internal injuries, he said lightly, and before Qin Dongxue could answer, he flew into the battle group. Slash the world with anger. Slash the universe with a knife. Lingyan's figure didn't wait for him to land, and he made 2 moves in succession with the dark blood demon saber in his hand. The huge black knife turned horizontally and vertically, turning into a slanting cross in the night sky, and 6 people screamed to death in an instant. 2 knives, 6 lives, plus the 5 killed by arrows and the 2 killed by Jester. When Lingyan arrived, all 13 people were dead. Chen Haishan's eyes were tearing apart. Lingyan, I never thought you would be so cruel. He dodged Lingyan's wrathful slashing to the world, and then abruptly blocked Lingyan's slashing knife. He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After he staggered to a stop, he found that all the people he brought with him were dead, and immediately cursed. Lingyan sneered, using more to bully the less, and wounding my aunt. It's enough for you to die 100 times, so I repay you with 2 swords. Are you in a hurry? Boom. Over there, Sun Tianba and Jester fought hard, jumped out of the battle group, and landed beside Chen Haishan. Their eyes were startled, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Lingyan withdrew his saber, but kept walking. His tall figure walked straight towards the 2 of them. He said indifferently, I told you all. I will wait for you at Tianmao Peak in Xianrenling, but you still have to take this opportunity to come to Qingshui Shirsei, looking for death. What can I do? Chen Haishan was horrified by Lingyan's strength. He turned his whole body's true energy to his fate, and carefully guarded Lingyan. At the same time, he asked with fear, You came from Xianrenling? Then, where are those blood races? Even if Chen Haishan was killed, he would not believe that Lingyan could escape from the siege of so many blood clans. Unexpectedly, Lingyan's words almost made him fall to the ground in fright. Those blood races? I have killed them all, and they have already set foot on the road to hell, waiting for you in front. Oh, that's right. And those ninjas were all slaughtered by me. What? Chen Haishan was dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Yun as if he was looking at a monster, and suddenly he and Sun Tianba looked at each other, and they both saw the meaning in the other's eyes. Escape. Escape? Can you escape? Just as Chen Haishan jumped behind him, before he landed, he saw Ling Yun coming in front of him. Splitting hands as a knife. What? Chen Haishan was scared out of his wits, and quickly put the judge's pen in his hand to block Ling Yun's knife, but his body was thrown tens of meters away, and fell heavily on the rock, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Those below the first 7 are all ants, and Ling Yun can kill the masters of the first 7 in seconds, let alone Chen Haishan, who is on the 6th floor of the innate. Over there, Sun Tianba was naturally stopped by Jester, allowing him to rush left and right, but he was not as fast as Jester, so he couldn't escape no matter what. The Sun and Chen families were aggressive and flaunting their might to Qin Dongxue, but when Ling Yun arrived, they were beaten into scum. In front of Ling Yun, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Ling Yun shifted form and shadow, and moved close to his body. The speed was too fast for Chen Haishan to react. Chi sent out a few finger winds, hitting several of his acupuncture points. He bent his body, and his right palm imprinted on Chen Haishan's chest. Shu, Gong, De, Fa. Under Chen Haishan's horrified gaze, he continuously absorbed his innate true energy into his body. Our Chen family will not let you go. Chen Haishan yelled wildly. Each and each other, I will not let your Chen family go. Oh, yes, there is also the Sun family. With an indifferent expression, Ling Yun said coldly. Ling Yun, don't kill him, he is Chen Haishan, from the Chen family. Qin Dongxue flew over, seeing that Ling Yun was going to kill him, he couldn't help reminding Ling Yun. Oh? Then he deserves to die. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he had absorbed almost the same amount of skill, and suddenly he spit out his palm force, beheading Chen Haishan on the spot. After killing Chen Haishan, Ling Yun turned his head and saw that Jester was still fighting with Sun Tianba, back and forth. He frowned slightly, and his figure flew into the air. In an instant, he came behind Sun Tianba and pointed at his back. It's a punch. Boom. This punch made Sun Tianba vomit blood, and fell to the ground, unable to be afraid anymore. Kill. When Just heard Ling Yun's call, he rushed over and beat Sun Tianba to death with more than a dozen punches. Qin Dongxue covered her face and didn't dare to look directly. She had never thought about such a killing. I only heard Ling Yun say, Jester, throw all the corpses into the sinkhole for me to feed the fish. The climax of the plot, the fairy doctor rushed to the 22nd place, continued to ask for a monthly ticket. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun, why did you kill them all? Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun was ruthless, but even if she wanted to break her head, she never thought that Ling Yun would be so ruthless. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Yun was the son raised by his sister Qin Qiuyue, Qin Dongxue would really think that Ling Yun was a murderous maniac. Even Qin Dongxue thought this way in his heart, so it was conceivable how terrifying he was in the eyes of Ling Yun's enemies. Looking at the worried Qin Dongxue, Ling Yun suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, and asked with a smile, Auntie, if you don't kill them, should you just let them go, or hurt them and let them get better? After that, how about taking revenge against us with a stronger enemy? Qin Dongxue was taken aback, stunned, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Ling Yun smiled faintly, and suddenly took Qin Dongshue's hand, leading her slowly towards the edge of Huju Cliff, standing on the railing, looking at the quiet lake below. Qin Dongxue was inexplicable, her pretty face was flushed, and her heart was beating like a drum. Suddenly I heard Ling Yun say, Auntie, when I arrived, I noticed the situation below. It seems that one person's hand was severed, and the weapons of 4 others were severed by your dragon sword. Is that so? Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning, and he had even more divine sense. With a glance of his divine sense, he had roughly judged the battle situation before Qin Dongshuo was besieged. At this moment, Qin Dongshuo's previous arrogance as an elder was gone. She seemed to know what Ling Yun was going to say. She was like a little girl who made a mistake. She blushed and lowered her head, without saying a word. Feeling refreshed, Ling Yun squeezed Qin Dongshuo's soft and delicate hands lightly, and continued to say nonchalantly, "Auntie, I don't need to think about it. The fight must happen because of a disagreement. Since it doesn't make sense, then it can only be solved with strength." As he spoke, Ling Yun raised his left hand and raised his fist fiercely. "But since you've already fought, why are you being polite to the enemy? Is it just to scare the opponent? This is a life and death fight, not some kind of martial arts competition. 9-kill swordsmanship is a killing swordsmanship that emphasizes extreme killing. Since the day this swordsmanship was created, it has only one function, and that is to kill. The point of the sword is invincible. If you use the 9-kill sword art, if the murderous aura in his heart cannot reach its peak, the 9-kill sword art will lose its soul. The effect of sword moves will naturally be greatly reduced." Ling Yun unreservedly told Qin Dongshuo the ultimate swordsmanship he had comprehended. He said so, and of course he always did this. Qin Dongshuo just blushed and nodded silently, while thinking about the gains and losses of this battle in her heart. If you hurt the enemy will definitely hold a grudge. From your point of view, you have spared the other party's life, but from the point of view of the opponent? It is the hatred of breaking your hand. If you spare him, in the countless days and nights in the future, he will think about how to seek revenge from you every day. Then we don't have to do anything. Just beware of the enemy coming to us for revenge every day. Also, even though we are extremely powerful, we are not afraid of their revenge. But what about the people around us? What about Ling Yu? A servant of the Qin family. What about the child? Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to us. Qin Dongshuo listened to Ling Yun's quiet narration. She was horrified and filled with remorse, which unavoidably triggered a cold war in Lingling. Yes, mercy to the enemy. It is cruel to oneself. Seeing that Qin Dongshuo had almost accepted his point of view, Ling Yun smiled lightly and continued, "Auntie, think about it, you are kind to them, but when they swarmed up and besieged you, which one didn't use the most ruthless trick? Which one? Have you ever been merciful to your subordinates? If I hadn't arrived in time tonight, if you were caught by them, think about the consequences. How would they deal with you? At that time, what do you want me to do? What do you want Ling Yu to do? What do you want the Qin family to do?" What Ling Yun said made it impossible for Qin Dongshuo to refute. She has practiced swords for more than 20 years, and today she finally knows why she fights and why she kills people. Right now, my family, Sun Chen and I, are already on the verge of being at odds with each other. Even if you have a benevolent heart and can't bear to kill ruthlessly, I will kill you sooner or later. They led so many people to lure you out, obviously to harm you, but Auntie, you just cut off their arms and cut off their weapons. In Ling Yun's view, Qin Dongshuo's actions were almost ridiculous. Qin Dongshuo lowered Zhen's head and argued with some grievances, but, "My aunt has never killed anyone." Ling Yun bent down slightly, turned his head, stared narrowly at Qin Dongshuo's flushed face, and said with a smile, "Oh, so that's the case. I remember not long ago, someone told me domineeringly that he wanted to accompany me killing all over the world." Well, after being educated by Ling Yun like enlightenment, Qin Dongshuo finally couldn't hold it anymore. She was ashamed and annoyed. She couldn't help but blushed and raised her head, staring, and said, "Stinky boy, my aunt is watching you rush for the sake of timeliness. Feel free to fiddle twice, isn't it endless? You've gone against the sky, isn't your skin itchy again?" Brother Yun was instantly tragic. He dared to fight against the sky, dared to fight against the earth, dared to challenge the entire world of ancient martial arts, but Qin Dongshuo didn't listen to him anymore, and when he threatened him, he still had to listen obediently. Ling Yin was speechless, and said in his heart, women are really unreasonable. He argued in a low voice, Auntie, I'm worried about you, am I afraid that you will suffer? Qing Dongshua's pretty face was flushed, and suddenly she burst into a coquettish smile, that pure and beautiful smile, like a flower suddenly blooming in the night, brightened the whole Hujuya. Humph, I'll spare you once today, and next time I dare to point fingers at my aunt, let's see how I deal with you. Qing Dongshua was coquettish, and at the same time quietly pulled the catkin out of Ling Yun's hand, but her heart was surging with emotion. She was instantly alert, and quickly suppressed the restlessness. Hey, Ling Yun doesn't dare anymore, what my aunt said is. Ling Yun hurriedly flattered, and at the same time raised his head and shook his head and said, anyway, if it were me, I would kill as many as I can. Even if I can't kill them, they will lose their fighting power in an instant, and they can no longer pose any threat to me. Negotiating with them is purely seeking skin from a tiger. It is completely unnecessary. Qing Dongshua desperately suppressed the inexplicable emotion in her heart. She asked in amazement, but, you just killed Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba's subordinates, why did you kill them too in the end? They are all Sun Chen. The main figures of the two families can at least get some news from them. Qing Dongshua noticed that Ling Yun never gave the other party a chance to speak this time, so she felt a little unbelievable. Ling Yun sneered and said, Auntie, do you know what enemies I encountered in Xianrenling? Blood clans, hundreds of blood clans, overwhelming, densely packed, I almost vomited. Qing Dongshua was stunned. She never expected that Ling Yun would fight his way out from the siege of hundreds of blood clans and rush back to save her. Each of their viscounts has at least the strength of an innate 7th-level expert. Compared with those hundreds of blood races, what are these dead people in front of him? Qing Dongshua was extremely shocked. She couldn't help imagining in her mind that if she was besieged by so many blood clans, she would end up in a terrible situation. She would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. Thinking of this, Qing Dongshua quickly looked at Ling Yun carefully, and asked distressedly, then how did you come back, are you injured? Ling Yun raised his head slightly, and said proudly, hey, my aunt doesn't know, although the blood race looks very powerful to ordinary ancient warriors, but to me, they are nothing more than a group of ants. Kill and step on them at will. Didn't I just say it? There's not a single one of them left, I've wiped them all out. Only then did Qing Dongshua remember that Ling Yun had indeed said just now that he killed all the vampires and ninjas, but he didn't expect it to be true. But these are not important now. Ling Yun standing beside her safe and sound is the most important thing to Qing Dongshua. Ling Yun continued, Auntie, no matter what, I will try my best to kill the enemy who comes to trouble me this time. The soldiers come to cover up the water and the earth. I don't need to ask any news, and I don't need to take any hostages. Bang bang. Following two loud bangs, Jester threw the last two corpses into the sinkhole, then flew back to Ling Yun and the other two, and asked respectfully, Dear boss, you have already thrown them into the sinkhole. Feed the fish. Ling Yun nodded, Jester, I guess the blood clans who came to Qingshui City have been almost wiped out by me. If you are like this, you will turn into a bat tonight and walk around the sky of Qingshui City a few more times to see if there is anything suspicious. Characters, be careful. After finishing speaking, he turned to Qing Dongshua and said, Auntie, it seems that there is nothing to do tonight, let's go home. Qing Dongshua responded, and the two of them flew up at the same time, performed peerless lightness kung fu, and walked down the mountain road along Longpan Mountain. Wow, tonight's night is really wonderful. After waiting for the two of them to go down the mountain, Jester suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked his fangs, then soared into the sky and flew to the sky of Qingshui City. Ling Yun and Qing Dongshua galloped side by side. Stinky boy, do you know that you are very popular now? Ling Yun knew that what Qing Dongshua was talking about must be the fact that he performed magic tricks on TV, and this was what he expected, so he smiled and pretended to say, naturally, if that's not popular, how can it be popular? Qin Dongxue smiled meaningfully, and said coquettishly, however, if you do magic, you can do magic. Why did you give the hostess a statue? Ling Yun was originally complacent, but suddenly realized that Qin Dongshue's tone was wrong. His heart was terrified. He took a peek at Qin Dongxue while galloping, and said cautiously, "Hey, is my aunt jealous? If you like it, I will carve 10 or 8 for you later." The thing is. Qin Dongxue blushed, and said lightly, "I'm not jealous, but there are many people who are jealous." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue returned to Villa Number 1, and found that the large living room was brightly lit, but empty. He was a little dazed. What's going on? Qin Dongxue rolled his eyes at him, and said coquettishly, "Don't you check what time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to change clothes." After finishing speaking, the toes touched the ground, and the person disappeared. Brother Ling Yun. A white shadow flashed past, and Baixianer's beautiful figure appeared in the living room like lightning, and like a swallow falling into a forest, she slipped into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun Wanyu hugged her warmly and fragrantly, gently embraced Baixianer's tender body, and asked with a smile, "Where did Xianer go?" Baixianer wrapped her 2 snow-white pink arms tightly around Ling Yun's neck, blinked her long and narrow eyes and said, "I was in the backyard just now. Those blood races are so fun, hee." Ling Yun was speechless, and thought that Xianer was worthy of being Xianer. She was the one who dared to say that the terrifying blood race was fun, and dared to approach the blood race with the intention of playing tricks. But in this way, it is estimated that Paul and the others will be miserable. "What have you been doing?" Ling Yun pulled Baixianer to sit on the sofa, clutching her soft and tender hands, and asked dotingly. Baixianer's incomparably beautiful face flushed slightly. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Well, I didn't do anything, I just practiced others Firefox Nong Yen Ju and Qi Yen Burning Heaven Palm." Puff. Hearing this, Ling Yan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He frowned, and said with black lines all over his forehead, "Xianer, you practice again, but don't overplay it. Qin Jiangue and Qin Sen, I'll leave it to you. It is very useful. If you accidentally kill them, then we will be in trouble." Baixianer stuck out her cute lilac-like pink tongue, made a face and said, "I know, you are boring. Brush." A tiny golden-yellow shadow flashed in the air, suddenly flew in front of Ling Yun and Baixianer, and spun around quickly. Then it landed cautiously on Baixianer's shoulder, which was the extremely golden silkworm Gu Xiaojin. Since these days, Baixianer and Miao Xiaomiao get along very well, so Xiaojin naturally no longer fears Baixianer. "Little Jean, you're being naughty again." Baixianer turned her head slightly, her eyes fell on her shoulders, and gently raised her left hand on the chubby little Jin's body. He grabbed it and held it in the palm of his hand. Hawk. Ha. Xiaojin didn't seem to like being held by Baixianer like this. It struggled desperately, twisting its chubby body the size of a thumb, with a pair of small golden eyes, turning around non-stop. "Play with me." Ling Yan looked amused, and grinningly shot out, intending to capture Xiaojin from Baixianer. Unexpectedly, before meeting Xiaojin got out of Baixianer's hands. It flew far away with a whoosh, and stopped in the air when it felt it should be safe, turned around, flapped its wings and faced Ling Yun, baring its teeth and claws. "So cute." Ling Yun stared. Baixianer giggled coquettishly. "Whoever told you to bully Xiaojin, it's no wonder that he would let you catch him." Wearing an emerald green dress, Miao Xiaomiao walked slowly down the stairs on the 2nd floor, with a playful smile on her beautiful pretty face, her eyes narrowed slightly, like a crescent moon in the sky. Ling Yun secretly praised it in his heart. Miao Xiaomiao is becoming more and more urban style, and the fresh breath of nature that she carries on her body is not lacking at all. It perfectly combines the aura of nature with the style of urban beauties, And the kind of purity is faintly the charm revealed can make all the men who see her go crazy. Miao Xiaomiao saw Ling Yun staring at her wantonly. The smile on his face disappeared, and Xiaomei raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you looking at? Ling Yun lay down on the back of the soft sofa, raised his right hand, pointed at himself with his thumb, and said with a playful smile, this super magician is thinking about how to perfectly show your beautiful temperament on the sculpture, superior. Miao Xiaomiao chuckled, rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, smug beauty, isn't it just a nice sculpture, who cares about it? However, even though he said so, there was still an imperceptible smile on Miao Xiaomiao's face, as if she was very happy in her heart. No girl would refuse to be praised for her beauty, and Miao Xiaomiao is no exception. However, that smile was fleeting, even Ling Yun didn't notice it, and saw Miao Xiaomiao's delicate body swaying, and her slim and sexy body had sunk into the sofa opposite. Now I know I was wrong? Let me tell you, it's too late, you want to coax me, but you chose the wrong partner, and the real master is upstairs. Miao Xiaomiao said, pursing her lips, raised her hand and pointed to the second floor. Before the words were finished, Ling Yun saw the figures of Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining appearing at the corner of the stairs, but they did not walk down, but bent slightly, lifted their heads, and looked at Ling Yun in the living room with concern. Shanshan, Ninger, you guys haven't slept yet? Ling Yun was a little embarrassed, waved his hands at the two of them, and said hello. Seemingly confirming that Ling Yun was not injured, Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining felt at ease immediately, then snorted in unison, straightened their waists, and disappeared at the stairs again. Hearing the sound of going upstairs, Ling Yun kept waving his hands, with a bright smile on his face, but he knew something was wrong in his heart. It seemed that the two of them were really jealous. Isn't it just an ice sculpture? As for it, my brother can carve 100 or 80 at any time. Bai Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao looked at Ling Yun's embarrassment, and laughed coquettishly at the same time. The two hot and delicate bodies leaned forward and back, and the flowers and branches trembled wildly. Ahem. Ling Yun put away his smile, coughed twice, interrupted the laughter of the two, looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, okay, let's get down to business. Have you found any clues, or where are the two? What Ling Yun asked was, of course, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, who had been lost under his nose, which was a great shame to him. Since yesterday, Ling Yun has asked Miao Xiaomiao to use Xiao Jin's advantage of being able to fly to search for the traces of the two of them over the entire Qingshui city. Miao Xiaomiao's face darkened in an instant, and she said solemnly, no, Xiao Jin has searched the entire sky of Qingshui city in the past 2 days, but he didn't find any clues. Ling Yun's heart sank all of a sudden, and he pressed on and asked, is there no news at all? Miao Xiaomiao frowned and said, according to my guess, they are definitely not in Qingshui city now. As for the news, there is news from the Public Security Bureau. How do you say it? They retrieved the surveillance video of the traffic department that night. They noticed a water blue car, first heading west, then all the way north, until it reached the edge of Qingshui River, and then along Linjiang Road, all the way to west, out of Qingshui city. Demon Sect Saintishi Xingchen. It's just that when catching Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, someone destroyed the cameras at the two intersections. Not all of them were destroyed along the way. Ling Yun frowned, his thoughts flashed, and he murmured, going west along the Qingshui River? There are mountainous areas beyond Qingshui city. Could it be that they were hijacked into the mountains? He thought about it carefully, then suddenly raised his head and asked, did the camera capture the people in the car? Miao Xiaomiao shook her head lightly, and said in a low voice, it was raining heavily at that time, but the car didn't activate the wipers, and the speed was very fast, so I couldn't see the people in the car clearly. Ling Yun was silent. He thought for a while and said, I think the two of them should be safe now. If the other party really wants to kill them, they can be killed on the spot. There is no need to hijack them out of the city. If you're like this, then let Xiao Jin search the mountains in the northwest of Qingshui City, to see if he can find any clues. Talking. Ling Yan turned over his hands, took out the magic gourd and a small jade bottle, filled the small jade bottle with dragon saliva, then put away the magic gourd, and waved to Xiao Jin with a smile. Little Jin, you've been troubled for the past 2 days. But I can't let you suffer in vain. Brother Yun has dragon saliva as a reward. Xiao Jin had already landed on Miao Xiaomiao's fragrant shoulders at this time. It vibrated its wings, and its 2 eyes were fixed on the little jade bottle in Ling Yan's hand, wishing to fly over to have a full meal immediately. Hey, now you know the benefits of Xiao Jin? Ling Yun. You really don't want to be a hawk if you don't see a rabbit. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yan a blank look, but she was not polite, and snatched the small jade bottle from Ling Yan's hand, and put it away carefully. Ling Yan knew he was wrong, so he smiled and pretended not to hear. In any case, he finally heard some news about the 2 of them, and Ling Yan felt a little more at ease. He asked the 2 of them softly, "Are you resting tonight, or are you practicing?" The 2 said in unison, "Of course it's cultivation." "Oh, it's getting late, you guys should hurry up and practice, I'll go upstairs and have a look." Ling Yan got up in a hurry, left a word casually, and came to the 2nd floor in a hurry from the happy and angry eyes of the 2. "Go straight to xuanhuan's room." Brother Yun pushed the door, but he didn't open it, so he had to knock on the door instead. "Is Ninger asleep?" "Sleep in." Xuanhuan's angry voice came from the room, and Brother Yun knew that she was hiding behind the door. "Hey, can you still hear me when you're asleep? Open the door. If you don't open it, you won't open it." "Humph. Ninger is angry." Xuanhuan resisted the urge to open the door to Ling Yun, and said angrily, tears had already started rolling in her eyes. "Oh, then I'm leaving, go back to Xianrenling to fight." Ling Yun said that very calmly. He was sure that once he said this, the door would open. Sure enough, the door of the room opened with a bang, and the little demon girl was wearing a large and comfortable silk nightgown, with her hips crossed, standing at the door with a grievance and anger on her face. Ling Yan only took one look at Xuanhuan. His body shook violently, and almost had a nosebleed on the spot. He stared straight at the little demon girl in front of him, and swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva one after another. There's no way, because the little demon girl's clothes are too cool. It seems that she is wearing such a silk nightdress, with a low cut from top to bottom. The hem just covers her round breasts. The beautiful legs are tightly together, outlining a seductive straight line. This is not the point is that Xuanhuan is not wearing underwear. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to Jidian. Read. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Against the backdrop of the red silk nightdress, Xuanhuan's exposed skin was snow-white and dazzling, which brought a strong visual impact to Ling Yun. What are you looking at? Xuanhuan didn't realize that the spring was leaking, so she put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Look at you. Ling Yun swallowed wildly, took a step forward, and stepped directly into the door. The distance between him and Xuanhuan was less than half a foot. Both of them could feel the heat from each other. Xuanhuan didn't take half a step back, as if on purpose. She also puffed out her chest on purpose, staring at Ling Yun with a pair of beautiful and well-defined eyes. Humph, what do you see me doing? You said you were going to perform magic tricks, but you wanted to carve some ice sculptures for others. You are simply taking the opportunity to pick up girls. Hey. Ling Yun chuckled, his tall body suddenly leaned forward, bent slightly, almost touching Xuanhuan's cheek, and said with a stern face, Ninger, you must be thinking too much. Ninger is so beautiful, I love you, it still hurts, so how can I carve ice sculptures for others? Brother Yun brazenly used the trick of denying it, and opened his eyes to talk nonsense. Well, at a time like this, only a fool would really admit it. Being stuck so close by Ling Yun, xuanhuan couldn't help but slightly leaned up. Ling Yun simply moved his eyes down, to appreciate the snow-white scenery inside through the neckline of the little demon girl. Sadder. The little demon girl felt that the hot air from Ling Yun's nostrils had landed on her chest, her pretty face turned red in an instant, and she could only take a step back, but she scolded Ling Yun with some duplicity. That's what you say, haha. Ling Yun laughed out loud, stretched out his arms, and embraced Ning'er's delicate body. With fiery tentacles, he hugged Ning'er's body with all his might. Boom. The left hand directly closed the door. Isolated everything inside and outside, making Ning'er's room his private territory. Xuanhuan was hugged by Ling Yun, she instinctively struggled desperately, and the little powder fist also hit Ling Yun's chest like raindrops, but the more she struggled, the tighter she struggled. But even though the little demon girl was struggling, she was also affected by the powerful masculine aura emanating from Ling Yun. A little intoxicated by the excitement, her pretty face turned even redder. Gasping quickened. Ling Yun gently placed the little demon girl on the bed, then leaned over, aimed at xuanhuan's delicate and beautiful lips, and kissed her fiercely. No. The little demon girl blushed like blood. Although she wanted to dodge at first, Ling Yun caught her lips in the end. She quickly changed from struggling to calm, and finally lost completely in Ling Yun's domineering and passionate kiss. How can you coax a woman without talking? Brother Yun understands this better than anyone else. He understood the weakness of the little demon girl better. Half a minute later, Ling Yun raised his head, left the little demon girl's lips, stared at the flushed and panting little demon girl, and said, "It's so delicious." Bad guy. Big bad guy. The little demon girl opened her big eyes, stared at Ling Yun, and cursed insincerely. But the corners of her eyes and the ends of her brows no longer looked fierce, more like she was acting like a spoiled child. Hey, it's not bad enough. For a time, the bedroom was full of spring. Brother Ling Yun, why did you carve ice sculptures for that Su Ling Fei? You haven't even carved for us. After a lot of tossing, the little demon girl had already lost her temper, but she was still a little bit unwilling, and asked jealously. Ling Yun knows how to coax her, otherwise, he might have eaten Ning'er tonight. Eating is definitely not enough. Not to mention my own reasons, even if I want to eat, I have to find a separate private space. Otherwise, although others are not sure, Ling Yun is 100% sure that many people will listen to the corner, especially its Baisener, that Vixen can't help but use her spiritual sense to peep. Ling Yun turned over and sat up, at the same time reluctantly tugged the skirt of the little demon girl's waist a few times to cover her most attractive part, and then said with a smile, I did that show not just to announce my these few days will be in Zheng. I also want to show some strength, tell those who want to join in the fun, let them weigh whether they have the strength, don't go to die for nothing just to join in the fun. Not just for propaganda, but mainly for deterrence. This is Ling Yun's purpose. The little demon girl sat up, blushing pretty, calmly pulled her shoulder straps back to her shoulders, and tidied her clothes a little. Xuanhuan is extremely smart, of course she knew that Ling Yun would definitely come to her room, so after returning to the bedroom from the stairs, she deliberately changed into this sexy nightgown, and even sprayed some perfume on her body. Not for anything else, just to want to feel Ling Yun, not to let Ling Yun ignore her. There are a lot of women around Ling Yun, and the little demon girl knows that she can't drive her away, so she can only strive to make herself occupy more places in Ling Yun's heart. This is her own thoughts, and it is also the thoughts of all the beauties around Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, and others. Then why don't you try some saber techniques? The little demon girl made up her own mind after the fact, to cover up her embarrassment at the same time. Ling Yun was overjoyed, he gently pinched the tip of Xuanhuan's straight nose, and said with a smile, You take your elder brother Ling Yun as a monkey show? You are obviously doing magic tricks, but you were juggling knives on the stage, isn't that crazy? Xuanhuan sneered and laughed, the flowers trembled wildly. Brother Lingyun, are you really going to Xianrenling tonight? Lingyun quickly shook his head, of course I won't go. Do you think I'm stupid to stay in the barren mountains all night? Anyone who wants to find me, can let them find me. Brother, I come back every night to accompany me. Good Ninger is the right one. What's up? One sentence coaxed Xuanhuan to be elated, and finally she didn't mention the ice sculpture anymore. Brother Lingyun, how are you doing at Xianrenling? Have you met any enemies? Lingyun smiled and briefly told Xuanhuan what had happened in Xianrenling, which scared the little demon girl into screaming. While chatting, Lingyun's hands would naturally not be idle, and he started to touch the little demon girl again, making the little demon girl's delicate body twist like a snake, and her heart trembled. Ninger. Lingyun suddenly stared at the little demon girl's face with fiery eyes. N? The little demon girl was enjoying Lingyun's gentleness, but suddenly she heard Lingyun calling her, and immediately opened her squinted eyes. Lingyun smiled badly, Ninger, how about I stay with you tonight and sleep with you in my arms? When they are all asleep, we will. Xuanhuan's tender body trembled, and her heart beat wildly. She was secretly delighted, but she was also extremely flustered, and quickly lowered her head. Brother Lingyun, you are so bad, don't. Then when? You have to think about it carefully. Xuanhuan said shyly. Of course, Lingyun didn't come on a whim, and made such an unreliable request, but he actually thought of retreating because he wanted to retreat. There is also Chao Shanshan in that house. Lingyun nodded, floated off the bed, and stood tall. Then Ninger should rest early, I'm going to practice. The little demon girl also hurriedly got out of bed, stood up and tidied Lingyun's clothes, then offered a sweet kiss, and said with a coquettish smile, well, brother Lingyun, hurry up and practice, I'm not angry with you at all, hee. The lioness instantly turned into a good cat. Is this the charm of love? After sending Lingyun out of the bedroom, Xuanhuan's smile froze on her face immediately. She muttered to herself, obviously I went to find Sister Shanshan and coaxed her to go to practice, really think I don't know? Of course Lingyun came to the door of Chao Shanshan's room immediately. But he didn't knock on the door, he just used sound transmission and asked, Shanshan, are you asleep? Different personalities require different coping methods. Chao Shanshan is much gentler than Xuanhuan, and the two came back from the capital together. In the midst of tenderness, Chao Shanshan will definitely open the door. Sure enough, Lingyun didn't wait too long, the door of the room opened silently. Chao Shanshan was radiant, with a smile on her face, she stretched out her hand lightly, dragged Lingyun in, and then closed the room like a thief. Door. Ninger didn't make things difficult for you, did she? As soon as Lingyun entered the room, Chao Shanshan asked with a smile. Just this one sentence made Lingyun unable to say all the words he had thought up. He already knew everything, so what a fart to say. Lingyun, are you tired? Come on, sit down and drink some water, I'll rub your shoulders. Chao Shanshan was as tender as water, caring for Lingyun, took the initiative to pull Lingyun to sit down, and brought hot water, but she stood behind Lingyun, pinching his shoulders with a pair of soft and boneless hands. But this kind of gentleness is much more lethal than Xuanhuan's aggressive appearance. Sitting there, Brother Yun was enjoying Chao Shanshan's massage, feeling his heart was beating like a drum, and he felt uncomfortable. Shanshan, He wanted to confess. But Chao Shanshan said softly, you don't need to explain to me, those things are nothing at all, I know you must have experienced a bloody battle tonight, with me, don't think about anything, just relax, and then go back and sleep well. Lingyun's heart suddenly widened, he raised his head, looked at Chao Shanshan's gentle smile, and said in his heart that gentleness is the killer's knife. Recommended by my good friend, the new Invincible Medicine King by the great god Stewed Meat and Cauldron. Introduction. Huaxia's young master of Chinese medicine traveled through the other world, and finally stood on the top of the other world. Wonderful, not to be missed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Jidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to Jidian. Read. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Shanshan, your massage skills are good? Who did you learn from? Ling Yin was enjoying Chao Shanshan's massage, only felt that her little hands were delicate and soft, and she could control the acupuncture points and strength of her head just right. The massage technique was even better than that of Yao Rou, who was a monk halfway through. Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly. When there were no accidents at home, I often gave massages to my grandfather. I used to learn from famous teachers. Ling Yun was stunned, and said, no wonder, after just pressing for a while, I feel different. Different from whom? Chao Shanshan suddenly stopped her movements, leaned her upper body over, looked into Ling Yan's eyes from above Ling Yan's head, and asked narrowly. But in this way, Chao Shanshan's lower abdomen was pressed on the top of Ling Yan's head, and at the same time, Ling Yan felt that his head seemed to be slightly pressed against two groups of surprisingly soft elastic. In line with the principle of being cheap and not taking advantage of the bastard, Ling Yan sat back quietly, and sat up a little more upright, until he felt the soft elasticity, and then he was satisfied. Bastard. Of course, Chao Shanshan felt Ling Yan's intentions. Her pretty face blushed slightly, her mouth was coquettish, but she bent down on purpose. The intimacy between the two is nothing at all. This little girl is actively seducing me again. Ling Yan was secretly refreshed, but he did not forget to answer Chao Shanshan's question. Well, Yao Rou has massaged me a few times, and Xianer has also massaged, but the techniques are not as good as yours. Chao Shanshan pursed her lips, pressed her body down again, and said angrily, you are honest, aren't you afraid of being jealous? Now it's all over. Ling Yan's head has been completely surrounded by two soft masses, and he thought that this kind of massage is still very refreshing. He deliberately shook his head, rubbed hard, and said with a smile, aren't we two together now? Chao Shanshan was very uncomfortable being rubbed by Ling Yan, and she would not be able to stand if she continued. She was so frightened that she quickly stood up straight. Ling Yun. You are necrotic, and you are taking advantage of others. Hey. You delivered it yourself, okay? Brother Yun was very innocent. He continued to enjoy Chao Shanshan's massage, narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly said after a while, Shanshan, you know tonight. Did I kill anyone? Chao Shanshan asked, curiously, who is it? Chen Haishan. If I remember correctly, he should be your uncle, right? What? Chao Shanshan was stunned. Immediately walked around in front of Ling Yun, is Chen Haishan dead? Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and said very firmly, well, he and Sun Tianbiao of the Sun family wanted to catch my aunt, but I just slaughtered her and threw her into the Tianking. It must have turned into fish dung by now, right? Great. Everyone in the Chen family deserves to die. Chao Shanshan has deep-rooted hatred for the Chen family, and when she heard that Chen Haishan was killed by Ling Yun, her blood boiled. Almost clapped and cheered. Ling Yun, thank you for avenging our Chao family again. Chao Shanshan was so overjoyed that she couldn't help but hugged Ling Yun's neck and kissed him hard on the face. Ling Yun was a little speechless, but he is your uncle, don't you blame me at all? Uncle? Don't mention uncle to me. My grandfather, my father, my brother, and now everyone in our Chao family wants to light up the sky lanterns of the Chen family. I don't know how happy I am. Speaking of the Chen family, Chao Shanshan almost gritted her silver teeth, she said bitterly. If Ling Yun hadn't repeatedly said that Chen Jiangui and Chen Sen would be useful to keep. Chao Shanshan cut off their heads a long time ago, so how could she bear it until now? Ling Yun moved both hands, and made Shanshan sit on his lap. Feeling the delicate fragrance of virginity from Shanshan, he said with a smile, "Then I can rest assured." Shanshan suddenly felt ashamed, lowered her head slightly, and stared at Ling Yun with her big beautiful eyes. Asked softly, "Do you want a reward?" "Award? There are rewards for this shit?" Ling Yun regained his energy immediately, sat up straight all of a sudden, put his arms around Shanshan's small waist, and asked excitedly, "What reward?" Shanshan didn't speak, bit her lower lip lightly with her white teeth, and took the initiative to unbutton Ling Yun's clothes with both hands, her pretty face getting redder and redder. After some screeching sounds, only a pair of black shorts remained on Ling Yun's body, and his body was streamlined, reflecting a sexy luster under the light. To take a bath. I've washed it with a water talisman long ago. Ling Yun has cultivated to the second peak of the Dian-gathering star treasure art, and achieved the treasure body, which has long been dusty and filthy, but even so, every time after a big battle, he will habitually use the clear water talisman or the water spirit talisman to put the whole body is washed thoroughly, and then steamed to dryness with yang qi. Shanshan put on a straight face and said coquettishly, "Do you want to wash it?" Ling Yun had no choice but to hug Shanshan and put it aside, stood up and said, "I'll wash it. Can I wash it? You can do whatever you say tonight." "It's not too bad, I'll put some water on you and take a good soak." Shanshan went to the bathroom, and soon there was the sound of rushing water, and after a while, she came out and whispered, "Okay. Coming." Ling Yun couldn't wait a long time ago, and he came to Shanshan in a flash of body and mind, which shocked Shanshan. Shanshan gave Ling Yun a blank look. "In my own home, would I be exhausted if I walked 2 extra steps?" "Really?" Ling Yun entered the bathroom, took off cleanly, and just washed under the shower head for a symbolic minute, then stepped into the large and white bathtub and soaked in hot water. "Well, it's still comfortable at home." The temperature of the hot water Shanshan put was just right, and as soon as Ling Yun lay down, he hummed comfortably. After lying down for a few minutes, I heard the bathroom door being opened, and then I heard Shanshan's exclamation. "Ah! Who told you to take off your underwear?" Ling Yun thought it was a little funny. He opened his eyes suddenly, gave Shanshan a blank look, and said helplessly, "Sister, I'm taking a bath." Shanshan held a bath towel, bit her lip, stomped her feet angrily, and said in embarrassment, "You, close your eyes quickly, don't look." "What?" Ling Yun was stunned, thinking that it seems that you should close your eyes, right? But for the next reward, Ling Yun still obediently closed his eyes. Shanshan's pretty face was hot, and her heart was like thousands of deer colliding together. She avoided Ling Yun's embarrassing place, and finally gritted her teeth and came to the side of the bathtub. "Don't open your eyes." Shanshan urged Ling Yun repeatedly, and began to bathe Ling Yun. Brother Yun burst into tears. "Big sister, I have taken off my pants, so the reward you mentioned is to give me a bath?" Just as he was thinking like this, Shanshan's chuckle came from his ear. Ling Yun immediately opened his eyes, stared and said, "What are you laughing at?" "Laugh again, believe it or not, I will drag you into the water." "This is really pulling the water." Shanshan kept moving her hands, washing Ling Yun's whole body. She said domineeringly, "If you dare, the reward will be gone, okay?" When Ling Yun heard this, he thought that this was an incidental reward, so I was relieved, and he quickly closed his eyes obediently. 20 minutes later, Shanshan finally thought that Ling Yun's whole body was scrubbed clean, so she asked Ling Yun to stand up, and went to use the shower to rinse again. Then she gently wiped Ling Yun's whole body clean with a dry towel, and pushed Ling Yun out of the bathroom. "What are you doing?" "I'm sweating all over, of course I have to take a bath." "Get out, don't peek." "Then why didn't you wash together just now?" Ling Yunxin said, "Didn't you take off your pants and fart, was it unnecessary?" "I'm so anxious." Chao Shanshan just giggled coquettishly, and pinched the first button of the shirt with her fingers. Looking at the posture, she would not take off her clothes if Ling Yun did not leave. Ling Yun had no choice but to snort, left the bathroom resentfully, and flew directly onto the bed. Huh, huh, huh. There was a sound of water for a while. Chao Shanshan finally came out, wrapped in a snow-white bath towel, fiddling with her long wet hair. Brush. Brother Yun didn't want to wait any longer, he just took a phantom step, flew out of bed, picked up Chao Shanshan and flew back. Chao Shanshan didn't refuse any more, and said quietly with a blushing face, Ling Yun, that time when you and Zhang Ling were on the plane, he was really jealous. Ling Yun smirked and said, you don't have to be jealous. The room is full of spring. An hour later, Chao Shanshan asked Ling Yun with some dissatisfaction, why didn't you eat him? Ling Yun smiled and said, Shanshan, your body has not fully recovered. Didn't they say that if you want to practice martial arts, you must be patient? Ling Yunxin said, brother is about to start the Qi training period. When I reach the Qi training period, let's see how I eat you. The two played for a long time until Chao Shanshan couldn't take it anymore and kept begging for mercy. Ling Yun got up to take a shower, got dressed, and tiptoed out of Chao Shanshan's room. Back in his room, he saw Tang Meng occupying his bed unceremoniously, sleeping soundly. Ling Yun scorned him fiercely, but he didn't disturb his rest, but sat on the sofa and practiced cross-legged. Ever since he mastered the method of absorbing energy, Ling Yun has absorbed so much innate qi, he feels that he is really about to break through. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Nothing to say all night. In the early morning of the next day, everyone got up early and came to practice in the courtyard. Ling Yun still chose the old place and flew directly to the roof, facing the eastern morning glow, practicing his great expansion gathering stars secret art. The most important thing about the Diyan gathering stars treasure is to accumulate it over time, and insist on absorbing the essence of the sun, the essence of moonlight, and the power of hundreds of millions of stars every day. There is no other shortcut at all. Ling Yun scanned slightly with his spiritual sense, and noticed that Qin Dongxue and Bai Xian'er, while cultivating by themselves, indeed sneaked glances at him from time to time. The eyes were complicated and inexplicable. He had a guilty conscience, so he had to practice honestly and try not to provoke them. For the whole day, Ling Yun stayed in Villa number 1, didn't go anywhere, except for eating, drinking, and drinking. Whenever he had time, he would give advice to Ning Lingyu, Miao Xiaomiao, and the others to practice, hoping that they could make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Of course, on this day, Ling Yun didn't stay at home for nothing. He already knew how popular he was now, not only on TV, but more importantly on the internet. Because this time, the government did not take action to stop it, so the video of Ling Yun performing magic tricks spread quickly on the internet, and it has already become popular on the internet. Ling Yun is the name of a super magic master, and it has spread like wildfire. He has countless fans, and his die-hard fan group has also set up a Ling Yun post bar. In just one day, Ling Yun's attention has skyrocketed, falling below the limit of countless people. Eyeball. Before dinner, Tang Meng excitedly pulled Ling Yun into the bedroom, and said to Ling Yun very excitedly, Brother Yun, you are completely popular now, and you have become a celebrity. Tell me, do you want to take this opportunity to give you a micro-chat? Bo? Ling Yun slapped Tang Meng on the head angrily. Grass, do you think I want to be famous? If it weren't for attracting the attention of the enemy, I would go to the TV station to perform magic tricks when I was full. You quickly put out this thought for me, do nothing. Tang Meng wanted to cry without tears. He beat his chest and said, pity me, for those white money. In Tang Meng's view, fame is money, as long as Ling Yun is willing to show up. He spent some money to hire a professional team to hype it up a little bit. Ling Yun is a living cash cow. What is the most valuable this year? Popularity. Ling Yun would not pay attention to Tang Meng's thoughts. Anyway, he is not short of money for the time being, so he can become as popular as he likes. Anyway, the name is all false, he doesn't care. As long as the enemies who come to trouble him know that he is in Xuanhuan will suffice. After dinner, Ling Yun bid farewell to Qin Dongxue and the others. Or take Jester, and go to Xuanhuan. Qin Dongxue was a little worried this time. She reminded Ling Yun, "Stinky boy, tonight is different from last night. Last night you fought a skirmish, and the 2 waves of enemies rushed over, but after today, the enemy, it must have been laid in ambush, waiting for you to die." Such a simple truth. Ling Yun naturally thought of it too, but he didn't care. He said to Qin Dongxue and the others, calmly, "Auntie, don't worry, even if I can't beat them at night, I won't run away. Since they are laying an ambush. Then I will give them a guerrilla war, and see who plays and who dies." Although Qin Dongxue was worried, she understood Ling Yun's ability and knew that he would have no problem protecting himself, so she stopped persuading him and let him go. This time, Ling Yun and Jester didn't drive. They went to Longpan Mountain first, and found a dark and secluded place that was inaccessible. Jester transformed into a big human-shaped bird, Ling Yun jumped up, and the 2 flew straight to Xuanhuan. Jester. After leaving the city, fly to the northwest first, I have to go over there to have a look. Since the traffic department reported that Qin Dongshue's car had gone to the northwest, Ling Yun naturally rushed over to search for it. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou have been missing for 2 days and 2 nights. It is absolutely impossible to say that Ling Yun is not worried about them, but at home, in order to stabilize the morale of the army, he did not show it. The 2 first headed west, and after flying out of the urban area of Qingshui City, they turned north and flew to the Qingshui River, and then began a long search in the sky above the vast mountains. The mountains in the northwest of Qingshui City are different from the mountains in Xuanhuan. Generally, the height does not exceed 500 meters. There are beautiful mountains and rivers, and you can see villages everywhere. At night, there are lights everywhere, creating a peaceful scene. After only circling around the mountains, Ling Yun realized that searching for Lin Menghan and Yao Rou in this way was like finding a needle in a haystack. In desperation, he had no choice but to give up the search temporarily, and slanted into Xuanhuan from the sky. However, this also made Ling Yun very angry, and he made up his mind to completely destroy the Heavenly Killing Organization. If he dared to touch his woman, it would be too much for his life. More than half an hour later, around 9:30 p.m., the 2 finally arrived at Xianren Ridge again, flew directly into the mountains, and landed on the top of a mountain to the northwest next to Tianmao Peak. "Boss, what should we do now?" Jester asked Ling Yun as soon as he landed on the ground. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and said lightly, "Aren't you tired after flying so far with me on your back? Let's rest for a while before we talk." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun immediately sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of the vegetation in the forest, turning it into his own use. At the same time, he did not forget to practice the Supreme Qingdi Ju. In such a densely forested place, practicing the Supreme Qingdi Ju will have twice the result with half the effort. The earth is not a big world of cultivation. No matter what kind of cultivation method you practice, you have to choose a good place first. This is one of the most frustrating things for Ling Yun. After all, no matter how you say it, compared with the Qi training period, the spiritual energy needed for the body training period is really pitifully small. Ling Yun practiced so hard, and used a lot of spirit-gathering talismans, spirit stones, elixirs, and so on. With the help of long saliva, he has absorbed so much innate Qi, and he still hasn't broken through the final barrier. If it's the Qi training period, how will life be? Alchemy must be done. In addition to practicing the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju, Ling Yun started to practice the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju for a period of time every day, just to prepare for alchemy after the Qi training period. The effect of the talisman is more used to assist the battle, which belongs to the art, but the pill is more used to improve the practitioner's own strength and realm, which belongs to the force. The two of them rested on this mountain for more than half an hour. Ling Yin felt that it was almost done. He collected his skills and floated up. "Dear Jester, how is your rest? Are you ready to fight?" Jester laughed strangely. "Boss, I took a day off during the day, and night is the activity time for our blood race, so I'm not tired at all." Ling Yin nodded, then suddenly raised his head to the sky and shouted loudly, using Shenlong Shao to roar, "Ling Yin is here." This voice was like the roar of a tiger and a dragon, and the huge echo kept echoing in the surrounding valleys, which shocked all the birds and made the wild beasts run away. After shouting, Ling Yin smiled and said to Jester, "Let's just wait here, someone will come over soon, fight here for a while, and then we will go to the top of Tian Spear Peak." The peak of Tian Mao Peak is simply a special martial arts arena, and Ling Yin chose it as the place for real fighting. "Shut up." There was a sound of speeding through the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Ling Yin used his sharp eyesight and could even see many black figures jumping rapidly on top of the trees like projectiles. Just by looking at the lightness kung fu of the other party, he knew that they were all master. "The enemy is coming, Jester, just play by ear and protect yourself." After Ling Yin instructed Jester, he stopped talking and stood on a huge rock with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the enemy to come to his door. Whoosh whoosh. 3 figures rushed over in the darkness. They saw Ling Yin in front of them and immediately slowed down. One of them shouted towards the foot of Tian Mao Peak, "We found it, Ling Yin is here." While speaking, the 3 of them tapped their toes, and soon came to the vicinity of Ling Yin, and all of them stopped. "I am here, who is coming?" With his hands behind his back, Ling Yin turned around slowly, and with a calm smile on his face, he asked proudly. "Shangguan family, Shangguan Saint. Shiman family, Ximend. Nangong family, Nangkongkang." The first 3 to come, according to the rules of the rivers and lakes, immediately reported their names. Ling Yin was stunned, nodded, and said, "It turns out that they are members of the 3 hermit families, but I don't know why you also come to join in this fun?" Shangguanxing didn't hide anything, and asked directly, "Ling Yin, we came here just to confirm a few things." Ling Yin didn't talk nonsense, "Speak." Shangguanxing frowned slightly. He was also a member of the hermit family, but after Ling Yin called them over, he stood on top of that boulder, condescending, and spoke in a condescending manner, which made him very unhappy. Ximend and Nangkongkang naturally felt the same way. They didn't like the feeling of looking up at Ling Yin, and their faces immediately sank. "Boy surnamed Ling, you are too arrogant. Brother Shangguan just said that we just want to confirm a few questions. How dare you talk to us in such a tone?" Ling Yin laughed and said, "This is considered polite. If my prediction is not bad, we will definitely do it, and we will fight to the death. Do you want me to respect your predecessors?" After Ling Yin finished speaking, his face darkened. "Speak quickly if you have something to say, and fart quickly if you think I have a bad attitude. Let's fight first, and we can talk after the fight is over." Domineering, arrogant, sturdy. Shangguanxing's pale face instantly turned into a pig's liver color, but he still held back his breath and asked, "Ling Yin, let me ask you, have you ever been in a sinkhole?" Ling Yin smiled, and said directly, "Hey, it's really boring. You waited for me in this barren mountain for half a day in the middle of the night, just to play tricks on me? If we knew this, we might as well go back to Qingshui City and find a tea house. What about a coffee shop? Let's chat slowly." After casually teasing the other party for a few words, Ling Yin suddenly said, "I'll tell you clearly, I've been to the Tianking, and I've met your descendants, who seem to be Shangguanju, Ximengang, and Nangongjian. It is true that they are all dead, but they were not killed by me. They were killed by the killing formation under the Tianking. Is what I said clear enough? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What? Jewar is really dead? Zheng finally heard the news of his son's death with his own ears. His thin and tall figure shook and trembled violently, and even his lips began to tremble. My boy. Sword. Cement and Nationalism's faces changed tragically at the same time, and they cried out in grief. As the saying goes, father and son are connected. One's own son never came out after entering the Tianqing, so it was naturally their father who came to ask Master Ling Yunxing about his crimes. Although their child had been missing for 3 months, and they were already psychologically prepared to accept the tragedy, but after all, they were connected by flesh and blood. How could a father not feel sorry for the death of his precious son? Ling Yun stood still. Although the whole matter had nothing to do with him, he could still feel the pain of the loss of the 3 people opposite him from his heart. After Xuanhuan cried out in grief, he quickly stabilized his mind. He suddenly pointed at Ling Yun with the parting hook in his hand. However, everyone in the world knows that the Dongfeng court of the Dongfeng family and Dugu Mo of the Dugu family have also entered the sky. Hang, why didn't they get killed by the killing array? Ling Yun frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, if you want to speak well, put away your weapons. I hate people pointing weapons at me the most. Seeing that Xuanhuan really put down his weapon, Ling Yun said lightly, I'm in a pretty good mood today, so I might as well tell you that the Tianqing is a dangerous place. Since you want to explore and find treasures, you should think about it in advance. Are you strong enough? Your son is not as strong as Dongfeng Ting and Dugu Mo, that's why he was killed by the killing array. Moreover, I can also tell you that it was because your son was eager to hunt for treasures and acted recklessly that triggered the killing formation. I wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. They are all from the Jianghu, looking for treasures. It all depends on their own destiny and chance. If their chances are not enough, who can be blamed? Ling Yun quickly explained everything clearly, neither lying nor exaggerating. Every single word was clearly stated. Clear and direct. These 3 people are all Chinese hermit families. For now, Ling Yun has no grievances or enmities with them, and he doesn't want to become enemies with them. Even if he explained this matter very seriously, Ling Yun did not say that he saved Dongfeng Ting and Dugu Mo. He received a drop of water, and he would repay it with a spring, but he never gave a favor to others. Not talking about it. After listening to Ling Yun's explanation, Xuanhuan, Zheng and Nationalism looked at each other, as if they were communicating to determine whether Ling Yun had deceived them or not. The 3 communicated in secret for a long time, and Simon suddenly stared at Ling Yun and asked, but, we all saw it on TV, you have the dark blood demon knife. Ling Yun smiled faintly and made a sound of swiping. The dark blood demon knife was already in his hand. He shook it lightly, and said solemnly, yes, this is the dark blood demon knife, so what? Simon's face suddenly changed, and he stared at the dark blood demon knife. There was some horror in his eyes, and he said, the person who holds the dark blood demon knife will automatically be regarded as a member of the demon sect. Even if he is not a member of the demon sect, he will become bloodthirsty and murderous in the end, cruel and ruthless. Ling Yun said indifferently, oh? Really? But that's just my own business, it seems that I don't need you to remind me, right? Nationalism suddenly snorted coldly, but... The 3 of us suspect that there is no killing formation at the bottom of the Tianqing. Our son died in your hands. Ling Yun was suddenly very helpless, a sense of disgust and boredom appeared in his heart, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's really too ignorant. For the sake of your bereavement, I didn't hesitate to be patient and explain it to you with good intentions. Really, do you really think I'm so talkative? He was silent for a while, then suddenly grinned, oh? Because I have the dark blood demon knife, you think I am a bloodthirsty person who is easy to kill? Because I have the dark blood demon knife, you think I killed your son? Xuanhuan answered, that's right. Maybe you were trying to snatch the dark blood demon knife, Maybe you didn't want them to discover the secret of your possession of the dark blood demon knife. Maybe it was for other treasures. In short, we think that our son's death has a lot to do with you. Ling Yun is angry. What kind of bullshit logic is this? He simply shut his mouth tightly and never spoke again. Furthermore, you are accompanied by a Western blood clan. Blood clan is a legendary vampire and a real demon. You have the dark blood demon sword in your hand, and you have a Western blood clan by your side. Why do you want us to believe your words? Xing's eyes were flickering and erratic. Looking at Jester, who was hovering above Ling Yun's head, he said in a cold voice. There was already a hint of murderous intent in his voice. At this moment, shua. More than a dozen people flew over quickly, fell behind the three of them, and then stood still. Ling Yun only glanced at them, and knew that they should all belong to the three major families. He raised his sword eyebrows slightly, and said lightly, if you don't believe me, you can regard me as the enemy who killed your son. Just let the horse come over and avenge your son. After all, don't you want to see the real chapter under your hands? In Jianghu, whoever has the biggest fist and the strongest strength has the final say. Ximend was furious, and suddenly pointed at Ling Yun and said, boy surnamed Ling, so you admit it? Ling Yun remained silent, only thinking that Shimenda was farting. Sheng frowned, his lips moved slightly, as if he was secretly transmitting a voice to Ximenda, and then asked Ling Yun darkly, I have one last thing to ask you, did you get the legendary Emperor of the Earth, gone? Ling Yun sneered in his heart, what? After all, you finally revealed your true intentions. It turned out that it was for the Emperor. Of course the Emperor was acquired by Ling Yun, but he would never admit to this matter. Whoever admits is a tiger. I haven't seen any Dihuang, and I don't know what a Dihuang is. If you want to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dihuang, then I'm sorry, you have found the wrong person. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, a man in black behind Xing yelled sharply, brother, this kid is slick, and he doesn't have a half-truth in his mouth. There are so many of us, why are we chatting with him here? Just take him down and pry his mouth open? Whoosh! What? With a scream, an iron nail appeared in the middle of the forehead of the speaking man in black. Qi Zhen sank into it, and he didn't even make any reaction. He was instantly killed by Ling Yun on the spot. Pry open my mouth? Are you worthy? Courting death. Ling Yun shot one person instantly, and said disdainfully. Old Seven. Sheng turned his head and saw the body of Old Seven crashing to the ground, and he immediately cried out in pain. Kill your life with a shot, boy, even if you have a brilliant tongue now, no one will believe your words. Sheng waved his hand suddenly, take him down. Meanwhile, Ximenda. Nangkongkang also waved his hand to give orders at the same time, and the people they brought rushed up and rushed towards Ling Yun. Holding the knife in one hand, Ling Yun stood as still as a mountain, his eyes were cold and emotionless. When 6 or 7 people got close, Ling Yun suddenly swung his saber. A pitch-black blade suddenly shot out, sweeping everyone. Those 6 or 7 people were swept by the fierce sword, and all of them were cut in half. At the same time, although the 7 or 8 people behind them did not die, they were not much better. Some had broken arms, and some had broken legs. The luckiest ones were the best. He was also chopped off by Ling Yun. Ling Yun was unequivocal, followed by another backhand swing of the saber, powerful and unparalleled, and before the 7 or 8 people could utter a scream, they all turned into dead souls under the saber. Boy surnamed Ling. You. Seeing the corpses of the dozens of people who attacked land on the ground, Shimend finally understood why Ling Yun was so crazy. What a hot hand. What a cruel heart. Sheng was terrified. He lived to be nearly 50 years old. He had seen too many feuds and fights, but he had never seen one that was so ruthless. Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, looking at it now, we really have an enmity. However, you forced me to do this, and you asked for it yourself. He raised his hand and pointed at the three people facing him. I don't want to waste time. In this kind of place, there is no need to talk about the rules of the world. The three of you can go together. Shangwanqing, Zimend, and Nangkongkang looked at each other again, and finally Shangwanqing gritted his teeth suddenly. Arrogant Junior, there is no need. I, Shangwanqing, can deal with you alone. After finishing speaking, Shangwanqing made a mistake with his double hooks, and made a clang, and then, his tall and thin figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was less than 1 meter away from Ling Yun on the boulder. Ling Yun's heart trembled secretly, and he said, what a handsome figure. When Ling Yun fights, one thing is very frustrating, that is, he doesn't know the opponent's realm, so he can only adapt to the situation. Just looking at Shangwanqing's movement skills, it is not much worse than Ling Yun's phantom fish dragon step, so Ling Yun will not be careless. 2 dazzling cold lights attacked Ling Yun's neck and thigh respectively, one slashed outward and the other hooked back. The speed was astonishingly fast, there was almost no way to hide. Dang dang. Twice. Ling Yun swung 2 knives like lightning, and split the 2 parting hooks completely. His body remained motionless, and he raised his foot suddenly, and kicked Shangwanqing's lower abdomen. That's a lot of strength. Shangwanqing let out an exclamation, and his figure flew upside down in an unbelievably violent manner, desperately dodging Ling Yun's kick, and only after he landed on the ground did he feel his arms and 2 tigers' mouths were so numb from the shock. Ling Yun's heart sank as well. His amazing knife didn't cut off Shangwanqing's double hooks, and didn't even open a gap. Met an opponent? This was Ling Yun's first reaction. Shiman, Nangong, this kid is evil, his strength is too great, I can't deal with him alone. If you stretch out your hand, you will know if there is any. After Shangwanqing landed, he immediately judged that he was no match for Ling Yun if he fought alone. So he immediately called for Shimande and Nan Gongsong to go together. Hey, want to hit my boss together, right? Then I'll do it too. Jester suddenly shook his wings and landed on Ling Yun's side. Jester, what are you doing? I want to meet the 3 of them alone. Ling Yun hadn't met an opponent for a long time, and now he was happy to see Lai Xian, and directly refused Jester's help. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Good boss. Ling Yun gave the order, and Jester dared not refuse to listen. With a flick of his wings, he immediately flew up to a height of 50 meters, paying close attention to everything below, and plundered for Ling Yun. Swipe. Shangwanqing, Zimend, and Nangkongkang stretched out their bodies at the same time, as if standing on 3 legs, and surrounded Ling Yun on the boulder. We can't see the realm of this kid, but his strength is surprisingly strong, you two should be more careful, kill. Shangwanqing greeted him, and immediately held 2 hooks, stretched his body, and flew towards Ling Yun. At the same time, Nangkongkang jumped up with both feet, flew lightly to Ling Yun's left side, swung the long sword in his hand, and sharply stabbed Ling Yun's left shoulder. The weapon Nangkongkang used was similar to his son's weapon. It was a sharp and narrow rapier. The rapier looked like it was made of pure silver, and it shone coldly in the night. The tricky and vicious. Now that we have agreed to deal with Ling Yun together, Zimend will naturally not be idle. He is the most wretched, occupying the best position, which is actually the dead corner of Ling Yun's side and rear, and his attack method is also very strange. Fei, with the black measuring ruler in his hand, hit Ling Yun's ankle. 3 strong winds hit our faces. The double hooks, the rapier, and the measuring ruler, almost in no particular order, approached Ling Yun's body at the same time. Well done! Ling Yun yelled violently, and without dodging or evading, he swung the dark blood demon saber wildly in his hand, drawing a semicircle around half of his body. Dang, dang, dang. 3 crisp golden and iron sounds sounded at the same time, and sparks flew everywhere. Ling Yun had already split Xuanhuan's double hooks and Nationalism's rapier. Then Ling Yun's feet left the boulder in an instant, and he didn't jump very high, only about 2 or 3 meters, barely avoiding the iron ruler that Simenda attacked. This time, Zheng was 100,000 times more careful, pouring almost all of his true energy into his arms, and he was pushed back 3 steps by Ling Yun. And Nationalism's rapier only slightly touched Ling Yun's magic knife. After a slight shake of his wrist, his figure also flew sideways in the air with the help of Ling Yun's knife, like a feather in the air, fluttering and unable to concentrate. Ling Yun didn't know that this was the Namgong family's world-renowned Liuxiu Suifeng movement technique. But he just glanced at Nationalism appreciatively, but he wasn't surprised. This kind of agility. Ling Yun will also do it, but he is determined to crush the opponent, and he doesn't bother to use such light and flirtatious kung fu. No matter what martial arts, body skills, footwork and moves, what you shout out is just a name, and its purpose is nothing more than 2 points, attacking the enemy's vital points and avoiding the opponent's attack. Kill. Ling Yun's body flew into the air. Before he could make a move, he saw Nationalism flying back in the air suddenly, with a thin sword in his hand slashing down in the air, wrapped in an invisible sword gang, which turned into a thin silver wall, and slashed down from the top of Ling Yun's head. Simon didn't rush forward too far, he slammed the ground with the measuring ruler in his hand. He turned upside down, and shot back in an instant. The attacking part was still Ling Yun's ankle. Good time. But, Simenda, aren't you afraid of death? Ling Yun took his time and let out a violent drink. He suddenly took 3 steps to the right in the 2-meter-high air, easily dodging Nationalism's sword screen, and at the same time, he slashed down with the blood demon knife in his hand. Don't underestimate the 3 steps of Ling Yun's horizontal movement, this is volleying in vain. Whether it is at an altitude of 100 meters or at an altitude of 2 meters, it is the same. If a master makes a move, the difference is 1,000 miles away. He only needs to avoid the opponent's attack, and there is no need to open and close at all. Not good. Ling Yun swung a knife curtain and slashed at Zheng fiercely, but Zheng had already used his old moves in order to force the attack, and it was too late to change his moves to resist, and his face was already pale with fright. Brother Simon, be careful. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, he immediately changed from attacking to defending, and hit Ling Yun's saber curtain fiercely with the double hooks in his hands, forcibly resisting Ling Yun's shocking knife for Shimend. Scoff. Even so, Zheng was still swept by Ling Yun's knife on the back of his clothes, and his clothes were cut into a long hole. Surround Wei and save Zhao. Nationalism slammed his sword down, and seeing Ling Yun dodge easily, he actually followed closely, and also chased 3 steps forward in the air. The rapier pierced Ling Yun's side face. Dang dang. There were 2 more clashing sounds of gold and iron, and Ling Yun's dark blood demon knife met Xuanhuan's double hooks fiercely, and he used his strength to soar into the sky. Good boy, you escaped again. Nationalism pierced the sky with his sword, and his figure finally landed on the ground. Looking up, he couldn't help but praise Ling Yun, and at the same time he was secretly horrified. As far as Nationalism knew, none of Xuanhuan, Shimen, including the descendants of his Namgong family geniuses, could take a move from the 3 of them so calmly. But now, Ling Yun has fought with them for 2 rounds, and not only was he not injured, but he seemed to be able to handle it with ease. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan's block, Shimenda must have been seriously injured at this moment. Based on this alone, the young man in front of him can already be called a peerless genius. Moreover, according to the information, Nationalism knew that Ling Yun was just an ordinary, useless high school student before. Every time he thought of this, Nationalism felt that this was unbelievable and unbelievable. Cool. Ling Yun lifted his body into the air and took a deep breath of fresh air. He was so excited that he couldn't help but let out a loud drink, his eyes sparkling. The battle is imminent, Ling Yan needs such a big battle. You guys try my trick too. Ling Yan breathed out loudly, held the knife in both hands, and swooped down in the air at a height of more than 10 meters. His momentum was like a goshawk fighting a rabbit. Slash the world with anger. Boom. He didn't attack anyone else, but Ling Yan attacked xuanhuan with all his force. The move of cutting the world in anger is not as simple as an old farmer chopping firewood. It is as simple as raising a knife and chopping it off. In the eyes of ordinary people, although it is true, but in the eyes of an expert like xuanhuan, it can be seen. The countless subtle changes of Ling Yan's knife have firmly locked all his avoiding directions. No matter where he flies, the knife will follow. There is no hiding. In desperation, xuanhuan had no choice but to choose to take it hard, and at the same time he shouted loudly, "Brother Shiman, help me!" Coming. Zheng knew that he was not seriously injured just now because of xuanhuan's desperate block. Now seeing the momentum and strength of Ling Yan's knife, he knew that xuanhuan could not dodge or hold back. I have to save it. Brush. Zheng's figure flitted wildly, bringing out after images, and he rushed to xuanhuan like lightning. He grabbed the two ends of the measuring ruler with both hands, facing the black knife above, and suddenly stood up. At this time, xuanhuan's double hooks had already crossed, and he lifted them above his head. Dang, dang, dang. The dark blood demon knife hit xuanhuan's double hooks and Shiman's measuring ruler fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal and iron clanging could be heard for 3 miles. It was deafening. Crack. Crack. Xuanhuan and Zheng only felt their arms tremble, and the tiger's mouth burst at the same time. Their bodies were suddenly lowered by the huge force, and the rock under their feet was shattered inch by inch, until they reached their knees. Pfft. Xuanhuan was the first to bear the brunt, naturally taking over most of Ling Yan's strength. He raised his head suddenly, and spurted out a bloody arrow. Ling Yan's knife had a strength of 6,000 caddies, which was comparable to the top of Mount Tai. If he had taken it hard by himself, he would have been hacked to death by Ling Yan long ago. Haha, try my tricks too. Ling Yan didn't chase after him, he just left. With the help of the power of the magic knife being held up, he slid across the air, and suddenly rushed towards Nationalism on the side. Slash the universe with a knife. Nationalism saw the power of Ling Yan's sword, and couldn't help being shocked secretly. When he was stunned, he saw Ling Yan carrying the sword with one hand, rushing straight towards him, so scared that he hurriedly used his luck and used the willow catkin following the wind body technique, borrowing Ling Yan's knife wind, fluttering backwards and backwards. Ling Yan knew that xuanhuan and Zheng would not be able to catch up for a while, so he naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and kept stepping on the treetops with both feet, chasing madly all the way. Ding 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 ding. This time, Nationalism suffered a lot. Although his lightness kung fu was good, there was still a certain gap between him and Ling Yan, who was fully exerting his lightness kung fu. Moreover, he was flying backwards with his strength, so he suffered a great loss. In desperation, Nationalism had no choice but to fly backwards while attacking Ling Yan's blade with a thin sword, hoping to stop Ling Yan's blade. Brother Nationalism, be careful, there will be Baizhang Cliff in the future. Zheng was still in shock. He couldn't forget to glance at Nationalism in his busy schedule, and he was so frightened that he quickly reminded him. Nationalism had already observed the topography of the entire mountain. Of course he knew that the cliff was not far behind him, but Ling Yan's offensive continued, and he almost didn't even have a chance to take a breath, let alone confront Ling Yan head-on. Pushed off the cliff, there is no other way to go. Xuanhuan's face was like gold paper, and he was healing his internal injuries, with luck. Seeing that Nationalism was going to be bad, Shimen suddenly pulled up a green onion from dry land and shook his hands in the air in a hurry. Whoosh whoosh. 3 darts hit Ling Yan's back, straight. I'm sorry. The dart was shot, and Simon blushed slightly. After all, the Shaman family is a famous family, and they are extremely disdainful of using hidden weapons in battle. Moreover, Simon's own age and status are at that level. If he wants to use a hidden weapon against a junior, it will be even more likely if it is spread in the future. Being laughed out of my teeth. But now he has no other way at all. If he wants to save Nationalism, he can only do this. Hee, you guys are cooperating pretty well. Ling Yun was still using the saber to force Nationalism to fly backwards non-stop, and at the same time released his powerful spiritual consciousness, as if he had eyes behind his back, and his left hand suddenly looked back. Swipe. He caught all 3 darts in his hands. It just disappeared. Ah? It's over. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't even look back, Shimen took the 3 darts into his hands, his expression turned pale, and he knew that Nationalism was going to be over. The soul-chasing sword. Nationalism was finally forced to the edge of the cliff by Ling Yun. He had no choice but to go all out and resorted to the Nangong family's unique skill. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. When life and death were at stake, Nationalism had to fight. If he didn't fight to the death, he would fall off the cliff and be smashed to pieces. I saw Nationalism hit the dark blood demon knife with the tip of the sword like lightning, and the long and narrow sword as thick as chopsticks was bent into an arch in an instant. Although he was able to use this skill to bounce, he still couldn't escape Ling Yun's attack range, so what Nationalism wanted was not to escape, but to attack. Soul-chasing sword. Not 1 sword, but 9 swords swiftly and violently thrust out in a very short moment. Each sword only defends but does not attack, only seeking to kill the enemy, not self-protection. The long sword was swiftly swung by Nationalism, and the silver sword light filled the sky like 9 swords, with gorgeous murderous intent, completely enveloped Ling Yun. Good swordsmanship. Ling Yun was shrouded in 9 sword lights, and moved around in an extremely narrow range. At the same time, he used the dark blood demon knife to slash around from time to time, splitting the stabbing sword tip, but he still didn't retreat half a step. Measure the world. Nationalism used his ultimate move, and at this time Shimenda also rushed over, and he did not hesitate to use the ultimate move of the Shaman family. The black, 2-foot-long sky-measuring ruler actually seemed to be measured on Ling Yun's back. The black light was like a black dragon, spinning and flying around Ling Yun's back, full of murderous aura. Nationalism and Simon attacked Ling Yun back and forth. For a moment, the sword light, the shadow of the knife, and the shadow of the feet all mixed together. On this cliff, a thrilling duel unfolded. Kill. Sheng also rushed over at this time, and he was not at all polite. He used his full strength to use his housekeeping skills, and with 1 move, he slashed at Ling Yun's shoulder with his sharp double hooks. The 3 masters unexpectedly displayed their housekeeping skills at the same time and attacked Ling Yun. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. However, if you want to kill me, you only rely on these. It's not enough. Ling Yun was still able to handle it with ease. With a long roar, he slashed 9 times in a row, splitting all the 9 sword shadows in Nationalism. A frame over the shoulders. Dang dang. 2 crisp sounds. Shangguanxing's double hooks all caught Shimenda's measuring ruler. Ling Yun took advantage of Shimenda's stunned moment. He flew out with a kick, and kicked his right leg backwards at an incredible angle, just hitting Simon's lower abdomen. Boom. Simenda let go, his body was like a kite with a broken string, and he flew backwards. At the same time, he let out a miserable cry, and a bloody arrow flew out of his mouth, and the blood spilled all the way. Let's go too. While Ling Yun kicked Shimenda flying away, he grabbed the measuring ruler with his left hand and drew it to his side. The body of Shangguanxing that he brought was leaning forward. Turn around and swing the knife. If Shangguanxing's parting hook hooked Ling Yun's shoulders, it was guaranteed to remove Ling Yun's 2 shoulders. Unfortunately, what he hooked was Shimanda's measuring ruler. The amount of withdrawal was too short. Ling Yun's dark blood demon knife had arrived. No way. Xuanhuan could only let go and throw away his weapon, and flew sideways, dodging Ling Yun's first knife. There is still a knife. Ling Yun sneered. Before the saber was used up, he turned his wrist and slashed back with his backhand. This knife is faster and fiercer. What? Xuanhuan is unarmed now. He never expected that Ling Yun's transformation would be so fast. In a crisis, he had to use a pair of fleshy palms to send out 2 fierce qi, and slap the blade of the dark blood demon knife. Call out. Nationalism finally did not fall off the cliff. He escaped unharmed. But he didn't leave too far. Seeing that Xuanhuan was in trouble, he stepped on a branch with both feet and flew towards him again. Soul-chasing sword. The same move, but this time it was attacked from behind Ling Yun. In the past, at this time, Ling Yun would have played a dozen fire talismans, without hesitation, blowing up Nationalism to half-death, but now he thinks about a fair fight. During the entire battle, he didn't even use the conversion between Yin Qi and Yang Qi. He used pure strength and moves to fight the 3 of them. In this way, Nationalism's sneak attack from behind put pressure on Ling Yun. If he wanted to attack Xuanhuan successfully, Ling Yun would definitely get 2 swords from Nationalism. Never mind. Ling Yun sighed suddenly, and quickly withdrew the dark blood demon knife, and blocked Nationalism's long sword with his backhand, but he did not let Xuanhuan escape so easily. While turning around, Ling Yun threw out a punch, which happened to meet Xuanhuan's palms, fists, and palms, clashing. Bang bang. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the collision of qi and the clash of weapons sounded at the same moment. Ah! Xuanhuan screamed, the tiger's mouth shattered again, and his figure flew upside down, almost falling off the cliff. Ling Yun blocked Nationalism's long sword in a hurry, used his body to fly back, and returned to the huge rock. Being besieged by 3 people at the same time just now, although Ling Yun was not injured, he also consumed a lot of true energy at that moment, and if he didn't land, he would make a fool of himself. The 3 hidden families are really extraordinary. After Ling Yun took a deep breath, he quietly looked at the 3 masters gathered in one place, and said calmly, "You are even more extraordinary." Among the 3 masters, only Nationalism still has a weapon in his hand, but he is holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, his arms are trembling violently, his tiger's mouth is cracked, and he is bleeding. Shimand was kicked by Ling Yun, and Xuanhuan's true energy was difficult to flow from Ling Yun's punch, and his blood was blocked. Both of them had already suffered serious internal injuries. Although Nationalism was not injured, he escaped in a thrilling manner, and he had tried his best. Only when he confronted Ling Yun head-on, did he know how terrifying every knife Ling Yun swung was, and every knife required him to use all his strength to kill him. Withstand. Holding a knife, Ling Yun stood tall and smiled lightly. He raised his hand and pointed at the corpses on the ground. "I have a habit of fighting, and it can be said to be a principle. I don't like to be besieged by too many people, and I'm not afraid of being besieged. So, when they come up, they can only die. Now, I will give the 3 of you a chance to choose whether you want to continue fighting with me, or leave here. If you leave now, I, Ling Yun, will let you live and I will definitely not stop you." Ling Yun first explained why he killed people in the first place, and then gave the 3 of them a chance. The 3 masters were silent and looked at each other. In the affairs of the world, there is a truth that is universally applicable, that is, the strength of a person can play a decisive role. If you have strength, you have the right to speak. Now Ling Yun is still saying that sentence, but no matter how these 3 people sound, it is not the same thing as before. It feels different. "Our son, you really didn't kill him?" Nationalism suddenly raised his head and asked Ling Yun. Ling Yan smiled and asked back, frankly speaking, it is really easy for me to kill you. Do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you? Nationalism was speechless. The reason was very clear, there was no need to say more. Then it seems that this time, it's really our fault. Nationalism felt a little apologetic, and said sincerely. The strength displayed by Ling Yan has already proved that he is a peerless genius. If the three masters don't know what to do at this time, then they will only have a dead end. If Ling Yan couldn't beat them, they would definitely interrogate the whereabouts of the emperor, but now, this is already wishful thinking. Regardless of whether the emperor is on Ling Yan's body, they have already lost the qualification to compete. The three of Nationalism looked at each other, and they all saw the sadness in each other's eyes. They said in unison, "Thank you for your mercy, let's go." Ling Yan showed his formidable strength, and he already knew how they would choose, but he said, "Wait." The three people who had just turned around immediately stopped and looked at Ling Yan at the same time. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Two things. First, I can understand your pain of bereavement, so I didn't kill you, but if you still want to seek revenge from me, or want to hurt those around me, man, I promise to destroy all of your sex. Second, I hope you leave Immortal Ridge immediately. If you still plan to take this muddy water, let me meet you again here, and I will kill you without mercy." Ling Yan was smiling, his voice was not loud, and he didn't have any murderous intentions, but after the two things were said, the three masters felt cold in their hearts. Xuanhuan suddenly said, "Don't worry, we will leave Zheng immediately. As for tonight's incident, it was our fault and our fault. You have already spared our lives, so naturally we will not take any revenge, let's end this matter." Ling Yan nodded, "I hope so." Then he waved his hand lightly. Zheng and Simon De each retrieved their lost weapons, took a last look at the corpses of their clansmen, and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Brush. After the three left, Jester swooped down and stood beside Ling Yan, wondering, "Boss, why did you let them go?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "Judging from the fight just now, the famous family still has some morals. Xuanhuan, Shimen, and Nangong are all big hidden families in China. They exist side by side with the big families Dongfeng and Dugu." This made Ling Yan appreciate it very much. Ling Yan cultivates the way of heart, and he does everything with one heart. Since he appreciates the three of them, he will not kill them all. There is another reason that Ling Yan didn't mention, that as the ancient Chinese martial arts practitioners, it is not easy to cultivate to this level. They don't have the big mistakes and vengeance of the Chen family and the Sun family. Ling Yan can't make a mistake and they will never end with them. And the sons of these three people were really not killed by Ling Yan. "Boss, what about these corpses?" "Just stay here. If my guess is right, they will definitely come to collect the corpses of their clansmen." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he pointed to Tianmao Peak and said, Let's go to the top of Tianmao Peak and see if there are any other enemies coming to die tonight. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yan stepped on Jester's back and quickly flew towards the top of Tianmao Peak. As he got closer to the top of Tianmao Peak, Ling Yan's face suddenly became serious, and he felt overwhelming murderous intent. That ferocious and tyrannical murderous intent, centered on the top of Tianmao Peak, is like a heavy mountain, and like a violent tsunami, it is sweeping towards the surroundings, as if even this piece of heaven and earth has been completely shrouded, and the entire night is changing. Incomparably quiet, dignified and chilling. The murderous aura was so fierce that it seemed to be real, like the blade of a sword, with a bone-piercing icy chill, everywhere, shooting at any creature that approached the top of the Skyspear Peak. Of course it also includes Ling Yan and Jester. Boss, is he really evil? Why do I feel uncomfortable all over? Wow, why does it seem that there is a person sitting on the top of the peak? Jester was enveloped in murderous aura. The more he flew forward, the more he felt an inexplicable danger. As a vampire, he had a creepy feeling. It doesn't seem to be, or there is someone. Ling Yin said in a deep and dignified tone, stopping every word, and said slowly. He had already seen that there was indeed a tall black figure sitting cross-legged on the highest point of the peak. Although he was sitting there, he seemed to be the height of an ordinary person. He was tall and mighty. Momentum like a mountain. The endless murderous intent radiating around the peak of Tianzhu Peak was released by this person. Send me there, and then, as far as you fly, that person can kill you in seconds. Ling Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was very calm. Based on the aura of the man sitting on the top of the peak, he immediately judged that Jester could only be killed instantly when facing him. But the boss. Jester bravely flew forward with a fierce murderous aura, but he was very worried about Ling Yan. He wanted to protect the Lord. No, but, do as I say. Ling Yan said lightly. The tone was firm, and Jester was not allowed to refute. When he was less than 100 meters away from the top of Tianmao Peak, Ling Yan suddenly activated the Yin-Yang art, unleashing his powerful aura without reservation, using it to fight against the piercing killing intent, instantly killing the overwhelming killing intent, diluted a lot. Jester's pressure suddenly eased. Brush. Arriving at the sky above the peak of Tianmao Peak, Ling Yan flew down from Jester's back. The slender figure stood firmly on the rock. His eyes widened, his sharp gaze was like lightning, and he looked towards the person on the boulder. I saw the man sitting cross-legged on the boulder. A long purple gold stick with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a length of 4 meters was resting on his two thick and powerful thighs, and his unusually long arms rested naturally on the boulder. Knees on knees, head bowed. It seems that he didn't notice Ling Yan's gaze at all. Ling Yan swept around the top of the mountain suddenly with his powerful spiritual sense, and found that there was no one else, only him here. Just when Ling Yan was using his divine sense, the man suddenly raised his head slightly, and two real eyes shot towards Ling Yan. His eyes were like lamps. Ling Yan, you are finally here. The man spoke slowly. The sound was like a big bell ringing, and it hurt people's eardrums. It was deep and loud. Ling Yan saw that the person's appearance was 80% similar to that of Chen Jianjia. He stood proudly and said with a smile, a member of the Chen family. The man remained silent and watched Ling Yan silently for a while. Suddenly said, the Chen family, Chen Jianhao. Chen Jianhao raised his hand and pointed at Jester, hovering above Tianmao Peak, and said coldly, I hope to let this little bat fly farther away. Ling Yan waved at Jester. Jester, you go to another mountain to stay. No matter what happens here, you are not allowed to approach. Good boss. Jest understood that there was bound to be a shocking battle here. But he couldn't participate in this kind of battle at all, so he could only agree, turn around and shoot away. Chen Jianhao pointed to a huge boulder beside Ling Yan, and said calmly, please sit down. Ling Yan smiled slightly, and sat buoyantly, that elegant movement, as if he was not sitting on the rock at the top of Tianmao Peak, but in a high-end coffee shop. Chen Jianhao stared at Ling Yan for a long time, and suddenly said, today, of the two of us, only one of us can leave this mountain. Ling Yan smiled, okay. Chen Jianhao nodded, but before that, I need to confirm a few things. Ling Yan raised his hand to signal, you can ask whatever you want, and you will answer whatever you ask. Very good Shenangjia, Chen Jianren, did you kill him? Ling Yan smiled and said, it can be counted on my head. Donghai, Daio Yudeo Waters, Chen Jianro, from the Condor Group, did you fight? Replacement is fake. Chao Shanshan, from the Chao family, and Ling Yu, from the Ling family, were all saved by you. Yes. In other words, you were the one who broke into the south courtyard of the Chen family at night, beheaded hundreds of ancient martial arts masters of the Chen family, and robbed my uncle Chen Haiken. It's me. Yunming Mountain, in order to rescue Chao Shanshan, you killed more than 200 blood clans, killed my younger brother Chen Jianjia, took away my younger brother Chen Jiangui, and kidnapped Chen Sen in broad daylight, all of you. It's all me. Yesterday, Anderson's old bat brought more than 600 vampires and 17 ninjas, all of which died in your hands. Ling Yin smiled brightly, not only them, but also your uncle, Chen Haishan. Chen Jianhao's bronze-colored face suddenly changed color. He stretched out his figure and stood up abruptly. Boom. Chen Jianhao did not see any movement. The 4-meter-long purple-gold stick turned from horizontal to vertical in the air, and fell straight, piercing through the hard rock, and pierced it to a depth of more than 1 meter. Ling Yin raised his head slightly, looked at Chen Jianhao, and couldn't help being surprised in his heart. This guy was really too big, 10 centimeters taller than Tai Xiaohu, with a hulking back, like a black iron tower, just standing there quietly, invisible exude of frightening and sturdy momentum. This is the peak of the 8th level of innate, even close to the powerful momentum of the 9th level of innate. Chen Jianhao asked in a deep voice, why do you want to help the Chao family and the Ling family? Ling Yin still sat still, took a good time, and said calmly, the reason for helping the Chao family is because Chao Shanshan is my girlfriend. As for the Ling family, you can guess whatever you want. Chen Jianhao's 2 big ring eyes were as big as a bell, and he asked hastily, Ling Xiao, the rebellious son of the Ling family, who is yours? When Ling Yin heard this, his handsome eyes narrowed suddenly, and he said in a deep voice, your surname is Chen, just based on this sentence, I will kill you tonight. Ha 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 ha, Chen Jianhao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and suddenly stopped smiling, to each other, it seems that tonight, the 2 of us will never die. Ling Yin just smiled, you already said it just now. Swipe Chen Jianhao's big hand, grabbed the big stick beside him and slammed it down. The purple golden stick fell 2 feet into the ground again. Did you get the legendary Emperor's book? Ling Yin also floated up suddenly and stood up. He patted the non-existent dust on his buttocks, and said lightly, I will definitely answer this question before you die. Chen Jianhao was startled, and said with a disdainful smile, okay, being able to kill so many members of my Chen family shows that you are extraordinary. I, Chen Jianhao, will immediately enter the 9th floor of the Xiantian, and I will sacrifice you tonight. Ling Yin smiled mysteriously, it seems that everyone's situation is similar, and I will soon enter the Qi training period, and I will use you to sacrifice my magic knife. What Qi training period? Chen Jianhao's complexion changed, becoming very serious, and he stared at Ling Yin in shock. Ling Yin smiled easily, yeah, Qi training period, why, have you heard of it? He was pretending to be relaxed, but in fact, there was already a huge wave in his heart. Ling Yin deliberately didn't say that he would enter the innate realm immediately, but used the Qi training period just to test it out. Who would have thought that after trying it, Chen Jianhao would actually know something about Qi training? This is unusual. You are not cultivating ancient martial arts, you are a cultivator. Ling Yin didn't speak, but raised his left hand slightly, and with a thought, a clear water talisman appeared in his hand. He called out softly, and a blue water ball appeared out of thin air. Ling Yin smiled and said, you must have seen this scene on TV. Chen Jianhao's expression suddenly became extremely exciting, there was a trace of undisguised greed in his eyes, and he let go of the big stick with his right hand. I want to make a deal with you. No matter how many members of my Chen family you kill, all hatred will be wiped out. If I don't kill you, you will teach me how to cultivate truth. At the end, Chen Jianhao's voice trembled a little. Ling Yin smiled brightly and disdainfully, all hatred can be wiped out if you say you can write it off with one stroke? Have you ever asked for my opinion? You want to learn the method of self-cultivation is just a daydream. Good. Chen Jian was trembling with arrogance, said 3 good words in a row, his face suddenly sank, and his murderous aura surged. Unexpectedly, God treated my Chen family kindly, and let me, Chen Jianhao, meet a legendary cultivator. Since you don't accept my proposal, then let me abolish your cultivation and pry your mouth open. When the time comes, I'll see if you're still as stubborn as you are now. Brush. Qin Jianhao grabbed his big stick with a big hand, raised his hand casually, the gravel flew, and pulled out the big stick suddenly. Kill. Qin Jianhao shook his hand, and the 4-meter-long purple-gold copper stick, which was nearly 300 caddies, slipped lightly in his hand, and he held one end of the copper stick. Woo! The strong wind blows in the face, and the purple-gold copper stick carries an unparalleled stick wind, drawing a purple-gold stick curtain in the air, whistling with wind. Qin Jianhao turned out to be born with supernatural power. Just looking at Qin Jianhao's shot, he knew that this big stick weighing several hundred kilograms was almost the same as a wooden stick weighing several kilograms in his hands. Ling Yan did not dare to neglect it all. The figure moved sideways. Can you hide? Qin Jianhao sneered, and changed his move in an instant. The purple-gold copper stick changed from smashing to sweeping in the middle of the fall, chasing the direction where Ling Yun was dodging, and swept across. Sharp. Seeing that Qin Jianhao had already used the old moves, and could change them easily, Ling Yun couldn't help being dumbfounded, thinking that this time he really met his fucking opponent. To be continued. Qin Jianhao is stronger than his dead brother Qin Jianjia, and much stronger. This was the precise judgment made by Ling Yun the moment Qin Jianhao made a move. However, at this moment, the Zheng copper rod had already come behind him, and Ling Yun couldn't allow Ling Yun to think too much, so he raised his breath suddenly and used apparatus. Brush. Ling Yun only left a real afterimage in place, but his body already appeared more than 10 meters away. Good lightness. But, it's not enough. Qin Jianhao laughed wildly. He just moved lightly, his body followed like a shadow, and he appeared near Ling Yun in an instant. With a fierce stick, he swept over again. He launched an offensive with his big stick, not wanting to give Ling Yun any chance to breathe. Seeing the purple-gold long stick forming a stick curtain and sweeping towards him, Ling Yun looked dignified and flew backward like lightning again. Ling Yun's combat experience is so rich, he knows that although he can avoid Qin Jianhao's domineering stick with a light leap into the air, he will definitely not fly into the air now. Because Qin Jianhao was not an ordinary opponent, the 4-meter-long stick was like his arm, and he used it superbly. If Ling Yun flies into the sky, he has 10,000 reasons to believe that Qin Jianhao will definitely launch continuous attacks on him on the ground, making it impossible for him to fall back to the ground safely. Ling Yun was still unarmed, and he flew back again, while Qin Jianhao sneered and yelled, "The ground is a prison." The tower-like body suddenly took a step forward, flying up to a height of more than 3 meters. Using a long stick as a pen, he drew a big circle around the place where Ling Yun was. The shadows of sticks are all over the sky. This move made the place where Ling Yun was standing as the center, as if a huge umbrella had been stretched above his head, and Ling Yun was at the handle of the umbrella, surrounded by domineering stick winds. To put it more vividly, with Qin Jianhao's hand holding the stick as the center, the stick shadows all over the sky formed a huge upside-down purple-gold funnel, covering Ling Yun alive inside. Ling Yun, why don't you take out your dark blood demon knife? Qin Jianhao was stuck in the air. And he kept his wrist, still drawing a circle with a long stick, but the circle was getting smaller and smaller. Ling Yun will soon be swept. Ling Yun's face became more serious, because he found out. The speed at which Qin Jianhao stirred the long stick was really too fast. Even if there was a heavy rain in the sky now, there would not be a drop of rainwater falling into the circle where Ling Yun was standing, and the water would not get in. In such a situation, even if Ling Yun used apparatus, he still wouldn't be able to rush out, unless he was desperately hit with a stick. But this stick. Ling Yun is absolutely unstoppable. This is not a bladed weapon like a sword, this is a big stick. Wujing Demon Silkworm Clothes is completely ineffective against this kind of brute force attack, and even if Ling Yun possesses the Dian Gathering Star's treasure, he dare not use his body to forcibly resist that attack. Qin Jianhao is a master who is close to the 9th floor of the innate. Ling Yun, twice in a row. Dodging Qin Jianhao's attack, but still unarmed. This is definitely an insult to Qin Jianhao. He is forcing Ling Yun to take out a weapon and challenge him. As you wish. Ling Yun smiled coldly, and had an instant thought. A huge bronze object appeared in his hand, with one mouthful, 2 ears and 3 legs. It was the Shenong Ding. Facing such a big stick, it would definitely be a disadvantage for him to take out the dark blood demon knife. If he wanted to go head-to-head, only the Shenong cauldron weighing more than 2,000 caddies could do it. Ling Yun grabbed one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron with one hand, and violently casted shapeshifting. In the shadow of sticks all over the sky, 9 figures of Ling Yun appeared almost at the same time, only to hear boom 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 boom. The sound of bronze and copper colliding fiercely began to resound one after another, and the momentum was overwhelming. Khan, the opponent is indeed born with divine power. Ling Yun's arms were so strong, and he was holding a Shenong tripod weighing more than 2,000 jin. He dashed left and right within the shadow of the stick, and rushed 9 times like lightning, but they were all blocked back by Qin Jianhao's purple gold copper stick. Ling Yun didn't rush out, but after the 2 sides exchanged 9 blows, Qin Jianhao couldn't continue to stay in the air. He suddenly fell 1,000 caddies, and his huge figure fell to the ground with a crash. Bang bang! 2 big feet landed on the hard rock, and his 2 ankles were lost. Countless gravel shot everywhere. This is the Shenong cauldron. When Qin Jianhao landed, regardless of the numbness in his hands, he stared and immediately saw what Ling Yun was holding. Ling Yun stood proudly, still blushing and breathless, casually holding the legs of the Shenong Ding with one hand. First observed carefully, and found that the Shenong Ding was not damaged at all. He felt relieved immediately, and said with a smile, "You have good eyesight, it is Shenong Ding." Qin Jianhao held the long stick, narrowed his eyes slightly, and shot 2 menacing lights. He stared at Ling Yun for a while and asked, "Boy, where did you take out such a big thing?" As long as Ling Yun was killed, the Shenong Ding would naturally belong to Qin Jianhao, so he didn't care much about it. He was more concerned about how the Shenong Ding in Ling Yun's hand was transformed. Holding the Shenong cauldron, Ling Yun raised one hand in the air, and said with a smile, "Don't you know that I can perform magic tricks, and I can create something out of nothing, so it's natural to conjure it." Qin Jianhao's face changed. He knew that even if he asked now, it was useless to ask, and then he stopped writing and shouted violently, "Boy, since the Shenong cauldron is in your hands, then you must die tonight. Kill." Before he finished speaking, the long stick in his hand was already raised high, and it fell on Ling Yun's head. However, this time, he used both hands. Ling Yun didn't dodge this time. He also grabbed the 2 legs of the Shenong cauldron with both hands, raised it above his head violently, faced the falling long stick, and ruthlessly went up to meet it. Boom! The purple gold copper stick hit the 2 edges of the mouth of Shenong Ding Ding solidly, making a loud, earth-shattering noise, which spread far away and echoed everywhere in the mountains. At the same time, the fierce stick wind and the body-protecting Jinqi emitted by Ling Yun, the fierce impact caused the Jinqi to surge, and sand and rocks flew around Ling Yun, and the ground seemed to be swept by a hurricane. Except for the rocks, there was nothing else. Thing. Ling Yun didn't move at all, but the purple gold copper rod was bounced high. Qin Jianhao's arms went numb for a while. He was horrified, never thought that Ling Yun had such great strength. Qin Jianhao has admired strength since he was a child, and what he recognizes most is breaking through 10,000 spells with one force, so since he started practicing ancient martial arts, he has used long sticks heavier than his weight. In terms of strength, no one can beat him. Now, he finally met his match. Humph, come again. Qin Jianhao suddenly got lucky, raised his own strength to the extreme, raised his stick with both hands again, and smashed it down on Ling Yun's head. It was also the first time for Ling Yun to meet an opponent who was evenly matched in strength, and he did not give in, and chose to take it hard. Boom, 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 boom. Then, Jester, who was flying in the sky in the distance, saw an extremely terrifying scene. The two martial arts geniuses actually gave up any moves on this peak, like barbarians who came from the prehistoric, compared with strength. Who, ph. After hitting 8 sticks with all his strength, Chen Jianhao also began to pant like a cow, but he found sadly that Ling Yun, who passively received his attack, was only panting slightly, still not blushing or panting, as if he still had strength left. Chen Jianhao's hands were also trembling slightly. He used his innate qi to adjust his breath desperately, preparing for the next attack. Is it my turn? Ling Yan looked at Chen Jianhao, who was panting like an ox, smiled slightly, held the Shenong tripod lightly, and rose from the rock, with countless gravels on his feet. After receiving Chen Jianhao's 9 hard hits in a row, Ling Yan could bear it, but the rock under his feet couldn't bear it, as if he had been driven into piles. His feet sank nearly 1 meter deep into the rock. Ling Yan's figure soared into the sky, like an ancient war god, holding a tripod with both hands, and blasted at Chen Jianhao. It's also a hard hit. Boom, 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 boom. Coming and going without indecent assault, Ling Yan also jumped up 9 times in total, changing 9 directions, each time hitting the top of Chen Jianhao's head, but was also held back by Chen Jianhao. But, after resisting Ling Yan's 9 hard hits, Chen Jianhao's situation was much worse than Ling Yan's. His huge figure had already been smashed into the rock more than 1 meter deep. 2. The legs are completely invisible. Chen Jianhao was terrified. This Ling Yun was like an ancient demon god, with boundless power in his body. After Ling Yun smashed 9 times, he didn't continue, he flew back, stretched out his right hand to Chen Jianhao, who was shorter than him, and beckoned. Compare your strength with me, you are not good enough. Ling Yun smiled and said coldly, come out. Ling Yun is not stupid, these 18 confrontations were not just for fun. Chen Jianhao was so full of energy that Ling Yun couldn't match. Before the real fight, the two of them competed for strength, just to consume Chen Jianhao's skill. And Chen Jianhao never imagined that what Ling Yun is most afraid of is competing with strength. Wow! Chen Jianhao's majestic figure jumped up and rushed out of the ground. He is a hero in the world, and he was not discouraged, but said with a smile, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. It's getting more and more interesting. As he spoke, Chen Jianhao held the center of the bent purple gold copper stick with both hands, stroked lightly to both sides, and straightened the copper stick straight again. Boom! Chen Jianhao slammed the purple gold copper stick into the ground, crossed his hands, and rushed towards Ling Yun with his tall figure. Want to win the tripod? There is no way. Seeing Chen Jianhao rushing over empty-handed, Ling Yun knew what he wanted to do, and couldn't help sneering. Before Chen Jianhao got close, he had already put away the Shenong cauldron with a thought. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Ling Yun threw out both fists, facing Chen Jianhao's charging body. He slammed towards Chen Jianhao's body, with an extremely domineering momentum. Bang bang! Chen Jianhao punched hard without hesitation, and the 2 pairs of fists collided fiercely. Crack, click. The sound of rock shattering sounded one after another, and Ling Yun and Chen Jianhao each took 3 steps back. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At the peak of Tianmao Peak, Ling Yun and Chen Jianhao are staging a world-shattering battle. After the fierce and brutal confrontation between the two, neither of them took advantage of the other. The two punched hard, and the wind of the fist sent sand and rocks flying, but they each took 3 steps back, and it was still hard to tell who was on top. Chen Jianhao stepped back 3 steps, and finally stood firm. His face finally became serious, his eyes were fixed on Ling Yun, and he was secretly horrified. DODTW. Among the 7 secular families in the entire capital, among all the younger generations, those who can receive such a punch from him are the 2 peerless geniuses from the Long family, and the heaven-defying monster called Monster from the Yi family. To do it. Unexpectedly, such a boy against the heavens appeared in the secular city of China. Qin Jianhao secretly trembled. Ling Yan took 3 steps back and stood still. He clenched his slightly numb fists tightly, realizing that he had encountered a strong enemy. Boy, I have the innate Jinchi body protection at the peak of the 8th level congenital. Let me see how long you can fight me recklessly. Qin Jianhao raised his breath and raised his voice, rubbing his body up again. His body flashed, and he used the ghostly Sun Luoyin footwork, using the heavenly killing and heart-destroying claws. Qin Jianhao's hands became claws, and he swung rapidly in the air, grabbing Ling Yan's vital parts like lightning. The palm of silence. Ling Yan was instantly surrounded by shadows of claws all over the sky, but he didn't panic. He maximized his spiritual consciousness, and at the same time tried his best to run the Yin-Yang Divine Eye and cast the Sky Nirvana palm. Ling Yan's moves matched his exquisite footwork. It looked like he was making slow palm moves, but every time he made a palm move, he avoided every false move of Qin Jianhao, and blocked every claw of him just right. Bang 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 bang. The palms and claws continued to meet and collide. The wind of the palms was everywhere, and the true energy was surging. The two of them each made dozens of moves, and the kills were indistinguishable. Qin Jianhao made a strong attack. But Ling Yan's defense was impeccable. He couldn't attack for a long time, finally got a little impatient, suddenly made a wrong footstep, and floated behind Ling Yan in a dodge. With a thrust of his right hand, he swiftly grabbed Ling Yan's back. Ha ha! Ling Yan chuckled lightly. Take a small step forward. Just dodging Qin Jianhao's domineering blow, Qin Jianhao snorted coldly. The tall figure was like a tarsal maggot, following closely, not giving Ling Yan any chance at all. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Yan changed his footwork 3 times in a row, but he didn't shake off Qin Jianhao. With a loud shout, his slender figure suddenly rose into the air, turning 180 degrees in the air, and at the same time opened his arms, as if like a big bird. Fly over to Qin Jianhao. Boom boom boom. With palms blowing everywhere, Ling Yunfei attacked head-on. Qin Jianhao was afraid that Ling Yun would not confront him, so he yelled that it was a good time, and he stretched out both claws, and forcibly received more than 10 palms from Ling Yun. My God, this battle is too intense. Jester, who hid in the sky in the distance, silently watched the battle. Seeing it frightened, he swallowed his saliva secretly, thinking that he is the boss. If it were him, let alone fighting with Qin Jianhao for so long, he would not be able to handle it all at once. Thunder leg. Qin Jianhao attacked more than 10 claws, one after another. Taking advantage of the time when Ling Yun finally landed on the ground, he rushed forward, his tall body leaned back, his right leg like an iron pillar suddenly lifted up, and kicked Ling Yun's belly fiercely. Hey! This trick of yours has been used a long time ago, why don't you use some new tricks? At this point in the battle, Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly rejoice that thanks to these martial arts, he had seen them all when he was fighting with Chen Jianjia in Yunming Mountain. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a big loss today. Ling Yan suddenly turned sideways, narrowly dodging Qin Jianhao's kick, but instead of retreating, he moved forward, taking a sharp step forward, and got close to Qin Jianhao's body. You punch me first. Ling Yan punched suddenly. Boom. This punch finally hit Qin Jianhao firmly in the chest. Snapped. Qin Jianhao took Ling Yan's punch forcefully, but he didn't suffer a loss. His right leg changed from a kick to a sweep in the air, and he swung it hard, like a windmill, and hit Ling Yan's left rib fiercely. Kindness. Qin Jianhao was hit by Ling Yan's punch, and his tall body flew straight backwards. At the same time, Ling Yan was kicked violently by him, and he strode across 7 or 8 steps to one side before finally stopping. Down. The two immediately groaned each other. This punch is really strong. Qin Jianhao only felt a tightness in his chest, and Ling Yan's punch was too ruthless, without any tricks. Fun, come again. After Ling Yan was swept away, he immediately used Yin Ju, suppressing the surge of qi and blood, and flew towards him again. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Fist blowing into the air, wrapped in a domineering aura, hit Qin Jianhao's chest violently again. Iron cloth shirt. Qin Jianhao was not to be outdone. He lifted up the iron cloth shirt suddenly, and at the same time formed fists with both hands, and once again started a hard shake with Ling Yun. Bang 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 bang. This is a real hand-to-hand fight, and it is extremely dangerous. Apart from the occasional fist-to-fist, the two of them just fight each other. It is harder than whose fist, whose endurance lasts longer, and who is more resistant to blows. Brush. The two figures separated again. Both of them were a little out of breath, more than 20 meters away from each other, and their eyes were fixed on each other, like a bullfight. Ling Yun, if I remember correctly, you seem to have only practiced for more than 3 months. Ling Yun's body was also trembling violently. He panted and smiled. You remember correctly, so what? You are indeed a martial arts genius that I have never seen before, or according to what you said, you should be a genius of comprehension, but it can only be until tonight. There was a trace of undisguised appreciation in Qin Jianhao's eyes, but that gaze instantly became cold and murderous again, and the murderous aura released from his whole body became many times stronger in an instant. I have to congratulate you, because you finally managed to force me to do my best. Qin Jianhao condensed his murderous aura, shouted loudly, his tall figure swayed suddenly, and in a flash, he already had the big copper stick in his hand. Qin Jianhao pointed at Ling Yun with his purple-gold copper rod. No matter what skills you have, just take them out. Tonight is your death day. Kill. Ling Yun smiled faintly, stared closely at Qin Jianhao, who rushed over, and said with disdain, Aren't you afraid that the wind will flash your tongue? Brush. The dark blood demon knife once again appeared in Ling Yun's hand. This time, he did not use the Shenong Ding. Aiming at the direction from which the long stick came, Ling Yun turned sideways, moved the knife, and with all his strength, slashed and slashed at the big copper stick. Dang 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 dang. Sparks splashed, and the sound of metal and iron clanging. In this silent and uninhabited mountains, it can be spread for several miles. Ling Yun slashed down with more than a dozen knives in a few seconds. Without exception, the blade was bounced violently, and the purple-gold copper stick was unharmed. Oops. Ling Yan's heart sank suddenly. He stopped doing useless work, and he flew back. Although your dark blood sword cuts iron like mud, but if you want to cut off my weapon, you have to break my innate qi first. Qin Jianhao was full of confidence. He said something with disdain. Walking with the stick, the Zheng copper stick swung round, and followed Ling Yun and swept wildly. Ling Yun didn't dare to block it head-on, relying on his peerless lightness kung fu. He floated back again. Hide under the cliff if you have the ability. Qin Jianhao refused to let go, swung his big stick wildly, and chased after Ling Yun, seeking to drive him to the edge of the cliff. His main attack this time is below Ling Yun's waist. The purpose is to force Ling Yun to fly up. If this is the case, Ling Yun will only be beaten when he is in the air. Fart your mother! Ling Yun retorted, and he suddenly flew backwards. He just stopped on the edge of the cliff, and at the same time, he fixed his eyes on the direction where Qin Jianhao's big stick was coming, and suddenly shot out. Boom! Ling Yun grasped the other end of the Zheng copper rod with incomparable precision. Woo! Ling Yun grabbed the Zheng copper stick, but Ling Yun was also sent flying horizontally by the huge force and inertia of the copper stick. His body flew into the air and flew out of the cliff. Boss! Jester exclaimed. He was 100 meters away, so he couldn't see very clearly. From his point of view, he thought that Ling Yun had been hit by a long stick, and he was smashed and flew out. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ling Yun grabbed the other end of the copper stick, and refused to let it go. At the same time, he retracted the knife, and grabbed it with the other hand, tightly holding the purple gold copper stick with both hands. There is no way, the copper rod with a diameter of 10 centimeters is too thick, Ling Yin can't hold it with one hand at all, and he is in danger of being thrown away at any time. Haha, if you dare to grab my copper rod, I will shake you to death. Qin Jianhao finally seized the opportunity. He also held the stick in both hands, like waving a big flag, and swiped left and right, trying to throw Ling Yin off the cliff. But Qin Jianhao soon realized something was wrong. He felt the other end of the long stick, Ling Yin's body flying in the air, became lighter and lighter until it was undetectable. Use softness to overcome rigidity, catkins follow the wind. Qin Jianhao chuckled, is this enough? I'll smash it. As he spoke, he no longer swiped his hands left and right, but held the purple gold copper stick horizontally in the air. It suddenly hit the ground violently. Boom. Of course Ling Yin still didn't let go. He took advantage of Qin Jianhao's huge smashing force, and stepped on the ground firmly with both feet. Because the force was too great, he stepped on the rock with both feet and directly submerged his knees. Hey! Qin Jianhao changed his moves extremely quickly. As soon as Ling Yin was holding on to the purple gold copper stick and landed on the ground, he spat out luck with both hands, and with 100% of his strength, aimed at Ling Yin's chest, and stabbed him with all his strength. You think so beautiful. I love it. Ling Yin smiled disdainfully, and tightly grasped the purple gold copper rod with both hands, as steady as a rock, and under the tremendous force, he didn't even lean back a little. Isn't it just hard work? Could Ling Yin still lose? Qin Jianhao's big eyes were wide open, his face was flushed with suffocation, his hands were exerting force continuously, almost exerting all his strength. This time it seemed that he was going to fight Ling Yin to the end. Ling Yin also refused to give an inch. However, Qin Jianhao is still moving forward step by step. It wasn't that the 4-meter-long purple gold copper rod became shorter, but that the purple gold copper rod bent little by little, forming an arch bridge in the air. The more the purple gold copper rod was bent, the closer the distance between the two became, and soon it was less than 2 meters. Ling Yin suddenly smiled, Qin Jianhao, one more step forward, and you will die. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The long copper stick with a diameter of 10 centimeters has been bent into an upside-down U shape due to the wrestling between the two. Qin Jianhao was getting closer and closer to Ling Yin. He laughed wildly, Ling Yin, by now, you should have used up almost all of your strength, right? Then let's see if it's you or me who dies. Ling Yin suddenly grinned, red mouth and white teeth, very brilliant, but in Qin Jianhao's view, there was a hint of mystery of playing around. Hey! Ling Yin exhaled suddenly, and with both hands holding the copper rod, he spat out his palm force and squeezed it hard. In an instant, Ling Yin forcibly squeezed the end of the 10-centimeter diameter red copper stick into the thickness of a rolling pin, and changed it into the shape of an ordinary knife handle. However, this is not over yet. Ling Yin crazily operated the yin-yang art, pouring the scorching pure yang qi into the Zheng copper rod violently. How is this going? Qin Jianhao's smile froze suddenly, because he suddenly discovered that the long copper stick was getting hotter and hotter, and it started to burn his hands. For Qin Jianhao, who was born at the peak of the 8th floor, this temperature would naturally not cause any danger to him, but this kind of situation is extremely rare. Now he has no idea what Ling Yin is going to do, and why he is doing it. Kill you. The corner of Ling Yin's mouth curled up, and he spoke easily, but his tone was indifferent and without any emotion. Qin Jianhao is not the same as the members of the 3 great hermit families. He is from the Qin family, and he already knows enough secrets about Ling Yin. Even if Ling Yin uses all means, it is impossible for him to leave Tianmao Peak alive. Brush. When Ling Yin stunned Qin Jianhao for a moment, he suddenly changed to holding a stick with one hand, leaving his left hand free, and with a thought, a Vajra talisman appeared in his left hand. Ling Yan slammed the Vajra talisman on his body, and shouted Lin. Immediately afterwards came the defensive talisman, and another sound of coming. Give me back your broken stick. After Ling Yun used 2 talismans. The right hand was sent forward suddenly, and then let go. The figure soared into the sky, and it was the first time to volley. Use the amulet. Even if Qin Jianhao is an ancient martial arts expert at the peak of the 8th level of innate, he has never seen this kind of method. He is extremely shocked, but he also knows that Ling Yun is going to use his trump card, so how dare he neglect it? You want to kill me? There's no way. I'll fight. Qin Jianhao didn't even think about it. With a jerk of his right hand, he bent the long copper stick into an oval shape. Facing Ling Yun in the air, he smashed it. Hee. Ling Yun's body was in the air, but he had already expected Qin Jianhao's move. He took 3 steps across the air without haste, and dodged Qin Jianhao's long stick gracefully and calmly. The dark blood demon knife was already in his hand. Slash the world with anger. Brush. Ling Yan raised the saber with both hands, and slashed at Qin Jianhao, who was on the ground. The wind of the sword suddenly rose, and the black sword gang was wrapped in an unmatched mighty momentum, turning into a black wall of swords. It seems that the power of this knife will split Qin Jianhao in half. Damn it. How did his movement become so fast? What surprised Qin Jianhao about Ling Yun's saber was not its blade, nor its mighty aura, but what surprised him was Ling Yun's movement speed. Whether it was bodywork or saber, Ling Yun's speed was more than twice as fast as before, and Qin Jianhao was caught off guard. There was no time to dodge. This is the role of the magic talisman. Admiralty, open. Qin Jianhao no longer had the long copper stick in his hand. At this moment, he could only use all the energy in his body, cast the golden bell cover to protect himself, and at the same time took a sudden step diagonally. The long arm stretched out, and slammed into the black wall of swords formed by the sword gang. Chi. The innate Zhenqi burst out violently, spun around Qin Jianhao rapidly, and instantly turned into a big white transparent bell, completely covering Qin Jianhao's huge body. Boom! After an earth-shattering loud noise, Qin Jianhao's left arm hit Ling Yun's blade with incomparable accuracy, but Ling Yun's blade was too fast. It was only smashed to one side, but it still hit Qin Jianhao. To be exact, it was the big bell of Zhenqi covering his body. Boom! The violent knife gang smashed into Qin Jianhao's golden bell cover with incomparable domineering power, making a louder sound. Brush! Ling Yun was suddenly taken to one side by the rapidly spinning qi flow, and his body flew obliquely 20 meters away. Slash the universe with a knife. When Ling Yun landed, seeing that the first strike did not cause any harm to Qin Jianhao, he was not even a bit discouraged, and immediately stretched his body, flew back, and swung the second knife wildly with both hands. Boom! There was another loud bang. This time, Qin Jianhao used the golden bell cover again, and was also smashed by Ling Yun's sword and flew a distance of more than 10 meters. Admiralty, right? See how I broke your golden bell? Ling Yun shouted violently. His movement became faster and faster. With a left slash, then another slash, the knife slashed Qin Jianhao's golden bell, and shook him head-on. I don't have enough energy, let's use my strength. Boy, I thought you were doing something weird, so you only have this ability? How can you break the protective Zhenqi at the peak of the 8th level of innateness? Qin Jianhao's speed is not as fast as Ling Yun's now. He carried Ling Yun's dozens of knives in a row, although the rapidly rotating airflow outside his body could throw Ling Yun away every time, but he could clearly feel that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to resist. A master's move, Ling Yun's sword is not something that can be easily resisted. Every time he hits Qin Jianhao, although it seems to be in vain, but each cut can consume a lot of Qin Jianhao's innate energy. At the same time, Ling Yan was also secretly surprised. He used the magic movement talisman, and his movement speed was twice as fast as before. Compared with Chen Jianhao, he was almost chasing Chen Jianhao to fight, but Chen Jianhao actually resisted. No wonder Grandpa said that he was divided into 9 sub-levels when he said that he was at the 9th level of innateness. It turns out that not only the 9th level of innateness, but also the peak of the 8th level of innateness. The difference in strength between Chen Jianhao and Chen Jianjia is so big. Ling Yan remembered very clearly that when he was desperately fighting with Chen Jianjia in Yunming Mountain, it didn't take long for him to break Chen Jianjia's golden bell cover. At that time, he was forced to use the dragon elephant power just to prevent Chen Jianjia from escaping. It split Chen Jianjia in half with a knife. Can't it be broken? Then give it a try. Let you really see the methods of cultivators. Ling Yan was shocked, but he was still extremely calm. He still flew forward and swung his knife to attack every time he made a move. Still returning in vain, but this time, when Ling Yan swung the saber, there were 7 or 8 extra talismans on his left hand. A 5th level fire talisman. Pro. Ling Yan used the technique of picking leaves and flying flowers, and hit 7 or 8 fire talismans on Chen Jianhao's golden bell cover at the same time. Boom 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 boom. Huge explosions sounded one after another, which not only blew several gaps in the long impregnable golden bell cover, but also almost knocked Chen Jianhao into a daze. I'll wipe it. Not good. Chen Jianhao shuddered suddenly. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, just dodging Ling Yan's next knife. What the hell is this guy? Chen Jianhao rose into the air. Quickly circulate the true energy in the body again, repair the place where the golden bell cover was blown out of the big hole, and at the same time sternly shouted. It's a thing for a cultivator. It was the first time for Chen Jianhao's body to fly into the air. Ling Yan had such a good opportunity. Without hesitation, he withdrew his sword, took out his golden longbow, bent the bow, and set an arrow. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 sterling silver arrows were wrapped in Ling Yan's icy purine chill. Tearing through the sky, Chen Jianhao shot into the air like lightning. Clank. The distance of tens of meters didn't even take an instant. Before Chen Jianhao could react, the 3 icy sharp arrows had all hit the golden bell outside his body. Just hit the mark. However, it still couldn't penetrate Chen Jianhao's powerful protective qi. The 3 sharp arrows bent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and were thrown to nowhere by the rapidly rotating airflow. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The vibrating sound of the bowstring was endless, and sharp arrows shot at Chen Jianhao one after another. Ling Yan is the kind of person who seizes an opportunity and never lets it go. He didn't care if his sharp arrows could hurt Chen Jianhao, as long as he knew that each of his arrows could consume a large amount of Chen Jianhao's innate qi, that was enough. Humph. You haven't finished yet, have you? Although Chen Jianhao was not injured, he was very depressed by Ling Yan's shot. He saw through Ling Yan's purpose and means. Knowing that Ling Yan was desperately consuming his innate qi, he was furious. Bang 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 bang. Facing the sharp arrows flying non-stop, Chen Jianhao slapped his palms wildly, and with his violent palm wind, all the flying arrows were blown away. Boom. Chen Jianhao finally landed on the ground. He consumed a lot of qi, and he was obviously breathing a little, but he still said arrogantly, "Boy, I really didn't expect you to push me to this point, but this is not enough. What else is there to suppress me? Use all of your skills." Chen Jianhao said this the most, but there was also a huge wave in his heart. He was the peak of the 8th level of congenital, not to mention the incomparable purity of innate qi, and his skill was extremely strong. He had resisted for so long, and naturally consumed a lot, but even if Ling Yan is against the sky, the true energy in his body should be exhausted, right? Why is he still so fierce? Isn't he afraid that his true energy will be exhausted and he will have to wait for death? Qin Jianhao has already confirmed that, counting all of Ling Yan's means, the two sides are evenly matched. This battle has reached the present, and neither side has gained any advantage. What they are fighting is actually a war of attrition. Whoever loses his true energy first will be the one to fall first, but although Qin Jianhao is weak, he has absolute self-confidence. Ling Yan's true energy is definitely not as strong as his. Now that the two have fought hard, Ling Yan must be at the end of his battle. As soon as Qin Jianhao landed, Ling Yan immediately retracted his longbow. He was panting violently, and his true energy was indeed exhausted. There is no doubt that although Qin Jianhao is the only opponent, this battle is the most difficult one that Ling Yan has encountered since he began to practice. Hey, boy, are you not really angry enough? Now it's my turn. Qin Jianhao observed carefully, and finally confirmed that Ling Yan couldn't hold on any longer. He smiled and was about to twist himself up. Qin Jianhao suddenly stopped moving again, staring at Ling Yan dumbfounded. Suddenly a big worn-out gourd appeared in his left hand. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Ambergris? Let's join in the fun and predict the outcome of the World Cup on the 21st. Italy beats Costa Rica by 2 goals, Switzerland draws France 1:1, and Honduras loses to Ecuador by 1 goal. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Google gurgle. Ling Yan raised his neck, pouring dragon saliva like no one else. The dragon saliva entered his throat, and the majestic dragon saliva aura instantly rushed into the limbs, all the major meridians and dantian, and the true energy consumed by Ling Yan quickly recovered 70% to 80%. At the same time, in the huge dantian in Ling Yan's body, the golden mysterious dragon-shaped curve is even more shining, emitting golden light, shining on his dantian. Sorry, it's still not your turn, our battle has just begun. After Ling Yan finished drinking the dragon saliva, with a thought, he put the magic gourd into the space ring again. With a hook of his mouth, he smiled and said to the stunned Qin Jianhao. At this time, Qin Jianhao was not only dumbfounded, but also sniffed desperately with his nose. The 5 senses and 6 senses of the innate 8th-level peak master are so powerful. Still caught by him. What are you drinking? Qin Jianhao's big ring eyes shot out greedy light. Ling Yan paced slowly, walked towards the bent purple gold copper stick in the distance unhurriedly, and said casually at the same time, "This is dragon saliva. If you want it, you can come and grab it." What? Dragon saliva? How is it possible? Qin Jianhao originally thought that what Ling Yan drank was some kind of elixir juice, or something like 100-year-old ground milk, but he never expected that what Ling Yan drank was dragon saliva. The Long family in the capital is looking for everything related to dragons all the time. For many years, they have been asking for a drop of dragon saliva, but now Ling Yan is drinking it as plain water. Qin Jianhao suddenly realized, no wonder Ling Yan's cultivation speed is so fast. If he takes a sip of this kind of dragon saliva, he can break through the 9th level of innate in an instant. Boy, what state are you in right now? Ling Yan's dantian is too mysterious, never seen before. Although Qin Jianhao is the peak of the 8th level of congenital, he can't see through Ling Yan's true realm. Ling Yan walked to the side of the Zheng copper stick, hooked it lightly with the tip of his toe, and the Zheng copper stick flew up, raised his hand to hold it in his hand, and straightened the bent part bit by bit. Didn't I tell you? According to the ancient martial arts world, it should be the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. What? When Qin Jianhao heard this, he was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. He couldn't believe it, a guy who hadn't reached the innate realm could fight him hard for so long without losing the slightest bit. What kind of terrifying combat power is this? This is too shocking. Let me use your stick, let's decide the outcome. Ling Yan finally straightened the purple gold copper stick, holding the end that he had squeezed thin just now with one hand, and pointed at Chen Jianhao with the purple gold copper stick. I also didn't see how Ling Yun was acting, just pointing at the opponent with a big 4-meter-long copper stick, with an aura of looking down on the world. Although your stick technique is very good. But let me tell you how to use this long stick. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he held a 4-meter-long purple gold copper rod with one hand, pointed at Chen Jianhao's head, and began to accelerate wildly. Brush. Ling Yun came to Chen Jianhao in an instant, raised his stick in the air, and smashed it with his hand. Remember. This is called the Crazy Demon Stick technique. Before the words were finished, the Zheng copper stick smashed towards Chen Jianhao's head with a fierce wind. Chen Jianhao didn't dare to catch it with bare hands, and knew that his golden bell cover would definitely not be able to withstand this blow, so he could only fly to dodge it. Boom! The long stick slammed down on the place where Chen Jianhao was standing just now, and the other end of the copper stick fell directly under the rock. Countless gravels were blown away, shooting everywhere. In Ling Yun's hands, a copper stick weighing more than 300 caddies was no different from holding a chopstick, but he didn't change his moves midway. Even if Chen Jianhao flew, the copper stick fell to the ground. Use a stick. What you want is not change, but the momentum to move forward and sweep everything. Ling Yun smiled proudly, and with a flick of his wrist, he lifted the purple, gold copper rod, and then flashed his figure again, and came not far from Chen Jianhao again, and swept it flat. Woo! Holding this purple gold copper rod was really convenient in Ling Yun's hand. He relied on himself to use the magic amulet, which was faster than Chen Jianhao, and began to chase and kill Chen Jianhao. Chen Jianhao still didn't dare to take it hard, so he could only fly up again and fly away into the distance. Chen, you said that tonight, only one of us can leave here. Ling Yun pursued closely, brandishing his big stick like a whistling wind, chasing Chen Jianhao relentlessly, his mouth still vehement from time to time. Again, Ling Yun was not afraid of Chen Jianhao fighting him, but he was worried that Chen Jianhao would escape. In that case, Ling Yun was not 100% sure that he could kill Chen Jianhao on the spot. Who said I was going to run away? Didn't I chase you around just now? Chen Jianhao used lightness kung fu, desperately dodging Ling Yun's attack, and did not forget to pay Ling Yun back. Escape? The Shenong cauldron, dragon saliva, and dark blood demon knife were all on Ling Yun's body, and Chen Jianhao wanted to snatch them even if he desperately wanted them. How could he escape and make it easier for others? However, a life and death battle does not mean that you have to fight hard all the time. If it is just a brute force, the two of you just need to wrestle your wrists to determine life and death. There is no need to fight at all. Since it is a battle, you must pay attention to strategy and tactics. Chen Jianhao is not stupid, he seems to be at a disadvantage now, but it is also a way to consume Ling Yun's physical strength. Woo! Boom! Wow! Ling Yun performed the phantom fish dragon step, turning himself into four from time to time, covering the entire peak of Tianmao Peak, which is only 40 meters long and wide, and waving the purple gold copper stick like a windmill, crazily squeezing the space for Chen Jianhao to dodge and move. Crazy stick method, like crazy. However, Chen Jianhao's lightness kung fu is extremely strong. Although Ling Yun's long stick is long enough and his swing is fast enough, Chen Jianhao dodges every time in a thrilling manner, and he can't hit him at all. As a result, the rocks on the top of Tianmao Peak suffered disasters. From time to time, boulders were hit or swept away. Boulders weighing hundreds of caddies or thousands of caddies were either smashed to pieces or swept away. The 1,000-meter cliff, that scene was like a landslide. The shadows of sticks filled the sky, and the gravel shot out. Among the countless fan-shaped stick shadows, Chen Jianhao's tall figure was flying up and down, like a small tree uprooted by a strong wind, which would be crumbling at any time. This momentum is too amazing. Chen Jianhao knew that even if he had a golden bell cover to protect his body, he would still be injured if he was hit by a purple gold copper rod. Now I see how you can escape? Die. Ling Yan went through untold hardships, and finally succeeded in forcing Qin Jianhao to the edge of a narrow cliff. While waving his long stick, he opened his mouth to drink wildly. Open it for me. There was no way for Qin Jianhao to retreat, and he was also forced into a hurry. Instead of dodging, he turned around suddenly, with his arms outstretched, and his huge figure rushed towards Ling Yan's stick figure. He listened to the voice to argue, raised his hand, and grabbed the purple gold copper stick that Ling Yan swept over, and grabbed it fiercely. Just kidding, Ling Yan pressed him with his weapon and hit him. It's no wonder Qin Jianhao wasn't angry. Qin Jianhao did not make a mistake in his judgment. At the very moment, his hand was about to grab the long stick that was swept away, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Ling Yan held the right hand of the stick, and his wrist suddenly shook twice inconceivably. The stick, which has never changed its moves for the first time. Not good. Qin Jianhao caught the air with one hand, and immediately felt that it was not good. He hurriedly used Sun Luoyin, and prepared to use his peerless lightness skill to forcefully rush out of Ling Yan's attack range. Hey, it's late. Ling Yan laughed heartily, raised his right arm, wrapped the purple gold copper rod with incomparable momentum, and swept towards Qin Jianhao's rushing figure. Boom! There was a loud noise. Qin Jianhao was hit for the first time, the golden bell shattered instantly, and his huge body was thrown flying. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Qin Jianhao's figure fell heavily to the ground. He only felt that his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out wildly. Swallowed it back again. Finally, I can't hold back my anger. Ling Yan's eyes were so venomous, he chose to confront Qin Jianhao head-on from the very beginning, just wasting Qin Jianhao's physical strength repeatedly. This time Qin Jianhao was hit, which obviously showed that the true energy in his body was about to run out. Qin Jianhao fell to the ground, but Ling Yan's figure soared into the sky. The long stick in his right hand swept wildly around Qin Jianhao's body one after another, and at the same time, he shot out a fire talisman with his left hand. Qin Jianhao knew how powerful it was. Enduring internal injuries, he desperately raised his hand in a panic, and sent out several palm winds, knocking the flying fire talismans away as much as possible, but 3 fire talismans still hit him. Boom boom boom. Qin Jianhao's golden bell cover was smashed by Ling Yan's stick just now, and now he was hit by the fire magic talisman, which exploded rapidly on his body, blasting him to death in an instant. Chi 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 chi. Ling Yan won the power and was merciless, beating the dog in the water, and before his body fell to the ground, another iron nail was filled with pure yang energy, and hit Qin Jianhao on the ground. What? For the first time, Qin Jianhao's eyes showed panic and uneasiness. He put one hand on the ground, kicked the ground hard with his feet, and flew horizontally close to the ground, finally dodging the dozen or so big iron nails. Try me again. Ling Yan was in the air, tapped the ground with a long stick, let go and threw the stick, his figure strode 3 steps like lightning, and immediately caught up with Qin Jianhao who was fleeing for his life. With the dark blood demon saber in his hand, he slashed down wildly. Qin Jianhao was terrified, but his stature was exhausted, and it was too late to raise his energy to hide again. In desperation, he could only desperately mobilize the innate qi in his body to protect the vital parts of his body. Brush. Ling Yan's knife slashed on Qin Jianhao's thigh like lightning. What? Qin Jianhao's thigh was injured, blood spattered, he couldn't help but howl like a beast. However, blocked by Qin Jianhao's body-protecting Zhenqi, Ling Yan's knife only cut into Qin Jianhao's flesh an inch, and did not cause fatal damage to him. This made Ling Yan very upset. Qin Jianhao, an innate 8th-level peak master, was too difficult to deal with. Ling Yan was completely unmoved, with indifferent eyes. He swung his saber again, mercilessly slashing down. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. No one can describe the speed of Ling Yun's knife. The black light flashed, and the blade fell. In a moment of life and death, Qin Jianhao finally gave his all. Regardless of the injury on his thigh, he bounced his body violently, sat up with his upper body, and closed his palms together like lightning. Miraculously, he used a pair of fleshy palms to pinch Ling Yun's razor-sharp knife. "Mr. Tokugawa, save me!" Qin Jianhao desperately used all his strength and shouted desperately. "Young Master Qin, don't panic, I'm already here." Whoosh whoosh. 3 black flying knives flew straight from the sky, like 3 black lightning bolts, hitting Ling Yun's upper, middle and lower vital points. Ling Yun's face changed, and he drew his knife with all his strength and flew back. A shape changing, leaving a real afterimage in place. The real body has appeared more than 10 meters away. He did not stop at all, followed by another shape changing, one body transformed into 7, the whole sky on the top of Maofeng Peak. There are Ling Yun's figures everywhere. Clank. Sure enough, there were 3 more throwing knives, all of which were nailed to the place where Ling Yun appeared after flying back for the first time, and all of them were submerged into the rock. Such a precise technique, such a fast throwing knife. Ling Yun stood still on the edge of a cliff, staring coldly at the sky above Tianmao Peak, where there was a gray-black masked figure jumping off the body of a big blood bird. Toyo Ninja, Tokugawa Muto. After Tokugawa Muto jumped off the back of Big Bird, he went straight to Qin Jianhao, who was on the ground. His small eyes were sharp and flickering, showing no expression. The big blood bird flew carelessly over Ling Yun's head, flapped its wings, and flew around quickly, looking proudly at Ling Yun below. "Are you Ling Yun? You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms." Although the big blood bird kept his body level, he still raised his head proudly and said disdainfully, "Marquis Scott, please be careful. This kid has a golden longbow. There are also talismans that can cause explosions, which can pose a threat to you." Qin Jianhao escaped unharmed. With lingering fears in his heart, he hurriedly used the best golden sore medicine to heal his wounds, but he did not forget to remind the big humanoid bird. Brush. Jester shot quickly and landed beside Ling Yun. His face became very ugly, and he lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun, "Boss, there is trouble now. The one above his head is also a marquis, and his strength will not lose to Anderson." "I know." With a stern expression, Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter the secret, and said to Jester, while secretly judging the current strength of the 2 sides. It can be said that the current situation. It became very unfavorable to Ling Yun. Qin Jianhao, a congenital 8th-level peak master, although his true energy was exhausted, he was not seriously injured and still had the strength to fight. That Oriental ninja Tokugawa, only judging from the technique of using the hidden weapon, Ling Yun knew it. The strength of the opponent is definitely stronger than any ninja he has fought, even higher than Qin Jiangui. Besides these 2, there is also a powerful marquis in the sky, whose strength is not inferior to Anderson. I had fought so hard with Qin Jianhao just now, and almost exhausted all means. Only then did he win in the end. But what about adding a more powerful Oriental ninja, and a blood marquis? Ling Yun didn't think that under the joint attack of Qin Jianhao and Tokugawa, he still had a chance to take out his bow and arrow and shoot Marquis Scott in the air. Boss, as the saying goes, a good man never suffers from immediate losses. Jester stared worriedly at Marquis Scott in the air, and couldn't help reminding Ling Yun that 36 strategies are the best. "Shut up." Ling Yun frowned. Of course he wouldn't naively think that Qin Jianhao would really fight against him alone. This kind of situation, Ling Yun had already considered it. If he wanted to go, he could go at any time, and he could choose to engage in guerrilla warfare against the enemy by taking advantage of the dense forests of these mountains. But Ling Yun doesn't want to leave now. Even if he really wants to leave, it must be after killing Qin Jianhao. However, under such circumstances, is it possible to kill Chen Jianhao? That's hard as hell. But Ling Yun has never been afraid of any difficulties, which aroused his fighting spirit. On the contrary, he wanted to give it a try. Mr. Tokugawa, thank you for coming to save me. That Ling Yun has what your family wants most, the Shenongding of China. With Tokugawa Muto as the guardian, Chen Jianhao meditated cross-legged to restore his true energy as soon as possible, and at the same time he did not forget to remind Tokugawa. Oh? It seems that the one who killed my brother was really him? Tokugawa Muto's small eyes narrowed suddenly, and two real, sinister gazes shot out from his eyes, sweeping towards Ling Yun in the distance with a cold murderous aura. Ling Yun also happened to turn his head to look over, and the two looked at each other, their pupils shrinking at the same time. Ba Jie. Ling Yun, if you are sensible, hand over the Shenong cauldron and dark blood demon knife right now, and I can assure you that it will make your death a little easier. Tokugawa Muto didn't take Ling Yun seriously at all. After observing Ling Yun for a while, he said with a sneer. Tsk tisk. Ling Yun was stunned, and asked a little funny, oh? I handed over both the Shenong cauldron and the dark blood demon knife, so that I can die more happily? Tokugawa Muto looked at Ling Yun like a cat playing with a mouse. That's right, because if we capture you alive, you will be subjected to the cruelest torture in the world. At that time, you still have to hand it over, so why not you give me those things now, obediently capture you with nothing, and then bring you to the Chen family in the capital. I can guarantee that the patriarch of the Chen family will give you a happy death. Ling Yun smiled, very well, just speaking to you, I promise, when I kill you, I will definitely give you a good time. Idiot. Tokugawa Muto was furious, and angrily raised the bright long sword in his hand. The long sword was as cold as water, and it looked extraordinary at first glance, but the blade was more than 2 meters long. Ling Yun, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. Your current strength can almost catch up with that enchanting young man from the Yi family, but you must die tonight. You don't think we are bullying the few, do you? Chen Jianhao took out an elixir from nowhere, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it, then asked Ling Yundao with a smile. No, at this time yesterday, you had hundreds of times more people than now. Ling Yun took it easy. Not angry or in a hurry, he raised his head with a smile, looked at Marquis Scott in the air, and said something. Marquis Scott certainly knew what Ling Yun was talking about. He opened his bloody mouth wide open, exposing his thick fangs, and said angrily, Huasha boy. You are so arrogant, I will definitely tear it up with my own hands later of you. Enjoy your wonderful blood. Chen Jianhao interjected, then I'm sorry. After finishing speaking, he jumped up from the ground, and after healed his injuries with extremely golden sore medicine, he has recovered 40 to 50% of his strength. Together with Tokugawa Muto and Scott, he believes that Ling Yun will also fly south with his wings. Let's do it, be careful of nights and dreams. Chen Jianhao stood up, and immediately winked at Tokugawa Muto. The two separated to the left and right, and quickly outflanked Ling Yun. Jester. You are no match for any of them. You can't stay here any longer. You can go down the mountain and find a place to wait for me. Ling Yun knew that the cruelest battle was about to begin. He didn't want Jester to die in vain, so he ordered him to leave. But boss. Jester was in a hurry. If he left his boss and escaped by himself at this time. That's not his style, but if he wants to stay here, before he rushes up, he will be instantly killed by others, purely to die. Don't worry, I can't die. If I really can't fight, I will go down the mountain to join you, and we will fight guerrillas, then. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Jester and winked at him at the same time. Jester was helpless. He didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Ling Yun gourd, but he could only sigh and turned into a little bat. Like black lightning, it shot down the cliff, drilled into the clouds below, and disappeared. None of the three opponents stopped Jester. He was just an innocuous blood bat. Whether he killed it or not didn't make much difference at all. Admiralty. Chen Jianhao didn't walk fast, but he kept urging his momentum. When he was not far from Lingyun, he cast the golden bell cover again, covering his body with a big bell of true energy. Hidden. On the other side, Tokugawa Muto, on the other hand, was just the opposite. His short figure became more and more illusory, becoming hazy, like a gray-black phantom mixed with the pitch-black night, making it difficult to distinguish. Blood spear. Dark shield. Marquis Scott, who was in the air, did not neglect either. He directly slashed his arm with his sharp claws, and used the secret method of the Blood clan to transform into a blood spear and shield, staring at Lingyun below. Kill. Chen Jianhao was blown away by Lingyun just now, and was almost killed. He wished he could kill Lingyun immediately to take revenge. He was the first to use his body skills and rushed forward. Slash against the wind. At the same time, Tokugawa Muto's illusory figure moved, soaring into the sky, raising his sword with both hands, and slashing down at Lingyun in front of him. From the air, Marquis Scott swooped down and swooped towards Lingyun with his wings flapping wildly. In an instant, Lingyun was besieged by ancient Chinese martial arts masters, Oriental ninjas, and Western blood clans at the same time, and was immediately in danger. Attacked from three sides. But Lingyun didn't panic at all. He put his divine sense to the maximum in an instant, and the shadows of the three of them were reflected in his mind instantly, and at the same time, he operated the Yin-Yang divine eyes to the extreme. Shut up. Shapeshifting, transforming into three. Dodging Marquis Scott's blood spear, dodging Tokugawa Muto's ultimate move, and flying straight to Chen Jianhao. Lingyun has no chance to use the golden bow and silver arrows now, nor can he effectively injure a blood marquis in a short period of time, and it is even more impossible for him to choose to fight with an Oriental ninja who is like a ghost and has powerful escapism. To fight more with less, we still have to find the softest persimmons. With lightning-like movements, Lingyun spotted Chen Jianhao's approach and stabbed him fiercely. Boom! This knife hit Chen Jianhao's golden bell cover fiercely, and the golden bell cover shattered as expected. Woo! Scott missed a hit, and immediately chose to throw the blood spear at Lingyun's back. Brush! Tokugawa Muto had experienced many battles, so naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. When Lingyun slashed Chen Jianhao's golden bell cover, his long knife had already slashed towards Lingyun's back. Dang dang! Hearing only two crisp sounds of gold and iron, Tokugawa's long knife and Scott's blood spear were all smashed to the wrong side. 3-1, you guys are really shameless. A voice that was like a silver bell, yet haunting and soul-stirring, resounded faintly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chen Jianhao's true qi had long been exhausted, and he was hit by Lingyun with all his strength and suffered internal injuries. He was also slashed by the dark blood demon knife on his thigh. Although he had undergone simple treatment and taken pills to restore part of his power, Lingyun fighting against the three masters, the breakthrough point of choice is still Chen Jianhao. Because Lingyun knew that, despite Chen Jianhao's menacing approach, he was already at the end of his strength, and the golden bell condensed outside his body would definitely not be able to withstand a blow from his own strength. The fact is indeed the case, Chen Jianhao's golden bell cover was chopped to pieces by Lingyun. In order to complete this knife, Lingyun has already made the cruelest preparation, which is to use his back to forcefully take Tokugawa Muto's long knife and Scott's blood spear. In this way, Chen Jianhao would lose his defense in an instant, and Lingyun would also be injured, but Lingyun didn't care about the injury. Copy address access. He had already used the Vajra talisman and the defensive talisman, as well as the Diyen Gathering Stars treasure and the Wujing demonic silkworm night clothes. Under these 3 layers of defense, he resisted these 2 strikes, and at most he was only slightly injured. But Ling Yun is different from the other three in that he also has a talisman specially used for healing, the healing talisman. What everyone didn't expect was that just when Tokugawa Muto's long sword and Scott's blood spear were just about to touch Ling Yun's back, they were struck by two strange weapons that appeared out of thin air. Knock off. Ling Yun succeeded with one strike, and immediately shot his body forward. At the same time, he swung out a second domineering strike, slashing fiercely at Qin Jianhao's face. Qin Jianhao's complexion changed drastically as the fierce sword hit his face. He didn't dare to catch it with his bare hands. He used all his Sun Luoying footwork, flew back obliquely, and avoided Ling Yun's thunderous knife. Brush. Ling Yun's figure rushed 20 meters away in an instant, and came to the middle of the peak of Tianmao Peak, standing awe-inspiring. The Saintess of the Demon Sect. There is no need to look back, just seeing those two strangely shaped weapons, and that seductive voice that is so fascinating that people do not pay for their lives, Ling Yun knows that it is the Devil's Maiden who has arrived. Idiot. Tokugawa Muto's sure kill. Seeing that he was about to succeed, but his weapon was deflected strangely, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. An exquisite and embossed perfect figure, dressed in layers of black gauze wrapping her delicate body. Appearing silently, turning around in the night sky wonderfully, and grabbing the two weapons back into his hands. It suddenly landed, not far from Ling Yun. It was the demon sect saintess holding the heavenly demon double slash. Which night star? Qin Jianhao had also stopped at this time, and he immediately glanced at the visitor. Immediately, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed. Ling Yun's expression was slightly different. He turned his head to look at the holy maiden of the demon sect, and said to herself that her name is Yi Xingchen, which sounds really nice. Yi Xingchen stood still, but did not look at Ling Yun, but calmly scanned the surroundings, and finally locked on Qin Jianhao with a pair of beautiful starry eyes. Unexpectedly, the proud young master of the Qin family has learned to bully the few with the more. Yi Xingchen's voice was like an oriole singing willows. It was so beautiful in the silent night. Although she was sarcasm and her voice was very cold, it still had a provocative meaning. Humph. Qin Jianhao's face flushed suddenly, and his figure flashed. He took back his purple gold copper rod, and immediately returned, and stood in a zigzag shape with Tokugawa Muto and Marquis Scott, forming a mutual angle. Yi Xingchen, the demon subduing conference in the Wind and Thunder Valley of Longhu Mountain. Postponing it to the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival is just to let your demon sect dance for a few more days. Who would have thought that you would dare to show up at Tianmao Peak? Regarding Yi Xingchen's sarcasm, Qin Jianhao avoided answering, but chose to retort. When Yi Xingchen heard Qin Jianhao's question, he couldn't help but tremble slightly, and let out a series of laughter like silver bells. In the end, he smiled lightly and said, "Is it the demon subduing conference? No matter when it will be held, people will definitely go there." After finishing speaking, Yi Xingchen finally glanced at Ling Yun on the other side with a pair of captivating eyes as if nothing had happened. Ever since Yi Xingchen appeared, Ling Yun hadn't spoken a word. Although Yi Xingchen had rescued him, this little witch acted strangely, and Ling Yun couldn't be sure whether she was an enemy or a friend. However, the people from Mazong finally appeared, and a big stone in Ling Yun's heart fell a little bit. He could at least find out the whereabouts of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou through Yi Xingchen. However, the situation in the arena is becoming more and more complicated with the current enemy, and now is obviously not the time to ask these questions. Qin Jianhao raised his purple gold copper stick, pointed at Yi Xingchen and shouted, "Yi Xingchen, tonight is my Qin family and Ling Yun's personal grievances. If you are sensible, I hope you can leave now, and don't go into this muddy water." Qin Jianhao felt bitter in his heart. If it was normal, he would have to fight against the Holy Maiden when he saw the demon sect saintess, but now that his internal energy is exhausted and he has suffered internal injuries, it is impossible for him to be Yi Xingchen's opponent. Can temporarily abandon the so-called struggle between good and evil. Yi Xingchen laughed so loudly again, she lifted her pink arms lightly, pointed at Lingyan lightly, and said with a flattering smile, "Your Qin family wants to settle their personal grievances with Lingyan? Don't let me take this muddy water? Kill him?" Qin Jianhao said in a deep voice, "Lingyan killed so many members of our Qin family, we have long been in danger, we are irreconcilable, of course we want to kill him." Yi Xingchen glanced at Lingyan, but found that Lingyan didn't look at her at all. He felt a little annoyed, rolled his eyes at Lingyan, and said to Qin Jianhao, "What if I say no?" This sentence almost choked Qin Jianhao to death, his expression froze, and he opened his mouth suddenly, only to find that he was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a pause, he said angrily, "Then, your demon sect really has something to do with this kid?" Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, and raised his hand to point at the dark blood demon saber in Lingyan's hand. "Lingyan has a sacred object of the demon sect in his hand. Do you think he has anything to do with our demon sect?" When Lingyan heard it, his forehead was filled with black lines. "Wipe it. It is true that I have the dark blood demon knife in my hand, but this has something to do with your demon sect. Isn't this pulling Lao Tzu into the water? However, after thinking about it, my own mother is the last generation of the demon sect saintess, and I am not only related to the demon sect, but also the closest relationship." Lingyan has always known that it is useless to justify with words, so he simply kept silent, and silently performed the yin-yang art to prepare for the next big battle. Qin Jianhao's expression turned cold, murderous intent surged on his body, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you came here just to help Lingyan?" The holy maiden of the Mazong said indifferently, "Who said I'm going to help him? If you want to settle your personal grievances, I won't stop you. However, if anyone wants to bully the few with more, my aunt will feel unhappy, so she will naturally take action." "You." Qin Jianhao was aggrieved, so he couldn't say anything. He finally understood that to reason with this which would be as fun as finding a piece of tofu and bumping her head to death. Lingyan smiled lightly when he heard this. At least at this moment, the saintess of the demon sect is on his side, which is enough. Kill. Thinking of this, Lingyan's figure flashed violently, and he rushed towards Qin Jianhao like lightning, swung his right hand wildly, and slashed at Qin Jianhao's head and face. Say it and hit it, without hesitation. Because Lingyan knew that if he gave Qin Jianhao a little more time, his true energy would recover a bit more, and all his previous hard work would be in vain. Seeing that Lingyan didn't say a word, Yi Xingchen suddenly made a surprise attack, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she was a little dumbfounded. "What kind of person is this? I rescued him as soon as I came here, but I didn't even say a word of thanks, let alone a word of thanks. Lingyan didn't even say a word to me. Open." When Qin Jianhao saw Lingyan approaching, he had already taken back his weapon in his hand at this moment, and immediately swept the long stick, bringing endless wind of the stick, and swept towards Lingyan's body that was rushing towards him. Lingyan's eyes were indifferent and his expression was stern. When he was about to rush to Qin Jianhao, his body shot into the air, and his toes just hit the copper stick that was swept away. Graceful posture, violent murderous intent, perfect and amazing knife. Shocked in Qin Jianhao's heart, he suddenly raised the end of the long stick in his busy schedule, and resisted Lingyan's magic knife. Lingyan fought more and more courageously, completely ignoring Tokugawa Muto and Scott, and just chased and fought Qin Jianhao alone. This made him feel like he was fighting Lingyan alone even if there were thousands of troops around him. But, after fighting for so long, isn't Lingyan tired? This is the question in Qin Jianhao's heart. The Black Knife Gang brought endless knife screens, overlapping one after another, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, completely covering Qin Jianhao. Seeing that Lingyan's knife was about to hit Qin Jianhao's copper stick, Lingyan suddenly smiled mysteriously, flipped his wrist, and used the blade lightly slapped Qin Jianhao's purple-gold copper stick, and his vigorous figure flipped in the air, passing over Qin Jianhao's head. False move. Tokugawa dies. With the power of the sword blade, Ling Yin raised his figure again, his movements stretched more gracefully than the American basketball superstar's slam dunk, and he slashed at Tokugawa Muto. Idiot! Seeing that Ling Yin's target was actually him, Tokugawa Muto immediately yelled in anger, made a wrong step, and raised his sword with both hands to fight. Dang 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 dang. The sound of gold and iron clashing continuously resounded in the night sky, and the two split dozens of knives at each other in an instant, and there was no winner and loser, and their figures were separated by a mistake. Call out. Ling Yan's figure didn't wait to land, and immediately let out a strange, long howling sound from his mouth. It was Shenlong Xiao, aiming directly at Scott. Ah! Scott was caught off guard, his huge body shook violently, and he wanted to cover his ears. Hey! Pro! On Ling Yan's right hand, there were suddenly more than a dozen fifth-level fire talismans. He raised his hand and shouted violently. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly there was a thunderous explosion on the top of Tianmao Peak, and the flames shot into the sky. Facing such a terrifying large-scale explosion, Marquis Scott didn't even think about finding a place to hide, so he flew up without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh. The vibration of the bowstring sounded, Ling Yin bent his bow and set an arrow, and 3 sterling silver arrows instantly shot at Scott, who was about to fly. What? Scott tried his best to dodge, but he could only dodge 1 arrow, and was shot through the wings and thigh by the other 2 arrows. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Now Ling Yin is most afraid of the blood race. Last night, Ling Yin fought against hundreds of blood clans of the opponent alone, and all of them achieved a fierce record of beheading all of them. What's more, there is only Marquis Scott now. Before the demon sect Saintashi Xingchen appeared, he wanted to kill Qin Jianhao first, because he was under the joint attack of Qin Jianhao and Tokugawa Muto, and he couldn't spare Scott to deal with him. Whether it hurts or not, it can't achieve a fatal effect at all. Copy address access. But now that Yi Xingchen is here, Qin Jianhao and Tokugawa Muto have fears in their hearts. It is impossible to attack Ling Yin. Ling Yin naturally found a new soft persimmon, Marquis Scott. It can be said that Ling Yin's thunderous attack was carefully planned by him just now, preemptively attacking Qin Jianhao, making him desperately defend himself, leaving no time for others. Immediately afterwards, he stormed Tokugawa Muto and fought with Tokugawa Muto for dozens of swords, causing his blood to surge. In a very short period of time, it was impossible to pose any threat to Ling Yin again. And these two things, whether it's a feint attack or a strong attack, are just a foreshadowing for Ling Yin. His real target is Scott. The powerful roar of the dragon made Scott have to cover his ears, which was equivalent to crippling his hands. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen fire talismans were fired at the same time, making the top of Tianmao Peak burst into flames, making the night as bright as day. Ling Yin was absolutely sure that Scott would be completely blown away. And at such a short distance, Scott just needs to be stunned for a moment. It is enough for Ling Yin. He finally shot the deadliest 3 arrows. The 3 sterling silver arrows were all infused with purine and cold air by Ling Yin. As long as one of the arrows hit, Scott would be seriously injured, and the cold true energy would also slow down his ability to move. Shenlong Xiao, Fire Spirit Talisman, Pure Silver Arrow, Yin and Cold True Qi. Ling Yin succeeded in one blow. Ling Yin never entrusts his fate to others. Even if the saintess of the demon sect came, it would be the same if she expressed that she wanted to help him deal with the 3 of Qin Jianhao. Go to hell. More than a dozen fireballs were blazing, and in the sky full of flames, Ling Yin held the dark blood demon knife, like a demon rushing out of a fiery hell, and rushed towards the sluggish Scott like lightning. Chi 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 chi. At the same time, Ling Yin raised his hand violently. A handful of silver needles were shot at Scott, but the target was not Scott. Instead, it sealed off all the spaces around him that could escape. Needle-shot, empty-handed, Ling Yin rushed madly. He laughed, and slammed his left hand towards Scott, sending out a burst of true energy. Xuanhuan is really angry. Ah. Scott was terrified. He knew that he had no escape. He was still thinking that he had transformed into a dark shield and a blood wall. Resisting Ling Yin's knife with all his might, he suddenly discovered that there was a terrifying airflow around his body, and this terrifying airflow actually caused fatal damage to his body. Brush. Ling Yin swung his knife. The dark blood knife's black light flashed, and it cut off Scott's head in an instant. Idiot. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing that Scott died so quickly, Tokugawa Muto was so angry that he raised his hand violently and shot 3 more throwing knives at Ling Yin. Ling Yin's heart trembled, knowing the 3 flying knives. I am sure I will suffer. Feint attacking Chen Jianhao, forcibly shaking Tokugawa Muto, and finally successfully beheading Marquis Scott. This series of actions was completed in one go, but it also caused Ling Yin to consume a lot of true energy in an instant. Even though he sensed the 3 flying knives with his spiritual sense, but could no longer escape. Oriental devils, how dare you! Yi Xingchen was already prepared. She screamed coquettishly, raised her hands together, and struck out the heavenly demon double slash again, spinning and dancing in the air. With 2 bangs, she knocked down the 2 flying knives, with incomparable precision. Sweeping through the air, the 3rd throwing knife was directly pulled off the cliff. Dare to take what my aunt said as wind? Didn't I say that you won't be bullied by more? Yi Xingchen's tender body flew up into the air, her arms shook together, and the 2 demonic belts were like 2 living black dragons, and instantly swept the demon's double cut, and shot twice at Tokugawa Muto past. It turns out that they really came to help me. Ling Yin seized the time and tried his best to adjust his breath, screamed inwardly ashamed, turned his gaze, but stared at Chen Jianhao, who was extremely furious in the distance. 2 against 2. According to Yi Xingchen's unfathomable magic skills, Ling Yin was absolutely sure that Tokugawa Muto would definitely not be able to defeat her, and now he could easily deal with Chen Jianhao. As expected, Yi Xingchen never stopped attacking this time, and directly fought with Tokugawa Muto. The 2 were inseparable, but it was obvious that Yi Xingchen had the upper hand. At this moment, Ling Yin really wanted to say thank you to Yi Xingchen, but because of the previous grievances between the 2 of them, and because the Mazong had captured his 2 women, he always had a thorn in his heart, and this thank you didn't come to his lips. Speak out. Chen Jianhao, die. Ling Yin adjusted his breath for a moment, then shot at Chen Jianhao again like lightning, swinging his knife to attack. This time, it wasn't a feigned attack. He used the Mietian sword technique when he came up, and met Chen Jianhao's purple gold copper stick. Humph. You 2 are indeed monsters of the demon sect. Let's see how I, Chen Jianhao, deal with you. The name of the saintess of the demon sect is enough to make countless righteous masters terrified. Chen Jianhao knew that if he didn't try his best at this time, he might really die here. He thinks the same as Ling Yin now, kill Ling Yin first, and then together with Tokugawa Muto, capture the demon sect saintess Yi Xingchen alive. Prestige has brought countless benefits to the precarious Chen family. All of a sudden, Ling Yin, Chen Jianhao, Yi Xingchen and Tokugawa Muto, the 4 of them fought against each other, each showed their abilities, and the rabbits flew up and down on the top of Tianmao Peak. Both sides are desperate, but in a short time, it is still a war of attrition, and no one can do anything about it. 20 minutes later. Clang clang. Boom. There were a few more sounds of gold and iron crossing, and the 4 figures interlaced each other and stood on both sides. Ha, ha, ha. Tokugawa Muto stood there holding a long knife, panting desperately, while staring at Yi Xingchen with a pair of small eyes. The horror in his heart was beyond words. Tokugawa Muto is not a chunin, but a jonin, the jonin of the East. In terms of strength, His realm has already broken through the 9th heavenly level, at the early stage of the 9th heavenly level, but after fighting this demon sect girl in front of him for so long, he has not even once gained the upper hand. This was simply too amazing, because he could tell that although the demon sect saintess was masked, she would definitely not be over 20 years old. Over there, the battle between Ling Yun and Chen Jianhao was also temporarily suspended. This time, Ling Yun deliberately stood beside Yi Xingchen, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. This was the first time the two stood side by side. Although they didn't speak, they could feel each other's heartbeat. This feeling was very strange. Because for the first time, Ling Yun suddenly felt that he wanted to stand here with this woman, until the sea was dry and the rocks crumbled, until the world was old. This feeling was very novel to Ling Yun. He had never experienced it before. He couldn't help turning his head slightly, using his more powerful spiritual sense and yin-yang divine eyes, trying to see clearly Yi Xingchen's appearance behind the veil. However, unsurprisingly, this time it ended in failure again. Yi Xingchen seemed to be aware of Ling Yun's peeping. Her big and bright beautiful eyes swept across Ling Yun and snorted coldly, "What are you looking at? If you can't deal with him anymore, Grandma won't care. TCH, you are so ugly, you are so secretive that you don't dare to see people. Do you think I want to see it? Open-mouthed ant, closed-mouthed ant, you are 60 this year, right?" Ling Yun originally wanted to say that Chen Jianhao would be dealt with immediately, but he was displeased with Yi Xingchen's tone, so he couldn't help but retort. "You." "Humph." Yi Xingchen finally heard Ling Yun talking to her again, but he didn't expect the first sentence, that she was ugly, and suddenly trembled with anger, stomped his feet and said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tell you the two of them teamed up to beat you." Ling Yun, disdainful, rolled his eyes and said, "Hit as soon as you hit, don't you think you won't succeed?" Even though he said so, Ling Yun felt guilty in his heart. If Yi Xingchen really turned his back on him and joined forces with the other party to beat him, then he might not even have a chance to escape. "Humph. Don't be complacent now, wait until I get rid of this Japanese devil, and then I will settle our accounts with you." Yi Xingchen was angry, but he didn't make a move. After leaving a sentence, he immediately turned his head and stopped looking at Ling Yun. Because this boy is the first time to take the initiative to stand by her side. Even when you are angry, it feels good to be angry. "Humph, flirting, I've already seen that you two have an affair." Chen Jianhao has also been hurrying to adjust his breath, and finally got it evenly. He looked at the peerless demon sect saintess and Ling Yun. Bickering as if no one else was around, I was really upset and couldn't help but sneer. It's no wonder that Chen Jianhao was upset, because the entire ancient martial arts world was rumored that Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, was the #1 beauty in China. Ling Yun was furious, and opened his mouth as if to refute, but then he thought, wasn't he just flirting just now? Forget it, if there is one leg, there is one leg, I admit it. Chen Jianhao, you are courting death. Ling Yun recognized it, but Yi Xingchen didn't. She blushed secretly, stared at her beautiful eyes, raised her arms, and the two demon belts flew out at the same time, sweeping towards Chen Jianhao. Chen Jianhao retreated awe-inspiringly, and at the same time raised his stick to sweep wildly, trying to sweep away the encroaching demon belts, but the two demon belts suddenly wrapped around his purple-gold copper stick, and after a few circles, the extra part was drawn towards Chen Jianhao again. Baga. Seeing Yi Xingchen suddenly attacking Chen Jianhao, Tokugawa Mudo flung himself suddenly, pierced Chen Jianhao's arms with a bright long knife in his hand, and swung his backhand upwards. The two heavenly demon belts had exhausted their momentum, and they flew into the air after being shaken by the long knife. At this moment, Ling Yun moved. Apparate. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chance. Fleeting opportunity. This is a life and death battle, not a halftime break in a game. When the opportunity comes, Ling Yun will never let it go. Chi 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 chi. Ling Yan's figure flashed violently, and at the same time he raised his left hand, and shot a large number of iron nails at Tokugawa Muto's empty goal. The distance between the two sides was only 3 feet away. With such a short distance, the iron nails would be there in an instant. Tokugawa Muto had just helped Qin Jianhao shake open Yixingchen's demon belt with a long knife at this time, and the iron nails had already arrived. Idiot! Tokugawa Muto never dreamed that Ling Yan's shot would be so fast. In his haste, he had no time to dodge, so he could only use all the innate qi in his body to block the nails shot by Ling Yan, and at the same time drew his knife to save himself. Ding ding ding. The Xueliang long knife was wielded by Tokugawa Muto like a flying silver snake, and it collided violently with the fast-flying iron nails, making a series of crisp explosions. But the real target of Ling Yan's attack was not Tokugawa Muto, but Qin Jianhao. At the same time as he shot out the iron nails, he performed apparatus, and the figure came to Qin Jianhao almost instantly. At this time, Qin Jianhao held his purple gold copper rod with both hands, and at the same time his body violently leaned back, desperately avoiding the head-on blow from the two demon belts. Facing the two monsters Ling Yan and Yixingchen, Qin Jianhao really didn't want to give up his weapons, because the two sides lost the purple gold and copper sticks when their skills were not much different, and Qin Jianhao would only have to be beaten. Kill! Ling Yunfei came to Qin Jianhao's side, and the blood demon knife in his hand appeared out of nowhere, and swung wildly with the knife. The target was Qin Jianhao's outstretched arms. What? Qin Jianhao secretly said that it was not good. Ling Yun came too fast. He fought with Ling Yun twice. The consumption of true energy in his body can only be described as horror. Now it is almost exhausted, and it has already started to work. Spirit. And this time, Tokugawa Muto is being forced to save himself by Ling Yan's hidden weapon. Not caring about him at all, Qin Jianhao had no choice but to let go. Qin Jianhao yanked his hands away from the purple gold copper stick, and at the same time withdrew his arm like lightning. His tall figure flew upside down. Just listen to. Although Qin Jianhao reacted quickly and decisively, but his left arm was still weak. He was still hit by Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife, right on the wrist. Puff. The magic knife pierces the flesh for 3 points. Qin Jianhao's left wrist was almost cut off by Ling Yan with a single blow, and blood shot out. Ah! Qin Jianhao let out a shrill howl while flying upside down. This is Qin Jianhao's fate. If he hadn't taken advantage of the short rest just now, he tried his best to adjust his breath, recovered 20% of his true energy, and had been secretly on guard, using the innate true energy to protect his body. Otherwise, Ling Yan's wind and thunder can cut off both of Qin Jianhao's arms. God's amulet, come. Ling Yan finally succeeded in this knife, but he didn't have the kindness of a woman. He had expected that Qin Jianhao would fly back, so while swinging the knife, he stretched out his figure again. Qin Jianhao, who was flying upside down, chased after him. That's not counting, because the magic movement talisman just now has expired. Ling Yan immediately used another one for himself, and his figure suddenly accelerated again. Woo! With a sharp wind sound and Ling Yan's boundless murderous aura, the dark blood demon knife slashed at Qin Jianhao again. Idiot! After Tokugawa Muto shook those nails. Seeing that Qin Jianhao was injured again, he was so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke, and he jumped into a rage. After shouting wildly, he immediately cast the escape technique. Wind escape technique. Tokugawa Muto's slender figure suddenly became hazy and erratic, and seemed to disappear instantly with the help of the strong wind at an altitude of 1,400 meters. The next moment, he chased after Ling Yun. Tokugawa Muto, after using the wind escape, was even faster than Ling Yun, who used the magic talisman. Slash against the wind. Tokugawa Muto exhausted all his strength, raised the knife with both hands, and slashed at the back of Ling Yan's head. This battle, from Yi Xingchen's waving of the demon to the present, only took more than a dozen seconds. Although the time is extremely short, it has reached the most critical moment. Now a very strange situation has formed in the field. Ling Yan is beating the dog in the water, chasing and killing Chen Jianhao desperately, and even handing over his back for this, while Tokugawa Muto is coming soon. When they reached Ling Yan's back, they also swung their sabers to encircle Wei and save Zhao. If Ling Yan was seriously injured and insisted on slashing Chen Jianhao, then he would definitely be hit in the head by Tokugawa Muto's long knife. Although the Dian Gathering Star treasure art can be practiced to the head, Ling Yan can also be claimed to be invulnerable, but it depends on what kind of sword and whose sword is good. Tokugawa Muto was able to fight Yi Xingchen for nearly half an hour without getting injured, which shows the strength of this Toyojonin. He slashes with all his strength, and if he hits, Ling Yan will definitely die. However, Ling Yan did not give up beheading Chen Jianhao and choose to save himself as Tokugawa Muto thought in his heart, but still rushed forward without hesitation, vowing to seriously injure Chen Jianhao. With confidence and boldness, he handed over his back to the witch behind him. Scrub. Just when Tokugawa Muto's long knife was about to hit Ling Yan's head, two demon belts shot towards him like living things, instantly entangled Tokugawa Muto's long knife blade. Sure enough, the saintess of the demon sect did not disappoint Ling Yan. She chose to make a move at the most critical moment. Yi Xingchen's demon belt was wrapped around Tokugawa Muto's long knife, and wrapped around it a few more times like lightning, and at the same time her two pink arms suddenly raised. The demon belt shook in the wind, and was immediately pulled straight. Tokugawa Muto's turbulent figure and the long knife in his hand suddenly stopped. The pressure behind Ling Yan lightened, his figure accelerated again, and he swung his saber suddenly. Chen Jianhao flew backwards. How could Ling Yan rush forward as fast as he could? Ling Yan slashed at Chen Jianhao's face with a straight knife. Chen Jianhao knew that he had no way to hide. He gritted his teeth suddenly, two decisive and fierce lights flashed in his eyes, and his left arm, which was almost broken, suddenly lifted up to block it. It took Ling Yan's knife. At the moment of life and death, give up the car and keep the handsome man. Puff. With Ling Yan's knife, he slashed firmly on Chen Jianhao's left arm. With a flash of blood, Chen Jianhao's left arm fell in response. What? Chen Jianhao's left arm was broken, and he let out another miserable howl, but with this block, he finally won a glimmer of life for himself, and with a flash of his figure, he finally got rid of Ling Yan's pursuit. Chi. Chen Jianhao's huge figure suddenly flashed to the right, and at the same time, he frantically tapped the acupuncture points on his left arm with his right hand, stopping the bleeding immediately. Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen, from tonight onwards, I, Chen Jianhao, will not live with you. Chen Jianhao's left arm was crippled. Knowing that if he continued to fight, he would be beheaded by Ling Yan, he didn't dare to love to fight anymore. He said a cruel word, stretched his body, and flew towards the cliff of Tianmao Peak. If you escape like this, I'm not Ling Yan. How could Ling Yan let Chen Jianhao escape? He let out a long cry, and a phantom fish dragon step also rushed out of the cliff, with his head on his feet, and his figure shot down rapidly. Of course, a mountain with a height of more than 1,000 meters cannot be completely vertical from top to bottom like a building in the city. The diameter of the mountain must become thicker and thicker as it goes down. Therefore, although the peak looks like a cliff from the top, it can fall on the rocky cliff more than 100 meters down. When Ling Yunfei fell down, Chen Jianhao happened to land on it. Hey, this distance is perfect. Ling Yan's figure was falling. He retracted his knife, took out his golden longbow, put on 3 sharp arrows, and shot 3 arrows at Chen Jianhao. Whoosh whoosh. With the sound of piercing through the air, the 3 sharp arrows hit Chen Jianhao's back in an instant at a speed more than twice the speed of sound. What? Chen Jianhao trembled violently, and let out another howl, but he slammed his hand back and pulled out the sharp arrow on his back. As soon as he lowered his figure, he sank into the dense forest with steep rock walls. Qin Jianhao, you said that tonight, only one of us can leave Tianmao Peak, you can't escape. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan also landed on the steep stone wall, and immediately entered the dense forest, chasing Qin Jianhao closely, and at the same time let out a loud shout. Although Qin Jianhao was seriously injured one after another, in order to save his life, he was plundering down the mountain in a panic. He didn't know how many trees were broken and how many birds were startled along the way. However, he was seriously injured, but he couldn't get rid of Ling Yun at all. Ling Yun, who used the magic talisman and possessed spiritual consciousness, walked through the dense forest at almost 3 times the speed of Qin Jianhao. What's more, there is Qin Jianhao leading the way for him. Because of the distance opened by jumping off the cliff, Ling Yan quickly caught up. When he was 400 meters away from the foot of the mountain, Ling Yan's figure flashed, blocking Qin Jianhao's way of escaping. Qin Jianhao stopped suddenly, his right hand was covering his left arm, his head and face were covered with scars from the branches and leaves of the dense forest. In the dark night, he looked like an evil spirit rushing out of hell. In Qin Jianhao's eyes, there was only despair. He knew he was doomed. Ling Yan stood holding a knife, his eyes were indifferent. I said, before I kill you, I will tell you a secret. Ling Xiao from the Ling family in the capital is my biological father. What? You turned out to be. Qin Jianhao was dumbfounded, and unconsciously stretched out his right hand, pointing at Ling Yun, eyes full of disbelief. Remember on the road to Xuanhuan, the person who killed you was the 4th young master of the Ling family in the capital. After Ling Yun finished speaking lightly, he rushed wildly, cutting the world with his sword. A black knife slammed into Qin Jianhao's body violently, and then the black blade cut through. Qin Jianhao's true energy was exhausted, and all the strength in his body was also exhausted. He was cut into 2 by Ling Yun, and died unwillingly. Although Qin Jianhao was a half-step innate 9th level master, he was exhausted when his true energy was exhausted. Even if Ling Yun used the great method of absorbing energy on him, he still couldn't absorb much true energy, so he simply gave Qin Jianhao a good time. This was Ling Yun's toughest and most dangerous battle. Although he didn't use the dragon elephant divine power this time, he exhausted the yin and yang qi in his body twice. Except for the human emperor's brush and the earth emperor's badizi, Ling Yun used almost all the treasures on his body. However, now is obviously not the time to consider this battle, because the battle is not over yet. Jester, hurry up and take me to the summit. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Jester didn't hide too far, he hid in the cave that Ling Yun dug temporarily to avoid the hail of bullets last night. He kept his long ears pricked up, listening carefully to the movement above, and when he heard Ling Yun calling him, he immediately transformed into a big humanoid bird, and rushed over quickly. Ling Yun waited for Jester to arrive, he flew onto Jester's back, at the same time took out the magic gourd again, and poured dragon saliva wildly. There is no way, the consumption of this battle is really too great. Ling Yun was close to running out of oil twice before and after, so he could only absorb the aura of dragon saliva. Of course, only his physique against the heavens can drink dragon saliva so unscrupulously. If it were someone else, even if he had dragon saliva, he would not dare to drink like this. In the process of rushing to the top of Tianmao Peak, Ling Yun didn't wrong himself, he drank his fill in one gulp, and didn't stop satisfied until he hiccuped. Ling Yun shook the magic gourd, and suddenly frowned slightly. Every time he drank dragon saliva, he would drink 2 or 3 caddies, and he usually didn't notice it, but after drinking this time, he found that the magic gourd was a little lighter than before. It's only been 3 months since it's 100 caddies lighter than before. What a prodigal, it seems that I have to save some money in the future. Ling Yun muttered, feeling a little distressed, shook his head, and conveniently put away the magic gourd. Dear boss, you are really too powerful. The other party is such a powerful master, you can kill him. Jester quickly flew into the air with Ling Yun on his back, but he didn't forget to flatter Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled wryly, you know what a fart, if Qin Jianhao and I were shirtless and beat them with bare hands, the one who died would definitely not be him, but me, your boss. Ling Yun knew it in his own mind, he had exhausted Qin Jianhao to death in this fight. Jester didn't care when he heard this, oh, respected boss, you can't say that, since it's a life and death fight. Of course, you should use your best skills and treasures to deal with the enemy. This is a universal truth. You are so humble. Hee, what you said is not wrong. Ling Yun smiled. It can be said that Jester's understanding of fighting is exactly the same as that of Ling Yun, since it is a fight. Of course, we must use the most powerful means to deal with our enemies, and we cannot stand on both sides. You punch me, I kick you, and let's see who falls down first. Jester flies fast. He flew up to the height of 1,000 meters in just a few words. Ling Yun came to the top of the mountain to take a look, and found that Yi Xingchen and Tokugawa Muto were going back and forth, killing each other inextricably. Neither of the two gave in to the other, but Ling Yun could easily see that Yi Xingchen had been using the erratic and weird heavenly demon belt. Fighting with Tokugawa Muto is mainly based on blocking, and he always has the upper hand. Tokugawa Muto has been trying to break through Yi Xingchen's obstruction, and wanted to rush down the cliff to save Qin Jianhao, but Yi Xingchen didn't give him this chance at all. Did you kill it? Yi Xingchen was able to do a job with ease, and the two celestial demon belts on his arms cast a mysterious presence, firmly controlling the initiative of the battle. Seeing Ling Yun going and coming back, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Ling Yun, and asked, casually. Kill the young master of the Chen family. Tonight, only one of us can leave Tianmao Peak. How dare I disobey my orders? Ling Yun jumped off Jester's back. He signaled Jester to stay away, then smiled and said to Yi Xingchen. Both Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia were killed by him. The only person in the Chen family who can threaten Ling Yun now is Qin Jingxian from the Tianzhu. The strength of the Chen family has once again been weakened to the maximum. This is naturally a good thing for Ling Yun. Therefore, there was such a hint of pride in his words. Humph, you should be so pretty. When Qin Jingxian, the ancestor of the Chen family, comes, you won't even be able to cry. With a flash of Yi Xingchen's figure, the heavenly demon belt suddenly twitched and circled, blocking Tokugawa Muto, who wanted to escape again, but couldn't help but give Ling Yun a white look, and said coquettishly. Ling Yunfei rushed into the battle group. He had just drank the dragon's saliva, and his body was full of aura. He was really a dragon and a tiger, and he killed Tokugawa Muto in an instant. Now it's 2 against 1, if you count Jester in the distance, it's 3 against 1. Brush. Ling Yun slashed fiercely, forcing Tokugawa Muto to fly back. He said to Yi Xingchen, no way, Qin Jingxian is also a member of the Tianzhu, can he disregard his identity, put down his face and come to chase me down? This little bastard. Yi Xingchen soared into the air with her perfect delicate body, and kept waving the demon belt with both arms. Although the moves were strange and sharp, the movements looked indescribably graceful and moving. When she waved her pink arms, it was as if a celestial girl was scattering flowers. What's wrong with the people in the Tian group? You almost killed all the younger generations of the family. Do you think Qin Jingxian will just watch you wipe out the whole family and wait for your death? Although Yi Xingchen spoke to Ling Yun in a disdainful, even indifferent tone, there was a hint of reminder in his voice. Ling Yun was silent and stopped talking, but intensified his offensive against Tokugawa Muto, launching the Mietian saber technique and making strong attacks. He and Yi Xingchen were fighting and chatting here, but Tokugawa Muto on the other side was secretly complaining. As soon as Ling Yun came back, Tokugawa Muto knew that Qin Jianhao was bound to die. There were 3 people on his side at the beginning, but Ling Yun killed 2 of them one after another. Now he was the only one left, and he had nothing else to do except look for opportunities to escape. Choose. However, his Jinchi has been almost exhausted now. Under the siege of Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, Tokugawa Muto wants to escape. It is simply a fantasy. Tokugawa Muto dashed from left to right, using various evasion techniques from time to time, trying to escape, but unfortunately, under Ling Yun's powerful divine sense and yin and yang divine eyes, he had nowhere to hide, no chance at all. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Yi Xingchen seemed to have a lot of means, and didn't use them. Tokugawa Muto almost exhausted all his skills just now, but he couldn't rush down the cliff, which has already explained everything. When Tokugawa Muto was struggling to deal with it, a pair of small eyes flickered wildly, and his thoughts changed suddenly. He suddenly lowered his figure and changed his posture, and quickly shuttled between the 2 flying demon belts, facing Ling Yun, who was pressing close to him, swung dozens of knives wildly. I rub it, are you crazy? Ling Yun was speechless. There was no need to confront the mortal man, he muttered, a shape-shifting. His body retreated violently. Brush. Tokugawa Muto won a moment of respite, quickly flew out of the attack range of the 2, raised his hand, and said loudly, stop. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen looked at each other, and they stopped their offensive at the same time. If you have something to say, let it go. If you have to fart, let it go. Qin Jianhao is still waiting for you to accompany him on Huangquan Road. Ling Yun dodged and came within 30 meters of Tokugawa Muto, to prevent him from waiting for an opportunity to escape, and said impatiently. Both of you, I am the Tokugawa Muto of the Tokugawa family, the most powerful family in the Great Eastern Empire, and I am the Jonin of the Iga Ryu. Tokugawa Muto held the hilt of Shuiliang's long knife with both hands, held it obliquely in front of him, and gave Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen a standard ninja etiquette. Ling Yun curled his lips. The ninjas of Dongyang are really his pride. Those who open their mouths and shut their mouths are bullshit. Donjiang, such a small country, dare to call themselves big. Tokugawa Muto, don't feel good about yourself there. I don't care what kind of ninja you are beaten like a dog by us. 8. Tokugawa Muto practiced the ninja etiquette, but did not get the corresponding respect from Ling Yun. He just wanted to yell and curse, but finally held back. The situation is stronger than people, and now his fate is in the hands of the 2 people opposite him. He can't bear it. Fortunately, the word ninja itself contains the word ninja. Tokugawa Muto is now a ninja, and he can bear it. He tried his best to calm down the anger and hatred in his heart, and said to the 2 in a discussing tone, Ling Yunjun, what I meant just now is that I am from Dongyang, and I just met you 2 for the first time today. There will be no injustice, and no enmity. Hearing this, Ling Yun immediately gave a disdainful smile, raised his hand and waved it. Tokugawa, I understand what you mean. I don't want to fight anymore. Yes, I came here only to protect Qin Jianhao. Now that he is dead, my mission has also failed. I have nothing to do with the Qin family now, and there is no life and death enmity between us. There is no need to follow him. The 2 of you will fight to the death. Tokugawa was obviously softening, although his words were impeccable, but people couldn't hear the meaning of begging for mercy. Hey hey hey. Ling Yun suddenly sneered, and he said lightly, oh, you said that there is no life and death enmity between us. Why do I think that's not the case? I'm afraid you were stunned by us, and your brain is not working well. Then let me remind you that I, Ling Yun, killed Tokugawa Takazuka and his party in Shenangjia. I also killed your Dongyang patrol boat and hundreds of soldiers in the waters off Turtle Island, more than 100 Oriental ninjas on Turtle Island, including Tokugawa Takataku. Baga baga baga. Before Ling Yun could finish speaking, Tokugawa Muto was furious, roaring again and again, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Ling Yun has killed so many Japanese devils. Ling Yun has now figured out the character and temper of the Japanese people. They are very arrogant. They are people who can be killed but not humiliated. He could see that although Tokugawa Muto's true energy was greatly consumed, he still had the strength to fight. If he chose to escape despite his injuries, he and Yi Xingchen might not be able to keep him. However, he humiliated Tokugawa Muto face to face. Even if he was driven away now, he would not leave. Ling Yun knew that his goal had been achieved. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, but remained calm, just being on guard, waiting for Tokugawa Muto's crazy counterattack. Boom. The Shinong Ding, weighing more than 2,000 caddies, was taken out by Ling Yun from the interspatial ring, and thrown aside, casually. This. Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, and Toyo Ninja Tokugawa Muto, were dumbfounded at the same time. To be continued. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded, mainly because such a big guy suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's hands. She didn't expect Ling Yun to do such a thing, and there was a hint of resentment in her surprised eyes. But Tokugawa Muto was different. He was shocked, because he recognized what treasure Ling Yun had brought out. It was the China's most treasured Shinong Ding that the Tokugawa family had dreamed of. Yes, that's right, the legendary Emperor Shinong, the Shinong cauldron used for refining medicine. The Tokugawa family cooperated with the Chen family in the capital. Apart from some ulterior political purposes, the main purpose was not to obtain the Shinong tripod? Oh, this is. Tokugawa Muto's eyes lit up, his mouth felt parched, endless madness and greed shot out from his eyes, and he unknowingly stepped forward 2 steps. Ling Yun had expected Tokugawa Muto to be like this for a long time. He said with a faint smile, "That's right, this is the treasure that your Tokugawa family has been looking for." "Yes, absolutely yes, it is it. The purpose of my coming to Huaxia is to find it and bring it back to our Dongyang." The greed in Tokugawa Muto's eyes became more and more intense, and he was muttering to himself, and for a moment he forgot where he was. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled disdainfully, and said in his heart that people die for money and birds die for food, which is true. With such a baby seducing him, Tokugawa Muto will not run away. "Ling Yunjun, how about we make a deal? You give me the Shinong Ding. Not only will all the hatred between you and our Dodonjiang be wiped out, but you will become the most honored guest of our Tokugawa family, and even the entire Dongyang. No matter whatever you want to do, I guarantee that our entire Eastern Empire will support you unreservedly." Tokugawa Muto threw the bait to Ling Yun, then looked at Ling Yun eagerly, hoping that he would agree. Ling Yun seemed to be very interested, but asked back, "Is there only such a small benefit?" Tokugawa Muto froze suddenly, his thoughts flashed, and he quickly asked, "Then I don't know if Ling Yunjun has any other requests." "You can ask them together. As long as it is within my authority, I, Tokugawa Muto, can agree to you." Ling Yun smiled and said, "My request is very simple, it is just to kill you. I wonder if you can agree?" "Idiot." Tokugawa Muto finally understood what Ling Yun meant. He was enraged instantly, and 2 murderous intents shot out from his eyes. Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged. Stretching out his right hand, he pointed to himself first. He pointed to the Shinong Ding and said, "If you defeat me, the Shinong Ding will be yours." Tokugawa Muto hesitated, but couldn't help looking at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen naturally understood what Tokugawa Muto meant, and she was afraid that she would help Ling Yun, but she was too lazy to express her opinion and just giggled coquettishly. In desperation, Tokugawa Muto could only grit his teeth, stomped his feet and said, "Okay. I hope Ling Yunjun can keep his word." "Kill. Say a kill word." Tokugawa Muto's aura suddenly changed, he suddenly raised his sword, his body flashed, and he rushed towards Ling Yun. Black Evil Emperor Knife. Ling Yun's expectation was right, Tokugawa Muto did not use his kung fu to suppress the bottom of the box, and now for the Shinong Ding, he was finally desperate. All displayed. Shuoyang Long Knife was imbued with powerful innate chi by Tokugawa Muto. Good knife skills. Ling Yun knew that the sword technique was extraordinary just by looking at the scene of the sword. He didn't dare to be careless, so he also used the dark blood demon sword to fight. It's not attacking, it's just defending. Dang 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 dang. On the top of Tianmao Peak, there was an instant burst of fierce metal collision sounds, densely packed, and sparks splashed everywhere. When Ling Yun and Tokugawa Muto were fighting fiercely, Yi Xingchen's delicate body floated and landed gently beside Shenong Ding. With curious eyes, she sized up this Shenong Ding carefully, and her beautiful eyes showed a complex and difficult look. Huaxiao Shenong Ding was actually obtained by him. The Saintess of the Mazong stretched out her snow-white slender hands, and gently stroked the cold body of the cauldron, feeling the inexplicably simple, desolate and mysterious atmosphere from the Shenong cauldron, and sighed slightly in her heart. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was interested in Shenong Ding in the distance, Jester couldn't help flapping his wings and quickly approached, his face full of vigilance. This is the boss's treasure. If this woman snatched it away, then I would be too useless as a servant. When Yi Xingchen noticed, she turned her head, stared at Jester in the air with her beautiful eyes, and said coldly, "What are you doing? Are you afraid that I will snatch it away?" I didn't expect Yi Xingchen to speak so frankly, which made Jester very embarrassed. He hurriedly said, No, don't get me wrong, I haven't seen this thing a few times, I just want to get closer to appreciate it." Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, gave Jester a blank look, and cursed, "I never thought you, a little bat, would be so loyal. I really don't know how that guy did it." After thinking about it, she instantly remembered the two women she captured back, so why weren't those two women the same as Jester? In Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes, his eyes were disillusioned. He turned his head, looked at the battlefield where the murderous intent was getting more and more intense, and caught Ling Yun's figure. Slash the universe with a knife. Supreme Emperor Chop. Boom. With a loud bang, Ling Yun and Tokugawa Muto each used their most powerful moves, one black and one white. Both weapons were wrapped in a domineering aura, and they slashed together fiercely. Outside of the person's body, there are flying sand and stones everywhere. The two of them shook it hard, but they didn't intend to give in. The double knife holder became a huge cross, forming a stalemate. Ling Yun was secretly apprehensive, and began to realize that Dongyang's saber techniques had their own merits, and his eyes became cautious. Tokugawa Muto stared fiercely at Ling Yun with a pair of small eyes. He never expected that Ling Yun would catch all of his strongest saber skills without even hurting a single hair of Ling Yun. Ghost Shadow God Slash. Tokugawa Muto fought with Ling Yun again. He suddenly drew his sword, and changed the sword technique. The mighty and incomparable sword technique just now was gone, replaced by the elusive, tricky, and weird knife technique. So many tricks? However, Ling Yun was delighted to see Liaxin. Tokugawa Muto's sword skills were good. When he was fighting the enemy, he also relied on his superb eyesight and amazing memory to secretly learn the opponent's sword skills. Brother Yun is best at picking up the strengths of all families. He will despise all opponents, but he will never despise the killing skills that a sect has worked so hard to research. Ghost Shadow God Slash is a sword skill combined with the escape technique of the Oriental ninja. Every time you escape, there will always be a cut. If it is an ordinary opponent, you can almost kill them all in one blow. But Tokugawa Muto's current opponent is Ling Yun. He possesses shapeshifting and powerful spiritual consciousness, so even if Tokugawa Muto appears and disappears, and his sword skills are extremely tricky, he still can't do anything to Ling Yun. Fighting also has the benefits of fighting. Now Ling Yun is not only learning Tokugawa Muto's sword skills, but also consuming Tokugawa Muto's true energy. This is really a shocking battle. The two moved erratically, their saber air and saber gang opened and closed on the top of Tianmao Peak, and soon they fought for more than 20 minutes, still tied for victory. Idiot. Staggered in stature, Tokugawa Muto used up another set of saber techniques, but still did not hurt Ling Yun. He was so angry that smoke was coming from his 7 orifices, and he stood there panting violently. When Ling Yun returned to Tianmao Peak, Tokugawa Muto had already consumed too much innate energy by Yi Xingchen, and now that he had been fighting Ling Yun for so long, he was already overwhelmed. If Ling Yun hadn't taken out the Shenong Ding, he might have bluffed and found an opportunity to escape immediately after being provoked, but once Ling Yun took out the Shenong Ding, Tokugawa Muto would have no way out. For the Shenong Ding, he is determined to win it, and he came to Huaxia just for this treasure. He has to fight. But, is this young man in front of him made of iron? No matter how you kill him, you can't kill him, this is too heaven-defying. Ling Yun was also panting, holding a knife in one hand, standing there quietly. His eyes were clear and transparent, deep and far away, appearing extremely mysterious. Tokugawa Muto calmed down his anger for a while, and charged forward again. His body was soaring, and he raised his hand violently. Puff! A thick, indissoluble, yellow-white smoke suddenly exploded around Ling Yun. Not good. Yi Xingchen, who was standing in the distance watching the battle, suddenly saw this scene, and immediately screamed angrily. As soon as she raised her 2 pink arms, she was about to fly out of the heavenly demon belt, but she stopped again, because the smoke was too thick, and with her eyesight, she couldn't penetrate the thick smoke. World-exterminating demon knife. In the thick smoke, Tokugawa Muto yelled loudly, and there was a flash of bright silver brilliance. Needless to say, according to Ling Yun's previously demonstrated strength, Ling Yun would definitely not be able to resist Tokugawa Muto's slash. Ling Yun! Yi Xingchen exclaimed, twisting her delicate body. She was about to rush into the thick smoke. But before she could move, she immediately saw a flash of the black blade in the thick smoke. In a flash. Boom! What? A miserable cry sounded. It didn't sound like a human voice, but Yi Xingchen could hear it. It was definitely not Ling Yun's scream. Scrub! 2 figures shot out from the thick smoke. Tokugawa Muto's body was gushing with blood. He covered his right shoulder with his left arm. His footsteps kept stopping. He wanted to escape from the peak of Tianmao Peak. I'm fine, stop him. Ling Yun also flew out, with the dark blood demon saber in his right hand and a black wind-pushing sword in his left hand, and roared at Yi Xingchen. Seeing that Ling Yun was fine, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but look happy. Her delicate body flew into the air, and with a light lift of her 2 pink arms, the demon belt suddenly swept across Tokugawa Muto's figure. It's only now that I think of running away, it's too late. Regardless of the internal injuries on his body, Ling Yun yelled, flew towards him, swung his sword and slashed wildly at Tokugawa Muto. What? Tokugawa Muto, who couldn't move, was repeatedly slashed by Ling Yun. After he uttered several miserable screams, he was directly dismembered by Ling Yun. Boom! Ling Yun stopped, and fell heavily to the ground. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Whirring. Ling Yun fell to the ground. His handsome face was pale with a blush of exhaustion, his chest heaved violently, and he was gasping for breath. The panting sound was like someone violently pulling a bellows. Even if Ling Yun is against the sky, he is not made of iron. After killing Marquis Scott one after another, Qin Jianhao, who is the peak of the 8th level congenital, and dismembering Toyo Ninja Tokugawa Muto, he has exhausted the last trace of true energy in his body, and even exhausted. Don't forget, just before confronting Qin Jianhao, Ling Yun had just confronted the masters of China's 3 major hermit families. World Extermination Demon Knife. It really deserves to be the last secret skill of Toyo Jonin. Ling Yun secretly said in his heart. The moment he was shrouded in thick yellow-white fog, Ling Yun's yin and yang eyes and powerful consciousness lost their effect at the same time, and Tokugawa Muto arrived in a flash, and in an instant, he swung a fierce attack 10 knives. Every cut is infused with the innate chi acquired by Tokugawa Muto through decades of painstaking practice, and also infused with all the energy of Tokugawa Muto, an innate master. At that moment, the knife gang was dense, cold and domineering, separating the world inside the thick smoke and the outside world into two separate spaces, and Ling Yun, who was shrouded in thick smoke, really felt a kind of world around him. The feeling of collapse and annihilation. As long as he was slashed with a knife, he would definitely die. Even if he has the body protection of Dian Juxing Baojue, even if he has the Wu Jin demon silkworm clothes. But at that moment, it was too late for Ling Yun to unleash his dragon elephant power. Fortunately, he still has a space ring, and fortunately, he also has a magic sword, Darkstorm. The Mietian saber technique and the 9-kill sword technique, with the same sword intent to destroy everything, and the sword momentum to kill everything, were cast at the same time, coupled with Ling Yun's huge potential bursting out under extreme danger. It was only able to block the German sword. Chuan Muto's world-destroying demon sword. Certainly. Ling Yun is Ling Yun, and the 9-kill sword art is the 9-kill sword art. He can block Tokugawa Muto's world-destroying demon saber, but Tokugawa Muto can't completely block Ling Yun's killing sword. Is not the light of the magic knife, but the last move of Ling Yun 9-kill sword technique. Ultimate kill. However, the magic sword Darkstorm is also black. It was Yi Xingchen who mistakenly thought it was the Dao Gang of the demon saber. Ling Yun cut off one of Tokugawa Muto's right arms with the ultimate kill, and severely injured Tokugawa Muto, who was already weak after madly giving birth to his own potential. That's why Yi Xingchen easily entangled him with the heavenly demon belt and let Ling Yun chop him alive. "Boss, are you okay?" When Jester saw Ling Yun fell to the ground, he immediately flew over recklessly, landed beside Ling Yun with a bang, and spread his wings to protect Ling Yun. He bent down and stretched out two thick and textured arms to support his body. This is the nature of the guardians of the blood race, and it is also their irresistible mission. Jester's protection of Ling Yun is not incomplete. No way, it was the first time for Jester to deal with Yi Xingchen, the saintess of the demon sect, and he saw with his own eyes how powerful this woman was. He could also feel the powerful aura emanating from Yi Xingchen's body. He couldn't tell whether this black-veiled woman was an enemy or a friend to Ling Yun. The Blood Clan has a very keen sense of danger, not to mention that Jester has been transformed by Ling Yun and is the future Lord of the Blood Clan. He instinctively fears the powerful aura exuded by Yi Xingchen. Think of her as a threat. Ling Yun fell to the ground, trembling all over, panting for a while, then with a thought, he took out the magic gourd. Boom! Ling Yun was already exhausted, and he couldn't hold the magical gourd at all, as soon as it appeared in his hands. Just fell to the ground. "Give me 2 sips. Ling Yun glanced at Jester and ordered in a low voice. Jester is afraid of the Devil's Saint, so why isn't Ling Yun worried about her? The goddess of the demon sect is haunted, and her personality is changeable. Since she appeared, it can be said that she has brought a lot of trouble to Ling Yun. Now that he is exhausted, who can guarantee that the saint of the demon sect will not attack him? Of course, what reassured Ling Yun a little was that this time, unlike the first time he met the demon sect saintess, he didn't feel that Yi Xingchen had any murderous intentions towards him. Jester obeyed his orders and hurried to get the magic gourd, but he didn't expect that the gourd was so heavy that he didn't pick it up all of a sudden. "It's so heavy?" Jester was surprised and shocked. He never imagined that he couldn't hold the magical gourd that the boss casually held in his hand and poured it into his mouth. Jester quickly changed hands, like holding a boulder, lifted the magic gourd from the ground, handed it to Ling Yun's mouth, and gave him a few mouthfuls. The dragon's saliva entered his throat, his mouth was fragrant, and the powerful dragon's saliva aura, carrying a strong Longyang aura, quickly restored Ling Yun's physical strength. With the help of the dragon's saliva spiritual energy, Ling Yun suddenly activated the yin and yang formula, so that the yin and yang Zhenqi in the body can be quickly circulated, and quickly swim through the dantian and veins throughout the body. Okay. Ling Yin took the magical gourd with both hands, and poured it into his mouth for a while, then put the gourd away, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath on the spot. Yi Xingchen had already retracted the 2 heavenly demon belts. Seeing Ling Yin exhausted and sitting on the ground, she wanted to fly over, but for some reason, she stopped again and watched Ling Yin drink a few mouthfuls of the gourd with worried eyes. After doing something, his pale complexion became a little better, and then he drifted away silently, and went to the edge of the cliff in the distance, as if to enjoy the surrounding scenery. But Ling Yin knew that Yi Xingchen was carefully guarding his surroundings and protecting him. As Ling Yin's breathing gradually calmed down, the top of Tian Mao Peak suddenly became silent, only the never-ending mountain wind whizzed away the strong smell of blood on the top of the mountain. Half an hour passed, Ling Yin gently opened his slightly closed eyes, his figure floated, and he stood up from the ground. In such a short period of time, he only recovered 40% of his strength, but this was enough for him to protect himself. Jester, clean up the battlefield and dispose of these corpses. Ling Yin stretched his body a little, and gave Jester an order, and then he came to the side of the demon sect Saintess, and the two stood side by side. Strangely, after Ling Yin came over, Yi Xingchen did not speak to him, but stood still quietly without even turning his head. Yi Xingchen didn't speak, and Ling Yin didn't speak either. The two just stood like this. Judging by their posture, it seemed that they really wanted to stand together forever. But in the end it is necessary to speak. Yi Xingchen, it seems that no one will come tonight. Ling Yin, why didn't you kill me just now? After being silent for a long time, there seemed to be a tacit understanding. The two spoke at the same time and closed at the same time, but the words they said were completely irrelevant. The two turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other. The 4 eyes met within a distance of 3 feet, and countless sparks burst out. One was angry because of disappointment, while the other was indifferent with doubts. Jester had already cleaned up the battlefield, so he didn't dare to come closer, but only sneaked a glance here from a distance, and he really didn't understand the relationship between these two people. Wow, it seems that I guessed correctly. It turns out that the boss and her are a couple. Jester saw this scene suddenly, and finally made his own judgment from the affectionate look between the two. Call out. Thinking of this, Jester couldn't help but let out an ambiguous whistle. Brush. A celestial demon belt swept towards him and shot at him in an instant. Jester was so frightened that he suddenly shot up into the sky, so he quickly dodged. Roll as far as the dead bat goes, otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Xingchen's cold and domineering voice came over. There was no room for negotiation. Wow, boss, she bullied me. Jester flapped his wings frantically and shot high into the sky, but he yelled at Ling Yin aggrievedly. You go somewhere else, I have something to talk to, and her. Ling Yin remained calm, raised his head slightly, and said to Jester in the air. Okay boss, call me if you need anything. Jester knew Yi Xingchen's terror and strength, so he didn't dare to stay longer, so he flew away with wings. After Jester disappeared, Yi Xingchen's eyes softened a little, the domineering aura was withdrawn, and another mysterious and charming temperament instantly radiated. Ling Yin was slightly stunned. Can you speak human language? When Ling Yin heard this, black lines filled his forehead. So far, Yi Xingchen is the only one who dares to open his mouth like this. Looks like it will. Brother Yun is such a character that he is too lazy to argue with a woman. He immediately chose the most suitable way to solve the trouble he caused just now. In any case, after all, it was someone who helped me tonight, and I was still wary of him from the bottom of my heart, which is really unreasonable. Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yin a hard look, twisted his delicate body, and instantly landed next to the Shenong Ding, turned his head and asked Ling Yin, is this really the legendary Shenong Ding? Ling Yin nodded slightly, and said lightly, it seems to be so. Since he dared to take out the Shinnon cauldron in front of Yi Xingchen, he had no intention of hiding her, and there was no need to hide her. Yi Xingchen seemed to dislike Ling Yan's tone of voice and tone, couldn't help but give him a blank look, and then asked, "Did you get it under the Tianqing?" "Seems like it." Yi Xingchen stomped her feet angrily, but she was barefoot, and her feet didn't really step on the ground, she just made an extremely delicate movement. "Is this the only thing you can say? Is the emperor on your body?" Ling Yan smiled lightly, spread his hands and said, "I will say something else, no." Just kidding, even if Ling Yun was killed, he would not admit that they were on him. "Really?" Yi Xingchen blinked her beautiful eyes in disbelief. "Really not." Ling Yun categorically refused to admit it. Yi Xingchen's figure fluttered again, suddenly floated 1 meter in front of Ling Yun, stared at his face for a while, then suddenly moved his eyes down. "Put out your left hand and show me." Ling Yan's expression changed, and he hid his left hand behind his back like lightning, and asked vigilantly, "What do you want to see?" The demon sect saintess giggled coquettishly, "Don't be so nervous. I just want to see how you become a magician." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. "Oh, so you are curious about this?" Ling Yan's mind relaxed, and he put his right hand behind his back unhurriedly, and with his hands behind his back, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and at the same time, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ling Yan's appearance, in the eyes of the holy maiden of the demon sect, looked like a charlatan who walked around the streets to deceive old men and women. "Actually, it's nothing. Seeing how curious you are, let me tell you the truth. This is just the most common technique of transporting 5 ghosts. There are still many strange people who know it." Ling Yan was indeed pretending to be a magic stick, but his serious face, calm and plausible, really stunned Yi Xingchen for a while. 5 ghosts transport technique? Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flashed a look of confusion and disbelief, and he muttered in doubt, but soon he stared at his beautiful eyes, and said in an angry and funny way, "Don't follow me. I'm talking nonsense, although we in China do have the legend of the 5 ghosts transporting technique, but don't think that Grandma doesn't know about it, even if there is such a technique, it's just a technique for luck, how could it conjure so many things? A fortune-telling technique?" This time it was Ling Yan's turn to be surprised, he said in shock, "Since when did the 5 ghosts transfer technique become a technique for luck?" Ling Yan said this, of course there is an element of acting, but what he was really excited and puzzled in his heart was because Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, had a certain understanding of the 5 ghosts transporting technique. Don't change the subject for me. There are countless posts on the internet discussing your magic. Among them, the one with the highest approval rate is talking about your ability to transport 5 ghosts, but you have fooled others. But you can't fool me. After all, the saint of the demon sect was not fooled by Ling Yun. She casually explained why she knew the 5 ghosts transporting technique, and then smiled with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes seemed to penetrate Ling Yun's body, and landed on his hands on his back. Then he said, "If you can change something for me with your right hand in front of me now, I believe you can really carry the 5 ghosts." These words gave Ling Yun an instant urge to take off the space ring and put it on the finger of his right hand. God knows why Yi Xingchen observes Ling Yun so carefully. He has already seen that all his transformed things first appeared in his left hand. Whatever is taken out or put it in, Ling Yun used his left hand. Because that ordinary space ring was worn on Ling Yun's left middle finger. But Ling Yun knew that if he put the space ring on his right hand at this time, it would be a cover-up instead. It was equivalent to telling Yi Xingchen the answer directly. He knew that he could no longer hide the fact that he had the space ring from Yi Xingchen. Hey, it would be great if there were 2 interspatial rings. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. But if you can't hide it, you can't hide it. Brother Yun is still very calm. I can't think of the majestic saintess of the demon sect, who can watch TV and go on TV. Yi Xingchen let out a series of mesmerizing laughter like silver bells, and her exquisite body trembled slightly, causing waves to rise and fall on her chest. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "I'm not a primitive person. Why can't I watch TV or go online, what?" Ling Yun didn't answer, but still with his hands behind his back, he strolled to the side of Shen Ding, and under Yi Xingchen's gaze, he raised his left hand lightly, gently caressing the Shen Ding, and with a thought, put the Shen Ding into the space ring. This time, his movements were very slow, as if playing a slow motion, so that Yi Xingchen could see clearly. Putting away the Shen Ding, Ling Yun walked to the place where Tokugawa Muto was killed. The sharp long knife he had thrown away was also put into the space ring, and finally came to Qin Jianhao's purple gold copper stick. Whether it is Tokugawa Muto's bright long sword or Qin Jianhao's purple gold copper stick, they are all made of high-quality metals, which have been tempered and cast by the best blacksmiths. Technology casting methods are good resources and treasures. Ling Yun certainly won't turn a blind eye to them. For the upgraded version of the space ring, the length, width, and height of the internal space are about 2.5 meters, and the purple gold copper rod lying quietly on the ground is at least 4 meters long, and the space ring simply cannot fit it. However, this was not a problem for Ling Yun. He had already recovered 60 to 70% of his physical strength, so he began to exert force on this large copper stick that was more than 4 meters long, at least 10 centimeters in diameter, and several hundred kilograms. Hee, Tai Xiaohu has cultivated a little bit, and he just doesn't have a weapon in his hand. He has to ask Tai Xiaohu to thank Qin Jianhao when he goes back. What are you still doing? Come and help me. With such a super expert by his side, it was useless, so Ling Yun called Yi Xingchen over to help. With the joint efforts of the two masters, the purple gold copper rod was quickly folded in half from the middle, and the situation was not much different from folding an iron wire in half. Hey, look carefully. Ling Yun squatted on the ground, grinning at Yi Xingchen who was facing him, and stroked the double-folded purple gold copper stick with his left hand. To be precise, it was the space ring on his left middle finger that touched the purple gold copper stick. Make a move. Brush. The copper stick that was folded into a length of more than 2 meters and joined together disappeared in an instant, and was collected by Ling Yun in the space ring. After 2 nights of fighting, the dozen or so bundles of arrows stored in Ling Yun's space ring were almost exhausted, leaving just enough space to store the purple gold and copper sticks. My God, it really is this ring, this is. Yi Xingchen almost covered her mouth and exclaimed. She stared blankly at Ling Yun's left middle finger. Although she had confirmed it in her heart, she still didn't dare to say such a shocking thing. Ling Yun flipped his hands quietly, spread out his palms, and fixed his gaze on his own interspatial ring. He smiled and said what he wanted to say for Yi Xingchen. That's right, this is a space ring, which forms a space of its own. Although the space is not large, it is still enough for now. When he said these words, Ling Yun was very emotional. If it wasn't for the rewinding of the human emperor's pen fairy spirit, he had an idea at that time. If he didn't make this space ring, then he doesn't know how many troubles would have arisen out of thin air. Facts have proved that Ling Yun made this space ring crazily in spite of everything at that time. How correct was that decision? The magic weapon of space is always the most precious and scarce in the cultivation world, and it is the magic weapon that can make countless practitioners fight to the death, let alone in the modern city. Space-type magic weapons are so rare and precious. As for space-type magic weapons, let alone time-type magic weapons, in the cultivation world, they are heaven-defying treasures that can trigger the destruction of countless cultivation sects at every turn. These two types of magic weapons are actually the space formations and time formations engraved on them, which are playing a real role. The objects are just used to carry those powerful formations against the sky. Of course, the condition of the carrying object itself also determines the strength of the formation, as well as the number of formations that can be depicted on it. The combination of the two determines the strength of the magic weapon. For example, Ling Yan's interspatial ring is forged from an ordinary platinum ring. What if it is made from the Taishu stone? The same as 49 space formations, but the internal space is unknown how many times larger than it is now. The magic weapon of a cultivator has never been bigger and more valuable, but smaller and more valuable. Just imagine, a building can hold a lot of things. Has anyone ever seen a cultivator running around with a building? So Ling Yan was very emotional, not to mention the heaven-defying fairy artifacts such as the Emperor's Pen and the Earth Emperor's Shinong Ding. What is precious on him now is actually this humble platinum ring on his hand. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures Ling Yan has, he can't carry them with him at ordinary times. When he goes out, he can at most bring a package with some necessary things, and then carry a magic knife on his back. Just in that case, it will inevitably be regarded as a monster by modern people. There really is a space ring. My God, how big is the space inside? Yi Xingchen was extremely shocked, and soon asked a question that she was most curious about. It's not very big. It's about 2.5 meters long, wide, and high. It's about the size of a storage room. Ling Yun didn't hide any more, and said calmly. The space ring is undoubtedly Ling Yun's whole card, but it is also a bright card now. He knew that it was impossible to hide being she was clever Yi Xingchen, so he simply told her all at once, dispelling her curiosity. My God, there is so much space, you are running around with a house? Yi Xingchen didn't know how many times she said God. She couldn't hide her shock, because Ling Yan's frankness really opened a brand new door for her. Ling Yan smiled lightly, but he was very proud in his heart. Ever since he started dealing with the holy maiden of the demon sect, Yi Xingchen had always shown that he knew him very well. He knew everything about his identity, past, family, and so on. It is precisely because of this that he is very passive every time. It's really not easy for this little witch to show enough shock. This time Ling Yun finally managed to win the round. Ling Yunqin said, it's nothing to run around with a house. When my brother really starts to cultivate, the interspatial ring that will be refined in the future will be self-contained inside, even if it can be installed in a dozen buildings. Of course, he couldn't say these words now. This should be your secret. Why did you tell me? Actually, you can refuse to admit it. After being shocked for a while, Yi Xingchen, the saint of the Ma Zone, did not continue to ask questions, but fixed her beautiful eyes on Ling Yan's face, and said in a quiet tone. Because you saved me, if you don't show up, maybe I won't die, but at least I will end up seriously injured. Ling Yan told the truth, although he still had a few big hole cards that he didn't use. But under the siege of the opponent's 3 strong players, even if he could wipe out all 3 of them, he would definitely be seriously injured. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan stood up, looked at Yi Xingchen in front of him, and with a thought, a purple champagne appeared in his hand out of thin air. This is your thing, give it back to you now. He stretched out his hand, and passed it towards Yi Xingchen, completely oblivious to the indescribable look in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Of course Yi Xingchen recognized this purple champagne, because it was originally her personal belonging. On the day when Ling Yan's ordinary clinic opened, Yi Xingchen brought people from the heaven-killing organization to make trouble, sent 22 patients suffering from various terminal illnesses, and asked Ling Yun to cure them all. He wanted to make things difficult for Ling Yun, but failed. Thinking about it, Ling Yun showed his supernatural power and cured all 22 terminally ill patients in a very short period of time, and let the saint of the demon sect return home without a feather. Yi Xingchen's plan failed, and she finally left without saying goodbye, but before leaving, she left this champagne in the car. Even Yi Xingchen still remembered clearly what was written on the champagne. Brat, you've won today. Those dozen or so luxury cars are just a congratulatory gift from you for opening a clinic. It's up to you. I promise there will be no trouble. It was after that day that Ling Yan dared to boldly let Tang Meng Tai Xiaohu and others drive around in those dozens of luxury cars. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, Ling Yan not only did not throw away this champagne, but also carried it with him, and kept it close to his body. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen's face hidden behind the black veil, blushed slightly, and his heartbeat immediately accelerated. Although it can't be said to be touched, but her personal belongings are so carefully collected by the boy in front of her, it is inevitable that there will be a trace of unspeakable sweetness and a little unspeakable pride in her heart. At this time, the mountain wind at the top of Tianmao Peak was howling, and the purple champagne was flying in the wind in Ling Yan's hand. In Yi Xingchen's eyes, it looked like a ball of dancing purple flames. Yi Xingchen imperceptibly took a deep breath, trying to calm down. She did not reach out to pick up the scented handkerchief, but lightly parted her vermilion lips, pretending to be indifferent and said, "It's just a handkerchief. I thought you had already just throw it away." The handwriting is good, graceful, and elegant, and has a domineering spirit. Ling Yan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Seeing that Yi Xingchen had no intention of taking back the champagne, he simply withdrew his hand, unfolded the champagne with both hands, read the writing on the champagne again, and commented seriously. "To me, this scented handkerchief of yours is 100 times more precious than those dozens of cars. How can I be willing to throw it away? Who is Brother Yun?" Surrounded by so many extremely beautiful beauties every day, he naturally knows what to do. What words can touch a girl's heart the most? He has too many things to ask the witch in front of him. And if he wanted to get the answer he wanted from the mouth of the demon sect saintess, he had to find a way to resolve the embarrassment caused by his wrong words just now, and shorten the distance between the two of them. As the saying goes, one wears 1,000 times, one wears one's ass, but one does not wear one. Based on Ling Yan's experience, he did not believe that Yi Xingchen's handwriting was so magnificently praised. After saying that a piece of her handkerchief is 100 times more precious than a dozen luxury cars, Yi Xingchen still has the nerve to treat him coldly and refuse him thousands of miles away. What's more, the handwriting written by Yi Xingchen is really beautiful. Pfft. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Yan's words, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. But she swept her beautiful eyes again, glared at Ling Yan with a smile in her eyes, and said coquettishly, "You are so domineering. In the past few months, I don't see anyone more domineering than you." When Ling Yan heard this, black lines filled his forehead and he frowned slightly. My heart said, "Are you praising me or scolding me?" But of course he wouldn't say it. Yi Xingchen said again, "This handkerchief has been on your body for so long, so I don't want it. If you don't like it, throw it away now." What Yi Xingchen said seemed to be very casual, but a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Yan's hands, afraid that he would really raise them. That touch of champagne drifted away with the wind. "Hey, forget it, let's throw it away." Ling Yan sighed slightly, raised his hand suddenly, and made a backward throwing motion. "You." Seeing this, Yi Xingchen stamped his feet and shouted anxiously, "Hey." Ling Yan succeeded in his cunning trick. He smiled, and immediately withdrew his hand, and began to fold the fragrant handkerchief seriously with both hands. After finally using this killer trick to narrow the distance between the two, Ling Yan certainly would not do that kind of thing that both people and gods are angry with. If he really lost this handkerchief in front of Yi Xingchen, even if Yi Xingchen didn't kill him on the spot, he would leave in a hurry, so who would Ling Yan ask for Xiao Mimi's whereabouts? Ling Yan quickly folded the handkerchief, and folded it squarely. He put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it vigorously, and exclaimed intoxicatedly, "It smells so good." Then he looked up with a smirk, stared at Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes and said, "Such a fragrant and beautiful handkerchief, even if someone exchanged it with a golden mountain, I would beat it out with a stick. How could I be willing to throw it away? And, most importantly, this is the first personal gift that Miss Shi gave me. Even if I lose myself, I won't lose it." When he said this, Ling Yun deliberately bit the three words gift, first piece, and close-fitting very hard. His handsome eyes were like lightning. He looked directly at Yi Xingchen's eyes, but his face showed a solemn expression. An incomparable look. Ling Yun is really bad, even if he talks about it to everyone in the Jianhu. The witch Yi Xingchen, who is frightened by the sound, still doesn't change her style, and she can still play whatever way she wants. You. Humph. Yi Xingchen was so blatantly molested since he was a child? But what Ling Yun said was true, and what she said was the truth. She had no way to refute it. She just felt extremely ashamed and angry, stomped her feet when she got angry, and simply turned her head away, no longer meeting Ling Yun's gaze. Ling Yun looked at Yi Xingchen's angry look, and couldn't help secretly praising him in his heart. It's the best, even the anger has such a charm. At this moment, Ling Yun knew that the heat was almost ready, and it was too late, so he quickly changed the subject, squinted at Yi Xingchen's long and beautiful snow-white neck with a pair of thief eyes, and asked tentatively, "Beauty, the wind is too strong on the top of this mountain, and the night is long. What if you are not in a hurry to leave, let's find a place to chat?" When Susher heard the word beauty, Yi Xingchen's heart trembled again, but she couldn't help but said coldly, "Who are you calling beauty? Don't you always call me ugly?" But having said that, Yi Xingchen had a different view in his heart. Well, it is a feeling of spring flowers blooming and facing the sea. Ling Yun was refuted, but he couldn't help laughing secretly, and quickly changed his words. "Xingchen, too many people died on this peak, and the bloody smell is too heavy. Why don't we go down the mountain and talk again? What do you think?" From Miss Yi, to Beauty, and then to Xingchen, Ling Yun changed the name of the holy maiden of the demon sect again and again, which can be said to be pressing every step of the way. Yi Xingchen has never experienced such a scene since he entered the rivers and lakes. There is a feeling of being helpless. Helplessly, Yi Xingchen snorted softly from his nostrils, and said solemnly, "Call me Yi Xingchen." Although in desperation, she put on an appearance of rejecting people thousands of miles away, she did not reject Ling Yun's proposal. "If you don't refuse, you will naturally accept Ling Yun's invitation." "Thank you, Miss Yi." When Ling Yun's goal was achieved, he immediately resumed his negotiating tone, and changed the address from Xingchen to Miss Yi, which was even more distant than calling Yi Xingchen directly. Still the same sentence, Ling Yun understood very well that he and Yi Xingchen are still not sure whether they are enemies or friends, and it seems that the two are more likely to be enemies. After saving once, he relaxed his guard. Yi Xingchen's heart twitched in an instant with the sudden sound of Miss Yi, and he gritted his silver teeth secretly, feeling a sense of loss and resentment inexplicably in his heart, and couldn't help but secretly scolded Ling Yun as an asshole. But when she turned her head and saw Ling Yun carefully stuffing the purple champagne into her pocket, Yi Xingchen's heart trembled again, and when the angry words came to her lips, she shut up and swallowed them back. "Let's go." Ling Yun put away the champagne, said lightly, and stretched out his body first, and rushed out of the cliff like a big bird, darting towards the Tianmao Peak mountain. Ling Yun didn't have to look back at all. He believed that Yi Xingchen would definitely follow, because he knew that not only he had many things to ask Yi Xingchen, but Yi Xingchen also had many things to ask him. For the masters of the two of them, skimming the Tianmao Peak of more than 1,400 meters is a matter of a dozen vertical jumps. Soon, the two of them fell to the ground one after another and reached the sky. At the foot of Spear Peak. "Go east." As soon as the demon sect saintess landed on the ground, Ling Yun immediately raised his hand and pointed to a mountain depression in the east, then stretched his body and floated past. Yi Xingchen naturally quickly followed. The two of them galloped towards the east, one at a time. At the same time, Ling Yun let go of his spiritual sense and pushed his 5 senses and 6 senses to the limit. He didn't find anyone hiding in the surrounding mountains and forests. He confirmed that there would be no more enemies coming tonight. Then he opened his mouth to explain to Yi Xingchen. "Last night, I fought a big battle here, killed hundreds of blood races, and explored the surrounding terrain. There is a mountain stream there, and the surrounding scenery is very good. The place he mentioned naturally refers to the destination the two of them are going to, the mountain depression in front of them. You will find a place. Yi Xingchen replied calmly, but his heart was so shocked that there was a huge wave. Of course, she was not shocked that so many blood races would appear on the land of Huaxia. The Heavenly Killing Organization has branches in Europe and the United States. Yi Xingchen, as one of the most important figures in the demon sect, can naturally consult the top-secret files of the demon sect. She understands how terrifying the blood race is, and her understanding is much better than now Ling Yun. Killed hundreds of blood races? Is this something one person can do? How can that be? Moreover, when Ling Yun talked about killing hundreds of blood races, he said it lightly, as if he had trampled a group of ants to death. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but secretly raised his head, staring carefully at the vigorous figure galloping like a dragon in front of him. His beautiful eyes flickered, changing inexplicably. Just when her mind was complicated, she suddenly saw Ling Yun's figure stop suddenly, and heard him chuckle and say, "Here we are." To be continued. P.S. Starting today, Dandy Immortal Doctor will gradually resume updates, and will resume stable updates soon. Thank you for your support. Ben from Reading Net. Whether it's an ordinary person or a cultivator, life should not only be fighting and killing, but should be more poetic. What do you think? Ling Yun stopped, looked around, and said with a smile. Copy address access. Now that he is here, Ling Yun hopes that the next conversation between him and the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect will be conducted in a good atmosphere. Even if it can't be really poetic, at least it has to be harmonious. But to Ling Yun's surprise, after hearing his words, Yi Xingchen seemed to be stunned, and didn't respond for a while, as if he was deep in thought. Ling Yun was speechless and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen would even think about such words for a long time. Since the other party was thinking seriously, Brother Yun was unwilling to break the state, but walked forward at will, constantly looking at the surrounding environment. Ling Yun's eyes are so vicious, there is no doubt that this place is indeed a place full of poetic charm. This mountain depression is in the east of Tianmao Peak, only 1 kilometer away from Tianmao Peak. It is located at the low connection of 2 unknown peaks. In the deep pool, it turned into a clear mountain stream, gurgling and flowing along the rocks to the low-lying places in the southeast. The waterfall is not wide, but it is full of momentum. The water falls into the deep pool, splashes continuously, and a misty water mist is formed on the water surface. The sound of the water is rumbling, but it cannot cover up the voice of the voice. Quiet and profound. The vegetation around the call is rich and lush, and the air here is exceptionally fresh. When people come here, they feel relaxed and happy, and their mood seems to calm down instantly. The aura here is richer than expected. Ling Yun approached a huge boulder, the height of a person in front of him, thinking secretly in his heart at the same time. He had been silently running the yin-yang art for a long time, and began to frantically absorb the ubiquitous vegetation aura around him to replenish the overdrawn aura in his body. At this time, an hour had passed since the life and death battle at the top of Tianmao Peak. After this hour of adjustment, Ling Yun's true energy has already recovered to more than 50% of its peak state. Although his body is still tired, his current state is sufficient to deal with any unexpected situation. In other words, even if the demon sect saintess behind her suddenly turned against him, Ling Yun could deal with it calmly. Under the thoughtful gaze of the saintess of the demon sect, Ling Yun came to the side of the boulder unhurriedly, with a thought. The blood demon knife had already appeared on the left hand, and with a random wave, it cut half of the boulder, and the section was as smooth as a mirror, and a stone table was made. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yun continued to swing his wrist, slashing more than a dozen knives one after another, using the cut off half of the boulder to make 2 simple stone benches, and then he hooked it with his foot. One of the stone benches flew up into the air and landed on the opposite side of the stone table in an impartial manner. Then he put away the magic knife, sat down on the stone bench beside him, smiled and waved to Yi Xingchen. "You can't stand and talk, come and sit." When Yi Xingchen saw Ling Yun suddenly draw his knife while walking, he thought he was going to turn his back on him. He was about to fight her, but he didn't expect him to make stone tables and benches, and he was stunned, thinking that this is okay. Ling Yun had just experienced a life-and-death battle, and according to Yi Xingchen's estimate, even if Ling Yun's recovery ability was sky-high. Up to now, he has only recovered 50% of his strength, and now that the two of them came here, he seems to be okay, and he is still in the mood to make a stone table and bench, and put on a posture of having a long talk. What is Ling Yun thinking in his head? Yi Xingchen and Ling Yun knew the purpose of their coming here, and it was definitely not for a heart-to-heart talk. Instead, the two sides want to represent their respective forces and engage in a fierce negotiation. You really have a leisurely mind. Yi Xingchen glanced lightly at Ling Yun, who was sitting upright, and gave a lukewarm reprimand. He moved lightly with lotus steps, and instantly came to the side of the stone table. Under Ling Yun's half-smile gaze, he slowly sat on the stone table. On the stool. As soon as she sat down, she said coquettishly with a smile, "If the ancestor of the magic knife knows that you use the magic knife, he is famous for to cut stones to make this. I don't know if you will crawl out of the coffin angrily, and follow me. You work hard." "This is of course a joke," Ling Yun laughed indifferently, and then said with a solemn expression, "This is a matter of attitude towards life. Life must be a bit romantic, isn't it? Besides, this is not the first time." This is indeed not the first time. When Ling Yun was on Daogui Island, whether it was the cave he dug out to live in temporarily, or the pots and pans inside, all were cut out with the dark blood demon knife and the dragon sword. Even if your magic skills are world-class, Ling Yun raised his eyes, cast a playful glance at Yi Xingchen who was speechless, and said with a faint smile, "You can't deny that talking like this is much more comfortable than standing, right?" What Ling Yun did was something Yi Xingchen couldn't refuse. Of course she couldn't deny it, so she just snorted coldly and ignored it. On the whole, this is the third time that Ling Yun and the Saintess of the Demon Sect have met Yi Xingchen face to face. Ling Yun has already had a preliminary understanding of the character of the Saintess of the Demon Sect. Don't care. The Saintess of the Demon Sect, since she is called a Saintess, she always presents a cold, aloof, awe-inspiring, and inviolable appearance. If it is really so easy to approach, then she is not a Saintess, but vulgar girl. Moreover, when he was in the big world of cultivation, there were many Saintesses who had dealt with Brother Yun, and he was used to it. Well, the sky is full of stars, the mountains are green and the water is beautiful, the air is fresh, and the water is gurgling. This environment is really good. Ling Yun deliberately raised his head, glanced at the bright Milky Way in the night sky, then took a deep breath, and sighed with self-satisfaction. However, that's not enough. Before he finished speaking, a ball of brilliance suddenly emerged from Ling Yun's hand, instantly illuminating the night sky around the stone table. Ling Yun took out a night pearl and placed it on a corner of the stone table. This is not the rhythm of negotiation, this is the rhythm of picking up girls. Speak quickly if you have something to say, and let go if you have to fart. If you are in the mood to express your emotions here, I don't have time to drink wind and do with you here, auntie. Who knew that Yi Xingchen didn't like Ling Yun's tricks at all, and just stared at him, destroying more than half of the atmosphere Ling Yun worked so hard to create. Apparently, Yi Mingzhu, who was shocked by ordinary women, was nothing special in front of Yi Xingchen. Although Ling Yun knew that Yi Xingchen, who was the heavenly saintess of the demon sect, would definitely look down on a mere Yi Mingzhu, but she was also upset that she had ruthlessly ruined the atmosphere of the negotiation. Did you drink the wind and drink the dew? Before Yi Xingchen lost his temper, Ling Yun smiled wickedly and said, "We have good tea." After speaking, like a magic trick, Ling Yan took out a complete set of tea sets, including a tea tray, teapot and 2 tea bowls, from the space ring one by one and put them on the stone table. I'm in charge, just drink Dahongpo. Ling Yun finally took out a bag of tea leaves, squeezed a handful, and threw it into the teapot. This time it was finally Yi Xingchen's turn to be dumbfounded. She really never imagined in her dreams that Ling Yun's interspatial ring actually had a place to store these things. In the middle of the night, 2 people who don't know whether they are enemies or friends are actually drinking tea in this wild mountain. This kind of thing, even the well-informed Yi Xingchen couldn't imagine it, but this weird guy in front of him did it. This is rootless water, you've seen it on TV. Ling Yan saw Yi Xingchen's shocked expression, smiled inwardly, explained lightly, and casually typed out a clean water talisman to fill the teapot with clean water. Then Ling Yan put the lid on the pot, held the teapot in his left hand, silently channeled pure yang qi. His palm was extremely hot in an instant. He heated the teapot, the tea gradually heated up, the water in the pot was bubbling very quickly, and it seemed to be boiling. Soon, the fragrance of the Dahongpo slowly leaked out through the teapot and permeated the surroundings of the 2 of them. Ling Yan smiled and stared at Yi Xingchen's eyes with a smile. As for hygiene, you don't have to think about it at all. He just killed someone, but there is no blood on his body. You should understand. Of course Yi Xingchen understands, since she can run around with her bare feet without getting dusty without wearing shoes. Ling Yan can also kill people without getting blood. After fighting for a long time just now, your mouth should be dry, right? Drink some tea to moisten your throat before you talk. The tea was already boiling, and the fragrance was alluring. Ling Yan put down the teapot, his eyes suddenly became very serious, and he said softly. Then he smiled again, and added as if nothing had happened, in the whole world, you are the first person who can drink my pot of tea from Ling Yan. Ling Yan's words are absolutely true. Although he didn't express too much, he was actually grateful for Yi Xingchen's rescue in his heart. This point, whether they were enemies or friends, could not be changed. Cut, isn't it just a pot of Dahongpo? It's not like I haven't drunk it before. Yi Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, but even she didn't know why her words still choked her. Ling Yan smiled, a little helplessly, but also a little mean, suddenly shook his head, moved his mind again, and took out the magic gourd. Raising his hand to open the lid, Ling Yan poured some dragon saliva into the teapot, without hesitation. The fragrance, an indescribable, irresistible alluring fragrance, overflowed with a bang, instantly penetrated the black veil on Yi Xingchen's face, and penetrated into her nostrils. As the aroma entered her nostrils, Yi Xingchen immediately felt her tongue salivate, and even with her concentration, she swallowed uncontrollably. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, and her delicate body suddenly stood up, staring at the worn-out gourd in Ling Yan's hand, and asked tremblingly, this is. Ling Yan looked funny, and thought to himself, you keep pretending, why don't you pretend? He calmed down, put away his gourd as if nothing had happened, then covered the pot, and poured tea for Yi Xingchen. What to do with so many questions, just drink some. But he said proudly in his heart, I'm pretending to be with my brother? You are still 1,000 miles away. To be continued. P.S. As the same sentence, the update will gradually stabilize. Thank you for your support, thank you everyone. Ben from Reading Net. Frankly speaking, Ling Yan chose such a poetic and picturesque place, and made such a pot of tea with all his heart. On the one hand, he wanted to thank Yi Xingchen for his help, but more importantly, he wanted to destroy Yi Xingchen's state of mind. To be able to shock Yi Xingchen, the saintess of the Mazong, Ling Yan's hard work was not in vain. He achieved his goal, and of course he was secretly proud. Ling Yan has never been the one who suffers, especially when negotiating such an important matter. The situation and rhythm of the negotiation must be controlled by him. Ling Yan didn't even raise his head, he poured the tea slowly, passed the cup over as if nothing had happened, then raised his right hand, made an inviting gesture, and smiled, please invite Miss Yi to drink tea. Yi Xingchen didn't sit down, she still stood there, watching all Ling Yun's movements, until Ling Yun put away the magic gourd. Her eyes moved to the teacup Ling Yun handed over, but she didn't reach out to serve the tea. Under Yi Xingchen's unblinking gaze, Ling Yun poured himself another cup of tea leisurely. After putting the teapot back on the tea tray, he slightly raised his head to meet Yi Xingchen's gaze. The two sat and stood, staring at each other for 5 seconds. Ling Yun suddenly smiled and said, "Why, afraid of being poisoned?" Pfft. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen suddenly chuckled, glanced at Ling Yun with a bright smile in her beautiful eyes, and said sweetly, "According to the records in the investigation file, although Ling Yun's medical skills are amazing, since his debut, he has never used poison. The record of murder, I think, I shouldn't be so unlucky, right?" While speaking, Yi Xingchen twisted her tender body, her black gauze skirt swayed slightly, and she had already sat back on the stone bench. Ling Yun's mind moved slightly, his two sword eyebrows raised slightly, and he sighed deliberately as if he was defeated. "I have to say, your heavenly killing organization is really good at investigating people. It seems that there is still more to say." Seemingly pointing to something, Ling Yun said immediately, "The me now, in front of your demon sect, especially in front of you, has no secrets to speak of. I'm almost a transparent person, right?" As soon as Ling Yun said this, the negotiation between the two began. Nature has already begun. As soon as the two sides opened their mouths, they were full of swords. Directly point at the opponent's vitals. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen didn't answer Ling Yun's intention, but saw her pink arms lightly raised. Stretching out her snow-white and slender crystal jade hand, she picked up the teacup in front of her with her index finger and thumb. Ling Yun instantly activated his yin and yang divine eyes and spiritual consciousness, wanting to take advantage of Yi Xingchen's chance to drink tea to catch a glimpse of the beauty's face. "Aren't you a black veil? Don't you want people to see your face? I don't believe that when you drink water and eat, you can never lift that hateful veil. Even if you can't see the whole face, even just look at your chin and small mouth. It's worth it for me to serve this pot of tea tonight." Seeming to have seen through Ling Yun's mind long ago, a sly smile suddenly appeared in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes, and she glared at Ling Yun. The warning in those eyes was obvious, and there was no way to take a peek at it. Yi Xingchen held the teacup and naturally brought it under the tip of his nose. Through the veil, he took a serious sniff of the tea, a rare intoxicated look appeared in his eyes. "It's really good tea." Yi Xingchen praised her sincerely, and after seeing her move, her right hand holding the teacup disappeared before Ling Yun's eyes. As Yi Xingchen grew white and slender, her beautiful pink neck slightly raised, waiting for her right hand holding the teacup to be taken out from behind the veil again. The teacup is already empty. During the whole process, although Ling Yun tried his best, he couldn't see an inch of Yi Xingchen's skin behind the veil, which made him very depressed. Obviously, Yi Xingchen has already experienced countless times such as eating and drinking while wearing a veil, and she doesn't want others to see her face. Then no one can see it. What's more, she also has a powerful shield of heavenly demon Zhengqi. Even if she really takes off her veil, ordinary people can only see a hazy face, like looking at flowers through fog. It is impossible to see clearly. Not being able to catch a glimpse of her beauty was within Ling Yun's expectation. He was not very disappointed, but said with a playful smile, "Although this is mysterious enough, isn't it tiring? A face is for people to see, it's just a skin, why do you have to cover it up?" Ling Yun's sentence is mostly lamentation, and he expresses it out of emotion. Yi Xingchen was not in a hurry to swallow the fragrant tea, but let the fragrant tea swim between his lips and teeth until the fragrance was fragrant in his tongue, and then he swallowed it in one gulp. The dragon's saliva enters the abdomen through the throat, and the aura contained in the dragon's saliva instantly exerts its effect. Under the urging of the heavenly demon's secret method, it turns into strands and swims towards Yi Xingchen's major meridians. Having reached the realm of Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, their self-cultivated skills no longer need to be deliberately urged, and they can keep running in their bodies all the time, constantly improving their cultivation. In just a split second, Yi Xingchen felt the benefits. Yi Xingchen was moved, his beautiful eyes sparkled again, he looked at Ling Yun opposite, and said very seriously, "The tea is excellent, thank you." Then, her eyes dimmed suddenly, and she said calmly, "I'm not tired, I've been used to it since I was a child." The latter sentence is naturally the answer to Ling Yun's question about the veil. Of course Ling Yun noticed the momentary dimness in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes, he didn't continue to ask, but nodded slightly, and poured another cup for Yi Xingchen himself. According to the records in the file, on the evening of April 12, on the night of the birthday of Cai Biang's granddaughter Xuanhuan, your little girlfriend Xuanhuan, in order to congratulate her, you gave her 4 big gifts, among which there are 18 luminous pearls, 2,000-year-old ginseng plants that have completely taken human form, 1,000-year-old fleeceflower root plant, and a jade box full of liquid. It is said in the file that when you opened the jade box, the whole room was filled with a strange fragrance, and even Hu Xiaobai, the master of Gu Xiaogu, the genius doctor, was compared to him. If my guess is correct, the liquid in the jade box that night and the liquid you poured into the teapot just now should be the same thing, right? Yi Xingchen is worthy of being the saint of the demon sect. She regained her mood almost instantly, and started to talk about business. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Yun without blinking. Witness. Ling Yun could only smile helplessly, spread out his hands and said, "I just said, in front of you, I am a transparent person, and I have no secrets at all." Sipping fragrant tea, Yi Xingchen seemed to be in a good mood, no longer looking at Ling Yun's cold face, he seemed to be friends with Ling Yun who talked about everything, sitting here chatting. Seeing Ling Yun's helpless look, Yi Xingchen smiled apologetically, and asked somewhat uncertainly, "This seems to be the legendary dragon saliva?" "It's not like, it's dragon saliva." Ling Yun confessed frankly that he possesses dragon saliva, Dugumo knows, Dongfengding knows, Dr. Xuanhuan and many other brothers and friends around him know, it is no longer a secret, there is no need to hide it, and he has never intentionally concealed it. Yi Xingchen was very happy with Ling Yun's frankness, and continued to ask with great interest, "You also got it under the Tianqing?" Ling Yun took a sip of the fragrant tea and said with a smile, "I think you already know that under the Tianqing of Longpan Mountain is a yin-yang locking dragon formation. It is not so unusual to have dragon saliva there." Even Dugumo could see the yin-yang locking dragon formation. Ling Yun certainly didn't think that the almost omniscient Yi Xingchen would not know this. Yi Xingchen's delicate body trembled slightly, she giggled undisguisedly, glanced at Ling Yun, and said with a coquettish smile, "You're quite honest." Ling Yun's forehead was full of black lines, and he deliberately frowned and said, "I am a transparent person, and I want to hide something from you, but I can't do it." Yi Xingchen suddenly changed the subject, stared at Ling Yun and asked, "Your gourd?" Ling Yun was instantly alert, pretending to be casual, and said, "It's just used to hold dragon saliva." Yi Xingchen smiled, and said calmly, "But it looks very heavy." Ling Yunqin said, of course he knew what Yi Xingchen was talking about. At the peak of Tianmao Peak, after killing Tokugawa Muto with all his strength, he immediately took out the magic gourd from the space ring, and wanted to drink dragon saliva to recover his strength, but his strength was exhausted and he couldn't pick it up at all, so he had to let Jia gourd. Sturdello. Unexpectedly, the first time Jester took the magical gourd, he never expected that the little gourd would weigh more than 2,000 kilograms, and ended up being ugly and squatting on the ground. Obviously, this scene was noticed by the careful Yi Xingchen. "It's really heavy." Ling Yun said something casually, and then just passed it off. Indeed, for the demon sect who is capable of fighting against the righteousness of the entire world, and for one of the top underground forces in the world today, the Heavenly Killing Organization, it is not so difficult to investigate everything clearly on Ling Yunming's face matter. From this point of view, the current Ling Yun is really almost a transparent person in front of the saintess of the demon sect. But, is Brother Yun really a transparent person? The answer is of course no. Otherwise, if the demon sect saintess really understood everything about Ling Yun, what would the two of them still be sitting here talking about? Ling Yun knew it himself. Although the magic gourd might not be as heaven-defying as the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor, it must be an amazing magic weapon. This is one of his real trump cards. Of course, he would not be so stupid as to say it. Just because of a dark blood demon knife, Ling Yun was already wanted to be killed by both the good and the evil in the world, and if treasures such as the magical gourd were also spread, would Brother Yun still be confused? Since you sat down to now, you have asked me a lot of questions, and I have answered every question. Now it's my turn to ask a few questions? Ling Yun seized the opportunity and finally started to fight back. Where is Xiao Mimi? To be continued. P.S. Now is the stage of a big turning point in the plot. When Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen finish their negotiations and return to Qingshui, the big climax will come naturally, and it will definitely erupt at that time. Thank you for supporting the Dandy Fairy Doctor. Ben from Reading Net. Where is Xiao Mimi? Ling Yun finally asked this question again. As for why he said it again, it was because of this question. Ling Yun had already asked Yi Xingchen twice. He and Yi Xingchen met twice, and asked twice, but each time, it ended with the demon sex maiden fleeing away, which made Ling Yun very annoyed. This is the third time. As the saying goes, there are only three things. Ling Yun chose to cut straight to the point and asked directly. He believed that Yi Xingchen would give him a satisfactory answer. Yi Xingchen also had to give him an answer. Yi Xingchen came inexplicably, but did not leave after helping Ling Yun destroy the enemy, obviously intending to sit down and have a serious talk with Ling Yun. Since they wanted to talk, both parties had to show some sincerity, and Xiao Mimi's whereabouts was undoubtedly the key to Ling Yun's test of Yi Xingchen's sincerity. If Yi Xingchen still didn't answer, then there was no need to continue the conversation. Ling Yun decided to turn his back on the spot, kicked the stone table over, and started the fight. As soon as this question was asked, there seemed to be more swords and swords on the stone table, and the atmosphere became fierce and chilling. The two sides were silent, only the rumbling sound of the mountain stream not far away. Fortunately, the luminous pearl on the stone table emitted a faint brilliance, hazy and delicate, which somewhat melted the disharmonious atmosphere. Ling Yan's handsome eyes were like lightning. He looked directly into Yi Xingchen's eyes, waiting for Yi Xingchen's answer. Yi Xingchen's eyes didn't flicker, and he also stared back at Ling Yan's eyes. There was some annoyance in his eyes, and a hint of sarcasm. The two looked at each other for just a moment, and it seemed like a long time. In the end, Yi Xingchen's eyes drifted a little, as if he left Ling Yan's eyes, and looked at the Bailiang waterfall behind him, which was rumbling endlessly. After a little meditation, Yi Xingchen suddenly spoke. You said, unexpectedly, you care about her so much. To Ling Yun, this was nothing but nonsense, and he chose to ignore it. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Xiao Mimi is a member of our heavenly killing organization. As for where she is, and what she is doing now, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Ling Yun sneered. Said lightly, Xiao Mimi once told me personally that she has left the Heavenly Kill organization and will no longer work for the Heavenly Killer. Yi Xingchen smiled disdainfully. What she says doesn't count. Besides, she's just a female killer at the bottom of the Heavenly Killing organization. Are you so serious? Ling Yun was so angry that he almost slapped the table. He lowered his face and said seriously, Xiao Mimi is my woman. Ling Yan's words are true. Since the night of Qingming festival, Zhuang Meifeng was kidnapped by the masters of the Sun family. After Xiao Mimi fought desperately and accompanied Ling Yun 3 times, Ling Yun recognized Xiao Mimi from the bottom of her heart and accepted her. Before Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing, he asked Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to go to his Qingshuiwen villa, saying that they would help Qin Chuyue decorate the villa. In fact, let the mother protect them. At that time Ling Yun even said the words, "A handsome daughter-in-law wants to see her mother-in-law, so what is Xiao Mimi not his woman?" Originally, Ling Yun happily planned to let Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi accompany him when he came back from the Tianqing, and sleep together in a big quilt, sitting and enjoying the blessings of the same people, but who knows, after returning from Tianqing, one of them was taken away to Jingxi Nunnery, and the other disappeared without a trace. They all disappeared from Ling Yun's world. In addition, they also caught up with Chao Shanshan, who never came back. Now, Chao Shanshan has already been rescued by him, although Zhuang Meifeng can't see her, but she is a closed disciple in Jingxi Nunnery. She is expected to be safe and secure, so Ling Yun's urgent need is naturally Xiao Mimi, who has not been found yet. And the demon sect saint who has been emphasizing that she knows Xiao Mimi's whereabouts is right in front of her eyes. How could Ling Yun not ask? One's own woman is one's own woman, and it's too late for Ling Yun to protect her, so how can Yi Xingchen gossip here? This is Ling Yun's bottom line. Of course he won't give up an inch, even if the other party is a demon sect saint. Boom! Yi Xingchen's beautiful palm slammed on the stone table, causing the stone table to tremble violently, and the Yi Mingzhu, tea tray, teapot, and teacups on it all flew up. But the strange thing is that those things flew off the table 1 foot high, but fell back to the original place without sound. Yi Xingchen was furious, her beautiful eyes glared at Ling Yun angrily, her chest was straight and tall, there was obviously a wave of ups and downs, obviously Ling Yun was very angry. What's wrong with me? Ling Yun felt secretly refreshed, shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and asked, casually. Humph. Yi Xingchen scolded coldly, picked up the cup of fragrant tea in front of him, and drank it down in one gulp. Ling Yun suddenly grinned, slowly picked up the teapot, refilled Yi Xingchen's cup, and said with a smirk, "Isn't it because of jealousy?" Fart. Yi Xingchen suddenly rolled his eyes at Ling Yun, and said, "Eat your big-headed ghost." Phew. Ling Yun pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, and said with some annoyance, "I thought you were jealous, but it's better if you're jealous, then I feel more at ease." Seeing Ling Yun's bad appearance, Yi Xingchen secretly gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing to pour all the pot of tea on Ling Yun's head. She laughed back in anger, and said enchantingly, "Xiao Mimi failed in her mission and betrayed Heavenly Killer. She has already been killed by Heavenly Killer according to the rules." After speaking, Yi Xingchen watched Ling Yun with a smile, waiting for him to attack. It's not rude to come and go, since Ling Yun is angry with Yi Xingchen, then Yi Xingchen will naturally find a way to get angry with Ling Yun. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Ling Yun was very calm. He slowly picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and put it back in its original place. Then he said softly, "I think our time is precious, so we don't need to waste it on this boring argument." Ling Yun said something, raised his head slightly, 2 cold lights in his eyes were breathtaking, looked directly at Yi Xingchen and said, "So, if it's fake, you don't have to use it to amuse me." Yi Xingchen secretly bit his lower lip and asked, "What if Xiao Mimi is really dead?" "If it's true, as I said, the entire Heavenly Killing organization will be buried with you, including many members of your demon sect. And, with a man's dignity at stake, I guarantee you won't be able to leave Xianrenling tonight." Yi Xingchen was again speechless by Ling Yun's attitude and words. But fortunately, Yi Xingchen didn't pat the table this time. Looking at Ling Yun's expression, she suddenly smiled, "Still betting on a man's dignity? Do you have the strength to keep me?" Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, "You can try." Speaking of this. In fact, Ling Yun was on the verge of going berserk, if Yi Xingchen made false claims with him here again. He would rather give up those other problems and play all his cards, and kill Yi Xingchen on the spot. But he still patiently explained a few more sentences. "First, we are negotiating, right? Since it is a negotiation, both parties should show enough sincerity, and Xiaomimi's whereabouts is the sincerity you need to show. Second, on the day my ordinary clinic opened, you found 22 terminally ill patients to cause trouble. At the same time, you threatened me with Xiaomimi's life, and since I cured those patients, you should have taken Xiaomimi's life at that time. Tell me whereabouts, or put her back directly. Ling Yun rarely finished these two reasons seriously, then stared at Yi Xingchen and said, "You owe me this, my question and request are not too much, right?" Because both of them were too strong, the negotiation was deadlocked from the beginning. The fight will start if the game is not broken, but Ling Yun doesn't want to start the fight. Seeing that Yi Xingchen might be his biological mother's direct disciple, Ling Yun didn't want to make his biological mother angry in advance. He didn't compromise, nor would he compromise, but explained carefully, giving Yi Xingchen a step down. After listening to Ling Yun's explanation, Yi Xingchen's eyes gradually softened, and he said, "Pour tea." Ling Yun knew that the heat was almost ready, so he laughed and poured tea happily. Yi Xingchen tasted the tea that Ling Yun specially cooked for her, but in fact, she really couldn't get too angry with him. She paid too much attention to Ling Yun, and she also knew too much about Ling Yun's style in his usual work. It can be said to know everything well. She took a sip of her fragrant tea, with a bright smile in her beautiful eyes. She said coquettishly, "I said that earlier, why didn't I tell you earlier?" Really? It was that bright smile that made Ling Yun feel that the whole surrounding mountains and fields became brighter, as if all the mountain flowers in the dark forest were in full bloom at the same time. Then, he heard the most critical and important sentence. Xiaomimi is currently in the main altar of the demon sect, and is learning martial arts from a senior. She is about to break through the innate realm. Can you rest assured? Depend on. After hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but spit out a dirty word, expressing his speechless attitude. Demon sect general altar? Learning martial arts? Following a senior? About to break through the innate realm? Of course, since this is the case, Xiaomimi's safety is naturally no worries, and Ling Yun's heart is instantly at ease. At the same time, Ling Yun's eyes suddenly relaxed. He ignored Yi Xingchen's rolling eyes and asked with a smile, "You caught her and sent her to the main altar of the demon sect?" Yi Xingchen proudly said, "The main altar of the demon sect is not a place that just anyone can go to. This is an admission." "Why did you bring her back to the demon sect general altar?" Yi Xingchen smiled, and confessed frankly, "Because when I found her, I found that her physique was unusually perfect, and there was an extremely powerful aura in her body. Moreover, Xiaomimi was naturally charming." This time it was finally Ling Yun's turn to roll his eyes. "What the hell, I worked so hard to wash Xiaomimi's tendons and marrow, and even injected a stream of fairy energy into her body. The co-author is just for you? Zhuang Meifeng is like this, unexpectedly, Xiaomimi is like this." Thinking like this, Ling Yun suddenly thought of a more important question, and suddenly asked, "Which senior did she learn from?" Now that Yi Xingchen mentioned the main altar of the demon sect, Ling Yun felt that he could take this opportunity to spy on the information of the demon sect. To be continued. P.S. There is another update tonight. Ben from Reading Net. As if aware of Ling Yun's purpose, Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly. This time, he took the initiative to raise his hand and picked up the teapot to pour tea for himself. At the same time, he said simply, "Wouldn't it be better if you ask her yourself this question in the future?" Yi Xingchen was naturally extraordinary, and with just an understatement, Ling Yun was blocked back. Ling Yun didn't force it either, thinking that since he was in such an awesome place in the main altar of the demon sect, wouldn't he be practicing with his own mother? Taking advantage of Yi Xingchen's good mood, he immediately asked again, "Then when will she come out?" Yi Xingchen didn't hide this point, and said directly, "Naturally, when she is successful in cultivation, I think, if everything goes well, as long as she breaks through the innate realm, she should be able to come out." Ling Yun silently calculated in his heart that Xiao Mimi has been missing for 3 months since she fell into the Tianqing. She has been washed by herself, and there is a fairy spirit in her body. As long as she cultivates properly, she can break through the innate realm, should not be difficult. Back then, Ling Yun got the help of Ren Huangbi Immortal's aura, and Ling Yun's strength increased instantly. He seized the opportunity to cleanse the muscles and marrow of his own people present, and even generously went to a stream of fairy aura was injected into their bodies. One person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. Although this is not pleasant to say, it is the truth. Those who benefited at that time included Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Tang Tianhao, and even Dugu Mo, and naturally Miao Xiaomiao, who rushed to help him fight. In addition, there are 3 people who have received even greater benefits. One is Bai Xianer, who had not transformed into a human form at that time, and the other 2 are naturally Qin Chuyue and Ning Lingyu. Now, after Shui Mining practiced the consonants art, within 2 months, he has already reached the middle stage of Ho Tian, and Tai Xiaohu has reached the peak of the 6th layer of Ho Tian, and may break through the 7th layer of Ho Tian at any time. Reach the late day after tomorrow. As for Dugu Mo, he first got the fairy spirit energy, and then went down to the Tianqing to get the dragon's saliva. Now he has already broken through the innate realm. Miao Xiaomiao even reached the peak of the acquired 9th level. Needless to say about the other 3, Bai Xianer has successfully transformed into a tribulation, and her strength is unfathomable, even Ling Yun can't see it. With the help of Ling Yun, Qin Choyue, Yu Xiantian's 2nd level realm once again thoroughly cleansed his tendons and cut his marrow, and obtained countless fairy spirits. Leaving aside the realm, the appearance is 10 years younger. And the one who cultivated the fastest is undoubtedly Ning Lingyu. She was originally born with a spirit body, but was later transformed into a fairy body by Ling Yun's big tricks. It can be seen that after Ling Yun helped them wash their tendons and cut their marrow. Once these people with immortal aura in their bodies start to cultivate, how amazing will their cultivation base be? Of course, Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, Tang Tianhao, and the others haven't cultivated yet. Therefore, although all have benefited, their strength has not improved. But that's just because Ling Yun didn't teach them how to practice. From this point of view, since Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi started to practice, as long as the exercises they cultivated are not too rubbish, their cultivation speed will be improved. Certainly not slow. However, no matter how good the kung fu they practice is, it is not as good as the kung fu prepared by Ling Yun. Let Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi follow outsiders to practice kung fu. It's purely a waste of time and life. You guys are really ruining people. Ling Yun sighed. Just because he transformed 2 people, he ruined his good wish to be slept together. He really wished he could kill Jingxi Nunnery and Mazong General Altar right now, and snatch his 2 women back. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly after hearing this. She seemed to understand Ling Yun's meaning, so she jokingly said, "Then you can't blame others, who made you make too many enemies, and you don't have enough power to protect the people around you." Although Yi Xingchen's words seemed random, she pointed out the essence of the problem in one sentence. At least, before Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing, apart from him and Qin Qiuyue, there was really no power to protect those people. It's just a pity that although Ling Yun tried his best to calculate everything properly and make proper arrangements before going down to Tianqing, man's calculation is not as good as heaven's calculation after all. Unexpectedly, Qin Qiuyue left Qingshui City in a hurry after receiving a letter, and rushed to Tianshan Heavenly Sword Sect, gone forever. The result can be imagined. Ling Yun withdrew his thoughts, and his thoughts returned to his eyes again. He didn't refute Yi Xingchen, but just smiled lightly. Then what now? Ling Yun's subtext is obvious. He wants Yi Xingchen to judge. Is his current strength enough? There was a hint of appreciation in Yi Xingchen's eyes. She looked at Ling Yun, and said seriously, "Your cultivation speed is indeed beyond everyone's imagination, and it is worthy of the word against the sky." What Ling Yun asked was his own power, but Yi Xingchen only talked about Ling Yun's strength, and didn't mention all the comprehensive power around Ling Yun at all. Obviously, he didn't take other factors to heart. Ling Yun didn't mind either. He said leisurely, "That's why you chose to sit down with me and talk. No, it doesn't have much to do with your strength, it's mainly because you have the blood demon knife." There was something in Yi Xingchen's words, which seemed to remind Ling Yun that because he had the dark blood demon knife, they were the same way. No matter whether Ling Yun admits it or not, at least in the eyes of all the righteous heroes in the world, Ling Yun is a member of the demon sect. Ling Yun sneered disdainfully, "It's just a knife, and the person holding the gun is not necessarily a soldier. The person holding the gun is not necessarily a soldier, so he is not necessarily a member of the demon sect holding the dark blood demon saber. It's also because your surname is Ling." When Yi Xingchen said this, she felt her heart beating like a drum, and her heart was never tense, but she didn't show it at all on her face. She just stared at Ling Yun with a pair of soul-stirring eyes, as if she wanted to see something. Ling Yun was surprised, and asked wonderingly, "What's wrong with the surname Ling? Is it special?" He acted very innocent. Of course, this surprise, this bewilderment, was actually all pretended by Ling Yun, to cover up the shock in his heart. After all, the two sides finally got to the point. Ling Yun used to be a self-proclaimed movie star, so of course his acting skills were not faked. The expression he showed instantly was neither artificial nor exaggerated, and his performance was just right. Yi Xingchen stared at Ling Yun for a long time, but he still didn't notice any abnormal changes in him. He couldn't help being slightly disappointed, and finally looked away. "It's nothing, just talking casually." Yi Xingchen stopped the topic suddenly, and as a cover, she picked up the teacup again, took a sip, then frowned slightly and said, "It's getting cold. The night in the mountain forest is as cold as water, and after a long time, the boiling tea has gradually cooled down. Easy to handle." Ling Yun smiled slightly, took out another clear water talisman, made it in the same way, made another pot of boiling hot tea, and poured Yi Xingchen a cup. Only this time, he didn't pour dragon saliva into the teapot again. Yi Xingchen was slightly disappointed, but why wasn't Ling Yun extremely disappointed? Just now, the two of them were almost talking nonchalantly, and they both chose to attack the heart first. Although they used the method of attacking on the sidelines, they have already invaded the other's vital hinterland dangerously. What is the purpose of negotiation? Of course, it is to see whether the two sides are enemies or friends, whether they will fight or cooperate next, and whether there is any possibility of cooperation. Yi Xingchen used the dark blood demon knife to talk about things, naturally because Ling Yun was tyrannical, murderous, made countless enemies, and possessed the dark blood demon knife, which has long been tolerated by the righteous world. At this moment, if Ling Yun is willing, let him go, no matter what his status is, as long as he nods his head and expresses his willingness to join the demon sect, it will be of great benefit to Yi Xingchen. But the attitude of Ling Yun's words is very clear and straightforward. Even a fool can see that Lao Tzu has the dark blood demon knife, but it doesn't mean that he will have an alliance with the demon sect. A knife is a knife, and a person is a person, clearly and clearly. As for Yi Xingchen's use of Ling Yun's surname as an issue, this is very meaningful, both for both parties. If Yi Xingchen was willing to tell her purpose directly, or if Ling Yun had more trust in Yi Xingchen, then everything in the future would be much simpler and clearer. It's just a pity that Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen are both too smart and too cautious. The word Ling, or this surname, is too important to both of them. It was wasted in vain. There is no way. Ling Yun's life experience, and the fact that he has recognized his ancestors, except for the members of the Ling family and a few key figures of the Qin family, no one else knows anything. First, because Ling Yun feels that his current strength is not enough, and a truly powerful enemy has not appeared yet, he does not want to put himself and the Ling family in danger in a flash. The second reason, of course, is because Ling Yan's biological father, Ling Xiao, is still missing, and it is not known which side has fallen into the hands of him. Ling Yan doesn't want to harm his father because of his momentary recklessness. Although that man didn't give him any kindness to raise him, and he didn't even meet him face to face, but the blood flowing in Ling Yan's bones told him that that man was his father, a blood relative. That once dazzling man has already sacrificed too much for his unborn self and for the entire Ling family. Ling Yan must protect him no matter what. Although Ling Yan vaguely felt that Yi Xingchen might be his biological mother's direct disciple, but Yi Xingchen didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to bet. Even if Yi Xingchen said it, he still didn't dare to bet. At least, Ling Yan would not gamble with such a high price until he met his biological mother or rescued Ling Xiao. Bet Yi Xingchen is a friend or an enemy. Because Ling Yan knew that as early as 18 years ago, the demon sect had been divided into two factions. The mother's side was one side, and the Sekontu who chased and killed the blue bird and abolished his own swollen veins was the other side. The two factions are incompatible. Who knows which faction Yi Xingchen belongs to? If he made a wrong bet, the heavy price he might pay, Ling Yan couldn't even imagine it. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. All in all, in short, the relationship between Ling Yan and the Ling family in the capital, or the fact that Ling Yan has recognized his ancestors and returned to his clan, is one of Ling Yan's most important secrets at present. Although this secret may be revealed to the world in the near future, before that, Ling Yan hopes to keep it a secret for one more day, just one more day, for as long as it can. After a short but intense confrontation, the negotiation fell into an unspeakable state, silent and awkward. The two of them drank tea separately, and the atmosphere froze again. Yi Xingchen's wooing and spying on Ling Yan all ended in failure. She didn't get any response, and she didn't see any clues from Ling Yan's face. She was disappointed and felt a little discouraged. But Ling Yan's side was just the opposite. At least, this time, he confirmed Xiao Mimi's news, knowing that Xiao Mimi was safe now, and it was only a matter of time before the two met, which made him feel relieved. Ling Yan sipped the tea as if nothing had happened, but his mind was spinning 1,000 times. He still had many questions to ask Yi Xingchen, but he was just thinking about how to word it and where to start. Ling Yan thought about it for a long time, but just when he was about to speak, Yi Xingchen turned his gaze away from the waterfall in the distance, turned his head slightly, and stared at Ling Yan, or at his night clothes, faintly, but he asked very seriously, "Where did you get the material for your night clothes?" Ling Yan's heart trembled slightly, knowing that Yi Xingchen had already discovered that the clothes on both of them were made of the same black gold demon silk, so she actually asked at this time. However, Ling Yan had long thought that Yi Xingchen would definitely ask this question, and he had already thought up the words to answer. As if he had just noticed, Ling Yan looked down at his clothes, then looked up at Yi Xingchen's black gauze, deliberately surprised and said, "Ha, women are really careful, don't tell me I haven't noticed yet, the material of the clothes is actually the same. It seems that the two of us are destined to each other." Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. He said lightly, "Say what you want to say, don't say what you don't want to say, I'm not interested in playing with you, haha." Ling Yan straightened his face immediately, and said sincerely, "I bought it." Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Yan like an idiot, and sneered, "Are you lying to a 3-year-old, or are you thinking I'm an idiot? Where did you buy it?" Ling Yan once again displayed his actor-level acting skills, and wondered, "Of course it's in the underground black market. It is also the legendary underground auction house, which specializes in auctioning some weird things." Yi Xingchen didn't believe Ling Yan's nonsense at all. He sneered again, paused every word, and said as if he was memorizing a text, "According to the records in the file, Ling Yan did not wear such night clothes before the ordinary clinic opened, but after the ordinary clinic opened, he suddenly had such a suit of clothes." Ling Yan listened quietly, and also responded with a sneer, but he put down another big stone in his heart. Previously, Ling Yun was still worried about whether Yi Xingchen had investigated Mr. Chui's whereabouts when he came to Qingshui City twice. Obviously, he was too worried. Come to think of it, Mr. Chui is a half-step innate master. At any rate, he wants to deliberately hide his whereabouts. Those little guys from the demon sect or the heavenly killing organization couldn't detect him at all. Ling Yun was calm. He tidied up his clothes proudly, looked at Yi Xingchen, and said, "You are not my wife. Why do you even care what kind of clothes I wear?" Yi Xingchen turned a deaf ear, ignored Ling Yun's teasing, and continued, "According to the file investigation, you have never been to any underground black market or bullshit auction house." "Stop." Ling Yun was furious, frowned and made a stop gesture. Reminding Yi Xingchen, "Can you not open your mouth and keep your mouth shut? I really think I'm a transparent person. Can you find out how many times I poop a day? After checking me for so long, did you find out that I own the Shenong Ding, or did you find out how many blood clans I killed in Xianrenling last night?" Ling Yun was really angry, but his words were not rough. He sneered and continued, "I am a transparent person in your eyes, but it seems that I am not as transparent as you imagined." Ling Yun has always been so cautious in doing things. He doesn't want others to know his cards and secrets. Even the closest people around him don't know. Isn't it the black gold demon silk? I even have the Shenong Ding, not to mention some black gold demon silk. Although it is rare, it is not only owned by your demon sect. You take them as treasures. In my eyes, that is, just dress casually to suit the occasion. In the last sentence, Ling Yun really didn't lie to Yi Xingchen. He is now at the peak of the 9th level of body training. Once he breaks through the Qi training period, he can start refining weapons. Weapon refining is not limited to metals. Some of his belongings include the clothes you wear, or even the new space rings made from the Alchemy Taishu stone, are all fine. At that time, as long as some defensive talismans are added to ordinary clothes, or a few defensive formations are engraved, the effect will be better than the current Wujing Demon Silkworm clothes. Of course, if you directly bless the Wujing Demon Silkworm clothes, the effect will naturally be better than better. At that time, it just depends on Ling Yun's mood. Yi Xingchen's spying was once again beaten back by Ling Yun's fists. She had no choice but to smile, and said casually, "Okay, even if what you said is reasonable." Ling Yun was unreasonable and unforgiving, and said plausibly, "What do you mean by forgetting? It is what it is." But he secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder Cui Lao was very careful every time he appeared. As expected, Jiang was very hot. Finally past another level, this time it was Ling Yun's turn to speak. "Since your investigation is so clear to me, I want to confirm here whether my ordinary clinic is a goddamned bomb." Yi Xingchen answered very simply, and said with a smile, "Yes." Ling Yun was furious, and immediately asked, "You arranged someone to do it?" Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Yun again with an idiot's gaze, and said with a sneer, "If I wanted to blow it up, why would I have to wait until today? Even your number 1 and number 9 villas have already been blown up for you." Of course Ling Yun knew that Yi Xingchen couldn't be so bored as to blow up his small clinic. He was just pretending, and asked sternly, "Who did that? Give this person to me, and I'll crush him to ashes." Yi Xingchen chuckled, "It's harsh enough, I'm afraid it will be difficult. However, I came here tonight to remind you of this matter, so let me tell you now. The heavenly son of the demon sect, Sikong Wuji, has brought a large number of heavenly king-level killers to Qingshui City, and he will kill you soon. Sikong Wuji, son of heavenly sage of the demon sect." Ling Yun was slightly moved. He murmured and repeated, but he couldn't help but think of the danger warning he suddenly felt at the crossroads on the night when Pingfan Clinic was bombed. Ever since Ling Yun reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training, he hadn't felt the danger of imminent disaster for a long time. Therefore, from that night on, he never forgot this warning sign and kept it in his heart. It was also for this reason that when Ling Yin came to Xianrenling tonight, no matter what, he did not let Bai Xian'er come with him, but let her stay at home to protect the others. At present, Bai Xian'er's strength is only above Ling Yin's. With her at home, Ling Yin can rest assured. Ling Yin repeated Xikong Wuji's name several times, thoughtful, but asked lightly, I didn't provoke him, why did he come to trouble me? Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, is a nether blood demon knife enough, not to mention that now there is an extra space ring, and the even more attractive Shinnon cauldron. The dark blood demon knife is the first of the 9 holy objects of the demon sect. It is recognized in the world that the person who owns the dark blood demon knife is the demon lord and can command the entire demon sect. You said that Xikong Wuji is the heavenly son of the demon sect. Will you come to grab it? What Yi Xingchen said was simple and clear, and Ling Yin understood as soon as he heard it, that Xikong Wuji came here for the dark blood demon knife. Thinking of this, Ling Yin smiled brightly, and said, thank you for your reminder, since he has come to die, I will do what I can, and just send him on his way. Yi Xingchen chuckled again, it's really easy for you to send him on the road. Xikong Wuji has achieved great magic skills, and his realm strength is not inferior to mine. Ling Yin squinted his eyes, staring at Yi Xingchen's slightly trembling tower, and said with a smirk, because you are a woman, I have always been embarrassed to hit you. If he comes, you might as well watch from the side and see how I kill him. Although Yi Xingchen participated in Ling Yin's battle tonight and saw many of Ling Yin's cards, Ling Yin still had more cards that he did not reveal. For example, Xuanhuan Zhenqi, such as Shenwu Qinyang Xianjue, such as Dragon and Elephant Divine Strength, and even more, such as the strange power of thunder and lightning in the body, the vortex of Yin Yang Zhenqi, the power-absorbing force, etc. Coupled with various talismans, Ling Yin has absolute confidence that he can kill the heavenly son of the demon sect. These whole cards were also the reason why he dared to say that he left Yi Xingchen in Xianrenling when he was furious just now. Yi Xingchen was actually shocked by the confidence displayed by Ling Yin. The expression in her beautiful eyes changed, and she asked Ling Yin, you are so confident? Ling Yin smiled, without saying a word. That mysterious look made Yi Xingchen secretly grit his teeth angrily. It's a pity that there is no way. Ling Yin is right in saying one thing, his real secrets are all carried on his body, hidden in the space ring, and kept in his heart. Yi Xingchen naturally has no way of knowing. This is also the reason why she has always been curious about Ling Yin. Then, my 2 women, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, seem to have also fallen into Xikong Wuji's hands. Since Xikong Wuji brought killers to Qingshui and blew up his ordinary clinic, Ling Yin naturally guessed that the disappearance of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou must be caused by Xikong Wuji. However, Ling Yin never dreamed that Yi Xingchen's answer was beyond his expectation. A sly smile finally appeared in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes, and he said mysteriously, no. To be continued. P.S. There is another update today. Hearing that Yi Xingchen denied his judgment, Ling Yin felt relieved for a moment, but felt cold for a moment. It's not that woman who dares to touch me, isn't she tired of living? Ling Yin was really furious. Now in Qingshui City, if he dared to touch the people around him, he couldn't think of any other forces, besides Mazong Tiansha. This time, among the enemies who came to Qingshui City to make trouble for him, although the largest force of righteous martial arts in the world has not yet appeared, Ling Yin has considered that, based on the decent and self-proclaimed appearance of those people, they will not resort to this kind of low-handed means. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yin suddenly noticed the sly smile in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes, as well as the demeanor that everything was under control, and suddenly realized. Could it be you? Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, took a sip of fragrant tea leisurely, and said tremblingly, it's me who is far away from the sky and so close to me? Boom. This time it was finally Ling Yin's turn to slap the table. He just slapped hard, without using any hidden energy, and directly lifted the tea tray and teapot on the stone table by more than 1 meter, but he did not forget to firmly connect the Yi Mingzhu. In their own hands. Ling Yun took advantage of the situation to stand up, with a livid face, and said in a deep voice, "They have no grievances with you, why are you arresting them? Do you really want me to beat you?" Ling Yun wasn't just showing off this time, he had already recovered 80% of his peak strength, and he had already decided that if Yi Xingchen didn't give him a reason to satisfy him, he would make a decisive move and capture Yi Xingchen. Otherwise, if Yi Xingchen fled away again, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou would not know where to look for them. As soon as the Yi Mingzhu was closed, the surrounding light instantly dimmed. Yi Xingchen on the opposite side sat still laughing and talking, staring at the berserk Ling Yun, seeming to find it quite amusing. "Yo. I heard that your woman is in my hands, so I became anxious like this. You said, what am I doing here tonight, aren't we negotiating?" Hearing this, Ling Yun let go of his fists silently, but still kept a cold face and snorted coldly. Xinxing said, "Tell me your conditions." At this point in the negotiations, Yi Xingchen was finally on the verge of seeing each other. Now that someone is arrested, there will naturally be conditions, which even a fool can think of. Since the beginning of the negotiation, Ling Yun took a step back and confessed that he was a transparent person in Yi Xingchen's eyes. After Yi Xingchen asked him nothing to ask, it can be said that the situation and rhythm of the entire negotiation later. It's all in his hands. But now, the initiative of the negotiation has completely returned to Yi Xingchen's hands. Yi Xingchen was confident, she smiled brightly at Ling Yun, and said, "Why are you so anxious to ask for conditions? Let's sit down and talk slowly. Anyway, I won't leave." Ling Yun cursed secretly in his heart, saying in his heart that you captured my two women, it was time to blackmail me. You won't be willing to leave. However, Ling Yun also admitted that falling into Yi Xingchen's hands for Lin Menghan and Yao Rou was better than falling into Sikong Wuji's hands, at least their personal safety is guaranteed. Think of this layer. He regained his momentum and sat back in an instant. Don't worry, they are safe now. Seeing Ling Yun sitting down, Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yun a reassurance first. If any one of them loses a hair, I'll let the entire demon sect be buried with them. Ling Yun resented, and said a harsh word. Think about it. Ling Yun felt that he was not relieved, and then said, also, Lin Minghan's father, that is a dignified army commander. If you really want to do something to her, I don't need to take action at all. His father will definitely send an artillery regiment. 10,000 cannons will be sent out. Raise the main altar of your demon sect to the ground. Well, after saying this, Ling Yun finally felt much refreshed in his heart. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen didn't like him at all. With a flick of his long sleeves, he caressed his pair of tall legs with his snow-white and beautiful hands, and pretended to be scared and said, I'm so scared, you think I'm scared? Ling Yun couldn't help but glanced at it, his heart was shaken, Yi Xingchen's movements and eyes, even if any man saw it, his blood would speed up, and he couldn't help but rush forward. Charm the world. Ling Yun quickly withdrew his eyes, looked at his nose with his eyes, watched his heart with his nose, and silently recited the formula of clearing his heart, suppressing the anger and evil fire in his heart. Then he raised his head, stared at Yi Xingchen with clear eyes, and said lightly, Tell me, why are you arresting them too and threatening me? Yi Xingchen saw that Ling Yun had regained his composure so quickly under her deliberate charm, she couldn't help but appreciate Ling Yun more in her heart, her expression immediately returned to normal, and she said seriously, It's nothing, I just want to cooperate with you. Ling Yun was speechless for a moment. He grabbed his own woman and asked to cooperate with him. Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, is really ingenious. This little witch is really unpredictable. Who will cooperate with your demon sect? I'm sorry. Ling Yun didn't even think about it, and directly refused. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, Don't refuse so quickly, it's not with the demon sect, let alone the heavenly killer, but just cooperate with me, I'm alone. Emphasize that, you won't suffer any disadvantages. Ling Yin sneered, glanced at Yi Xingchen, and said indifferently, Saintess of the Demon Sect, I heard that several righteous sects were wiped out as soon as you debuted. You still need to cooperate with me. When Ling Yin spoke, he used his spiritual sense, and he keenly caught Yi Xingchen's eyes, and there was an imperceptible strangeness flashing through his eyes, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Could it be that the majestic Saintess of the Demon Sect also has her own difficulties? The strange look in Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed past. He was actually a little eager, and then he became impatient, frowned and asked, What do you care about so much? Just answer whether you want to cooperate with me or not. This time Ling Yin calmed down instead, and he smiled slightly. Talk about the purpose of cooperation, how to cooperate, and the deadline for cooperation. Then he guessed and said, Could it be for the demon subduing conference at Longhu Mountain? After much deliberation, Ling Yin could only think of this reason. The recent uproar in the Jianghu is the demon subduing conference. At that time, the martial arts all over the world will gather to declare war on the demon sect. The Saintess of the Demon Sect has just debuted. She felt that she was not strong enough to fight against the heroes of the world, so she came to Ling Yin to cooperate. But Yi Xingchen sneered. I'm not the only one in our demon sect at the Fumo conference. At that time, someone will naturally deal with those hypocrites who pretend to be righteous. Auntie, I will go if I want to, and I won't go if I don't want to go. It was only then that Ling Yin knew that Yi Xingchen didn't pay much attention to the demon subduing conference at all. Yi Xingchen said, I asked you to cooperate with me. The purpose of cooperation is naturally to kill people. The method of cooperation is very simple. You give me your contact information. When I need your help, I will notify you. You just go with me. After killing people, the cooperation will naturally end. Ling Yin raised his eyebrows slightly. It's that simple. Yi Xingchen nodded and said, It's that simple. Ling Yin suddenly laughed, shook his head and said, I never imagined that Miss Shi is in such a state that there are people she can't kill. Yi Xingchen said lightly, There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. Ling Yan's expression suddenly changed. Miss Shi killed someone to avenge herself. Yi Xingchen also became extremely serious. Zheng lightly said, It is not only for revenge for myself, but also for others. Ling Yan shot two divine lights in his eyes, stared at Yi Xingchen for a long time, and suddenly said solemnly, As long as the person you kill has nothing to do with me, I promise to cooperate with you. In the darkness, Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and he also stared closely at Ling Yan's face, thinking, If you can be sure that you are the child of the master, everyone I kill will be related to you. Unfortunately, according to the information Yi Xingchen currently has, she can't be sure. So Yi Xingchen said lightly, You can rest assured on this point, high five as a bond, saying that, Yi Xingchen stood up buoyantly, raised her snow-skinned wrist in the air, and stretched her beautiful palm towards the middle of the stone table. Ling Yun naturally also stood up, and simply raised his right hand, stretching forward. Clap clap. The right hands of the two met in the air, and they made three clear and crisp sounds, which was regarded as a confirmation of cooperation. Your hands are beautiful and fragrant. Ling Yun withdrew his palm, deliberately moved the palm of his right hand to the side, sniffed it a few times, and praised it, pretending to be intoxicated. Yi Xingchen really did not expect that such a simple cooperation with Ling Yun would be concluded. She suddenly felt extremely relaxed, and a dazzling brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. Seeing Ling Yun deliberately belittling her, Yi Xingchen was not angry, but just giggled and sat back on the stone bench, and said coquettishly, You are really bad. Ling Yun naturally sat back on the stone bench. Now that he had agreed to cooperate with Yi Xingchen, the negotiation was naturally over for Yi Xingchen. But for Ling Yun, it was not over yet. Brother Yun has never been willing to suffer a disadvantage. He hasn't put forward any conditions so far, so of course it is impossible to just leave like this. Now that we've started working together, you can tell me now, where are the two of them now? Yi Xingchen replied briskly, in the mountainous area in the western suburbs of Qingshui City, there is a villa living in it, but the two of them have too much temper and are on hunger strike. Ling Yun didn't need to think about what happened, he glanced at Yi Xingchen and asked, did you bully them? Cooperation is cooperation, it doesn't mean that the two have become friends, otherwise, they don't need to test each other repeatedly at the beginning. Yi Xingchen kidnapped 3 of his women back and forth. Of course Ling Yun was angry. He was thinking about when he would get Yi Xingchen into the big bed and get revenge with money and interest. Yi Xingchen smiled coquettishly, I didn't bully them too much. Ling Yun snorted through his nostrils and asked, when will you let them back? Well, when you solve all the troubles in Qingshui City. To be continued. Absolutely not. Regarding Yi Xingchen's statement, Ling Yun categorically rejected it. Just kidding, Ling Yun agreed to cooperate with Yi Xingchen so readily, and didn't even ask who Yi Xingchen's enemy was. Now that she was asked to release him, she was still pushing back and forth. In that case, he would really be taken advantage of. Do you really think Ling Yun is so easy to bully? Ling Yun looked directly into Yi Xingchen's eyes and put forward his condition, before dawn, I must see the two of them. First, to confirm that they are really in your hands, second, I need to confirm their safety and bring them back to Qingshui City. At this time, it was already past midnight, and it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. It was midsummer, the days were long and the nights were short, and in 2 or so hours, the east would turn pale. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, showing a hint of dissatisfaction, and seemed to be a bit apprehensive, and said lightly, you don't believe me? Ling Yun smiled, if I don't believe you, I won't agree to cooperate with you. But this matter is not a question of whether I believe it or not, but a question of whether I should or should not. After all, I have already high-fived you and agreed to cooperate with you. I've cooperated with you, and you don't even let me see anyone, so what's the point? Besides, you should know better than anyone else how much trouble I have encountered this time. Who knows how many experts have come to Qingshui City to trouble me this time? If I can't find anyone because of other things, who should I ask for? Yi Xingchen lowered her head, as if she was thinking. She knew in her heart that what Ling Yun said was true, and his worry was normal and reasonable. But it's nothing. Before Yi Xingchen could say anything, Ling Yun interrupted her, and said confidently, you arrested them just to ask me to cooperate with you, because you helped me a lot tonight. I also decided to help you once, now that our cooperation has been reached, you should let him go naturally. Also, I know you want to say that if I don't keep my promise, what will happen if I go back on my word, right? Ling Yun took the initiative to express her worries for Yi Xingchen, and glanced at her again. He smiled and said, since you can catch them once, will it be difficult to catch them a second time? I can't stay by their side forever to protect them. Ling Yun talked about this. Yi Xingchen was really irrefutable, but she was very upset. She gave Ling Yun a hard look, and said coquettishly, Ling Yun, since you are so smart, do you really think that I arrested the two of them just to force you? Will you cooperate with me? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, then said in astonishment, is there any other reason? Yi Xingchen sneered, that night. If I hadn't taken the initiative, these two confidants of yours would have fallen into Xikong Wuji's hands long ago. I have 10,000 reasons to believe that as long as Xikong Wuji catches them, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Xikong Wuji is very good at the way of dual cultivation, and he likes collecting yin and nourishing yang the most. And there are no taboos, he doesn't care who the other woman is. Ling Yun froze for a moment, immediately thought of the dire consequences if Lin Menghan and Yao Rou fell into Xikong Wuji's hands, and felt a chill down his back. It turned out that Yi Xingchen did not arrest Lin Menghan and Yao Rou to blackmail him, but to help him protect his two women. After a long silence, Ling Yun suddenly opened his mouth and said solemnly, I'm sorry, thank you. Humph. Yi Xingqian's tender body twisted, and at the same time, she glanced away, muttering in hatred, "Be kind as a donkey's liver and lungs." Her gestures are made. But I feel sweet in my heart. Ling Yan accompanied the smiling face embarrassingly, and smoothed the situation. Well, since you saved them, if the two of them disobeyed and made you angry, it is only natural for you to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian suddenly turned around, glanced at Ling Yun with a pair of bright eyes and said, "Who is going to teach them a lesson? Tell me, how do you plan to thank me?" Ling Yun was stunned again, wondering and asked, "Didn't I agree to cooperate with you? Why should I thank you?" Yi Xingqian said leisurely, "Cooperation is cooperation, gratitude is gratitude, two different things. If you want to bring them back, you will have to pay some blood." Hearing this, Ling Yun finally understood that Yi Xingqian was planning to collect a thank you fee. Reluctantly, Ling Yun spread his hands and said, "You can mention it casually, and you will be satisfied." "Well, it's just such a trivial matter, we can't make the lion open his mouth, can we?" Yi Xingqian giggled coquettishly. Huaji trembled and said, "Look how scared you are." Ling Yun said with a bitter face, "You also know that my family has been very poor since I was a child, and I don't have much family business until now, and now I have nothing." "Yeah, both hands are empty." Yi Xingqian pointed at Ling Yun's left hand, and then said, "But aren't your treasures all in your ring?" When Ling Yun heard this, he was really afraid of anything, he just felt his heart was bleeding, and then he felt a heartache. If it wasn't for his two women, he really planned to turn around and run away, the farther away from Yi Xingqian the better, but heartache is heartache, so he had to agree. At this moment, Brother Yun was like a miser, tightly hiding his left hand behind his back, carefully observing Yi Xingqian's expression, and asked hesitantly, "What do you plan to want?" In Ling Yan's interspatial ring, apart from the almost empty arrows and the food and drink bought from the supermarket, the rest are undoubtedly treasures. He thought about it, if Yi Xingqian really dared to open his mouth like a lion and asked him for Shenong Ding or the magic gourd with the blood demon sword, then he could only choose to fight Yi Xingqian. These are all great magic weapons, and it is impossible for him to give them to anyone. Apart from these three, Yi Xingqian had never seen his other magic treasures, such as divine willows, Bodhi seeds, etc., so it was naturally impossible to know about them. Then, according to the details of Yi Xingqian's investigation of him, what Yi Xingqian can ask for from him is nothing more than Ling Yun's dragon saliva, the rare medicinal materials brought back from Shenangjia, and the delectable Yi Mingzhu, the emperor's greenstone king, and a string of colorful emerald candied haws. But even these, any of them are priceless treasures. Ling Yun is naturally reluctant. But there's nothing she can do about it, the cards are in Yi Xingqian's hands, and it depends on how she wants to play them out. Brother Yun could only grimace. There awaits sentencing. Yi Xingqian's beautiful eyes were full of energy, and they became extraordinarily bright. His expression was as if he was about to start digging for treasure, and he was extremely excited. "I heard that you got an imperial green stone and a super emerald candied haws?" Yi Xingqian started. "It's been sold a long time ago." Ling Yin wanted to cry, but quickly tried a way to stop it. Even if it wasn't sold, there is no way to put it in the interspatial ring, they are too big and heavy. "Oh, the Shenong cauldron is not big, it doesn't sink. I just want you to take it out and let me open my eyes. Since you are reluctant to part with it, I have no choice but to apologize." Yi Xingqian got up gracefully, as if preparing to leave. "Hey, don't go." Ling Yan stood up quickly, stopping her with a smile on his face. He smiled and said, take it, let's see if it's okay." Ling Yan suddenly thought that Yi Xingqian would definitely not be able to take such a big emperor, the Greenstone King, and the bunch of candied haws, since the little witch was curious. Then it doesn't hurt to let her see it. Thinking of this, Ling Yan stepped aside and came to a large open space. With a thought, he only heard boom and boom, two earth-shattering loud noises. He took the Imperial Greenstone King that was like a big urn. And the bunch of super candied haws was taken out. This is the first time Ling Yun took them out after putting them into the interspatial ring and showed them to others. As soon as the two priceless stone kings landed on the ground, they respectively bloomed two brilliants, one red and one green, around Ling Yun. It was in the middle of the night, and Song Jingyang had only untied the extreme red jade in the middle of the super candied haws, which was bigger than a basketball. The scarlet is eye-catching, as bright as blood, the color is bright and vivid, transparent and bright, dreamlike and gorgeous, blooming with a gorgeous red to the extreme. As for another, even bigger piece of Emperor Greenstone King, Ling Yun naturally made the incision face up. Flow out from inside. Yi Xingchen stopped in an instant, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the two stones, her delicate body remained motionless, obviously shocked. These two huge pieces of emeralds can be said to be amazing creations. They are both ordinary objects and can be said to be not ordinary objects. Anyone who sees them will inevitably be shocked. Yi Xingchen stared at it for a long while, then fluttered her skirt, moved lightly with lotus steps, and soon came to Ling Yun's side, gently stroked the two pieces of emeralds, and carefully observed them. No wonder. Ling Yun was secretly refreshed and proudly said, "No wonder why?" Yi Xingchen murmured, "No wonder it can shake the entire world of jewelry and jade, it is indeed a remarkable thing." Ling Yun did not forget to remind, "You said you were just looking at it." Yi Xingchen admired it silently for a while, and suddenly said with a charming smile, "I'll let you use this piece of imperial green to make me a statue. It doesn't need to be too big, just 1 foot high, but you have to put your heart into it. Sculpt to my satisfaction." Ling Yun immediately relaxed. If a 1-foot-high statue was carved according to the proportion of Yi Xingchen's body, it would not take much jadeite. This requirement is not high, and Ling Yun is absolutely willing. "I like this piece of extremely red jadeite too. I want you to create a complete set of women's jewelry, including earrings, necklaces, bracelets. The ring will be omitted first." Ling Yun began to gasp. However, when he looked up and saw that Yi Xingchen was not wearing any jewelry, his heart moved, and he generously said, "Jewels should be given to beautiful women, I promise you." Ling Yunxin said, Yi Xingchen, this time my brother admits to failure, he will treat it as a loan, and one day in the future, he will get back his principal with interest." Well, the interest Brother Yun mentioned is naturally referring to Yi Xingchen himself. "Put them all away, the money is not in vain." Ling Yun was speechless, and said in his heart that you have seen and touched it, why don't you show your wealth at this time? However, as if he had received an amnesty, he immediately put the two stones into the space ring. Just when Ling Yun thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Xingchen spoke again. "Ling Yun, how many night pearls do you have?" To be continued. P.S. Hey, Brother Yun suffered a loss for the first time. He was slaughtered by the sanctus of the demon sect. Everyone, please give Brother Yun some recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets are also fine, don't force it. Thank you for your support. Ben from Reading Net. Night Pearl? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and said to his heart, "Brother, I just took out one and put it on the stone table for a long time, but you are not even interested in looking directly at it, why ask now? Haven't you seen enough just now?" Ling Yun really couldn't figure out Yi Xingchen now, and couldn't figure out her thoughts at all. So he said vigilantly, "There is only one left just now, don't you? Do you still want to see it?" Yi Xingchen was standing in front of Ling Yun at this moment, the two of them were an arm's length away, she smiled beautifully, and patiently waited for Ling Yun's performance to end, then she chuckled and said, "There is only one left, that would be a pity, not enough." Ling Yun finally understood that Yi Xingchen didn't want to see Yi Mingzhu, but really wanted it. And looking at what Yi Xingchen meant, she didn't want one, but wanted as many as she had. After figuring this out, Ling Yun was terrified, this little witch is greedy enough, this is obviously a scam. Ling Yun hurriedly explained with a smile, there is really only one left. This is the night pearl, and it's not the Chinese cabbage in the vegetable market. How can there be so many? In fact, Ling Yun is of course lying. He obtained a total of 99 night pearls under the Tianqing. Later, he gave 18 to Shui Mining, 2 to Long Wu, 1 to Kong Shiuru, and 1 to Su Bingyan. Now there are at least 70 night pearls in his interspatial ring. If Yi Xingchen really wants it, it's okay to give her a few, but seeing Yi Xingchen's lion opening his mouth, how could Ling Yun tell the truth? Yi Xingchen really didn't believe Ling Yun's nonsense. A charming and pitiful look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said softly, I told you, one is not enough. Although Yi Xingchen covered his face with a light veil and only had a pair of beautiful eyes exposed in front of Ling Yun's eyes, it has to be said that just because of this pair of beautiful and captivating eyes, there is such a kind of alluring allure with every frown and smile. Kindness. The power is indeed very powerful, so powerful that Ling Yun only took one look at it, and then decided to be so cruel that he would bleed again. If it's really not enough, I'll look in the interspatial ring, to see if there are any. Ling Yun obeyed obediently, ready to take out 2 more. He was still pretending to be thinking, hey, the space in this ring is not too small. I put some miscellaneous things in it. It's really troublesome to find such a small bead. Hey, I actually found 2 more. After finishing speaking, with a thought of Ling Yun, 3 luminous pearls appeared on his left hand. With his palm spread out, there were 3 luminous pearls, round and smooth. Blooming a faint brilliance, it is very eye-catching in the night. Seeing Ling Yun take out 3 night pearls at once, Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of sly complacency, but he sighed again. However, 3 are still not enough. What? Not enough? Ling Yun was shocked when he heard this, and felt a burst of regret in his heart, wishing he could gouge his own eyes on the spot. Chopped off his left hand. Damn, you can't control your eyes, you can't stand the temptation, you're cheap. Yi Xingchen saw Ling Yun's heartbroken expression, and couldn't help laughing inwardly. She bowed her head slightly. May's back is straight, making the 2 mountain peaks in front of her chest look taller and taller. Looking carefully, it seems that she is still trembling slightly. She glances sideways at Ling Yun, her eyes are even more pitiful, and she speaks with a gentle and unbearable voice, asked in a delicate voice, is there any more? Or, can you look for it again? When he saw Yi Xingchen's chest stretched out and his winking eyes flying sideways, Ling Yun knew that he was completely finished, and he was bound to bleed heavily tonight. No way, Ling Yun believed that even an old monk who had been sitting in meditation for 100 years couldn't resist Yi Xingchen's deliberate obsession. How many night pearls do you want? Ling Yun fixed his gaze on the uncharacteristically Yi Xingchen without blinking, fearing that he would miss every moment. He asked almost blankly. Now that he has already gone all out and prepared to bleed heavily, there is no need to act anymore. Brother Yun suddenly felt that it was worth it to be able to make a beautiful woman smile at this time. Yi Xingchen seemed a little embarrassed and shyly smiled. She's going to be 19 soon. That girl surnamed Shui, on her birthday, I remember you gave her 18 night pearls. Hearing this, Ling Yun, who seemed to have been seduced by Yi Xingchen just now, and couldn't help himself, suddenly smiled, with a bright red mouth and white teeth. Want to compare with Ninger? No wonder Yi Xingchen talked about giving Shui Mining a birthday present at the very beginning of the negotiation, and it turned out that he was here waiting for him. Can Brother Yun understand that the little witch is secretly jealous of the little witch? After figuring this out, Ling Yun felt refreshed, and instantly felt confident. Charming, hee, we are charming. Isn't it 19 luminous pearls? Here. Even if you want 20 pieces, you can give it. Anyway, one day, even people and Yi Mingzhu will be their own. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be jealous? Ling Yun asked, with a smirk. Yeah, you just noticed it? Yi Xingchen was very frank, so frank that Ling Yun thought she was joking. You like me? What do you think? Ling Yan laughed, thinking that bickering with Yi Xingchen seemed very interesting. He raised his chin, and said provocatively, but, I gave Ninger 18 Yi Mingzhu as a birthday present because she is my legitimate girlfriend, but you are not. Yi Xingchen giggled and said, what's wrong with being your girlfriend? As long as you dare, I can go back to Villa number 1 with you right now, how about it? Let's avoid this. Ling Yan was speechless. He knew that Yi Xingchen did things unscrupulously and had no taboos, and he could not take advantage of the other party by arguing with her. Take Yi Xingchen home? Of course it was just a joke. If you really want to bring her back, the group of women in Villa number 1 will be blown up. What's more, Yi Xingchen possesses peerless magic skills and his realm is unfathomable. Taking her home is like putting a time bomb in the house, similar to leading a wolf into a house. During the negotiation process, Ling Yan, who had repeatedly gained the upper hand, was completely defeated by Yi Xingchen after the official negotiation ended. Anyway, the two want to cooperate, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. He no longer continues to tease each other, but asks seriously, I can give you 19 night pearls, but how do you get them? You don't have to worry about that. Seeing that Ling Yan finally agreed, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, and with a slight shake of her pink arm, a celestial demon belt shot out, came to Ling Yan, spread out in the air, and remained motionless. 19. Just put it on. Ling Yan stopped talking, he simply took out the 19 night pearls. They put them all on the heavenly demon belt, and watched the heavenly demon belt sweep back. Those Yi Mingzhus were hidden by Yi Xingchen. Thank you, I am very happy. Yi Xingchen got the Yi Mingzhu, a happy smile flickered in her beautiful eyes, and her bright expression compared to the stars in the sky. Ling Yan could naturally tell that Yi Xingchen wasn't talking casually. She is really happy. Yi Xingchen was happy, of course not because of these priceless Yi Mingzhu, but because Ling Yan was willing to give her a gift, and this was the first time he gave her a gift. Seeing Yi Xingchen happy, Ling Yan also felt inexplicably happy, and suddenly there was an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart. He enjoyed the strangeness a little, but he was also a little wary. I couldn't help but shook my head, my words didn't match my heart, and said with a bitter face, I was beaten so badly by you tonight, it can be regarded as a complete defeat to you, of course you are happy. At the beginning, I took more than a dozen cars from you, and I thought I had made a lot of money from you. Unexpectedly, it was all paid out in such a short time. Yi Xingchen didn't say anything, just chuckled. After a pause, he put away his smile again, stared at his beautiful eyes, and said fiercely to Ling Yan, do you still have Yi Mingzhu? This time Ling Yan was really impatient, and he also stared back at Yi Xingchen. He said angrily, I said you don't want to push yourself too hard, okay? There are only 19 night pearls left, and now they are all given to you. Where else can I touch them? Ling Yan was angry, naturally not because of a few Yi Mingzhu, but because Yi Xingchen destroyed the strange feeling that had just arisen in his heart that he had never felt before. Pfft. Yi Xingchen couldn't help smiling, staring at Ling Yan with sly eyes and said, actually, I know you still have some, but from now on, you are not allowed to give them to other women, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to them. If I want to know who you give it to, I will kill him. You. Ling Yan was really annoyed, he just wanted to yell, but he stopped suddenly. Because he confirmed one thing, the little witch was not joking just now, but was really jealous, and directly knocked over the vinegar vat. You dare. Ling Yan's heart moved, but he didn't give in. Look if I dare. Yi Xingchen twisted her delicate body, and put her hands on Xiaoman's waist. Seeing this posture, Ling Yan quickly turned off the fire, and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't give it away, it's fine if I don't give it away, and I really don't have it anymore, it's more real than real gold and silver. With Yi Xingchen snorting again, the half-joking, half-serious frolic between the two finally came to an end. As if suddenly, both of them stopped talking. In the dark night, two black figures, one tall and tall, the other slim and attractive, just stood quietly facing each other, silent. It's a wonderful feeling, for both of them. After a long while, Ling Yun looked up at the sky, at the bright Milky Way in the night sky, and asked lightly, "What's the relationship between you and the Yi family in the capital?" Yi Xingchen is rare and naive, and said coquettishly, "Idiot, Yi whose surname is He Yi is not a leaf of a leaf." Yi Xingchen was almost pissed off, and after talking together all night, Ling Yun always thought her surname was that Yi. "Oh, I see." Ling Yun didn't take it seriously, turned his head suddenly, looked at Yi Xingchen and smiled seriously, and asked, "Do you want anything else? For example, a dragon?" Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, and shook her head lightly, "No more. I want what I shouldn't want, but I don't want what I should want. This woman is really delicious." Ling Yun thought happily, and suddenly said, "It's not too early, and there are really no enemies coming, let's go back." Yi Xingchen wondered, "Don't you have any questions to ask me?" Ask on the road. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun left as soon as he said DODTW. He yelled from the air, and Jester turned into a humanoid bird, shooting towards Tianmao Peak in the night sky, and finally hovered near the two of them, 7 or 8 meters in the air, his wings flapping slowly. Ling Yun smiled slightly, turned to look at Yi Xingchen, with a complacent face, and asked, "How did you get here?" Yi Xingchen raised her head, glanced at Hingkong's Jester, and secretly admitted that Ling Yun did have the capital to be proud of herself. She didn't talk nonsense, and replied directly, "He came here." What Ling Yun was waiting for was this sentence. With a smirk, he said, "I'll take you flying," then tapped the ground with his toes, and with a flick of his body, he stood on Jester's back. He lowered his head and smiled at Yi Xingchen, who was still hesitating. "Do you dare to come up and try?" Jester was naturally afraid of Yi Xingchen. He immediately flapped his wings lightly, and said with a sad face, "Boss, I really can't carry 2 people." The master and the servant asked and answered, one provoking each other, and the other veiledly refusing, but instead aroused Yi Xingchen's anger. She snorted coldly, twisted her graceful waist, her delicate body had already stepped on Jester's back, standing behind Ling Yun, as if still not forgetting to vent, he stomped Jester's feet hard. Jester's huge body was obviously lowered a bit by being stepped on, and he wailed exaggeratedly in pain. Ling Yun laughed and scolded, "It's really asking for trouble. Let's go, I have something urgent." Following Ling Yun's order, Jester, who had suffered so much, didn't dare to do anything else again, and immediately flapped his wide wingspan, carrying the 2 people on his back, quickly raised them until they passed the top of the mountain, and then shot towards the east. Yi Xingchen, who experienced such a flight for the first time in his life at 1,000-meter altitude, looked down at the dark mountains below. He was so shocked that he couldn't help stretching out his hand and quietly supported Ling Yun's shoulder. The corners of Ling Yun's lips were pursed lightly, imperceptibly evoking a smirk, facing the howling wind blowing towards his face. He said, "Beauty, if you feel scared, you can come to me, and I will hold you." Yi Xingchen's pretty face was flushed behind the veil, and she didn't dare to let go, but she said firmly, "Who is scared? It's only such a small height, even if you fall, you won't be able to kill anyone." Ling Yun smiled lightly. Through a secret voice transmission, Jester received an order. "Suddenly speed up." Yi Xingchen suddenly let out a soft cry. The delicate body fell back all of a sudden, so frightened that she instinctively stretched out her other hand, and hugged Ling Yun's waist tightly. Even if she wanted to fall and die, she had to drag the villain Ling Yun along with her. Ling Yun finally made Yi Xingchen feel embarrassed, and couldn't help laughing. Yi Xingchen suffered a great loss, and his face turned even redder, but he didn't dare to let go of Ling Yun's arms. He had no choice but to grit his teeth secretly, raised his foot and kicked Ling Yun's calf, and said in a hateful voice, "Move forward." Then he was still angry, stepped on Jester's feet again, and said angrily, "Damn bat, fly slower." This time, what Jester promised was really happy, his wings fluttered, and his flying speed suddenly slowed down. Yi Xingchen was under huge inertia. The delicate body suddenly leaned forward, and bumped into Ling Yun's solid back. The first thing to bear the brunt was naturally the two tall and soft lumps on her chest. When squeezed by Ling Yun's back, they were actually slightly flattened and deformed at the same time. Hiss! Ling Yun was struck by lightning. The tiger's body shook, and he squeezed back as hard as he could, enjoying the special refreshing feeling brought by the collision between the two delicate and full bodies, and immediately felt that even if he really went bankrupt tonight, the trip would be worthwhile. Yi Xingchen only felt 2 clusters of electric current spread from his chest to his whole body in an instant, and his whole delicate body was numb like never before, plus he was suddenly accelerated and decelerated by Jester. In a panic, he almost lay on Ling Yun's body on the spot. Jester cooperated very well. Ling Yun had made a lot of money. He was afraid that Yi Xingchen would really lose his temper, so he hurriedly spoke up as an afterthought to comfort him. "It's the first time I fly in the sky. I'm sure I'm not used to it, but it's much better after flying once." Then he pretended to reprimand Jester, and cursed fiercely, "Jester, don't you know how to fly safely? Fly for me." Jest understood, promised, and finally flew steadily. Ling Yun smiled, and after scolding, he secretly said to Jester, "You did a good job just now, and you will be rewarded a lot when you go back." Yi Xingchen, who was holding on to Ling Yun's clothes so tightly that he would not let go, was blushing at this moment, wishing to sacrifice the heavenly demon killing the master and servant on the spot, in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. Even if Jester slowed down, it could only be described as lightning fast, but after a while, the 3 of them flew out of the boundary of Xianrenling, leaving the vast mountains behind. Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, has her realm's strength there. She quickly adapted to this flying state. She no longer helped Ling Yun's shoulders and his waist, and her mind gradually stabilized, and she began to enjoy this special fun. What a vast field of vision at 1,000-meter altitude! Yi Xingchen looked down at the receding scenery below, but did not forget to ask questions curiously. "Ling Yun, where did you catch these little bats? Why do they listen to you so much?" Ling Yun had a laugh, and before he could answer, Jester, who was flying dully, said dissatisfied, "What little bats? Are we blood races, or are we higher creatures than humans?" Yi Xingchen sneered, "You are also human? Have you ever seen a person who sucks blood, is afraid of the sun, and has wings? They are obviously a group of vampires, and they say they are higher than humans, cut." Ling Yun knew that Yi Xingchen hated Jester after all the trouble just now, so he didn't explain, but just answered Yi Xingchen's question lightly. The 3 of them chased and killed Chao Tianlong of Chao's family in the capital. I defeated them and even killed one of them. Paul and Jester chose to recognize me as the master. Later, when they arrived in the capital and rescued Chao Shanshan, they were killed by me again. I have subdued 3, as for why they listen to me so much, sorry, I have no comment for the time being. Yi Xingchen didn't expect Ling Yun to be able to answer all the questions, but he just said, "Oh," and stopped asking. One of the great benefits of flying at high altitude is that the 2 of them don't have to worry about being overheard by anyone when they talk, so Ling Yun started to ask questions. "Yi Xingchen, I really want to know what state you are in now. Can you tell me?" Ling Yun is really curious about this question. Since he began to practice, so far, he has encountered the strongest master. There is no doubt that apart from the Oriental ninja Tokugawa Muto who was killed by him just now, Qinjia Qinjianhao is the most powerful master in front of him. The demon sect saintess Yi Xingchen. Ling Yun didn't care about the real strength of these people, but he wanted to find out what the cultivation system of practitioners was like on this mysterious earth, especially in the ancient Chinese martial arts world where obvious masters emerged endlessly. He needs a clear standard, so that he knows what he knows. In fact, Ling Yin discussed this question with Du Guimo and Dong Fangting under the Tianqing, and later discussed it in detail with his aunt Qin Dong Shui and grandfather Ling Lai, but limited by the strength of these people, he couldn't come up with the answer he wanted. Now that Yi Xingchen was by his side, of course he wanted to find out, to see what realm he had reached, and whether he could underestimate the heroes of the world. Who knows that Yi Xingchen didn't answer and asked instead, Ling Yun, what realm are you in? There was no need for Ling Yun to hide anything, and he replied directly, according to my personal cultivation, it should be the peak of the acquired 9th floor. What? Yi Xingchen was shocked and dumbfounded, but found that Ling Yun in front of him turned around slowly and stared at him with a smile. After being stunned for a while, Yi Xingchen exhaled quietly, and murmured, but you can kill the Oriental ninjas of the 9th floor. Ling Yun said seriously, boundary is realm, and strength is strength. Isn't it strange to kill people beyond the realm? Of course, Yi Xingchen understands this truth better than anyone else. Her strength is there. Of course, she already knows that Ling Yun is a martial arts genius that has not been seen in hundreds of years. The reason why she is shocked is that she did not expect Ling Yun to kill people across a complete realm. 9 kills after 9 kills first, how monstrous is this? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen nodded, suddenly laughed at himself, and said lightly, actually, I am the peak of the 7th level of innate. This time it was finally Ling Yun's turn to be surprised. The peak of the 7th level of innate was not above the 9th level of innate as he had always imagined. Seeing Ling Yun's appearance, Yi Xingchen chuckled, you don't need to be so exaggerated. In this world, you are not the only one who can kill people across borders. After a pause, Yi Xingchen said again, besides, many innate 9-level masters on the bright side of China are just fake realms, nothing more than illusory realms. When it comes to killing methods, they may not be able to come to the fore. Ling Yun nodded in approval, and finally had a firm understanding of Yi Xingchen's realm in his heart, which was roughly on track, and he asked instead, then what about supernatural powers? Yi Xingchen smiled and said, supernatural power, to put it simply, actually means that after reaching a certain level, the true energy can be separated from the body. As long as you can control the separated true energy freely, it is naturally a supernatural power in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of you and me, in my eyes, this is nothing unusual. Generally speaking, for ancient Chinese martial arts practitioners, only when they have reached the 9th level of innate ability can they control their true qi perfectly and freely. The more proficient you are, the greater your supernatural powers will be. Of course, there are also many special circumstances, which cannot be explained in words, but can only be understood. Yi Xingchen didn't hide anything, and explained very clearly. Ling Yin smiled, and then asked, then do you think people with supernatural powers will come to trouble me? For example, Qin Jingxian, the ancestor of the Qin family? Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, raised his hand in a gesture of covering his lips, stared at Ling Yun and said, why, ask around, or is it because you are afraid of Qin Jingxian? Ling Yun could only smile wryly, and folded his hands on his chest and said, young Qin family, I killed Qin Haikan, Qin Haishan, Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia, and Qin San and Qin Jiangui are still locked up at home. Would you not be afraid of such a deadly enmity? When Ling Yin said it casually, even Yi Xingchen got dizzy when he heard it, but she was not afraid, and raised her hand rarely, patted Ling Yin's shoulder, and said with a delicate smile, don't worry, if he comes to look for you trouble, I'll help you beat him together. After finishing speaking, Yi Xingchen glanced at the forest below, raised his hand, and said to Jester, who was buried in the flight. Go down, here we are. When Ling Yin heard this, he knew that he was going to see Lin Menghan and Yao Rou soon. His heart felt hot, and he lowered his head and looked under Yi Xingchen's finger. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yin looked down from the night sky, and as far as he could see, in the dark mountain forest below, there was actually a relatively affluent small mountain village. The reason why this small mountain village is said to be rich is because Ling Yun discovered that most of the families in this small mountain village live in second- and third-story villas, distributed on both sides of the mountain road, with red bricks and green tiles in a patchwork pattern. Needless to say, Yi Xingchen must have hid Lin Menghan and Yao Rou here in a certain villa below. Knowing that his master was anxious, Jester flapped his wings swiftly and plunged towards the ground, but instead of falling towards the road, he quickly threw himself into a dense forest away from the roadside. When they were about 20 meters away from the ground, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen used their body skills and shot into the dense forest below first, landing quietly. And Jester instantly transformed into a small bat, never attracting anyone's attention in the dark. Ling Yun landed on the ground, took a quick look at the surrounding environment, couldn't help shaking his head with a wry smile, and said to Yi Xingchen, "You really know how to hide people. You're in the suburbs of Qingshui City, so close to the city." No wonder Ling Yun was depressed. The straight-line distance from here to the west outer ring road of Qingshui City was no more than 3 kilometers, and it was just on the edge of the city. However, whether it was the police or Qinglong's people, they went out in full force. In 2 days and 2 nights, they almost searched the city and suburbs, but only missed this area. Even last night, when Ling Yun led Jester to deliberately search over the mountains in the northwest suburb of Qingshui City, he directly crossed this mountain village. This is typical dark under the lights. Seeing Ling Yun's troubled and gloomy look, Yi Xingchen covered his lips in the dark and smiled delicately, explaining, "Although it rained heavily that night, Lin Minghan's car going out of the city would definitely be captured by the cameras on the road. So, you will all think that I caught them and hid them in the mountains. Of course I never thought they would be hidden here." Ling Yun curled his lips, and said with disdain and sarcasm, "Cut, what are you proud of? It's just a cleverness. If I hadn't been busy fighting in Xianrenling these 2 days, do you think I would not be able to find them?" Yi Xingchen turned his head, as if he didn't care what you said. At this time, Ling Yun didn't have time to argue with Yi Xingchen, so he asked directly, "Which villa are they in?" Actually, knowing that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were in this area, Ling Yun didn't need to ask. He only needs to release his consciousness and use his agility to quickly search around. Then he would be able to find out where the 2 of them were hiding, but Yi Xingchen was by his side, so he was too lazy to waste his energy. Now that it's all here, Yi Xingchen naturally won't embarrass Ling Yun anymore. He simply raised his hand and pointed at the mountain, and said with a smile, "Didn't I say it, it's on top of your head." Before Yi Xingchen could finish speaking, Ling Yun flew up, standing tall in place. He rushed out of the dense forest and landed on the top of a tree. This is a small mountain peak less than 300 meters high. The mountain road bends upwards. On the mountainside, there are a few beautiful villas dotted here and there, one of which has a faint light shining through. Walk. Ling Yun immediately identified the villa where the 2 girls were. Without hesitation, it swept straight up and shot towards the mountainside. At the same time, in order to prevent accidents from happening, Ling Yun put his spiritual consciousness to the maximum early in the rush, for fear that the 2 girls would get into trouble again under his nose. Ling Yun swept 100 meters away. With another vertical leap, the figures of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou appeared within the range of his consciousness. What convinced Ling Yun was that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were really safe and sound. Brush. Ling Yun landed outside the gate of that exquisite 2-story villa, and at the same time, slowly, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Why are you running so fast? I told you both of them will be fine." Yi Xingchen followed Ling Yun closely. Floating to the ground, with a hint of bitterness in his eyes, he was either happy or angry towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun came outside the gate of the villa, so he was sure that no one would hurt Lin Menghan and Yao Rou in the slightest. He maximized his consciousness, searched around, and found that everything was normal. Dilla, the corners of his lips twitched slightly, and said, "Xiaoyan Bagua formation, you have a heart." Around this villa, like Ling Yun's number 1 and number 9 villas, there is actually a formation. Ling Yun is the master of the formation, so he can see it at a glance. Yi Xingchen's 2-star eyes lit up instantly, staring at Ling Yun's side face, and asked curiously, "You can see this?" Ling Yun smiled faintly, "Don't forget, I have entered the Tianqing and walked out of the Yinyang locking dragon formation alive." Yi Xingchen couldn't help giving Ling Yun a blank look, but then smiled knowingly. Ling Yun turned his head, stared at Yi Xingchen, with a half-smile, and asked, "Beauty, are you planning to let me break through the formation, or are you going to give me the key and let's go in through the main entrance?" There is a small courtyard in this villa. There are lights on in the courtyard, and a faint light is transmitted from it. The night stars in black gauze, under the light of this hazy light, look more ethereal and mysterious, especially the pair of talking the charming and beautiful eyes are even more soul-stirring. Being stared at by Ling Yun with a half-smile, Yi Xingchen somehow felt a little nervous. An imperceptible sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, and said with a hint of resentment, "It's not easy for you and them to get together. I don't want to stand aside and get in the way, otherwise, if they bully me together, but no one will support me." Yi Xingchen's voice became lower and lower, and at the end, he looked as if he had really been bullied by others, and looked at Ling Yun with a pair of dreamy and beautiful eyes, as if he really wanted Ling Yun to support her. Ling Yun's mind was shaken when he saw it, and he said that this little witch's magic skills are really powerful, and her ability to charm people is unparalleled in the world. In front of her, protect her from the wind and rain. But Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's 2 daughters were in the villa in front of him at this time. Ling Yun knew that this was not the time for his mind to flutter, so he silently recited the formula of clearing his heart, quickly restrained his mind, and said with a slight smile, "Don't do this with me. Don't think I don't know, the 2 of them are now restricted by their acupoints, and even ordinary women who are not as strong as ordinary, how could they bully you? I think it's true that they have been bullied by you in the past 2 days?" At this moment, both Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were within the envelope of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness, and Ling Yun could see their situation as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Both of them had their acupoints restrained by Yi Xingchen's unique technique, and they were in a state of depression, which made people feel distressed. Yi Xingchen suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes, and her whole demeanor changed accordingly, saying, "The 2 of them have such a temper, if they insist on going on a hunger strike with me, don't you want me to humbly beg them to eat?" "What? No food or drink for 2 days?" Ling Yun heard it. Immediately flew into a rage, he stared handsomely. The momentum surged out violently. "What, it hurts? That's better than if they fall into Xikong Wuji's hands." Yi Xingchen didn't know why, but he didn't give in. He straightened his delicate body, and glared at Ling Yun angrily. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them became tense again. Seeing the posture of the 2 of them, Jester, who was hiding in the dense forest not far away, couldn't help but secretly gasp, thinking that he couldn't. The boss has been negotiating with this demon sect saint for so long, and it seems that he is about to save someone, so is there still a fight? Jester was baffled, seeing that the battle was about to break out, but at this moment, Ling Yun let go of his aura and snorted coldly. Turned his head. Seeing Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's sluggish and weak appearance, Ling Yun certainly felt distressed, but he knew it in his heart. Looking back, Yi Xingchen was right. On the night when the 2 girls disappeared, they were almost on the front and rear. Explosions happened in Ling Yun's ordinary clinic and clothing store. Ling Yun didn't need to think about it. That night, Yi Xingchen should have known about Xikong Wuji's plan to deal with Ling Yun in advance. The single 2 daughters saved the 2 of them from a disaster. Anyway, it was Yi Xingchen who saved the 2 lives of the 2 women, otherwise, if they really fell into the hands of Xikong Wuji, the consequences. Ling Yun didn't dare to imagine it at all, he absolutely couldn't bear it. "Humph, if it weren't for your kindness and saving them, I would never forgive you today." Although Ling Yun was defeated, he still expressed his displeasure. "Tch, it's as if you can really beat me. It's not a bad thing for them to fall into my hands. It's not a bad thing to suffer a little bit. You have such a little power and so many enemies. Who knows when the day will come, another woman will be kidnapped." Yi Xingchen didn't show any weakness, it seemed to be sarcasm, but it was more like reminding Ling Yun, when she was talking, she dropped it and said coldly, "Here you are." Ling Yun took it and found that it was a bunch of keys, which obviously belonged to the villa. At the same time as he took the key, Ling Yun instinctively wanted to refute Yi Xingchen, but he swallowed the words back. Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou. The facts are there, Yi Xingchen is right. Strength. Power. Ling Yun was silent, gritted his teeth in secret, raised his head suddenly, stared at Yi Xingchen's eyes like a torch, and said word by word, "Yi Xingchen, remember, one day, I will make no one dare to touch my woman, and my relatives and friends." Yi Xingchen never expected that Ling Yun would say such words to her so seriously. She was stunned at first, but when she noticed Ling Yun's eyes, her heart throbbed. Ling Yun's eyes were hot and cold. Yi Xingchen didn't dare to look at him for too long. She suddenly turned her head, then twisted her delicate body, and turned around gently. Yi Xingchen's vermilion lips parted lightly, and his voice complained, "I'm leaving." There was a clear meaning of farewell in the voice, but he had to go. She was afraid that seeing the scene of Ling Yun reuniting with the two girls next time, she would not be able to help but get mad. "You have been to the capital, remember to be careful of Yi Tiandu of the Yi family. Be more careful about Long Tianxing and Long Tianfeng of the Long family. Those self-proclaimed martial arts masters have gathered in Qingshui, and there are many top masters among them. You must not be careless. Sikong Wuji covets everything in your hands. Within half a month, there will be a battle between you. Be careful of his phantom magic step and blood-melting demon palm." Yi Xingchen wore a black gauze skirt with fluttering corners. With her back to Ling Yun, her graceful body walked slowly along the mountain road into the darkness, the sound of a silver bell reminding her, every word pierced into Ling Yun's eardrums. "I never say I care about you, but I care every word." Holding the key in Ling Yun's hand, there was still a trace of Yi Xingchen's faint body fragrance. He stood there in amazement, watching Yi Xingchen leave until she disappeared into the darkness completely. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. When Yi Xingchen left, she was obviously very reluctant, but she left resolutely and did not look back. For the first time, Ling Yun watched Yi Xingchen leave step by step, and from the deepest part of his heart, there was a feeling of inseparability. This kind of emotion was so domineering and violent as soon as it appeared, it almost drove him to leave. No matter what, he flew after her and left her behind. However, Ling Yun didn't fly to chase after him, he just opened his mouth slightly and raised his arms in a daze, or subconsciously, not knowing whether he wanted to keep Yi Xingchen or waved goodbye to her. And many more. Ling Yun stood there in a daze, feeling lost, as if the most precious thing in his heart had been lost, a large piece of his heart collapsed, and there was no place to touch the ground. It can be said that Ling Yun has never experienced this kind of feeling in his 2 lives. He doesn't know what happened between him and Yi Xingchen, or what happened between him and Yi Xingchen. In the world of comprehension, there was once an extremely beautiful woman with peerless grace. After following him for a long time, she finally left him sadly. It was because at that time, he practiced the supreme method, pursued the way of comprehension, and only wanted to ascend one day, to be the immortal. In this life, Ling Yun started his cultivation from the lowest level, and rose step by step against the sky. Although he was also cultivating, he embarked on another path of cultivation. It's just because, in this life, from the very beginning of cultivation, there are peerless beauties throwing themselves into their arms one after another, willing to accompany him by his side. One life of practice, one life path, different environment, different starting point, so the way of cultivation and the state of mind of cultivation will naturally be different. Are you bothered? Of course. Ling Yun never denied this to himself, and never rejected it in his heart. The way of heart is the way of heaven, do whatever you want. I am invincible. So there are Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Shui Mining, Long Wu, Zhang Ling. And so on, these stunning beauties broke into his world one by one as if scrambling to be the first. His life, his path of cultivation. These stunning beauties left in the city each have their own life experience, their own beauty, their own personality traits. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they all love Ling Yun deeply, unable to extricate themselves, and even want to stay with him for one more minute. I would rather sit at the same table and live under the same roof, with countless rivals in love. Of course Ling Yun liked each of them from the bottom of his heart, and he tried his best to maintain a level balance, and there was never any situation where one favored the other. Zhuang Meifeng was kidnapped, Xiao Mimi disappeared, and Chao Shanshan never heard from her after returning home. Of course, it also included Lin Menghan and Yao Rou who were taken away under his nose. They both caused Ling Yun to explode into a thunderous rage, as if his heart had been gouged out. But those feelings, compared with the feelings that Yi Xingchen left and brought to Ling Yun this time, seemed to be a little bit worse. Although only a little bit. If Ling Yun were to express it concretely, he would not be able to express it, but he knew in his heart that if it is different, it is different. Because Ling Yun knew that from the night when Yi Xingchen brought the killer with him to intercept and kill him, he caught a glimpse of him. The moment he saw the extremely enchanting back of the driver in front of him, as well as the waist-length black long hair flying wildly and arrogantly against the wind, that back, that picture, was already deeply engraved in his mind. Never linger again. Later, maybe it was the exquisite and embossed black gauze dress wrapped around Yi Xingchen's graceful body forever, maybe it was the black veil she never took off, maybe it was her soul-stirring pair of charming talking eyes. There are also those domineering eyes looking at the world, that pleasant voice that is both happy and angry, that presumptuous way to make things difficult for Ling Yun, and that purple-scented handkerchief that is silently left behind. Maybe it's one of them, maybe it's all of the above, they have repeatedly stirred up Ling Yun's heartstrings, until tonight, until now. In fact, counting tonight, the two only met 3 times. However, 3 times is enough. Once the golden wind and jade do meet, they will win, but there are countless in the world. Damn it, I'm going to be completely screwed this time. After Yi Xingchen left, Ling Yun stood there in a daze, staring at the direction where she left for a long time. The scene when the two met appeared in front of Ling Yun layer by layer. After a long while, he came back to his senses and shook his head wryly. I agreed to cooperate, but before I left, I didn't even give me a contact method. Where can I find you? I haven't given you what I really want to give you, but I just left. What else does Ling Yun want to give Yi Xingchen? Naturally, they are his real treasures, the best healing talisman, divine movement talisman, diamond talisman, defensive talisman, etc., which can save lives at critical moments, as well as treasures such as ambergris, 1,000-year-old ginseng, and Polygonum multiflorum that can increase the speed of cultivation. Although Yi Xingchen is driven by the entire heavenly slayer, and she is also the heavenly saintess of the demon sect, the power in her hands is much stronger than that of Ling Yun now, but she fights and kills outside alone all day, and Brother Yun also don't worry. Lowering his head again, Ling Yun found out in astonishment that at some point, Yi Xingchen's purple champagne had come to his hand. Ling Yun raised his hand, covered his mouth and nose with the neatly stacked purple champagne, closed his eyes, and took a deep sniff. Then he opened his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled, and said viciously, "What the hell, what kind of demon sect saintess, even if I fight hard, I have to let you be my woman." Brother Yun's eyebrows, expression, and tone of voice, he looked exactly like a bandit who was about to go down the mountain to snatch Mrs. Yajai. Putting down his harsh words, Ling Yun carefully folded the scented handkerchief again, carefully put it into the interspatial ring, and finally calmed down, and everything became normal. In the dead of night, there was no one around on the mountainside. After confirming that Yi Xingchen had really left, Jester finally dared to come to Ling Yun and turned into a normal human. "Boss, that woman is very powerful and special." Seeing Ling Yun's eyes looking over, except for Ling Yun, Jester, the devil who was always fearless, remembered Yi Xingchen's monstrous aura, couldn't help shrinking his neck, and said with lingering fear. Ling Yun stared. He laughed and scolded, "What is that woman? You remember it for me, she will be your proprietress from now on." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jester's already bloodless and pale face turned even paler with fright, and said miserably, "Then I'm miserable?" Ling Yun didn't have time to pay attention to him, he just laughed, and with a thought, he took out his phone. "Boot directly." After thinking about it, Ling Yun quickly edited a text message. They were distributed to Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, Tang Tianhao, and Bing respectively. "I have found Lin Menghan and Yao Ro, they are safe, stop all search operations." After Ling Yun finished sending the text message, he immediately turned off the phone and threw it into the space ring again. He believes. At this time, except for Tang Meng, who was sleeping like a dead pig, the other three would definitely be able to see his text messages immediately. "Jester, you go back to villain number 1 right now, tell everyone about tonight's situation, and just say that I'm fine." Jester nodded and said, "Yes, boss." Ling Yun warned again, "As for your boss's wife, say what you should say, and don't say what you shouldn't. After dawn, drive a car over." At the same time as exhorting, Ling Yun gave Jester a "you understand" look. Jester instantly understood and said, "Understood, boss." Then he turned into a small bat and flew away through the air with wings flapping. Call. After dismissing Jester, the super light bulb, Ling Yun finally let out a long breath, turned around, and walked towards the gate of the villa. Yi Xingchen left, but in the villa in front of him, there were 2 women waiting for him to rescue, and these were real women of his own. More real than real gold and silver. Inside the villa, the lights are bright as day. Lin Menghan and Yao Ro, the 2 distressed beauties, still wore the clothes they wore when they were hijacked that night. Lin Menghan was wearing a pink and white tight-fitting cheongsam, while Yao Ro was still wearing the light yellow evening gown with a mermaid skirt. Weak, they sat on the sofa in the living room, like 2 mermaids trapped on the beach, weeping at each other. The 2 beauties who were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of acquired heaven had their acupuncture points tapped by Yi Xingchen, and they were trapped in this villa, fighting for 2 days and 2 nights without eating or drinking. Relatively speaking, Yao Ro is in a better condition. She was born in a poor family and has an extremely strong character. Ever since she followed Ling Yun, after being bewitched by the Xiangxi old man and experiencing more than 10 tortures, she has already understood in her heart, since she chose to follow Ling Yun, she embarked on an unusual life path. She had already expected this day in her heart, and even this situation she expected was 10 times and 100 times more tragic than this simple hijacking, but she did not regret it. Lin Minghan's family is one of 3 generals, of course her background is more than 100 times better than Yao Ro's, but she used to be a special soldier, so her character is naturally strong enough. Her poor condition is not because she can't bear hardships, but because she feels that it is her own. Willfulness drags Yao Ro down. So the one sitting there crying was only Lin Menghan. "Sister, I was the one who killed you. That night, if I hadn't ran out of jealousy, you wouldn't have been caught by that witch." Lin Menghan didn't eat or drink for 2 days, his body was very weak, his face was pale, his face was haggard, his eyes were red and swollen from crying, even his usually delicate lips were cracked several times, and his voice was extremely hoarse. The 2 went on a hunger strike together, and Yao Rou's situation was not much better. Her lips were dry and peeling, and her voice was also hoarse. "Sister, you must never say such things again. Although we were arrested, we were still arrested by that the witch tapped the acupuncture points, but we can still move freely. So, now is not the time to despair. I firmly believe that our husband will definitely come to save us." In the past 2 days, the two had had this kind of conversation countless times. Every time, Lin Menghan blamed himself, while Yao Rou tried her best to persuade her. Lin Menghan said in a crying voice, But I heard from that witch that many top masters have come to Qingshui City now, and they all come to trouble your husband." It exploded. "My husband, how dangerous he is now." Yao Rou was silent, her eyes were red, she bit her lower lip tightly with her white teeth, a trace of blood spilled out, but she felt no pain and said nothing. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. That night, when Ling Yan's ordinary clinic was bombed, it happened to be an hour after Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were kidnapped by Yi Xingchen. At that time, not long after Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were brought back to this villa by Yi Xingchen, almost everyone in Qingshui City heard the earth-shattering explosions, and of course they heard them too. Because the ordinary clinic is located at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, in the southwest of Qingshui City. Although this farmhouse is in the northwest of Qingshui City, the straight-line distance between the two is not too far. It happened to be dead of night, and they had internal skills, so they could hear more clearly and clearly. What's more, it wasn't just Ling Yun's ordinary clinic and clothing store that was bombed that night, but also a pharmaceutical factory of Shui's Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, located by the Qingshui River in the northern suburbs of Qingshui City. It was only a few kilometers away from this villa, and they could even feel it. Vibration to the ground beneath the feet. Just after the two were kidnapped, a shocking explosion occurred in Qingshui City. Reminiscent of what Yi Xingchen said, Ling Yan's big trouble has just begun. They instinctively realized that this big explosion must have something to do with Ling Yun. The two women were so shocked that they even forgot the fact that they were prisoners. They looked at each other, and they could see the worry in each other's eyes. They exchanged glances, silently calculating all kinds of tragic possibilities in their hearts, worrying about Ling Yan's safety. And Yi Xingchen didn't intend to hide it from them at all. The vibration under their feet hadn't disappeared yet. Yi Xingchen tilted his head slightly, as if he had listened carefully to the shocking explosion, then turned his head. With a playful smile in his eyes, he seemed to be very casual and said to the two women, "Look, I didn't lie to you, right?" As soon as the explosion sounded, Ling Yan's ordinary clinic and his clothing store were already wiped out. However, it was this understatement that became the last straw that crushed the most resolute Yao Rou. Yi Xingchen may or may not know about ordinary clinics. What does it mean in the hearts of the two women in front of me, especially in Yao Rou's heart? In the short period of less than 3 months from Ling Yun's intention to the start of construction, from the preparation to the grand opening, and from the opening to the bombing, Yao Rou devoted so much effort to it. How much sweat! Even, Yao Rou wanted to protect that small clinic. With the body of an ordinary weak woman, she once endured the poisonous poison of the old man in Shaanxi, and almost gave her young life. It can be said that it is precisely because of this ordinary clinic that Yao Rou approached Ling Yun step by step as an intern nurse in a third-rate hospital, gradually gained Ling Yun's approval, and finally succeeded in becoming Ling Yun's woman, by Ling Yun's side. Surrounded by so many beauties, it has its own place. How many times have I dreamed back at midnight? Yao Rou didn't dare to imagine that without this ordinary clinic, she would be in front of those powerful rivals with her background and beauty. Whether she has the opportunity to express her abilities, or even whether she has the opportunity to express herself, is not certain. And when that day finally came, when Pingfan Clinic had its grand opening, Ling Yun pushed her in front of all the dignitaries in Qingshui City, announcing in front of everyone. When she was the owner and manager of the ordinary clinic, Yao Rou was drunk and happy. It was as if all the hardships she had suffered in the past 20 years, all the poverty and hardship she endured, all the humbleness and insignificance, at that moment, became the sharpening stone on her life path. So at that moment, she greeted the thunderous applause around her excitedly, enjoyed the flowers and glory wantonly, faced all kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful eyes from her surroundings confidently and boldly like never before. At that moment, Yaorou's life was at its peak, and on that night, Ling Yun fulfilled her promise, and she also got her wish, becoming Ling Yun's woman. The ordinary clinic has achieved Yaorou's pinnacle in her life as a woman, witnessed Yaorou's love for Ling Yun, and it has blossomed and bore fruit, allowing her to get everything a poor woman can dream of. It can be said that in Yaorou's heart, the ordinary clinic is her life, even more important than her life. But now, the ordinary clinic was blown up, and it was wiped out in an instant. Everything that once carried Yaorou's life was gone. Yaorouw believed that the evil, powerful, and unfathomably terrifying witch in front of her did not lie to her. No matter how strong her will is, no matter how resolute a woman is, she couldn't bear such a sad news. Yaorou's face turned pale in an instant, her delicate body trembled violently uncontrollably, and then she passed out. Seeing Yaorouw fainted, Lin Menghan flew over and hugged her, not letting her fall to the ground. At that time, their acupoints had not yet been tapped, and in front of the mighty demon sect Saintess, their strength was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child, and Yi Xingchen didn't need to restrict their freedom at all. Lin Menghan embraced the fainted Yaorouw, gently placed her on the sofa in the living room, pinched Yaorou's Renzhong acupoint, and did not forget to turn her head to stare at the witch who brought them bad luck and bad news, and said angrily, "You are a demon." Lin Menghan took it for granted that blowing up Ling Yun's ordinary clinic was all part of the plan of this mysterious woman in black veil to deal with Ling Yun. Otherwise, how could she know that it was Ling Yun's property that was bombed only when she heard the explosion? But Yi Xingchen just glanced at Lin Menghan with great interest, and said with disdain, "Ling Yun's ordinary clinic was bombed, and I have nothing to do with it. As for what you think, you can do whatever you want." Lin Menghan worked in a hurry for a long time. Yaorouw finally woke up slowly, and the first thing she said to Lin Menghan after waking up was, "Sister, the ordinary clinic is gone." Yaorou's empty eyes represented her despair and helplessness. Lin Menghan felt sad when she saw it. Coupled with the humiliation she endured at this moment, Lin Menghan almost couldn't help crying, but that which was by her side, so Lin Menghan felt sad. She didn't cry, she forcibly held back the tears in her eyes, and comforted Yao Judao, "Sister, don't believe her words, maybe she is torturing us on purpose, we are not fooled." But these words, even Lin Menghan himself, did not believe it. That night, Yaorouw was completely defeated, and from that moment on, the two chose to go on a hunger strike without eating or drinking, to silently fight against that powerful mysterious woman. Yi Xingchen disappeared, but unless she left the villa, at other times, Yi Xingchen never restricted the freedom of the two of them. Not to mention their acupoints, they can move freely in the villa. The villa has everything to eat and use, and there is TV to watch, but there is no communication device to communicate with the outside world. Of course, the two of them's mobile phones have been completely destroyed by Yi Xingchen long ago. When Yi Xingchen wasn't paying attention, or when she was meditating and practicing. It is not that the two women have tried to escape, but they soon found out. Some kind of formation was set up in the courtyard, and they couldn't escape at all. In the end, they finally understood that in the face of truly powerful strength, everything they did was futile, so they completely gave up the idea of running away. They were truly in despair. However, the willpower that a woman bursts out of in despair is amazing. After dawn the next day, the two confirmed on the TV news program that Ling Yun's 3 properties were bombed. Yaorouw seemed to have forgotten about the bombing of the ordinary clinic. She regained her composure and even started to take care of Lin Menghan, who was getting more and more desperate and self-blame. In the next 2 days, they depended on each other, fortunately. The time that the witch left the villa was much more than the time she stayed in the villa. When Yixingchen was not in the villa, their mental pressure would be reduced a lot invisibly. And when Yixingchen came back, as long as he opened his mouth, he would ask them about Ling Yan's past. But for Ling Yan's secret, the coping methods chosen by the two women were surprisingly consistent. No matter how intimidating and tempting Yixingchen was, they would always remain silent. Even if Yixingchen told the two of them that she was the saintess of the demon sect, even if she pretended to be extremely evil and said that she wanted to scratch the two girls' faces and blind their eyes, it would be useless. In the War of the Three Women, this is the mighty Yixingchen. The only place where he was helpless or even angry, but silently admired these two women in his heart. At the same time, the behavior of the two women naturally deepened Yixingchen's curiosity about Ling Yun. Since there is TV to watch, the two girls who have lost contact with the outside world naturally hope to learn about the trend of Qingshui City by watching the news of Qingshui City, and look forward to discovering the news about Qingshui City that only they can understand from the news programs of Qingshui City. Trend. Because, those people in Qingshui City who are qualified to be on the news, those leaders, and those leaders in various industries, they know almost all of them, and they can judge the potential hidden under the surface based on the movements or words of these people on the surface. Undercurrent. The reason for this is very simple, because now, it is Ling Yun who controls Qingshui City, and controls the black and white of Qingshui City. And they are all Ling Yun's women. Naturally, Ling Yun did not disappoint them. Finally, on a popular TV program in Qingshui City, they saw the chic figure who haunted their dreams and made them yearn for days and nights, and saw Ling Yun's magical and gorgeous magic show. Performance. When the two girls, who were increasingly desperate, saw Ling Yun's figure on the TV show, they instantly forgot that they were trapped and hungry, and couldn't help hugging each other tightly, crying with joy and headache. Ling Yun is fine, he is fine and safe. However, Yixingchen, who appeared behind the two girls at some time and accompanied them to silently watch Ling Yun's magic show, snorted coldly and said, "Dees." This sentence naturally attracted the two women to turn their heads at the same time and glared at her. Ling Yun's program gave the two women who were gradually sinking into despair new hope and fighting spirit, and it became the most powerful motivation for them to fight against Yixingchen. Until tonight, Yixingchen restrained their acupoints, and then never returned. Yao Rou, who was still comforting Lin Minghan, once again heard about the ordinary clinic from Lin Minghan's mouth. She was instantly surrounded by intense grief and was speechless for a long time. But, suddenly, Yao Rou's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes were filled with unspeakable surprise. She suddenly turned her head, and looked towards the door. Just because a voice came to Yao Rou's eardrum abruptly, it was real and familiar. "Rower, don't be sad, the ordinary clinic is gone, let's build a bigger one." To be continued. P.S. Sorry, the upload was late today, please read the next chapter tomorrow. When the sound of roar sounded like thunder in Yao Rou's ears, God knows how to describe Yao Rou's feelings at that moment. It is like a fish trapped in a pond that is drying up. In the muddy water that is gradually drying up, most of the fish body is exposed under the scorching sun. The fish mouth opens and closes to swallow the muddy water, dying when struggling. The heavy rain poured down in time, and the flood filled the pond in an instant. At this time, there was only one voice crazily shouting in Yao Rou's heart, "Ling Yun. It's Ling Yun. Ling Yun is here. Here comes her man, her husband." From despair to happiness, sometimes all you need is a voice, a word, and a person. All of a sudden, Yao Rou's weak body burst out of power from nowhere, and her delicate body, which was softly curled up on the sofa, sat upright, and the next moment, she was about to stand up. At the same time, Yao Rou opened her mouth, and the word husband was about to blurt out. But before she uttered the first word, Ling Yun's next sentence immediately made Yao Rou swallow that word back and change her words abruptly. "Rower, first ask Menghan for me, if she will be jealous indiscriminately in the future. At this time Ling Yun had already arrived at the main entrance of the villa, and was standing outside the living room door, separated from the two girls in the living room by only one door. Although he got the key to the villa, but the key was prepared for them to leave by car, Ling Yun still chose to jump into the yard, passed through the xuanhuan gossip array lightly, and listened to the conversation between the two women in the living room all the way, quietly came to the door. From the time when the figures of the two women entered Ling Yun's range of consciousness, to when Ling Yun came outside the main gate of this villa, he even watched and listened, adding Yi Xingchen's narration, and after a little deliberation on his own, he had already understood the two. The woman made a rough guess from the situation from being arrested to now. The two stupid women must have suffered, but Ling Yun has already come to the two women, and it is not short of a few minutes to save them. If Lin Minghan's young lady doesn't change her temper, she will definitely suffer in the future, this time. Anyway, let her learn a lesson, improve her memory, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble in the future. Ling Yun stood at the door, looking at the two girls in the living room with his spiritual sense. Although he was angry and distressed, he resisted not breaking in. He wanted to hear what Lin Minghan had to say. At this moment, Lin Minghan had already noticed something strange about Yao Rou, and she was instantly alert. Jiaozi was startled and said, "What's wrong, sister, is that witch back?" Although the two women are both at the peak of the 9th level of acquired heaven, they can practice different exercises. Lin Minghan practices the Wuji Xianbing Ju, while Yao Rou practices the Huangquan Earth Emperor, Kung Fu. Therefore, they are also in the same situation when the acupoints are restricted and the meridians are blocked. Yao Rou's rhythm of the earth is definitely much stronger than Lin Minghan, so whenever there is any abnormal movement around the villa, Yao Rou can always feel it first. Yao Rou suppressed the ecstasy that was everywhere in her body. It was impossible to deliberately express the grief just now, so she had to hide her face with a tense face. "No, I heard some movement in the yard just now. I was scared, made me jump." Immediately afterwards, Yao Rou's eyes were strange, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Sister Lin, actually, I wanted to ask you just now, tell me, if we can escape this time, will you eat your husband casually in the future?" Vinegar? Even though he said so. But Yao Rou felt very apologetic in her heart, saying that her husband asked me to ask, "Sister, please don't blame me in the future." When Lin Minghan heard that it wasn't the scary witch who came back, Lin Minghan relaxed, and then her delicate body softened, and she leaned back on the sofa again. She was thinking about Yao Rou's sudden question in her heart, but she didn't observe Yao Rou's expression change. He said casually, "Sister, in fact, you are asking too much. In the past 2 days, we have been together through thick and thin, and we have said so many intimate words to each other. In fact, you know everything about my thoughts. We've been with him for such a long time, and we're already with him. At this point, Lin Minghan was a little ashamed, but continued to say to himself, "But, who really are you jealous of him? Just because of my personality, if I am really jealous of him, I just watch the girls around him now, and I would have fallen into the vinegar vat and drowned long ago." Lin Minghan was in despair, her eyes were dim, she opened up the conversation box, and said whatever came to her mind at this time. But that night, Lin Minghan's emotions gradually became agitated, and her mountain-like chest began to heave violently. "We waited so hard for him for so long, thinking day and night, and finally having the opportunity to be with him. But what about him? He didn't say anything after almost no one was seen all night. He finally came back. He drove us away without saying a few words. He didn't even mean to see us off, let alone go home together. I really can't get angry." Yao Rou sat still, laughing secretly in her heart. In fact, the two of them had talked about this topic many times in the past few days. Of course, she understood that it was because Lin Minghan missed Ling Yun too much, under the huge gap between expectations and disappointment, they were self-willed for a while, and the two of them had an accident. Taking advantage of Lin Menghan talking to himself without paying attention, Yao Rou secretly turned her head and glanced towards the door, with a smile in her eyes, signaling to Ling Yun, "Sister Lin's thoughts, do you know now?" Yao Rou knew that Ling Yun had spiritual consciousness and could see all of this. Then she turned her head and said intentionally or unintentionally, "Sister, of course I know what you said. I didn't ask you before, but after you." When Lin Menghan heard this, tears filled his eyes, he felt wronged 100 times, and said in despair, "In the future, where is there any future? Don't say that the witch is so powerful, even if she is not here now, we can walk around casually, and we can't get out of the yard. That broken array. For my husband, although we are not afraid of death, if we really have a chance to escape from here, even if we only see him before dying, as long as we can die in his arms, I am willing." As he said that, Lin Menghan's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into flames, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, if we can return to my husband alive, I will definitely concentrate on practicing exercises and improve my strength. Sooner or later, I will defeat that arrogant witch with your own hands, and take back the humiliation she brought us 10-fold and 100-fold. Of course Yao Rou knew that Lin Menghan hated that demon sect saint to death at this moment. Why didn't she think so herself? The smile in her beautiful eyes became more and more obvious. She smiled and asked Lin Menghan, "Sister, is everything you said true?" "Of course it's true," Lin Menghan said bitterly, then looked up. Looking at Yao Rou's smiling face, he said in surprise, "Sister, why are you still in the mood to smile?" Then she was shocked to see that the smile on Yao Rou's face seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Although her face was haggard, she was smiling very happily. At the same moment, 2 clear and sweet applause sounded from outside the door, and then a lazy and faint voice sounded, "My silly daughter-in-law, of course it's because of what you said." The voice did not fall. Ling Yan pushed the door and entered. Yao Rou twisted her delicate body, supported the sofa, and stood up enchantingly. Her beautiful eyes were radiant, and she looked at Ling Yan approaching with surprise. Lin Menghan was dumbfounded and sat stiff on the spot. Ling Yan flicked his fingers while walking. He sent out several fingering winds to the 2 women one after another, and immediately untied the pinched acupoints of the 2 women. What Ling Yan cultivated was the yin-yang ju of 1 qi, and the exclusive restriction of the saintess of the demon sect was of course nothing in front of the yin-yang true qi. As soon as the acupoints were released, Yao Rou's meridians immediately began to unblock. Immediately able to move, she flew towards Ling Yun, but Ling Yun was faster than her. "Do not move." Yao Rou only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and the next moment, her entire delicate body was embraced by Ling Yun, and the unique familiar smell of Ling Yun came over her face, and those 2 powerful arms firmly encircled her. Her soft body let Yao Rou instantly feel infinitely safe, secure, and satisfied. Now that Ling Yun is here, what else is there to worry about? Ling Yun gently put Yao Rou's delicate body back on the sofa, and at the same time, sent streams of gentle qi into Yao Rou's body, quickly clearing her stagnant meridians, and then gently said, "Be good and don't move, I have everything." Lin Menghan looked dumbfounded, as if she was in a dream. Until now, she couldn't believe that all this could be true. But the meridians in her body gradually unblocked, and the Xianbing Zhenqi that started to circulate slowly again told her with certainty that everything in front of her was real. Ling Yan came to save her. For a moment, Lin Menghan's tender body trembled violently, and the towering peaks on her chest rose and fell violently due to excitement and surprise. She bit her chapped lower lip tightly to prevent herself from crying, but she couldn't stop the hot tears in her eyes. However, when Ling Yan settled Yao Rou and looked at Lin Menghan with a smile on his face, Lin Menghan suddenly raised his hand, wiped away the tears on his face indiscriminately, turned his head angrily, and let out a soft snort. Then Lin Menghan lowered his head, suppressed the joy in his heart, and said coldly with duplicity, "Humph, you still know how to come." Of course, this is not jealousy of Yao Rou, but a natural reaction of a woman's thin face and uncontrollable face. As the saying goes, the country is easy to change and the nature is hard to change. Lin Menghan is Lin Menghan, and she will never become Yao Rou. Lin Menghan is so smart, she didn't even need to think about it. She knew that Ling Yun must have stood at the door for a long time, and he listened to all her words just now. Brother Yun knew that he didn't come in just now, so it would be nice to hear what Lin Menghan was saying through Yao Rou's mouth. How could he be willing to teach her a lesson at this time? What? Ling Yun gave a dry laugh, and then came directly to Lin Menghan, bent down and lowered his head, hugged Lin Menghan's exquisite and emaciated but haggard and weak plump body, and said softly, "My two women are suffering here, how could I not reason for coming?" In the same way, several streams of purine and true energy were injected into Lin Menghan's tender body to quickly relax her muscles and blood, and then Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "You two are so stupid, it's fine if you are caught, since she doesn't restrict you freedom, don't know what to eat and drink, what kind of hunger strike are you talking about? If I starve my breasts down, who do I talk to?" While talking, Ling Yun put Lin Menghan's tender body on the sofa, straightened up and said, "You two don't ask anything, don't think about anything, just sit here and wait obediently." Before the words finished, Ling Yun's figure flashed and he went straight to the kitchen of the villa. To be continued. P.S. The two women were finally rescued, and the climax story of Qingshui City will start tomorrow. Another, thank you for the reward from the netizen Shadow Sniper, and thanks to Gefger and Hai Hai Gaian for the monthly pass. Thank you very much. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun quickly left and returned, but there was a thermos bottle and 2 water cups in his hands. His figure flashed past, and he came in front of the 2 women. Copy address access. He had a gloomy face and didn't speak. In front of the 2 women who were still immersed in great surprise and happiness, he poured 2 full glasses of warm water, then picked them up, and sent them in front of them. Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "Drink water first." He was not in a good mood, because there were 2 big thermoses in the kitchen, both of which were filled with boiling water, and neither cold nor hot, the temperature was just right. Obviously they had been boiled a long time ago, but these 2 silly women actually said that they were on a hunger strike. I really went on a hunger strike, and I really did not touch a drop of water. As for the personalities of the 2 women, Ling Yun is naturally clear. Yao Rou has a resolute character. Once a decision is made, she will stick to it. Lin Menghan is stubborn. She is very stubborn at critical moments, so stupid that she doesn't even think about those things. Funny, scheming things. In fact, Ling Yun knew in his heart that in the face of the mighty demon sect Sancti Xingchen, the 2 girls seemed to have no choice but to choose this way to fight in order to protect their last dignity. But Ling Yun didn't think so in his heart. In his opinion, aren't the 2 women stupid? Even if you really don't eat or drink when Yi Xingchen is around, don't you know that when she's not here, don't you know how to sneak a little to fill your belly, or at least sneak a little water to replenish yourself? If Ling Yun faced the same situation himself, not to mention that he would not choose such a stupid way of going on a hunger strike, even if he really chose to go on a hunger strike, he would have to eat and drink when the enemy is not paying attention, even if he died the next moment, nor can you be a starving ghost. So Ling Yun was really angry. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were really thirsty. Looking at the water that Ling Yun brought to them, their eyes glistened desperately, and they snatched the cup recklessly. Not to mention their image, they raised their heads and poured it into their mouths. Seeing the 2 women pouring water desperately, Ling Yun's heart inevitably ached, and he sighed deeply in his heart. The gloomy face turned into tenderness. He raised his hand, and gently wiped away the water stains that flowed from the corner of Lin Menghan's mouth to his chin, and then onto his snow-white neck. His movements were gentle and delicate, and he sighed again, "You too. It really hurts my heart." Lin Menghan gulped down a large glass of water, raised his hand and wiped the corners of his mouth indiscriminately, and suddenly passed the glass in front of Ling Yun. "Husband, have another glass." At this moment, Yao Rou's cup was also empty. Ling Yun sighed and shook his head, poured another full cup for each of them, and then said distrustedly, "There is plenty of water, drink it slowly, don't choke." After each of them poured down 2 glasses of water, the thirst of the 2 girls was finally relieved. At this time, they had time to think about their own image issues. The 2 looked at each other's appearance and blushed at the same time. He hurriedly wiped off the water stains around his mouth and neck. Ling Yun smiled, looked at the chapped lips of the 2 girls caused by thirst, and at the bloody cuts on their bright and delicate lips in the past. With a thought, he took out 2 of the best healing talismans, and said to each other. Seeing the 2 girls cover their heads and faces, they yelled Lin. The highest level of healing talisman that Ling Yun is currently making is the 5th level healing talisman. That effect can instantly heal anyone's trauma, and if it is sold, it can easily be sold for more than 1 million. He is rarely willing to use it even in wars, but at this time, it was only used to treat the chapped blood on the lips of the 2 girls, but it didn't hurt at all. The 2 healing talismans instantly turned into traces of aura, nourishing the faces and delicate lips of the 2 stunning beauties. The next moment, the 2 women returned to their usual bright and charming appearance. Their parched faces returned to their former whiteness and rosiness, their smooth and delicate lips were breakable, and their lips were red and plump. "It shines beautifully under the light. It's so comfortable." Lin Menghan looked at Yao Rou, who had a completely new face. Knowing that her own face must be the same, she couldn't help but put her hands on her cheeks and let out a happy cry. "It's great to have my husband by my side." Yao Rou couldn't help but caressed her cheek, and glanced at Ling Yun intentionally or unintentionally with her beautiful eyes. Galulyalu. I don't know whose stomach it was, but at this moment, there was an untimely sound. Lin Minghan's pretty face flushed, and she quickly clutched her hungry stomach, staring at Ling Yun with watery eyes, and said pitifully, "Honey, I'm hungry." They didn't eat for 2 days and 2 nights. It would be hell if they weren't hungry. After they initially quenched their thirst, their first reaction was to find that they could swallow a cow at this time. Ling Yun stood up, staring, and said, "Can you not be hungry? Wait obediently, I will cook now." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun poured a glass of water for the 2 of them again, and then said, "Drink less water, don't eat too much and feel uncomfortable in your stomach." He flew into the kitchen again. Ling Yun had already discovered that there was everything in the kitchen, such as fruits and vegetables, meat, eggs, fish, rice, steamed buns and noodles, and there was nothing lacking in it, but the 2 silly women could turn a blind eye, and he felt helpless and admired. But this is not the time to teach these 2 silly women a lesson. He entered the kitchen, first cleaned his hands symbolically, and then rolled up his sleeves. In an instant, he changed from a master of cultivation to a top chef. Ling Yun's ability to cook has long been trained by Qin Dongxue, who has a tricky taste. He doesn't need to worry about Yi Xingchen poisoning the food. First, he cooks a pot of thick rice porridge, and then makes a light 1 mushroom soup, and then start to stir-fry. In less than half an hour, the villa in the early morning was filled with the smell of food, and even Ling Yun himself was salivating. The series of life and death battles last night consumed not only spiritual energy and true energy, but also physical strength. Ling Yun was also starved to death by now. "Menghan, Rower, come and eat, you can't wait?" When Ling Yun walked out of the kitchen with a large bowl of fragrant and tempting mushroom soup in his left hand and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in his right hand, and came to the dining room, he suddenly found that the 2 women who were originally on the sofa in the living room were gone. "It's coming soon." Lin Minghan's voice came from a certain room in the villa, which was the bathroom. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and after listening a little, he heard the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. It turned out that the 2 girls went to take a bath while he was cooking. Ling Yun smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking that indeed the world is big, nothing is as big as a woman taking a bath. When an evil thought arises, Ling Yun couldn't help but use his divine sense. Go for a sneak peek at the stunning scene in the restroom. But he thought about it again. The two girls had been bullied by Yi Xingchen for 2 days and 2 nights, and they had been on a hunger strike for 2 days, and they had just been rescued at this time. How could he have the heart to torment them with those things? What's more, he is about to break through the test now, and he may break through the Qi training period at any time, and he has no way to really have sex with the 2 women. It's boring to scratch the itch, so I decisively gave up the idea. So he yelled, "Hurry up, you two. Aren't you hungry? Can you still take a shower?" Then he put down the food and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. All I could hear were the 2 girls' giggling laughter from the bathroom, and then Yao replied, "I see." When all the meals Ling Yun had cooked were put on the dining table, the 2 women happened to come out of the bathroom one after another. One of them was wrapped in a snow-white bathrobe, with pink arms lightly stroking his long wet hair that was still dripping with water. The evil fire in Ling Yun's body as he looked at it shot upwards. No matter how thick a summer bathrobe can be, not only is it not thick, but it is pitifully thin. Ling Yun does not need to use his divine sense, nor does he need to use his yin and yang eyes, to be able to see the wonderful scenery inside the thin bathrobes of the 2 women. Wow! It smells so good. Lin Menghan could smell the aroma of food from a long distance away, and wrinkled her perky nose vigorously. The next moment, he couldn't help but flew up and flew towards the dining table. During the flying, the skirt of Lin Menghan's bathrobe flew up, and her 2 snow-white slender legs were instantly revealed in Ling Yun's eyes. Seeing Ling Yun almost had a nosebleed on the spot. On purpose. Definitely on purpose. Ling Yun's heart was burning with evil fire, his greedy teeth itched, his Adam's apple trembled violently. He secretly gritted his teeth, and said in his heart that when I passed this critical point, I must take care of this little fairy Lin Menghan. He glared at Lin Menghan and said, "It's just 2 steps, what kind of agility can you use? Just walk over?" Lin Menghan sat down opposite Ling Yun. Tilting her delicate body slightly, her beautiful eyes hooked on Ling Yun, and she pointedly said, "Honey, I'm so hungry." A pun. Ling Yun instantly felt that his eyes were not enough. Because the bathrobe Lin Menghan was wearing was too low and extremely loose, when she leaned over like this, more than half of the magnificent snow-white peaks on her chest were directly exposed. Ling Yun stared fiercely at the snow-white peaks that were huddled together by the 2 groups. After watching for a long time, he shook his Adam's apple violently, swallowed his saliva, and then reluctantly withdrew his gaze, and said dryly, "Don't seduce me, eat fast." Lin Menghan saw Ling Yun's appearance, giggled coquettishly, immediately sat up straight and started eating. Yao Ro was extremely quiet. She sat cross-legged between the 2 of them, first glanced at Ling Yun, then at Lin Menghan with a strange expression, and then began to concentrate on eating. Once you start eating, it's like wind and clouds. The 2 girls were really starving. When they took their first sip of soup, they immediately forgot about losing weight and their figure. "Menghan, eat slowly, drink some soup, don't choke. Rower, look at the way you eat, do you want to look like a lady?" For this meal, Ling Yunguang was busy serving rice and porridge to serve the 2 women, and he ate the food himself, which was pitifully small. In the end, the 2 girls burped so much that they put down their chopsticks one after another. Looking at the messy cups and plates on the dining table, Ling Yun touched his empty belly and sighed, "I didn't know before that the 2 of you can eat like this." Who knows that Lin Menghan was too lazy to pay attention to his words, but raised his hands, and slowly pulled out the collar of the bathrobe that was already very low, leaning forward again, and softly said, "This meal is delicious." Hot. Ling Yun was instantly dumbfounded. But that's not enough. Lin Menghan winked again, bit her delicate lower lip and said, "Honey, I'm sleepy, take me to sleep." Ling Yun's Adam's apple trembled violently, and he said with a hoarse voice in embarrassment, "It's not good to go to bed right after eating a full meal, isn't it?" To be continued. P.S. Thank you friends, extremely favorites, Moonlight Wolf Teeth, Sanjing_SY 3 big monthly tickets, Boojung Bows. Ben from Reading Net. At this time it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was twilight. The surroundings are completely silent, and the lights in the house are brightly lit. After eating and drinking, Yume is in front of you, and Yume is beside you, and they are very enthusiastic and active. Especially Lin Menghan, who simply put her shyness aside. She was always seducing Ling Yun, trying her best to tease Ling Yun's eyeballs and the evil fire in his heart. Ling Yun knew that for the past 2 days, the two girls had been in fear and anxiety, and they definitely didn't have enough sleep. There was no doubt about it. After eating and drinking, she said she was sleepy, which was true. But the problem is, taking the initiative to open the skirt of her bathrobe, revealing Bai Huahua's snow-white and plump skin to Ling Yun's eyes, and asking Brother Yun to hug her to sleep, this. Turning her head again, Yaorou's almond eyes were full of spring, the corners of her lips were smiling, her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation, as if they are all seducing me. This is definitely what they discussed. Ling Yunxin said, "Should I accept it, or accept it?" According to Ling Yun's temperament, such a good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone is beyond his reach, so of course he will not give up. However, for Ling Yun, the sky and the earth are big things, not as big as cultivation. He is about to break through the Qi training period, and he has endured it for so long, and he doesn't want to have the slightest impact on xuanhuan because of the momentary indulgence. If you want to make a fuss, Zhang Ling who was sleeping on the plane, Shui Mining who was dressed so coolly last night, and Chao Shanshan who offered to reward Ling Yun, all of them will be eaten by him. Why wait until now? Thinking of this, Brother Yun secretly gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. I endured it. Are you really sleepy? All right. Then I'll take you to rest. However, you are not allowed to mess around. Ling Yun stood up, warned in advance, then picked up Yaorou, came to Lin Menghan's side again, stretched out his arms to wrap around her slender and graceful waist, and hugged her also. In the blink of an eye, both beauties were held in Ling Yun's arms. They murmured twice one after another, their eyes met, and they could see each other's pretty face, flushed like blood. Although the area of this farmhouse villa is not as big as Ling Yun's #1 villa, the appearance is not much different from other surrounding villas, but the interior decoration facilities and home furnishings. It can get rid of the surrounding villa's 10 streets. After all, it is the place where the demon sect saintesses settled down. The Heavenly Killing Organization is not short of money. Everything in this villa fully reflects this point. Although there are only 4 bedrooms in the villa, each bedroom is elegantly furnished, clean and comfortable, and even Ling Yun's discerning eyes cannot pick out any flaws. Holding Liang Mei in his arms, Ling Yun quickly came to an unused bedroom, gently put them on the bed, and then wanted to get up. I don't know at this time. Lin Menghan, who couldn't hold back for a long time, suddenly made a move, 2 pink arms wrapped around Ling Yun's neck, and murmured, "My husband." The delicate and charming lips came together. Ling Yun couldn't refuse, and the two instantly kissed each other passionately. Yaorou was lying on the side. She looked at Lin Menghan, who had been stalking Ling Yun. Her pretty face blushed. For a while, I didn't know what to do. Sister Lin is too courageous this time. But in this place, the witch doesn't know if she will come back. Is this really good? Yaorou's heart was beating like a drum. She wondered if she should go up to pester Ling Yun as the two secretly discussed. But before she could make that extremely difficult decision, she saw Ling Yun and Lin Menghan kissing passionately. He took the initiative to raise his head and left Lin Menghan's fragrant lips. "Menghan, Rower, you two are too tired, take a good rest." While speaking, Ling Yin pointed the wind gently, sweeping across the sleeping points of the two women. The shot is not heavy, but it can already make them fall asleep quickly. Lin Minghan's delicate body was burning hot, and she was waiting to meet Ling Yan's violent storm, but in an instant, her eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain, and she felt drowsy. She couldn't help but look miserable, and said in a startled voice, "My husband, you." Ling Yin smiled, kissed Lin Minghan lightly on the cheek, and said softly, "Go to sleep well, don't worry, I won't go anywhere, I will stay by your side, and we will talk about everything after you wake up." When the two finally fell into a deep sleep, Ling Yin leaned over again, arranged them side by side on the bed, put them in a comfortable position, and carefully covered them with sheets. After all this was done, Ling Yin straightened up and stood by the bed, watching the two girls fall into a dream, thinking about the surprise that they had just seen him in despair, gulping water regardless of his image, eating voraciously, enduring the hunger in their stomachs, secretly going to take a bath, and Lin Minghan's unprecedented bold initiative just now. He couldn't help sighing softly. He is distressed. Yi Xingchen, should I thank you, or should I be angry with you? Ling Yin shook his head, carefully tucked the corner of the quilt for Liang Mei again, then turned around, and quietly walked out of the bedroom. Ling Yunfei came out and landed directly in the courtyard, quickly circled around and looked at the Shaoyan 8 diagrams formation in the courtyard. This formation is not big, and it is not considered very advanced, but if you don't understand the formation, a master born below the 3rd floor will not be able to break in by force alone. From this point of view, although Yi Xingchen kidnapped the two girls unreasonably, and must have bullied them in every possible way on the surface, in fact, he really put his heart into protecting them. If you want to protect them, protect them. If you want to do it, they will hate you in their hearts. They are thankless. They have offended my 2 real wives, before they even got through the door. Why do you think you are here? Standing in the courtyard, Ling Yun muttered something to himself, and he didn't know who he was speaking to. Then he found a clean place, sat cross-legged facing Dongfeng, and began to practice breathing. Ling Yun has been practicing Kung Fu non-stop, just waiting to break through the Qi training period as soon as possible, cross the world, kill all directions, and make all enemies crawl and tremble. This extraordinarily long night is over. When Ling Yin finished training and slowly opened his eyes, the morning sun shone on his body, and the essence of the real fire of the sun enveloped his whole body, pervasive and warm, making Ling Yin very uncomfortable. Looking at the time, it was already past 7:30 in the morning. Ling Yin finally really felt hungry, only felt his stomach growling. He turned around and went back to the room, quickly took a cold shower, then took a suit of city clothes from the space ring and put them on, putting away the night clothes. There are still many things to do during the day, so of course it is impossible for him to show off in this weird night suit, so it is no wonder that he is not regarded as a crazy person. Lin Minghan and Yao Rou were still sleeping soundly. Ling Yin didn't go to wake them up, but went to the kitchen again, made a table of breakfast and got ready, and then came to the living room. He took out his phone and turned it on again. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned on the mobile phone, a call came in. Ling Yin saw that it was Tang Meng's call, and he immediately answered it. "Brother Yun, you have turned on your cell phone and called you several times." Ling Yin smiled and said, "Speak directly." Tang Meng chuckled and said, "Brother Yun, you found the 2 sister-in-laws, how are you? Did you rest well last night?" As soon as Ling Yin heard Tang Meng's sinister laughter, he knew that he had no good intentions on his mind, so he couldn't help laughing angrily. "Who is so cheap like you? Brother is very pure, okay? Is there anything wrong with you? Tell me quickly if you have something to say." "Fuck off, I just turned it on, and I have so many text messages I haven't read yet." Tang Meng hurriedly said, There is something to do." "Brother Yun, how is your side? Do you want us to pick you up now?" Ling Yin thought for a while, and said, "They are both exhausted, and they are still asleep. I don't think they will wake up for a while. You just need to come here before noon and let Jester lead the way." By the way, don't forget to bring them 2 sets of clothes. Tang Meng grabbed Ling Yun's words, laughed and said, haha, did I guess right? Brother Yun, how dare you say you are pure? Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to Tang Meng's teasing. He asked directly, how is it, nothing happened at home last night? Hearing Ling Yun's question about something serious, Tang Meng immediately regained his composure, and said seriously, everything was calm last night, and things are normal at home now, but Aunt Qin seems to have received a message, and her expression is not very good. Nice. The Aunt Qin mentioned by Tang Meng naturally refers to Qin Dongxue. When Ling Yun heard this, he was startled and asked in a deep voice, what's wrong with my aunt? Tang Meng hesitated and said, I vaguely heard that someone from Aunt Qin's teacher came to ask her to meet. As for the specifics, Aunt Qin didn't say anything, and I didn't dare to ask more. Ling Yun's expression darkened immediately. Qin Dongshua's teacher? Isn't that Excalibur Villa? When Bai Yuanjia came to report the letter, he told Ling Yun himself that among the decent masters who came this time, there were people from Xinjian Villa. Qin Dongxue is a disciple of Xinjian Villa, and Ling Yun is now recognized as a member of the demon sect. This time, Xinjian Villa has participated in the team of decent masters who crusade against Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue will definitely be caught in it, and he is in a dilemma. Thinking of this, Ling Yun said lightly, I see, you tell my aunt for me, and tell her not to make things difficult, everything will be discussed after I go back. After explaining, Ling Yun asked again, is there anything else? After confirming that there was nothing else to do, Ling Yun told Tang Meng to be careful when he came, and it was better to drive 2 cars, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun browsed the short messages on the phone by the way, seeing the caring text messages sent by all the beauties, his heart was ups and downs. In fact, what he was thinking about was the Excalibur Villa. When mentioning the Excalibur Villa, Ling Yun naturally thought of the Lu Suifeng who felt good about himself back then, but suffered a lot from Ling Yun's hands. This kid has suffered a lot, and he will definitely not say anything good when he goes back. Ling Yun pondered, talking to himself, and after a long while, he suddenly stared at him handsomely, snorted coldly through his nostrils, and said disdainfully, what kind of shit, Excalibur Villa, it's fine if you know your senses, if you really don't know your senses, dare to fight embarrassing my aunt with her identity. Then, so what if I let my aunt come out of Xinjian Villa, instead? When speaking, Ling Yun had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold and stern. Ling Yun knew that with the surface of the Xinjian Villa, those famous and upright sects who claimed to be righteous in the world finally came to kill them. To be continued. P.S. Ask for some free recommendation tickets. Thank you all. Ben from Reading Net. For Ling Yun, he never paid much attention to those famous and decent families who came here with great fanfare. Those so-called upright sects always pretend to be upright in the world. To put it bluntly, they are just self-proclaimed and fame-seeking people. They will be more righteous than anyone else when they bluff, but if they really want to fight, once they find out that they are invincible, the speed of oiling the soles of the feet is absolutely superb. Of course, one advantage of these people is that because they are all self-reliant, they often disdain to play dirty, at least on the surface, so basically there is no need to worry about them bombing clinics, hijacking the weak, and so on. As a means. As the saying goes, it is easy to hide a gun but hard to defend against it. As long as these people come in an open and honest manner, then Ling Yun is sure that as long as he comes forward alone, he will be able to deal with all these people and let them go away in disgrace. Big deal, Ada by Siener. Of course, the premise is that among these famous sects, there are no masters who are above the 9th and have supernatural powers. After last night's battle, Ling Yun first crushed Shangguan, Shimen, Nangong, the masters of the 3 hidden world families joined forces, and then faced off against Qin Jianhao, the peak of the 8th level congenital, and later, with the help of the demon sect Sankey Xingchen, first behead Marquis Scott, chop Qin Jianhao, and finally dismember the Oriental ninja Tokugawa Muto. Up to now, Ling Yan has a full understanding of the strength of masters below the 9th floor. That is, without taking out any more whole cards, Ling Yan did his best. With the continuous replenishment of spiritual energy in his body by the dragon saliva, he was able to defeat and kill the congenital 8th-level peak masters, such as Qin Jianhao. But for the masters who are a little bit higher, half-step 9, although Ling Yan can barely defeat the opponent in a thrilling manner, it is only a miserable victory, and if the opponent does not want to fight and wants to escape, Ling Yan has nothing to do. Like Tokugawa Muto. That is to say, if there really is a master with supernatural powers above the 9th floor, Ling Yan will not be able to fight against him now, unless he takes out all his hidden cards. Maybe he can have a fight, and the final winner will be determined. It's just in between. As for killing an innate 9th-level master with supernatural powers on the spot, for the current Ling Yan, that is simply impossible. This is Ling Yan's current strength, and it is also the conclusion he has drawn after repeated comparisons. Therefore, the decent power of those famous families is not worth worrying about Ling Yan. What he was worried about was the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Jingxian of the Tianzu, who had remained silent all this time. The old Bat Grand Duke Dracula hiding in Chen's house, and the holy son of the demon sect who has come to Qingshui but has never surfaced, are nothing to be afraid of. After killing Qin Haishan the night before and Qin Jianhao last night, the only masters Qin Jiaming can show are the 2 generations of heads of the Qin family. Qin Jingtian and Qin Haipeng, as well as Qin Jingxian from the Tian group. Ling Yan was certainly not afraid of the first 2, but he didn't believe it, after the Qin family was almost wiped out by him. Qin Jingxian could still hold his breath. In the same way, Ling Yan passed through 2 bloody battles at Yunming Mountain and Xianren Ridge, beheading so many Marquis, Viscount and Baron of blood races. He believes that Grand Duke Dracula must be furious now, and he can't wait to suck up his blood and hurry up. For the Oriental ninja, Ling Yan is not worried at all now. He knew that Tokugawa Muto was the supreme leader sent by the Tokugawa family to Huaxia to cooperate with the Qin family this time, and Tokugawa Muto had already been chopped into pieces by Ling Yan last night. Strength. We must break through the Qi training period as soon as possible. Ling Yan stood there quietly, and after serious contemplation, the light in his handsome eyes suddenly brightened, and he squeezed out these 2 sentences from his teeth. After replying a simple text message to Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina, who were too worried about him, Ling Yan threw the phone into the space ring. With a sweep of his consciousness, he found that Liang Mei was still sleeping soundly, so he decided not to wait for them, but to have breakfast by himself first. After tidying up a bit, Ling Yan brought the sumptuous breakfast he had made to the dining table, and began to eat in silence. After breakfast, Ling Yan didn't bother to clean up the dining table, but went straight to the sofa in the living room, took out his laptop, and started to browse information on the internet, continuing to deepen his understanding of the world. Since it is the era of information explosion, and there are such high-tech things as computers and the internet, Ling Yan certainly will not waste time. The amount of information on the internet is vast, regardless of whether it is true or false, and whether it is useful or not. Because of his spiritual consciousness, Ling Yan's memory is super-defying. He browses the pages very quickly, but he is not blind, but extremely targeted. Most of what Ling Yan searches are ancient Chinese myths, Western blood races, and information about the Great Wall, Kunlun Mountains, Punlai Immortal Island, Mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, Egyptian pyramids, etc., that he focused on in his high school geography class. He only needs to open the page, and then with a sweep of consciousness, all the information on the entire page is engraved in the mind, effortlessly. The amount of information on the internet is really too large, it's almost endless. While swallowing those messages, Ling Yunjing sighed involuntarily. This further deepened Ling Yan's curiosity about this planet. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that when his own realm was raised and all the troubles around him were resolved, he must seriously explore those places. Ling Yun was fascinated by it, and after browsing for more than 3 hours, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun finally stopped. Because both Lin Menghan and Yao Rou had already woken up, and they came out of the bedroom one after another. Slept for about 7 hours, it's almost the same. Ling Yun looked at the time, turned his head to Liang Mei, who walked out sleepily, and said with a smile. For ordinary people, they will not eat or drink for 2 days and 2 nights, and they will be frightened and desperate. After eating and drinking suddenly, they will have to sleep for at least 10 hours to recover. But Lin Menghan and Yao Rou are not ordinary people. Now they are all masters at the peak of the acquired 9th level. Moreover, they fell asleep after Ling Yun tapped the sleeping point. It was a deep sleep. After resting for 7 hours, their physical condition had completely returned to their usual state. My husband, I'm sorry, we have caused you trouble. Lin Menghan walked over rubbing his eyes, and sat directly on the sofa opposite Ling Yun. His beautiful face was full of apology, perhaps because he remembered the boldness and madness of last night. A shy blush appeared on his face. It's okay. How can you be so polite to your husband? I'm very happy to see that you are safe. Ling Yun said with a smile, and at the same time closed the laptop and put it into the space ring. Yao Rou also followed, sat down next to Lin Menghan, and then asked distressedly, Honey, you must have stayed up all night last night, right? Are you tired? Last night Ling Yun cared for the 2 girls in every possible way. Now they are back to normal, and of course everything is reversed. Ling Yan's pair of thieves' eyes stared at the half-hidden beauty of the 2 women's chests and scrupulously. He smiled and said, After you fell asleep last night, I practiced for 3 hours, and now I feel very energetic. While talking, Ling Yan stretched his arms, stretched his waist, and said with a smile, Well, you must be hungry now? Do you want my husband to come to the kitchen again and cook you a hearty breakfast? Lunch. But this time the 2 women shook their heads at the same time. Jiao smiled and said, I'm not very hungry. Ling Yun was right when he thought about it. They ate so full last night, and it's only been about 7 hours, how could they be hungry? Okay, then you guys go to wash up now. I called Tang Meng, and he should come over to pick us up now. It's probably coming soon. Let's go home and have lunch with everyone, so as to calm the 2 of you. As soon as the 2 girls heard that they were going home, they immediately cheered and jumped up, regardless of Ling Yun in front of them, and rushed to the bathroom with a charming smile. Ling Yun watched them laughing happily. At this time I couldn't bear to open my mouth to teach them a lesson, so I simply swallowed what I wanted to say back into my stomach. But it is absolutely imperative to teach them a lesson. As Ling Yan's woman, how can she fight the enemy in such a stupid way as a hunger strike? That fighting method is simply weak. The 2 women didn't know that Yi Xingchen had left last night. To them, they were still at the enemy's house. Of course, they were not in the mood to dress up meticulously. He just washed up briefly, tidied up his messy hair, and walked out quickly. Ling Yun noticed that they took out the original clothes again, so he smiled and said, There is no need to wear these clothes anymore, I have already told Tang Meng to bring clothes for you too. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked at each other, and both could see the happiness and touch in each other's eyes. Although Ling Yun was domineering, he could always think of them in advance when it came to some trivial matters. With such a man guarding her, how could she be unhappy? No matter how much suffering for him, it is still willing. At around 11:30 in the morning, under the shocked eyes of the nearby villagers, 3 black luxury cars roared up the mountain and finally stopped outside the gate of the villa. Tang Meng finally came, and with him, of course, was Tai Xiaohu, and the current boss of Qinglong, a Bing. Ling Yunfei stepped forward, not talking nonsense, and asked directly to the 3 people standing side by side, Where are the clothes? Tang Meng curled his lips. He was very speechless about Ling Yun's directness, but he got back into the car obediently, and took out a large pile of brand new clothes. He muttered, I bought them according to Ninger's size. They are all about the same height, so they should fit well. Ling Yun was eager to go home at this time. He said casually, okay, anyway, I'll be home in a while, just wear it. After finishing speaking, he took the pile of clothes and rushed into the villa. 7 or 8 minutes later, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou changed their clothes and walked out of the villa with Ling Yun. Sister-in-law, Sister Rou, we're here to pick you up, let's go home. Tang Mei was a smart guy. When he saw Liang Mei coming out with Ling Yun, he immediately yelled. Ling Yun was helpless. The two girls giggled coquettishly in the sun, the flower branches trembled. Yao Rou smiled and said, thank you. Tang Meng wanted to win again, but Ling Yun waved his hand at this moment. Get in the car and go home. Recommend my good brother, Feng Xiaoyu's new work, Super Extraction, No. 337-4349, already fat, please slaughter. Feng Xiaoyu's famous saying, I am Feng Xiaoyu, if you don't agree with me, come and beat me. To be continued. P.S. In addition, I sincerely ask for a recommendation ticket, and at the same time, thank Friends Gudao 0007 for the monthly ticket and the reward for the Shadow Sniper, thank you. Ben from Reading Net. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou got into the car first, and took the initiative to sit in the last row of the first car. Ling Yun followed closely and sat in the row in front of him. Tang Meng yelled shamelessly that he missed Brother Yun and insisted on sitting with Ling Yun, so Ling Yun had no choice but to let him go. Tai Xiaohu and a Bing finally got into the car and sat in the front row. This is a slightly longer black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Vito refitted a luxury version. The price is around 700,000. Including the driver's seat, it has 4 rows of 8 seats. The driver of the car was naturally Viscount Jester, who led the way. After closing the car door, Ling Yun noticed that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou behind them were still holding the cheongsam and evening dress they had changed, and couldn't help but turn their heads and said, you guys still take these clothes back? The result was Lin Menghan's wide eyes and coquettish anger. Of course I have to take my clothes back, don't you want to spend money? Ling Yun decisively shut up. Lin Menghan snorted coldly through his teeth, and said bitterly, even if it doesn't cost money, I won't leave my things here. Ling Yun sighed secretly, knowing that Lin Menghan hated this place completely, and of course hated the instigator of this incident, the witchy Xingchen even more. Tang Meng suddenly said loudly, that's not right, sister-in-law, where is the car you drove that night? This bastard Tang Meng really has the urge to risk his life and money. At this time, he is the only one who can think of such a weird question. Ever since Ling Yun saw Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, he hadn't considered this question at all. He immediately scanned his consciousness and found that there was indeed no Lin Menghan's car in the villa, so he turned his head again and looked at the two women with questioning eyes. Lin Menghan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and he gritted his teeth without saying a word. Yao Rou had no choice but to say, that witch dumped the car into the Qingshui River in front of us. This time it was a car of people who were silent. After a long while, Tang Meng suddenly let out a dry howl, and shouted in distress, damn, is he really a prodigal? While Ling Yun secretly admired the saintess of the demon sect for being more self-willed than him, he couldn't help feeling a heartache in his heart. My heart said that even if I don't want to be found out. You can just find a place where there is no one in the wilderness, and you can just stop there, but you can say that a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands is sinking? However, he knew that Lin Menghan's scars would be uncovered, and he would definitely feel uncomfortable, so he comforted him, okay, it's just a car, not to mention it doesn't have a door. No matter, let's buy another one. Then change the subject immediately. He ordered to Jester, drive, turn around, and go down the mountain. Good boss. Jester responded, and muttered, "I hate this sunshine," then kicked the accelerator and turned around first. 3 cars roared down the mountain. Tang Meng also knew that at this time, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou must be in a bad mood, so he was silent for a while, but secretly thinking. When you look back, you must ask Yao Rou, where did the car get thrown into the river? You have to salvage it quickly, find a car repair shop to repair it, and you can sell it for a lot of money. After the 3 cars got down the mountain and got on the West Outer Ring Road, Tang Meng finally started to speak. The first thing he said. It's about the magic show performed by Ling Yun on the TV station. Brother Yun, the show you performed on Jiangnan TV station was banned, and all the video stations were also deleted overnight. It can't be found anymore. Oh? And this? Ling Yun, who was thinking about things silently, was shocked and puzzled, and then asked, why? Who did it? Speaking of this matter, Tang Meng seemed helpless, and said with a wry smile, it's not an outsider, it was my father who called me and told me, and he relayed Uncle Li's meaning. He also said that this is not Li Uncle's own meaning, seems to be an order from above. No matter how I ask, he won't tell me the specifics. The uncle Li Tang Meng was talking about was naturally the top leader in Qingshui City, Li Yifeng. A Bing smiled and said, it is said that the influence is too great, and the relevant departments, including the most powerful magic performers, cannot explain the things you performed on TV. The more people spread, the more outrageous, the long-term effect may not be good. In fact, Ling Yan's main purpose of making this show was to announce the battlefield he had chosen, and to tell the experts from all walks of life that if they wanted to trouble him, they should not bother in Qingshui City, but go to Xianrenling to find him. Now his goal has already been achieved, so this program is dispensable to him, it doesn't matter. Therefore, when Ling Yan heard that Li Yifeng gave the order himself, he didn't bother to ask any more questions, but said with a smile, Uncle Li? Didn't he go to the capital? Did he come back? Ling Yan remembered very clearly that the night he uprooted Li Jiuzheng's influence, Kong Ruiyong once secretly told Tang Meng that Li Yifeng went to the capital, and he went to the Red Wall. Tang Meng shook his head and said, Uncle Li didn't come back, he just called my father and asked me to tell you about it. While talking, Tang Meng raised his eyebrows and winked at Ling Yun. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Ling Yun immediately understood that Tang Meng had something to say, but it was not convenient for him to say so, so he nodded with a smile. Well, if you ban it, let's ban it. This is a good thing. Too much limelight is not good. Ling Yun has already understood how powerful the network is. Now that his goal has been achieved, he can't wait to have his superiors help him wipe his ass. Everyone in Tang Meng naturally understood Ling Yun's meaning, so everyone stopped talking about this topic in a tacit understanding. After a while, Tang Meng suddenly spoke again with joy. This time his expression was extremely excited. Brother Yun, I already told my father about the purchase of the 1,000 acres of land you mentioned, and Uncle Li already knew about it, and he has already verbally agreed to it. After returning from the capital, we will make specific arrangements. When Ling Yan heard it, he was naturally overjoyed, and said happily, well, this is really good news, then you should start preparing from now on, and if you feel that you can't control it, you can go to Uncle Song and the others, they are all in the mall. The old fox knows best how to operate such a big project. In the current Qingshui City, Li Yifeng has no opponents in the officialdom. Since he verbally agreed, it basically means that Ling Yun has already pocketed the 1,000 acres of land. But since it is necessary to buy land, there will naturally be a price. Tang Meng estimated that the cost of buying land will cost more than 2 billion yuan. But what Ling Yun lacks most now is cash flow. If possible, there is no problem even if it is directly transferred to the account. Speaking of shopping malls, Tang Meng was the most excited. He said triumphantly, hey, if you invest 2 billion, you will get at least 100 times the return in the future. How much is that? 200 billion. But Brother Yun, there is something I have to tell you officially. I don't plan to bother Uncle Song and the others now. After all, they are all engaged in antiques. Our assets are so large now, and we want to start a perfect operation. It's really not good to trouble people. I'm going to officially recruit a few powerful professional managers. First, they can help me manage the assets under your name. Second, I can use them to integrate and restructure the Lianqing real estate that we took over with a net worth of 100 million assets, 3 times. Seeing that Tang Meng kept talking about business matters, Ling Yun waved his hands impatiently and said, "Don't tell me these things now. Didn't I teach you that a long time ago, and let you find a professional manager as soon as possible?" Unknowingly, the property under Ling Yun's name has grown to an astonishing amount. Although the Ping Fan Clinic and the clothing store were bombed, that little loss, to Ling Yun now, is just a hair on Jianyo's body. Not to mention the inside of the space ring. Just for the properties under Ling Yun's name, roughly calculated, there are 6 pharmaceutical companies given to him by Master Shui. Li Yifeng gave him more than 100 acres of land in Linjiang New City, 5% of the equity of the pharmaceutical group, and all the assets of Go Lianqing just received. There are also Ling Yun's 2 super villas, and a dozen luxury cars presented by Yi Xingchen in disguise. A few days ago, in order to tidy up the Kaishan Hotel that Li Jiujiang just bought. In addition to the above-mentioned industries, Ling Yun's bank account still has nearly 20 billion cash assets. Such a huge property, even if Tang Meng was exhausted, he would not be able to handle it alone. After realizing that he was really at the end of his rope, Tang Meng finally made up his mind. Recruit professional managers, quickly complete the reorganization and integration of assets, and establish Tiandi Group as soon as possible. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun didn't like to listen to his long-winded business experience. Not talking nonsense, with a shy face, he stated the real purpose that he never forgot. "Brother Yun, when I'm done, I'll trouble you to come forward and let me set up our Tiandi Group." Ling Yun scolded with a smile, "After all, don't you want to set up your Tiandi Group? Okay, when you are ready, I will cut the ribbon." This time, Ling Yun finally agreed to Tang Meng happily. He knew in his heart that after the battle from the capital to Qingshui City was over, he would really leave Qingshui City. And when he leaves, naturally many people will follow him, including Tang Meng, so before he leaves, he must integrate all the assets under his name into a large group as his foundation. Therefore, Tang Meng's idea of establishing Tiandi Group is very good, and it is imperative. Seeing that Ling Yun finally let go, Tang Meng wished he could hug Ling Yun and kiss him on the spot, but Ling Yun ruthlessly pushed him away. He giggled for a long time, then suddenly sighed and said angrily, "But Brother Yun, now our family is trapped in Villa number 1, and no one dares to go out casually, this is too embarrassing." Ling Yun said lightly, "Don't worry, this turmoil will soon pass, and Qingshui City will soon return to calm." Ling Yun had a murderous look on his face. The car drove into the urban area of Qingshui, along Gufeng Road, all the way from north to south, and the speed slowed down. When there were still 3 kilometers away from the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, Ling Yun suddenly spoke and said to Jester, "Jester, turn the corner and take Shuguang Road." Yao Rou's voice suddenly came from behind, "No, just go straight, I want to see." His tone was firm. Tang Meng didn't dare to interrupt. Ling Yun frowned and said, "It's all in ruins, what's there to see?" Yao Rou lowered her head, was silent for a while, then raised her head again and said, "Honey, I still want to see it." Ling Yun's heart softened, and he ordered Jester, "Then go straight." To be continued. P.S. Bu Jing bowed and thanked the 2 friends for their generous rewards. Ben from Reading Net. Relatives or Yubei, others have also sung. This sentence means that when someone dies, his relatives and relatives, because they are related to him by blood, may feel a little sad when they think of the deceased, while those who have no deep relationship with him will forget him after singing the dirge up. These two poems are used to describe Lingyun's ordinary clinic and clothing store that were bombed. Of course, they are not very appropriate, but they are not far behind. At noon, the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road was still busy with people coming and going, except for the occasional good-natured people who would stop and take a look at the northeast and southwest corners of the intersection, surrounded by gray-black curtains. The two solid ruins, more vehicles and pedestrians passed by in a hurry, not even interested in glancing at them. The shocking explosion in the middle of the night 3 days ago, after all, happened in the middle of the night, and after the explosion, the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the fire brigade arrived in time. Under the personal command of Tang Tianhao, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, everything was handled properly to minimize the vicious impact of the case. Another thing I have to mention is that this case did not appear on any news media, including TV, the internet, and newspapers, and was abruptly suppressed by the government. One of the reasons is, after all, this case is too bad and has already been suspected of a terrorist attack. Once it is reported to the media, it will definitely cause everyone in Qingshui City to feel insecure, and Qingshui City will be in chaos. Another more important reason is that Lingyun told Tang Tianhao that the instigator behind this case is very powerful and cannot be involved by the public security organs. He will handle it himself. So that night, after Lingyun left, Tang Tianhao discussed with several of his subordinates and ordered on the spot to clean up the area around the intersection, and then asked people to cover these two places with layers of curtains overnight. Originally, Lingyun was worried that Yao Rou would be overwhelmed psychologically after watching it, so he proposed to go around, but since Yao Rou insisted on watching, he had no choice but to agree. Lingyun understands better than anyone else. What does the ordinary clinic mean to Yao Rou? If she has to bypass it at this time, it may leave a big shadow in Yao Rou's heart. This will definitely become a knot in her heart and affect her cultivation in the future. The 3 cars finally came to the intersection and stopped slowly. Before getting out of the car, Yao Rou just looked through the window. Glancing in the direction of Pingfan Clinic, I saw layers of gray-black curtains. The delicate body trembled uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes flushed red. Although Lin Menghan was not as emotional as Yao Rou's performance. But when she thought of her husband's property being destroyed like this, she didn't feel much better. Lingyun looked stern, looked at the 2 ruins in front of him, and once again made up his mind that Xikong Wuji had to pay for these 2 ruins with his life. Yao Rou suddenly opened the car door and was about to get out of the car. Lin Menghan hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Sister, I'll go there with you." Yao Rou trembled her lips, gently rejected Lin Menghan's kindness, and said firmly, "Sister, I want to go and have a look by myself." Lingyun shook his head, signaled Lin Menghan to stay in the car, then opened the car door, and said to everyone, "You all stay in the car and wait. We will be back soon." Lingyun got out of the car, held Yao Rou's hand without any explanation, and said softly, "I'll accompany you there." Looking at the backs of Lingyun and Yao Rou crossing the road hand in hand, Tang Meng couldn't help sniffling, and said bitterly, "Ordinary clinic, how much effort Sister Rou has put into it. Just being blown up by those 2 grandsons, mother." Speaking of this, Tang Meng couldn't help but want to go to the detention center where Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan were imprisoned, and beat up these 2 grandsons again. He would not be relieved if they were killed. Lingyun and Yao Rou crossed the road and came to the southeast corner of the intersection. They found a gap. I put it on. Going inside the curtain, Yao Rou immediately saw the ruins. There were ruins everywhere, wooden frames burned to charcoal, all scorched black. Shocking, she couldn't help shaking her delicate body. Lingyun quickly embraced her in his arms. Although Yao Rou had already had a psychological expectation, she still didn't expect the ordinary clinic to be blown up like this. She only felt that her eyes were dark, and she choked up, "It's all destroyed." Ling Yan silently poured several bursts of Zhenqi into Yao Rou's body, helped her stabilize her mind, and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't protect our clinic, let alone protect you." Yao Rou shook her head desperately, and said with tears streaming down her face, "Honey, I don't blame you. In fact, you have done a good job, but the methods they used are too despicable." Ling Yan nodded silently, but put more force on the arm around Yao Rou's waist. Yao Rou tilted her head slightly, leaned her head on Ling Yan's shoulder, and suddenly asked, "Those 3 nurses, are they all right?" Ling Yan said in a deep voice, "The 3 of them were all at home at the time, and they were all safe, but there were 2 salespersons in the clothing store, who were killed by the bomb." "What? Killed someone?" Yao Rou's delicate body tightened. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Rower, let's talk about these things when we get home. Don't worry, I will let them pay in blood." "Blood debt, of course, must be paid with blood." Yao Rou nodded desperately with tears in her eyes. Her eyes kept searching the ruins of the ordinary clinic, refusing to let go of any corner, as if she wanted to find something worth taking away. Although Ling Yan couldn't bear to hit her again, he finally said with a hard heart, "I don't know how many explosives were used, all of them were blown up, and the ones that weren't blown up were also burned by the fire." Tang Meng asked Xuanhuan to take someone to clean it up in the past 2 days, nothing left. Yao Rou finally restrained her impulse, she gave up searching, looked up at Ling Yan, and said with a firm expression, "Husband, I can't bear to part with our clinic, I think, rebuild here." "It is good." Ling Yan readily agreed, and rebuilding the ordinary clinic has nothing to do with money. When this turmoil passes and Qingshui City returns to calm, if you want to rebuild the ordinary clinic, then we will rebuild it. Although Yao Rou didn't smile through tears, she nodded firmly. "Let's go, they should be waiting." Yao Rou took another deep look at the ruins for the last time, followed Ling Yan out of the curtain, crossed the road, and returned to the car. The car started up again, turned west, and went straight to the Qingxi Villa area. When they arrived at the gate of the Qingxi Villa area, the 2 cars behind them left automatically under the order of a Bing, and only Ling Yan's first car entered the villa area. Soon came to the door of Villa number 1. As the car turned the corner, Ling Yan noticed from a distance that a large group of people were already standing at the entrance of the villa, headed by Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Chao Shanshan. Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao are all there. There was even Qi Xiaohong. Seeing Ling Yan's vehicle appear, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Shui Mining didn't even wait for the car to come. They flew and ran to meet the car. "Elder brother. Brother Lingyun." Seeing this situation, Ling Yan had no choice but to ask Jester to stop in advance. He was the first to get out of the car and greeted him with a smile. The one who came the fastest was naturally Bai Xianer. She threw herself into Ling Yan's arms without caring. Ling Yan Wanyu Wenxiang embraced her, but couldn't help but smiled bitterly and said, "Xianer, in broad daylight, didn't you say that you should try not to use body skills?" Bai Xianer lay in Ling Yan's arms and refused to get up. She said coquettishly, "Brother Ling Yun, people are worried about you. Besides, the villas around here are all ours, so no one can see them." Ling Yan thought so too, since he asked Tang Meng to buy the surrounding villas. Within a radius of 1 mile, almost all of them are already his, and it's noon again, so there is no need to worry about ordinary people seeing it. Ling Yan got out of the car, and everyone naturally got out of the car too, and everyone quickly merged into one place. Ling Yan waved his hand to Jester, who was in the car, and told him to drive the car directly into the villa. Then with a big wave of his hand, let everyone stop basking in the sun and talk in the room first. Qin Dongxue, who was dressed in white like snow, also came over, but seeing that Ling Yun was unharmed, she didn't speak to Ling Yun, but went forward directly, and took Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's hands very kindly. "Menghan, Rower, the 2 of you have suffered a lot these days." Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were flattered, and quickly replied, "Aunt Qin, it's because we didn't take care of ourselves and caused trouble for everyone. Qing Dongshui smiled slightly, and didn't say anything more, just said that the food was ready, everyone went to have lunch first, and everything will be discussed in the afternoon, and then took the two of them to the villa first. More than a dozen people, with Qing Dongshui and Ling Yun at the center, hugged each other, and soon returned to Villa Number 1. As soon as she entered the room, Qing Dongshui immediately greeted everyone as the hostess to prepare for dinner, and emphasized that the meal was for Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. All the girls cheered, busy with their own work, and the villa was instantly full of purples and reds, and it was very lively. Ling Yun, on the other hand, stood with Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, a Bing, and the four big men, watching this scene with a smile on their faces, finally letting go of a major matter on their minds. While everyone was busy, Ling Yun suddenly patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, guess what gift I brought you back this time?" Tai Xiaohu was taken aback for a moment, and said in surprise, "A gift? What kind of gift?" Of course Tai Xiaohu was surprised. Didn't Brother Yun go to Xianrenling to fight last night? How could he still bring him a gift back? When Tang Meng and Abing heard this, they both looked envious and jealous. Looking at Tai Xiaohu, especially Tang Meng, their jealous eyes could kill. Ling Yun chuckled, "Come on, let me show you." Then he stepped out of the room. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed, he laughed foolishly, followed Ling Yunfei, and rushed into the yard. After the two went out, Tang Meng first put on a mournful face, spread his hands at Abing beside him, and said bitterly, "Look, I said that Brother Yun is the most partial to Tai Xiaohu, you still don't believe me." Abing suppressed his smile, didn't bother to answer his words, and walked directly towards the door. Of course Tang Meng followed. Outside the courtyard, Ling Yun stood under a big tree, with a thought. He took out the prophet of beheading Chen Jianhao from the space ring. It was a purple gold copper rod with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters that was folded from the middle. To be continued. P.S. Thank you Gefter for your monthly pass. Thanks to friends Hang 1996 and friends Shadow Sniper for their generous rewards. The transitional chapter is finished, and the wonderful chapter will start soon. Start fighting for 2 updates tomorrow. Ben from Reading Net. Looking at the purple gold cooked copper stick that Ling Yun casually threw on the ground, Tai Xiaohu's bull's eyes almost popped out, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The purple gold copper stick, in fact, there is no purple on the stick, but a dark golden color, with a smooth and shiny surface, perfectly showing a metallic texture. Wow! The golden cudgel. Tang Meng, who rushed to the yard following the two, naturally saw the copper rod at a glance, as if he had discovered a new world. His eyes lit up immediately, and he shouted loudly. Tai Xiaohu acted as if he had never heard of it, but Ling Yun looked at Tai Xiaohu like an idiot, and said to Tai Xiaohu with a smile, "Xiaohu, you will break through the 7th layer of Hotian soon. Have you ever thought about it? What weapon do you want to use most?" Tai Xiaohu squatted on the ground a long time ago, stroking the surface of the purple gold copper rod with trembling palm-like hands, and said excitedly, "Brother Yun, anything is fine. What, any weapon is fine." Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly burst out laughing, knowing that Tai Xiaohu was overwhelmed by the sudden excitement of seeing such a powerful weapon, so he said seriously, "That's not okay, the weapon is actually an extension of the arm, it has been used for a long time, and it is full of blood and murderous aura, and even being able to communicate with his master in the future. This is not a random choice. Choosing a weapon seems like a trivial matter, but as a warrior's favorite weapon in his life, no one can force him to choose it, even Ling Yun can't do the same with Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu is a martial idiot. Once he heard Ling Yun's words, he knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He reluctantly raised his head, looked at Ling Yun and thought for a long time, and finally said, "Brother Yun, I used daggers and double knives in Qinglong before, and I also used swords. I have used nunchakus, and I have also used nunchucks and chain whips for a while." Ling Yun knew that what Tai Xiaohu said were all the weapons used by real underworld gangsters when fighting. But now that he is already a master close to the 7th level of Hotian, if he uses those weapons again, he will be laughed out of his teeth. Ling Yun was not in a hurry. He smiled and looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was thinking, and reminded, well, don't worry, think about it. Have you ever had a strong idea of wanting a weapon before? Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up instantly, and he blurted out, yes. Big iron gun. The kind that can charge on a horse. Silver helmet and white horse chain mail. Sweeping a large area with a long spear, taking the head of a general among thousands of troops, was once the dream of many teenagers who love martial arts. Ling Yun was speechless. He looked at Tai Xiaohu with an expression that he couldn't help you, and didn't speak. Tang Meng, who was bending over, with his face flushed from suffocation, tried his best to lift one end of the purple gold copper stick, but he just raised the end of the stick a little before letting go. Throwing the stick back to the ground with a thud, he turned his head to stare at Tai Xiaohu and said, damn it, have you read too many F*King martial arts novels? Where can I go to fix your horse? Hey. Tai Xiaohu laughed awkwardly after being sprayed by Tang Meng. He naturally understands that it is not realistic to get a big iron gun, let alone a horse. It is not convenient to carry a big iron gun around in this society, unless it is for filming or performing arts. Otherwise, they will be considered crazy. After pondering for a while, Tai Xiaohu said hesitantly, actually, the 2 big axes are quite cool. Cutting people is like chopping melons and vegetables. Oh my god, black whirlwind Li Kuei. At some point, the little demon girl, Qi Xiaohong, also came to join in the fun. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu wanted a pair of big axes, she couldn't help but sneered. Sister Xiaohong said it well. You can get 2 big axes instead of 2 sledgehammers, the one that hits the head is more suitable. Learn from Li Yuanba of the Tang dynasty. Tang Meng was already jealous of Tai Xiaohu, so he kept adding oil and vinegar to the side, making trouble. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng fiercely, then lowered his head and said to Tai Xiaohu, it's okay. If you can't figure it out, think about it slowly, anyway, you don't need to fight now. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu's eyes suddenly widened, his male body shook and said, Brother Yun, I've made up my mind. Ling Yun smiled, and asked calmly, I really thought about it? What kind of weapon? Hey. Tai Xiaohu kept scratching his head, and said embarrassedly, if you think about it, you have to think about it, but it's not easy to do it. When Ling Yun heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry, as long as you can describe that thing, even if you ask me to use this stick to carve you a dragon, I can make it for you. The Ling family in the capital has a ready-made weapons workshop. As long as there are blueprints and materials, what weapons can't those people make? When Tai Xiaohu heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. His lips trembled and he said, Brother Yun, I want to make a verdict. Well, I want to. The verdict? What? Ling Yun was stunned, and said in his heart that he once wanted to create his own power, and the name he thought of at the time was Judgment, which meant to rule the world, but when it came to Tai Xiaohu, how did it become a weapon? When Ling Yun was at a loss, he found that Tang Meng and a being were already laughing out loud, and the corners of their mouths were grinning up to their ears. Tang Meng burst into tears with laughter, pointed at Tai Xiaohu's nose and said, the verdict, you can figure it out, haven't you played enough Legends? Legend and Legend World are both classic online games that were once popular in China. There is a cool weapon in it, as long as the great warriors have longed for it. It is called the Judgment Staff, commonly known as the stick. The weapon looks like a wooden staff in the game, but it is actually made of fine cast iron. According to the game, the Judgment Staff was once used by a king who ruled a large territory. In fact, the original Ling Yun used to play this game in the bar, but now Brother Yun doesn't know anything about it, so he was at a loss after hearing it. Tai Xiaohu finally got impatient with Tang Meng and Abing's laughter. He stood up abruptly, blushed and said angrily, "The verdict is the verdict. You throw it into Qingshui Lake?" The momentum was domineering and the momentum was astonishing, which scared Tang Meng and Abing, to be honest, immediately. Ling Yin was extremely serious, and made a decision on the spot. "Okay, then the decision will be made, and just bring me the blueprint when the time comes." Naturally, Tai Xiaohu didn't dare to mess around with Ling Yun, and said, "Brother Yun, you don't need any blueprints. There are plenty of pictures of the ruling on the internet, and you can just search for them." Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "I'm talking about the length and size. There's also weight and so on. You need to decide." He pointed to the purple gold copper rod on the ground again. "2 judgments, right? Then you reckon the stick on the ground as the main material, is it enough?" Tai Xiaohu nodded furiously. "Enough is enough, more than enough." In this way, Tai Xiaohu chose his future weapons, 2 wands of judgment. In the near future, he is carrying these 2 cool and ecstatic weapons. With 2 sticks in both hands, relying on a set of crazy stick techniques. Follow Ling Yun to travel north and south, sweeping the ancient Chinese martial arts world. After helping Tai Xiaohu choose the weapon, Ling Yun immediately put away the purple gold copper stick, and ignored Qi Xiaohong's surprise and shock, looked at the resentful Tang Meng and said, "You're hungry, aren't you? Brother Yun, you are biased." Tang Meng said with a crying voice, his mouth curled up and his head nodded. "Look at your bear." Ling Yun laughed loudly, and with a thought, he took the sand eagle he had collected the night before. He took 2 handfuls out, threw one to Tang Meng and Abing, and said casually, "Be careful, don't collapse yourself." "Wow. Sand eagle. I wipe." Tang Meng and Abing felt a blur in front of their eyes, subconsciously took shawing in their hands, and felt their hands sink. The 2 of them looked down and were immediately overjoyed. They were so excited that they couldn't help but swear. "Gun. This is his real gun." Well, Tang Meng's father is the chief of the Public Security Bureau, so he is naturally equipped with a gun, and Ah Bing is even more ruthless. Ah Bing's father is directly the head of the regiment. He grew up in the army. What kind of gun has he never seen? These 2 guys have dreamed of owning a gun of their own, and now that their dream has come true, wouldn't they be ecstatic? This is a man's favorite. Without hesitation, only 2 clicks of bullets were loaded, and Tang Meng and Abing moved in exactly the same way. At the same time, it aimed at a big tree in the distance. Not to mention, at first glance, these 2 guys are masters who have played with real guns. The 2 guns are aimed at one place at the same time, which is really a little bit of momentum. Don't act recklessly, don't call your father here before your hand heats up, and then confiscate the gun and put you in confinement. Seeing that the 2 boys wanted to shoot, Ling Yin said in a deep voice. "Hey, how can I? I'm not that stupid." Tang Meng was just pretending. It was naturally impossible to shoot. He unloaded the bullet with great skill, put the safety on again, and then stabbed casually in the back of the waist in a dignified manner. Abing's speed was only faster than Tang Meng's. Ling Yunmen looked at Tang Meng and asked, "Are you still saying I'm biased?" Tang Meng smiled shyly and said, "Hey, Brother Yun, who dares to say that you are biased? See if I kill him with 1 shot." Ling Yun laughed and scolded, "Come on, then you have to shoot yourself to pieces first." Tang Meng didn't dare to take the fight, but he quickly leaned over and said in a low voice, "Brother Yun, do you still have this gun?" Ling Yun didn't hide anything. "I still have about 30 here." Tang Meng was dumbfounded, his heart beating wildly. Ling Yun suddenly turned his head and asked Tai Xiaohu and Abing, Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 3 snipers, "How are you doing these 2 days? Is there any problem?" Tai Xiaohu and Abing replied at the same time without thinking, "They are very low-key and obedient, so there shouldn't be any problems." This is almost as Ling Yun expected, he nodded and said, that way I can feel at ease. After lunch, you take all these guys back. I don't care who they use them for, but there is one thing, whoever wants to use this to deal with ordinary people, remember, no matter if the other party is a good person or a bad person, let me know. Kill without mercy. The other three nodded repeatedly, expressing their understanding. After Ling Yun made a death order not to use guns against ordinary people, he said, if you encounter unknown people from the world who attack you, you can shoot yourself to protect yourself. After saying this, the four of them looked at each other and laughed wickedly at the same time. Standing by the side, Qi Xiaohong, the little demon girl who saw all this from beginning to end, was dumbfounded a long time ago. To be continued. P.S. Sorry, the upload is late today. The next chapter will be updated after 3 o'clock. Everyone, let's get up and watch it tomorrow. Also, thank you for your enthusiastic votes. For the Dandy Fairy Doctor, the number of monthly tickets today is astonishing. Yes, thanks. Ben from Reading Net. How long does it take to turn a person's life upside down? It may be difficult for others to say, but for Qi Xiaohong, her life was completely turned upside down, and it only took 3 days. Qi Xiaohong is less than 16 years old this year, but she is already slim and tall, with a slender and soft body, a clear and charming face, a pair of big black eyes watery, as if she can talk, eccentric, yet charming. She had already changed into a new set of clothes. Of course, she didn't bring them from her own home, but Qing Dongxue bought them specially for the two of them. The upper body was a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a round neck, and the lower body was a pair of hot jeans. Pants, 2 straight big white legs exposed to the air, perfectly showing the vitality of youth. Although she has been suffering from poor nutrition in the past 16 years, except for Qi Xiaohong's thin body due to her tall stature, the place that should be small is actually not small at all, especially the pair of peaks on her chest. There are signs of greatness. Even Ling Yun couldn't understand this point, and could only sigh secretly that the creator really loved this little demon girl very much. Qi Xiaohong's IQ is extremely high, but with such an IQ, no matter how hard she thinks about it, she can't imagine that a catastrophe that can destroy the whole world has become a turning point in the lives of the three of them. After waking up from a coma, she stayed in a 5-star luxury hotel that she never dared to live in before. She saw her mother who had recovered from her illness, and the next day, the family moved into the most expensive villa area in Qingshui City. Lived in a luxury villa, surrounded by caring women, all of whom are beautiful women with peerless looks and refined temperament. When it's hot, the air conditioner can be blown casually, there are more than 100 large and scary TVs that can be watched, and it can be connected to 100 optical fiber. The family with a high-end kitchen can't use it. There is everything you can think of in the refrigerator, and there is everything you can eat and drink. Moreover, there is no need to consider the issue of electricity bills at all. There is a luxury car to pick you up when you go out, and you step on the soft carpet when you enter the house. If you want to exercise after eating enough, there is an independent gym in the villa. If you want to swim, there is a swimming pool in the yard. The water is crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky. It's not that 15 or 16-year-old girls haven't had dreams, but even they are in dreams. Qi Xiaohong has never lived such a day. In the past few days, when Qi Xiaohong was alone, one of the things she did the most was to pinch her own thigh. I was afraid that she was still in a coma dream, but the piercing pain told her more than once, this is not a dream, this is the real reality. The most important thing is that her mother, Qi Yuzhen, lived in Chao Shanshan's villa for half a day in fear and trepidation, and repeatedly asked to move back to her own home, but the answer she got without exception was one sentence, don't worry. Standing beside 4 boys who are all 1.8 meters tall. Qi Xiaohong, who is about 1.65 meters tall, is almost a head shorter than them all. But she wasn't scared at all. Her big eyes have been staring at Ling Yun, and she knows that she can have today, and their family can have today, all because of this handsome and scumbag boy in front of her. If this is a dream, then Ling Yun in front of him is the man who created the dream. Seeing Ling Yun finally looked over to her, Qi Xiaohong immediately pursed her lips, and called out in an incomparably obedient manner, "Brother Ling Yun." Ling Yun looked at this little demon girl who dared to run out alone, and asked with a smile, "Why?" But the little demon girl's next words almost didn't catch Ling Yun's four people's eyeballs at the same time. "Give me a gun to play with, too, okay?" Puff. In this case, even the most stalwart Longu and the most savage Shui Mining would not be able to say it. This. After quickly exchanging glances with Tang Meng, Ling Yun said with a smile, "I'm afraid it won't work." Ling Yun has long experienced Qi Xiaohong's weirdness. Afraid that she would be obsessed with this issue, he simply changed the subject and said, "Sister Xiaohong, how are your mother and sister doing now? Are you still used to living in Sister Shanshan's house?" Because Ling Yun asked questions that Qi Xiaohong had to answer, she had no choice but to temporarily give up the idea of asking for a gun, and replied obediently, "Brother Ling Yun, my mother is getting better and better now, and she can do all kinds of housework. Yes. I keep tidying up the house every day. My elder sister, besides working with my mother every day, she just writes in the room alone, and she won't let me read." Qi Xiaohong is really smart. She explained the living conditions of her mother and sister in detail, but she avoided answering the last sentence and ignored it. Ling Yun nodded with a smile and said, "Well, your mother's illnesses are all cured, but her body still needs to be recuperated slowly. You go back and tell her that she doesn't have to do any work and pay more attention to rest." Qi Xiaohong smiled sweetly and nodded, "Brother Ling Yun, my mother said that you are a god who descended from the sky and was specially sent by God to save us. She also said that if you are free, you must go there. She wants to do it with your own hands. Cook you a meal and express your thanks. For a family of 3, they eat, live, and use other people's food. The only thing Qi Yuzhen can cook for Ling Yun is a meal." Of course Ling Yun would not refuse such an invitation. He said with a smile, "I don't dare to be an immortal in the world, but for dinner, I will definitely go when I am free." Qi Xiaohong counted on her fingers earnestly. "I still have to bring Aunt Qin, Sister Lingyu, Sister Shanshan, Sister Ninger, Sister Xiener." Tang Meng interrupted and asked, "Is there any part for us?" Qi Xiaohong said with a smile, "Brother Tang Meng saved my sister twice. One meal is not enough, I need to eat a few more." One sentence coaxed Tang Meng into glee, his mouth crooked. Ling Yan suddenly blinked at Qi Xiaohong and said, "Sister Xiaohong, the villain who bullied you is locked up in our villa right now. Do you dare to go and see?" Qi Xiaohong straightened her delicate body and said, "Why don't you dare? I still want to kick him twice." Ling Yan smiled and said, "Okay, let's go now." Ling Yan took the lead, and the 4 men and 1 woman were about to go straight to the backyard, when Shui Mining ran to the door, with one hand on her hip, pointed at Ling Yun and the others and said, "Hey, you 4 guys, do you still want to eat? Don't you eat? Eat, don't delay Sister Xiaohong's meal." The guys known as the 4 guys stopped immediately and looked at each other. It was still Ling Yun who turned his head and shouted at Shui Mining, 5 minutes, eat right away." After finishing speaking, regardless of whether Shui Mining agreed or not, she led the 4 of them directly to the small warehouse in the backyard. Paul and Jester raised their hands to cover the scorching sun above their heads, and walked out of the warehouse door cautiously. After the 2 of them were embraced by Ling Yunqiu. Although they have already mutated, the mutated blood races are still blood races. The noon sun is so vicious, they still can't fully adapt. "Boss." Paul and Jester said respectfully. "Well, you don't need to come out, go in." Ling Yun greeted the 2 of them to enter the room, then turned to Qi Xiaohong and said, "There are vampires in the room. They are the legendary vampires, are you afraid?" Qi Xiaohong shrank instinctively. But immediately she straightened her body and said, "The sisters have told me long ago, don't be afraid." Ling Yan laughed and said, "It seems that apart from being afraid of thunder, you are really not afraid of anything." Everyone entered the warehouse together. The warehouse was actually very clean. There were 5 people lined up on the floor, either lying or sitting. The 2 brothers Chen Jiangui and Chen Sen were lying and sleeping, and the other 3 were naturally Wang Feihu. All 3 of them were seriously injured, and they were all beaten by Ling Yun. Although they all had acupuncture points tapped, they still groaned in pain. Ling Yun entered the room, pointed at Wang Feihu and the others, and said to Qi Xiaohong, "Who bullied you? Do you remember?" There was a bucket of animal blood in the corner, and the warehouse smelled so bloody that Qi Xiaohong had to cover her nose with her hands. She watched the 3 of them carefully identify them, and then suddenly raised her hand. Pointing to the person next to Wang Feihu, he said, "That's him." Ling Yun smiled coldly. A congenital master, bullying a teenage girl, what? Xiaohong, go and take revenge. Qi Xiaohong did not disappoint Ling Yun, she immediately ran over and kicked that person hard several times. The innate expert grunted a few times in pain. But the 3 of them neither dared to be angry, nor dared to speak. They were all defeated by Ling Yun long ago. Ling Yun dodged over, pulled Qi Xiaohong back, and said with a smile, "That's fine, tell your mother and sister when you get home, and say that you avenged them." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun winked at Tang Meng. He wanted Tang Meng to take the little girl away. But Qi Xiaohong was unwilling to leave, but said to Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, I'm not afraid." Ling Yun gave Qi Xiaohong an approving look, probably understanding that she consciously wanted to blend into this novel life, so he let her stay. Ling Yun turned his head, looked at Wang Feihu and said indifferently, "You 3, do you want to die or live?" Wang Feihu's lips twitched, and he sat on the ground, looked up at Ling Yun and said, "I beg Ling Xiao to tell you the truth. If you want to die, continue to work for the Sun family, then I will throw you into the sinkhole tonight to feed the fish. If you want to live, leave the Sun family and work for me. Then I can cure you now. Next, there will be many life and death battles in Qingshui City. As for whether you can survive, it depends on your own strength and luck." Already, Ling Yun lacked experts who could be summoned at will, and when he needed people, he considered for 3 days and decided to use them. Already a mortal person, suddenly there was a glimmer of life, and the 3 of Wang Feihu made a choice in an instant. Regardless of his injuries, Wang Feihu lay down on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, "Wang Feihu is willing to die for Ling Xiao." The other 2 who were more seriously injured also struggled desperately to kneel down and kowtow to Ling Yun, but with the wind from Ling Yun's palm, they were made to lie back down. Ling Yun took out a healing talisman and gave it to Tai Xiaohu, asking him to heal the injuries of the 3 of them on the spot, and then he played a few fingers to unlock their acupoints. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them fully recovered from their serious injuries. The shock cannot be expressed in words. Qi Xiaohong was also shocked and dumbfounded. She thought she would never be shocked by anything again in her life, but reality proved how wrong she was. Ask later. Ling Yun didn't explain, just patted Qi Xiaohong's fragrant shoulder lightly, and then said to Wang Feihu who was kneeling in front of him, "I'm not afraid of you fleeing, but I'm afraid that after you are free, you will turn against the people around me, so I have to put some restrictions on you." Wang Feihu kowtowed like pounding garlic, "I beg young Master Ling to impose a restraint casually. I will be willing." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. During lunch, Villa Number 1, which has been under high tension and extreme depression for several days, because of Ling Yan's safe return and the rescue of the 2 girls, there were naturally more laughter than the previous 2 days, and the atmosphere seemed to be much more relaxed. However, this is just an appearance. Everyone in this villa knew that the cloud hanging over the roof of Villa Number 1 not only did not dissipate, but became thicker and more dignified. It was a sharp sword hanging in everyone's heart. Because Ling Yun was in danger alone, he placed the main battlefield in Xianrenling. Villa number 1 or the entire Qingshui city in the past 2 days seemed to be calm and there was no battle, but this was more like the calm before the storm. Everyone is not as relaxed as they appear on the surface. This can be seen on the faces of Qin Dongxue, who doesn't think about eating and drinking, and Ling Yun, who looks more and more serious while eating. Ling Yun fought a life-and-death battle in Xianrenling for 2 consecutive nights, while Qin Dongxue presided over the overall situation in Qingshui City, trying to ensure the safety of the family and everyone. These 2 people are so important to this villa, and everyone in the villa now. Their bad mood naturally determines everyone's mood. But Ling Yun's serious face was not because of fear, but because after thinking about it repeatedly, he felt that he had something to say. And Qin Dongxue, who had always been domineering and confident, suddenly appeared restless today, even visibly anxious, because she received a message. A dozen or so people had lunch hastily, but Ling Yun didn't leave the dining table. He quietly waited for everyone to clear the dining table, and then gathered everyone together at the dining table. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. There are some things that are very important to us. I think I should make it clear to you so that everyone can know what's going on. At the same time, I have to announce a few things. Ling Yun chose to get straight to the point, this time. Ling Yun didn't deliberately pretend to be calm, nor did he show his usual lazy and indifferent look, because everything he said next was related to the life and death of everyone here. Here, in front of him, everyone is his relative. Women and brothers. These people. Picking out anyone at random is far more important than all his industries in Qingshui City. There is no room for loss in anyone. So Ling Yun acted very solemnly. He glanced at everyone, and said word by word, "Next, I say, listen, no one is allowed to interrupt until I finish speaking." Everyone knows that at this time 3 days ago, an unexpected guest came to Villa number 1. This guest's name is Bai Yuanjia, and he used to work for the Sun family. Bai Yuanjia brought me some very important news, but to put it bluntly, there is only one news. Having said that, Ling Yun looked at the worried people. Finally, his eyes fell on Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. He smiled slowly, relieved the tense atmosphere in the room, and explained something. At that time, Menghan and Roer disappeared, life and death were uncertain. Everyone was already very nervous at that time, and I was not really sure about the direction of the whole thing. So I suppressed the news. Didn't tell everyone. However, if the bowstring is too tight, it will break. Now the 2 of them have returned safely. I think it's time to tell everyone the news. When Ling Yun said this, except for Qin Dongxue, who had already known the truth, everyone in the room became more nervous than ever. Everyone held their breath, not even daring to breathe, and fixed their eyes on Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't keep everyone waiting too long. He smiled and continued, "Actually, the news is nothing, and everyone vaguely understands it. It's just that according to the legend, some ancient martial arts sects and hermit families in China, as well as some enemies who have made a deadly enmity with me, all come to Qingshui City to trouble me." As soon as Ling Yun said this, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief, and all the beauties rolled their charming and reproachful white eyes. The meaning expressed in those eyes was very clear. What kind of broken news is this? We all know it. But what you don't know is, among these enemies who come to trouble me, which sects and families are there, and who are the enemies who have formed a mortal enemy with me? Now, I will tell you everything clearly. The ancient martial arts sects that came this time include Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun Sword Sect, Maoshan Sect, Longhu Mountain, Excalibur Villa, Xuanhuan Sect, Nether Sect. There are also quite a few hidden families, including the Shiman family, Nangong family, Shangguan family, Northwest Taikianglii family. When the names of ancient martial arts sects and hidden families came out of Ling Yun's mouth like a cannonball, the complexions of everyone in the room, including Qin Dongxue, have changed. There are too many. You can go to these, but that's not all. Regardless of the shock of everyone, Ling Yun continued, in addition, there are two big families in the capital, the Chen family and the Sun family. There are also blood races in the west, and ninjas in the east. The last and most dangerous enemy, Mazong. Ling Yun finished talking about all the invading enemies in one breath, then looked around at the extremely pale-faced people in the room again, and suddenly smiled indifferently. How about it, now you know how many people there are, come to Qingshui City to find me. Are you in trouble? No one answered, everyone's face was pale and shocked. Ling Yun is the rhythm of 3,000 enemies. Even Qin Dongxue, who has already reached the 5th level of the innate realm and is now the well-deserved #1 member of the Qin family, couldn't help but shake her tender body after hearing Ling Yun mention all his enemies. Yun. Brother Yun. There are so many enemies, should we also find some help? Tang Meng couldn't help it, he stammered and asked. Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng amusedly, and joked, look at how scared you are. If I'm not sure about getting rid of them, I'd have already found helpers, and I'm still waiting for you to remind me? Then he turned his head to look at the crowd, and said with a calm expression, there are quite a few enemies who are coming. I have told everyone now. Then, I will announce something next. Those famous decent and hidden families, because they haven't really surfaced yet, let's ignore them for now. Ling Yun first put aside the upright sect that he was least concerned about, and said directly, let me tell everyone first. The situation of my battle in Xianrenling for 2 consecutive nights. Since I am standing here safe and sound, everyone will know the result. There is no need to go into details. I mainly want to tell you which forces I have eliminated after 2 nights of fighting. Actually, it is roughly divided. There are only 2 forces, one of which is the force sent by the Chen family in the capital. The other is the 3 hermit families, the Xuanhuan family, the Shiman family, and the Nangong family. Will provoke me again. The forces sent by the Chen family are the most powerful, because the vampires from the west and the ninjas from the east all belong to the forces of the Chen family. But this is the most powerful force. I have killed all of them. Ling Yun didn't say how thrilling the 2 nights' battles were, he just talked about a result, and then stated his true purpose. The purpose of saying this is to remind each of you that the Chen family in the capital and I are now sworn enemies, whether in public or private. There is no possibility of any reconciliation. The 2 sides will never stop until one side is completely defeated. Ling Yun added a sentence of public and private, among which Yu Gong naturally brought his own Ling family along. So, from now on, as long as we face off against the forces of the Chen family, we don't need to have any illusions, just fight to the death with them. This is the first thing I announced, and the second thing is next. The second thing is to talk about the demon sect. The demon sect is very powerful. The Heavenly Killing Organization was founded by the demon sect. Ling Yun's eyes fell on Lin Menghan and Yaoro again. He couldn't bear it, but he still told the real truth without hesitation. However, Mazong is just a general name, and they are not monolithic, but as far as I know, they are divided into 2 factions. There is a faction headed by Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect. In addition, there is another faction headed by one or several holy sons of the demon sect, and one of them is called Sikong Wuji. In our Qingshui city, there is a fact that I must make clear to everyone here, that is, Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, is helping me now. Last night, I formally formed an alliance with her. What? Ling Yun, you. Hearing this, Lin Menghan couldn't bear it any longer, stood up abruptly, her delicate body trembled violently, her face was pale, obviously unable to accept this cruel reality. Ling Yun looked at Lin Menghan very calmly, and said lightly, "Menghan, don't get excited, you will understand after listening to me. Last night, Chen Jianhao, the peak of the Chen family's 8th-level genius, joined forces with the ninja Tokugawa Muto, who is half-step 9 in the east, and a powerful marquis of the Blood clan, and laid a trap for me. If Yi Xingchen did not show up in time to help, not to mention killing the opponent, I myself may be killed by the opponent." In order to make it easy for everyone to accept this fact calmly, Ling Yan had to exaggerate slightly, making the enemy's strength a little scary. "Besides, Menghan, Rower, you two were kidnapped by Yi Xingchen. Although you suffered a lot, she actually saved you. If she hadn't made the first move, you would have fallen into the hands of Xikong Wuji, the son of heaven of the demon sect. That person is a demon. If you fell into his hands, I dare not even think about the consequences. Although she hijacked you and trapped you for 2 days and 2 nights, she didn't really embarrass you. Think about it carefully, am I right? And as soon as Yi Xingchen saw me, he told me your whereabouts and why you were kidnapped. Otherwise, how could I rescue you so easily?" Ling Yan didn't give Lin Menghan a chance to question, and explained the whole story clearly in one breath, letting them judge by themselves. "As for the personal enmity between you and Rower and Yi Xingchen, I don't care about it. If the two of you still want to settle accounts with her, then you should practice hard and get back on your own." Seeing that Lin Menghan was still not angry, Ling Yan added another sentence, secretly provoking Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. Both of them have reached the critical juncture of attacking the innate. Ling Yan feels that with this catastrophe, they are not far from breaking through. At the same time, Brother Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, he finally pushed Yi Xingchen, the saintess of the demon sect, in front of all the beauties. The power of the Mazong Tian Shengzi is not only Yi Xingchen's potential opponent, but now it is our strongest enemy in Qingshui City. They control the countless killers of the gods, they are unscrupulous, and they will use any despicable means that we can't think of against us. Xikong Wuji came here to take my dark blood demon knife. There is bound to be a battle between me and him. And what you have to do is to try not to give him any opportunity before this battle happens. Let him have the opportunity to use you to coerce me." After Ling Yan announced 2 things, he finally said, "So the last thing I want to announce is your safety. Menghan, Rower, although you two were kidnapped this time, you are safe and sound, and you came back safely. However, I really can't guarantee who will have an accident next time, and who will be taken away to threaten me." Ling Yan raised his hand suddenly, pointing at Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and everyone in succession, you, and you. No matter who it is, once you are really caught, no matter how much suffering and humiliation you have suffered, you must find a way to deal with the enemy to the end, and save your life first. Absolutely can't use such stupid methods as hunger strike, self-mutilation, or even suicide. You have to believe that I will find a way to rescue you." While Ling Yan was speaking, he gave Lin Menghan and Yao Rou a hard look, and the two lowered their heads in shame, then said in a deep voice, "When Shanshan was caught by Qin Jiangui, she didn't have any strength to protect herself, but even under such circumstances, she didn't go on a hunger strike, let alone commit suicide, and spent 3 months fighting wits and courage with that dead bat, which is neither human nor ghost, in the dungeons of the Chen family and in the caves of Yunmeng Mountain. That's because she firmly believes that once I know that she is in trouble, I will definitely save her. That's why she chose to use wisdom to deal with Qin Jiangui. If you also firmly believe in this, then please don't die, but live, and don't let me see a cold corpse after I find you." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he didn't speak for a long time. The huge villa was silent, and a needle could be heard. "You don't have to worry too much, the turmoil in Qingshui City will pass soon. Those famous and decent families are nothing to worry about. My aunt and I will find a way to deal with them." After everyone digested what Ling Yan said, Ling Yan returned to his previous calm and breezy voice, and said calmly, since the Divine Sword Villa dares to be the first to show itself, let's start with the Divine Sword Villa. After finishing speaking, a vague smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, and he looked at Fairy Qin, who was getting more and more anxious. To be continued. P.S. Here is a 4,200-word chapter. This huge turning point has been successfully completed, then let Brother Yun have a hearty battle. There are still 2 chapters of 6,000 words today. It will be updated during the day. In addition, it's the last day of the month, call for the last monthly pass. Ben from Reading Net. Okay, I've talked so much with you, but it's actually just such a small matter. It's fine for everyone to know it well, so don't worry too much about it. As Ling Yun said, if the bowstring is stretched too tightly, it will break, so he simply came here today to say that it is non-toxic. As for how much shock such shocking news will bring to everyone's hearts, he is too lazy to worry about it. All human fears come from the unknown. When people hear, see, and know the truth, they don't have to worry too much. They just need to face difficulties and do things well one by one. Ling Yun uncovered all the facts. In fact, while letting them know all the facts, it relieved and released the pressure in their hearts. The situation seems serious, and there are many and powerful enemies, but if anyone can't even handle the difficulties and pressure in front of him, Ling Yun can't expect him to last long on his future journey. Menghan and Rower, you two live in my room. Don't think about anything these few days, adjust your body to the best condition as soon as possible, and prepare to hit the innate realm. As for the others, what should you do? You should eat and practice. Anyway, we don't lack anything in our villa, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. After saying this, Ling Yun suddenly waved to everyone, it's all gone, what should I do? My aunt and I still have to discuss things. Today's Ling Yun is domineering enough to not give anyone a chance to speak, because after he finished talking about these things, there are more important things to deal with. When they heard that Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue were going to discuss something, everyone knew that they couldn't help and would only add to the chaos here, so they dispersed and went their own way. Tang Meng hesitated, dragged his ass and refused to leave, scratched his head and said, Brother Yun, then I. Ling Yun scolded with a smile, although you can't leave Villa number 1, casually, can't you let others come over? You have a mobile phone and a computer. What can't be handled? Tang Meng chuckled and said, I know Brother Yun, but that matter. Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng couldn't forget his more than 30 guns, so he said with a smile, I can't lose them in my hands, why are you in a hurry? When my aunt and I finish discussing the business, I will naturally give them to you. Okay. Tang Meng responded. Pulling Ah Bing to a trot, he rushed directly to Ling Yun's room. He used it as his temporary office. After the two left, Tai Xiaohu stood there silently. Said in a deep voice, Brother Yun, then I'm going to practice in the yard. Ling Yun nodded and instructed, Tai Xiaohu, although you are about to break through the pass, don't be impatient, take it slow and steady, then you will find that once the pass is broken through, the effect of cultivation is the best. You will get the most benefits. Ling Yun told Tai Xiaohu, so, how could he not be the same? If it wasn't for the purpose of laying a solid foundation for body training, Ling Yun would have chosen to forcibly break through the Qi training period in the face of such a great difficulty, but he could break through like that. It will lead to endless troubles. Ling Yun doesn't want to be hasty. In the end, Qin Dongxue was the only one left by Ling Yun's side. There were only 2 people left, and Qin Dongxue could no longer avoid Ling Yun's sharp eyes. She suddenly put away her anxiety and irritability. He smiled sweetly at Ling Yun. Stinky boy, you are really happy to put everything in front of everyone at once, but can they really bear it like this? Ling Yun looked very serious, and said confidently, I believe in them, and they will never let me down. Auntie. Let's go to Qingshui Lake for a walk? What happened next? Ling Yun didn't want to talk about it in Villa number 1, so he took the initiative to invite Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue nodded, and the two got up at the same time, walked out of the villa side by side, ignoring the scorching sun above their heads, and walked slowly towards the outside of the villa. Soon, the figures of the two walked out of the range of number 1 villa, out of the number 1 villa area, and came to the Qingshui lake full of tourists. The green trees by the lake block the scorching sun above the head, the breeze blows, and the cool air on the Qingshui lake is continuously sent. The blue waves of Qingshui lake are rippling, sparkling, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. Appreciating the scenery of the lake and mountains, Qin Dongshua's mood improved a lot, so she spoke first. "Brat, have you noticed? Just now when you mentioned those enemies one by one, Ling Yu was holding my hand tightly, her body was shaking all the time." Ling Yin smiled indifferently. "Of course I noticed, not only Ling Yu, but also other people. However, facts are facts, and what should be faced, must be faced. Only when there is pressure will there be motivation. I have now started a head-to-head confrontation with the Chinese ancient martial arts world. If I don't tell the truth about these facts now, then I will not protect them, but harm them." Qin Dongxue said with a smile, "So Auntie let you speak today, she didn't stop you at all, it's just that the sudden news will have a huge impact on them." Ling Yin smiled and said, "Auntie, it's actually not as serious as you said. Among them, Chao Shanshan witnessed me fighting with more than 200 blood clans, and Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng also saw me kill with their own eyes. There are Miao Xiaomiao, Ninger, when I killed the 4 masters of the Sun family who first came to Qingshui City, they were all present. After what I said today, there will definitely be some communication between them. I'm afraid that everyone will keep it in their hearts. Once they talk about it, the pressure will disappear." After finishing speaking, Ling Yin summed up the matter. "I believe that within 2 days, they will be able to digest all these matters." Qin Dongxue nodded, looking at everyone's expressions at the end. "It should be like this." "That's fine, since they will follow you life and death, then let's talk about it, so as not to hide this and that, it won't be troublesome enough." After this matter was over, Qin Dongxue suddenly turned her head, looked at Ling Yan's side face, and said with a half-smile, "You brat, Yi Xingchen, the saintess of the demon sect, is really allied with you?" Auntie personally asked. Ling Yan of course told the truth. "Yes, Auntie, I heard a lot of news today, especially about the Mazong, from Yi Xingchen." Ling Yan's expression gradually became serious. "Auntie, you also know that I have now recognized my ancestors and returned to my ancestors. Now that my father is confirmed to be Ling Xiao, then my mother is naturally the last holy maiden of the demon sect. Although Yi Xingchen and I tested each other last night, and neither of them revealed their true identities in the end, I have a strong premonition that Yi Xingchen should be my mother's apprentice." Listening to Ling Yan's mother-in-law, Qin Dongshue's heart felt inexplicably sour, but there was still a feeling of secret joy in his heart, and asked with a forced smile, "Did she test you?" "That's right. After beheading the 3 powerful enemies, we talked for at least 2 hours. During this time, we kept testing each other. She even asked me why my surname is Ling." "Then did you tell me?" "Of course I can't say this. I don't even know about Ling Yu, so how could I tell others, so I pretended to be stupid, messed around and got away with it." Qin Dongxue smiled and said, "You won't be able to hide it for long." Ling Yan said helplessly, "It's a day to keep it a secret. If my father hadn't disappeared, considering his life and death, if I go to the capital to recognize my ancestors this time, my grandfather will directly announce my life experience to the world. Well, recognize your ancestors and return to your clan, and have a real father and mother, so you can't forget my sister." Qin Dongxue nodded intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Yan looked sincerely. "Auntie, you are all my dearest people." Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly, raised her hand kindly, pinched Ling Yan's cheek, and said with a smile, "You are sweet-mouthed." Ling Yan laughed and said, "My aunt loves me so much, of course she is my dearest person." Qin Dongxue changed the subject. Okay, let's talk about the business. The Chen family sent Qingshui's forces to be killed by you, and the Sun family probably wouldn't dare to send anyone else to send them to their deaths. Are there only those famous families left now? The decent and the hermit family, as well as the demon sect who does things unscrupulously? Ling Yan nodded and said, it seems to be the case at the moment, but to be honest, I don't pay attention to those famous and decent families at all, unless among them, there are masters with supernatural powers above the 9th level of innateness participating. Without waiting for Qin Dongshua's response, Ling Yun continued, for me, the only real threats to me are the 3 parties. Sikong Wuji, the holy son of the demon sect, he is in the dark and I am in the light, and his strength is very powerful, so I am very passive. The forces of the other 2 sides actually belong to one side, the Grand Duke Dracula of the Blood Clan, and Chen Jingxian, the ancestor of the Chen family. As for the ninjas in Toyo, after Tokugawa Muto was slaughtered by me, they should all be beheaded. There is no need to worry about it in the short term. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he finally added, except for Sikong Wuji, I didn't say anything about these 3 powerful enemies in public. Because if I tell them, I'm afraid that some people will really be unable to handle them, and that would be counterproductive. Qin Dongxue pursed her delicate lips tightly, and said after a long while, if you tell my aunt now, won't she be afraid that she will worry about you? In the morning, I heard Jester talk about your battle last night, but I know that those marquises know magic. Ling Yan said in a deep voice, this is exactly what I want to remind my aunt. I didn't expect those blood races, after reaching the Marquis level, to be able to do a lot of magic as stated in the data. They can turn blood into magic, what blood arrows, acid arrows, dark healing techniques, blood shields, blood walls, etc. emerge endlessly and change unpredictable. In the future, you must be careful when you encounter blood enemies above the Marquis level. As for me, you don't have to worry about it at all. I have many ways to deal with the vampires. Moreover, even if the Grand Duke Dracula comes in person, if I really can't beat him, I can still escape. Only then did Qin Dongxue feel relieved, nodded and smiled, well, anyway, be careful. The 2 walked while talking, and quickly walked around the lake for a mile. Ling Yun found a shady place and stood still, looking straight at Qin Dongxue. Auntie, when that guy Tang Meng called me this morning, he said that Excalibur Villa sent you a summons. What did they say? To be continued. P.S. The 2nd chapter is delivered today, and the next chapter will be updated before 1800 hours. Ben from Reading Net. Speaking of Excalibur Villa, Qin Dongshue's beautiful face immediately became unnatural. DODTW. She didn't dare to look directly into Ling Yan's gaze, she tilted her head slightly, staring at the sparkling white waves in the lake, and remained silent for a while. Ling Yun naturally understood why Qin Dongxue behaved so abnormally. Xinjian Villa is Qin Dongshue's sect, but now she is involved in the famous and decent sect who crusade against Ling Yun. She is caught between the 2 parties, so she must be in a dilemma. Ling Yun didn't urge Qin Dongxue, but stood with her silently. He wanted to wait for Qin Dongxue to think it over and make a decision. Qin Dongxue is an elder, the person who loves Ling Yun the most after Qin Chuyue left. No matter what decision Qin Dongxue makes, Ling Yun will respect her wishes. Qin Dongxue looked at the lake water, his mood was fluctuating, and his breathing gradually became short of breath. After a long while, he gradually calmed down. Suddenly Yu said, Stinky boy, you know, Xinjian Villa is not only my teacher, but also my sister, the great benefactor of our Qin family. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, Auntie, you have already told me this. Qin Dongxue said, actually, when you went to the capital, I sent a message to my teacher, hoping that they would not get involved in your affairs, but the result made me very disappointed. Ling Yun didn't speak, but his mood was extremely excited. Because the meaning of Qin Dongshue's words was obvious, and she was already on his side. Only to hear Qin Dongxue say again, although they use you as an excuse to crusade against the demon sect, they actually came for an ancient legend in China. Ling Yan said with a faint smile, "Hee, I also know this. The Emperor of the People and the Emperor of the Earth come out of the clear water, and the world should be robbed by only one person." Qin Dongshua's tender body trembled slightly, and she said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to even know this sentence. Who told you?" Ling Yan told the truth. "The first time I heard this sentence was from that by Yuan Jia." Qin Dongxue nodded, his eyes suddenly crossed the Qingshui Lake, and looked in the direction of the Tianqing between Longpan Mountain and Nangqui Peak. I was speechless for a long time. Renhuang Pen and Dihuang. They were all born in Qingshui City. This time it was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. It turns out that my aunt already knew about the news that Ren Wangbi and Di Huang were born in Qingshui City. "Auntie, where did you hear this news?" Ling Yan still wanted to cover up, so he pretended to be calm and asked. Qin Dongxue sighed faintly and smiled secretly. He said indifferently, "Of course it was my master, the owner of the Excalibur Villa, who told me. There are rumors in the rivers and lakes. Although most of the ancient legends are rumors, there are some legends that cannot be verified for thousands of years. Once confirmed, then there will be turmoil, and the entire rivers and lakes, and even the entire world, will usher in the most intense turmoil. I won't hide it from you today, Auntie. In fact, Sherman sent me to Qingshui City. The main purpose is to let me enter the Yinyang Dragon Locking Formation in Tianqing to find the Emperor. Just when my sister left, I have protected you and Ling Yu until now, but I have been doing business for personal gain." Ling Yan was shocked, stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he asked stupidly, "Auntie, but after you came, you haven't been in a sinkhole, have you?" Qin Dongxue chuckled coquettishly, rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "Silly boy, after seeing you, my aunt knows that you have already gone in, why should I go in?" Qin Dongshue's pointed eyes made Ling Yun feel guilty for a while. Qin Dongxue turned her head. Meimo smiled, staring at Ling Yun and asked, "Now that things have come to an end, my aunt will ask you today, is that person you?" Ling Yun's body finally shook violently, and his heart suddenly fell into a battle between heaven and man. Should I tell my aunt the truth, or continue to hide it? But Ling Yan didn't dwell on this issue for too long, he pondered for a while. Immediately he smiled, and used the sound transmission to enter the secret way. "Hey, it turns out that my aunt has already guessed it. Yes, that person is me. The Emperor's pen and the Emperor are on me now." Qin Dongshue's original conjecture was finally confirmed by Ling Yun, but she was neither shocked nor excited. She just gave Ling Yun a charming look, and said coquettishly, "Stinky boy, you still have a conscience, at least I didn't hurt you in vain field." Both of them knew how important this matter was, and they both began to use sound transmission to communicate with each other with a tacit understanding. Ling Yan said with rare seriousness, "If my aunt doesn't ask about this matter, I won't say it, but since my aunt asks, I will definitely tell you the truth." Qin Dongxue nodded happily, and immediately asked seriously, "Who else knows about this?" "You are not allowed to hide it, and you must tell Auntie everything." Ling Yan saw Qin Dongshue's tense look as if he was facing an enemy, and couldn't help laughing secretly. He thought for a while and replied, "Well, Ren Wangbi recognizes me as the master. There are quite a few people who know about this matter, including Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi. You have never seen these two people before. The others, Xianer, Chao Shanshan, Ninger, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and my mother may also know a little bit. But the Emperor is on me, and only I know. Dugu Mo of the Dugu family may be able to guess a little bit." Qin Dongshue's complexion gradually changed, and she almost ran away on the spot, angrily said, "Stinky boy, you let so many people know such an important secret?" Ling Yan nodded, pretending to be silly and laughing, and asked back, "Auntie, don't you know now?" Then, he immediately explained, Auntie, these people have all experienced death with me, and I trust each of them from the bottom of my heart. For example, Chao Shanshan, after she was arrested, under such a difficult situation, even Qin Jiangui used the evil eye secret technique on her, and she didn't reveal any of my secrets. I believe everyone else will too. Same. Of course, Qin Dongxue had heard about Ling Yan's past incidents against the heavens, so she could only nod her head helplessly, sighed and said, this is the only way to go now. Ling Yan smiled and said, actually, I wanted to tell Ling Yu this secret, but I was most worried about her. I was afraid that this secret would bring disaster to her, so I kept it from her. Qin Dongxue smiled approvingly, you did the right thing. In this way, the person whose destiny should be calamity is really you, a brat. Ling Yan laughed aloud, and said in an incomparably stinky fart, well, that unlucky ghost should be it. Ling Yan also felt very happy to be able to share one of his biggest secrets with Qin Dongxue, and felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing Ling Yan's relaxed expression, Qin Dongxue couldn't help being amused, and she glanced at Ling Yan charmingly. He smiled and said, what is the purpose of all the heroes in the world to trouble you? It seems that you have already figured it out. Ling Yan laughed and said, of course I know it well. Then what are you going to do about it? The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up, and he sneered roguely, how else can I deal with it? If you refuse to accept it, beat them down. Qin Dongxue asked, then the Excalibur Villa? Ling Yan smiled and said, Auntie, regarding the Excalibur Villa. I completely listen to you. If you ask me to talk about it, I will sit down and talk with them. If you ask me to fight, then I will not be polite, let's fight together. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan obviously saw that Qin Dongxue breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Auntie, can you tell me now? The people from Xinjian Villa sent you a message, what did you say? Qin Dongxue frowned and said, eldest brother said in the summons that he asked me to meet at the top of Longmen Mountain tonight. As for the others, we will only know when we meet. Ling Yan suddenly realized, patted his head and said, oh, so we are meeting, so let's meet and talk. Longmen Mountain is not far from Longpan Mountain. It is not a scenic spot, but a good place to talk. Qin Dongxue slightly frowned. Worryingly said, boy, what you said is very easy, do you think it's so easy to talk about? Don't forget, now the whole world knows that you have the dark blood demon saber in your hand, and you are automatically regarded as the new demon lord of the demon sect. Since ancient times, there is no balance between good and evil. This alone can make your aunt unable to argue, jump even if you enter the Yellow River, you won't be able to wash it away. Ling Yan laughed loudly when he heard this, and said disdainfully, it's God or demon, good or evil, they can't just pat their heads and define it. One more thing, the secret that my mother is the last saintess of the demon sect. It will be revealed at any time. Don't say that I have the dark blood demon saber, even if I don't, how can I make it clear that I am not a member of the demon sect? After Ling Yan finished speaking, he looked at Qin Dongxue with a half-smile, and asked, Auntie, if you really decide to stand by me, in their eyes, you would have already fallen into the devil's way, so what are you thinking about? What's the problem? Qin Dongxue's heart was beating like a drum when Ling Yan saw it, her face blushed slightly, and she suddenly said coquettishly, stinky boy, Auntie never thought of not standing with you, I was just worried, afraid that because of this matter, from now on break with my teacher. Brat, even if you really betray your teacher, and risk being cast aside by millions of righteous people in the world, and accompany you into the eternal evil way, my aunt is willing to do so. Of course, this was Qin Dongxue's heart, so it was naturally impossible to say it. Now that Qin Dongxue has completely stood by her side in confessing her heart, what else does Ling Yan have to worry about? He smiled proudly, and said proudly, Auntie, then you go to the appointment boldly tonight, and I will go with you when the time comes. If the people in the Excalibur Villa are sensible, then I will naturally be polite to them, and I should have a lot of courtesy, but if they dare to make things difficult for you, hee. I guarantee that they will not be able to eat it. Qing Dongxue shook her head. Ling Yun, that is my teacher after all, you can't really mess around. Besides, my elder brother said that what I'm talking about tonight is the internal affairs of the division, so I can't take you there. Qing Dongshua's expression was determined. Ling Yun had no choice but to stop insisting, and said, okay, go by yourself, I will stay at home. But he said in his heart, if you don't let me go, wouldn't I go secretly myself? Seeing that Ling Yun finally agreed, Qing Dongxue felt relieved, suddenly turned her head, and cast a meaningful glance at Ling Yun. Stinky boy, you didn't hide that matter from me today, I'm really happy. Auntie will definitely keep this secret for you. Ling Yun smiled casually, are you my little aunt? Who will I tell you if I don't tell you? As for this secret, keep it a secret if you can, and tell it if you can't. It's actually not a big deal. Qing Dongxue sneered coquettishly, as beautiful as a fairy. But at this time, Ling Yan's thoughts had already flown to Longmen Mountain. Auntie, what's the name of your elder brother, from the Excalibur Villa? Guoxiao Tian. To be continued. P.S. 3 shifts, 10,000 words, as promised. Tomorrow, the 3-shift outbreak will continue. I have been looking forward to it for a long time, and Brother Yun is going to show off. Ben from Reading Net. As for her sect, Qing Dongxue didn't seem to want to mention too much, and she didn't care about the beauty of Qingshui Lake, so she turned around and returned the same way. However, Ling Yun did not let go, and asked as he walked, Auntie, what is your senior brother now? This question is very important, of course Ling Yun has to ask clearly. Qing Dongxue quickened his pace, and said angrily, I don't know. Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, then asked back in astonishment, I don't know how it is possible. Qing Dongxue frowned slightly, slowed down his pace, turned his head and glanced at Ling Yun, and said a lesson, stinky boy, don't you know that casually inquiring about other people's realm strength is a taboo in the world? Ling Yun blushed suddenly, speechless. What Qing Dongxue said is indeed the truth. Walking in the rivers and lakes, if someone randomly inquires about other people's realm strength, as long as this kind of thing is passed on to the other party's ears, the person who is inquired will think that someone wants to challenge him, especially if there are many enemies of the person being inquired about. One may even think that there are enemies who are planning to seek revenge from him. Besides, there are as many people in the Jianghu who want to step on other people's shoulders to become famous and high-ranking people as Christian carp crossing the river. Once one's own realm and strength are known to someone with a heart, it will become a stepping stone for others to become famous. If the opponent comes to challenge you, even if you win, but the sword and gun have no eyes. If you hurt the opponent, the hatred will be forged. Since the opponent dares to come to the door to challenge, he must be a brave and ruthless person. People who can guarantee that he will not hold a grudge, and will come to seek revenge in the future. Also, let alone being a stepping stone for others, even if the challenger really intends to compete in martial arts and won't hold grudges if he loses, then he has become a sharpening stone for others invisibly. No matter whether it is a stepping stone or a whetstone, no one wants to be it. Therefore, unless it is a close friend who knows the basics, no one will casually tell others about their realm strength. Therefore, casually inquiring about other people's realm strength is indeed a taboo in the world. It is also for this reason that the real masters of the rivers and lakes walk in the rivers and lakes. They try to be as low-key as possible, unless they have to fight to the death. Otherwise, if you can't make a move, you won't make a move, which gives others the impression of hidden secrets. Ling Yun naturally understood the rules of the world, but after thinking about it, he asked puzzledly, but Auntie, that Guoxiao Tian is your elder brother. Qing Dongxue was helpless when asked by Ling Yun. He simply stopped in his tracks and said, Stinky boy, who told you that he is my elder brother? I must know his realm. Seeing that Ling Yun was puzzled, Qin Dongxue had no choice but to explain, and said in a bitter voice, Ling Yun, don't think that my aunt is learning art at Xinjian Villa, just like she is in her own home, and everyone will treat her as the daughter of a daughter. Respect and pamper. On the contrary, every ancient martial arts sect has its own strict rules. It takes hardship to learn from a master. Although my aunt is regarded as the apple of the eye in the Qin family, but in the Xinjian Villa, she was just an ordinary beginner disciple at the beginning. Qin Dongshua's mind was touched, and she gradually felt sad, and said with a wry smile, my aunt has been learning swordsmanship in Xinjian Villa for 20 years. Before breaking through the innate realm, all martial arts were actually taught by the elder brother on behalf of the master. Officially accepted as a disciple by the master. I see. There was no need for Qin Dongxue to go on, Ling Yan already understood, since most of Qin Dongshue's martial arts were taught by Guo Tian, then Guo Tian was Qin Dongshue's half-master. How could Qin Dongxue be qualified? How could he ask Guo Tian about his realm strength? Moreover, Ling Yan could tell from Qin Dongshue's increasingly sad expression that she must have had a hard time studying art in Xinjian Villa for the past 20 years. There was a trace of tenderness in Ling Yan's heart, but there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I only heard Qin Dongxue say again, although I don't know the specific realm strength of senior brother Guo, but 5 years ago, during the competition in the door, he only used a wooden sword, and within 10 moves, he defeated the other 4 senior brothers. The sword formation of cloth joining hands. Thinking about it now, at that time, he had already broken through the 8th level of congenital realm. Ling Yan's heart trembled, but he didn't care about it, and said disdainfully, what kind of broken sword formation? It can be broken by a wooden sword. However, Ling Yan was thinking in his heart, break through the 8th level of Xiantian 5 years ago, no matter how slow he cultivated, he must have reached the peak of the 8th level of Xiantian now. It's just a Xinjian Villa, and a master of the 8th level congenital peak came to sit in the town, so the other sects. After casually estimating it, Ling Yan's mood became heavy. It seems that the power of the famous family is not small, and it must not be underestimated. Ling Yan pondered and said, then how is your senior brother's personality easy to talk about? Since the state strength cannot be determined, Ling Yan had no choice but to take the next best thing and inquire about Guo Xiaotian's character, hoping that my aunt would not be too embarrassed by the other party. Unexpectedly, when Ling Yan asked, Qin Dongshue's expression became more serious, and she smiled wryly again, if it's easy to talk, then my aunt won't have to be so entangled. When the master is away or in retreat, the elder brother will take care of everything in the Xinjian Villa. He values the rules the most. In his eyes, it is black and white. He is the kind of person who firmly believes that good and evil are not in balance. He will come here on his own initiative after hearing that the dark blood demon knife was born. Ling Yan felt a sudden chill in his heart. Sorry for the trouble, no wonder my aunt would show such a state of anxiety and worry after receiving the summons. It turns out that this test is really difficult. But after Ling Yan thought about it, he had already made up his mind to subdue all the enemies who came, and he didn't care who the opponent was. Although my aunt's words were vague and she didn't explain what she said, but Ling Yan could already see that my aunt was not happy staying in Xinjian Villa. Since she was not happy, what was she doing wasting her time in that ruined village? Having figured this out, Ling Yan smiled slightly, raised his hand lightly, patted Qin Dongshue's fragrant shoulder and comforted him, okay, auntie, since your senior brother is your half-master, then I can rest assured, you can go at night at ease. Qin Dongxue sighed inwardly, but smiled, nodded and said, N. Eldest brother is usually very kind to me, and I believe he will not make things difficult for me. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue was forcing a smile, but he didn't say anything, he just said, let's go home. Since we have to go out at night, we have to rest well during the day. Recharge your batteries. The two ended the topic in a tacit understanding. This time Ling Yun took the lead. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and asked, Auntie, your senior brother Lu from last time, is he here this time? Qin Dongshiwa was preoccupied, and replied casually, here we are. On the way back, the two of them didn't talk much anymore, but Ling Yin made a plan in his heart, and it was certain that he would secretly follow his aunt to Longmen Mountain at night. But before going, he still needs to prepare carefully. After returning to Villa Number 1, Ling Yin discovered that Tang Meng had already called Li Yi and Jiao Fei. He knew what these two people were here for, so he directly called the three of them to the gym. The gymnasium in Villa Number 1 is huge, but most of the space is filled with medicinal materials for refining talismans in sacks. Ling Yin didn't talk nonsense, and directly asked Li Yi to find an empty sack, stuffed his left hand into the sack, and with a thought, more than 30 Sand Eagle pistols were all put into the sack. Ling Yin ignored the shocked expressions of Li Yi and Jiao Fei. Turning his head and said to Tang Meng in a deep voice, Tang Meng, I don't care which brothers you want to use these Sand Eagle pistols, but what I said is that no one is allowed to use pistols against ordinary people, no matter if they are good people. Still a bad guy, remember? Tang Meng laughed excitedly. He nodded again and again, indicating that there would definitely be no problem. Only then did Ling Yin look at Li Yi and said, Li Yi, if I remember correctly, when you were an assassin in Tiansha, you were best at using guns. Li Yi was not good at words, so he just nodded slightly. Ling Yin smiled and said, okay, then after the distribution of these guns, the task of teaching the brothers to use guns will be handed over to you. Li Yi finally had an excited smile on his face, nodded respectfully and said, yes. Go. Ling Yin waved his hands and let the two leave with the sacks on their shoulders. Tang Meng didn't expect Ling Yin to let the two of them go like this. He hurriedly chased the two of them and ran out, and then ran back after exhorting them carefully outside. Ling Yin frowned slightly and said, didn't I tell you not to let you take care of Qinglong's affairs, why did you forget? Tang Meng chuckled and said, hey, for the last time Bing is not here, so I have to help him. Where is Bing? Qinglong has a lot of things to do, he went to deal with things. Ling Yin thought that Bing was just the boss of Qinglong, and he didn't know much about martial arts. The enemy probably wouldn't find him for a while, so he nodded. Since Bing is gone, just carry this and that, and follow me to the kitchen. Ling Yin stretched out his hand, pointed to 2 sacks filled with medicinal materials, and said to Tang Meng. Tang Meng's expression turned bitter immediately, Brother Yun, what are you doing? Ling Yin chuckled and said, why else refine talismans? In the afternoon, Ling Yin took Tang Meng, a free coolie, to refine another 100 pieces of healing talisman, fire spirit talisman, defense talisman, Vajra talisman, and divine movement talisman. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Dongshiwa changed into the night clothes of the Wujing demon silkworm, packed up everything Ling Yin had prepared for her, and went out with her sword in hand, ready to rush to Longmen Mountain. Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and others kept sending Qin Dongshiwa to the gate. In the night, Ling Yin smiled and said, Auntie, you are too conspicuous in night clothes, why don't I drive you to the foot of Longmen Mountain? Qin Dongshiwa glanced at Ling Yin and said, why, I don't even believe my aunt's lightness kung fu anymore. Don't think I don't know what kind of plan you're up to. If you get to Longmen Mountain, you won't be surprised if you don't go up. Ling Yin also knew that the reason he gave was too lame, so he laughed and gave up. Don't worry, my aunt will be able to explain it clearly for you, let's go. Qin Dongshiwa tapped her toes, and her delicate body disappeared in a flash, disappearing into the vast night. After Qin Dongshiwa left, Ling Yin stood where he was, looking at the deep night in front of him, and murmured in his heart, don't worry, it's your senior brother, how can you make me feel at ease? To be continued. P.S. This chapter is actually very difficult to write. It took 5 hours to write. Let's make 1 update tonight, and 3 changes during the day tomorrow. In addition, thank you for your rewards and monthly tickets, Bujum knows it well, and will work hard. Brother, Auntie will not be in any danger when going to Longmen Mountain this time? Ning Lingyu stood closely beside Ling Yun, looking at the direction where Qin Dongxue disappeared. With deep worry written on her dreamy face, she asked Ling Yun. Qin Qiuyue left without saying goodbye. After going to Tianshan, there was no news. For several months, Qin Dongxue had been by Ning Lingyu's side, and the two were almost inseparable. He even carefully guided her to practice martial arts, which completely made up for the vacancy left by Qin Qiuyue. In Ning Lingyu's heart, Qin Dongxue has already become the most important person in her life, just like her mother and brother, so how could she not be worried? Ling Yan raised his hand, gently embraced Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders, and said with a slight smile, Lingyu, what are you thinking? Auntie is going to meet someone from her teacher's family, not to break into a dragon's pool or a tiger's lair, so there is no danger. Ling Yan has long seen that his precious sister with a fairy body is good in everything, but he is too thoughtful, and many things are stuffy in his heart and he doesn't like to talk to others. He doesn't want Ning Lingyu to worry too much. Receiving Ling Yan's relief, Ning Lingyu nodded lightly, lowered her head slightly, bit her lower lip and said, but, I always feel that something is wrong. Ling Yan smiled and said, okay, Lingyu, there must be too many things happening these days, and you worry too much. Don't worry, as long as my brother is here, nothing will happen. Then Ling Yun glanced left and right, and said to everyone, okay, everyone go in. With a smile on his face, Ling Yun led everyone back to the villa. In fact, he was very anxious, for fear that after Qin Dongxue arrived at Longmen Mountain early, he would not be able to handle it alone. To Ling Yan's relief, after everyone returned to the villa, they didn't need him to tell them. They each took a futon with a diameter of nearly 1 meter and went to the courtyard to find a place to sit. Practicing cross-legged. This kind of futon was originally bought for him by Tang Meng, watching Tai Xiaohu sit cross-legged on the lawn or on rocks all day long to practice. It was not the case. Tang Meng was unambiguous about buying one for each person. People bought 20 or so at one go, to ensure that everyone would have enough. Whoever uses it will take it. Miao Xiaomiao and Shui Mining went to the west side of the villa, next to the elixir medicine garden. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou went to the east of the villa, and they sat under a big tree, respectively. Ning Lingyu went to the lawn behind the villa, not far from the place where the 3 elixir plants were planted. As for Tai Xiaohu, he was still sitting cross-legged at the place closest to the door, like this every day and every night. 2 of the futons were torn apart by him. Obviously, what Ling Yin said at noon during the day, after shocking everyone severely, also ignited everyone's enthusiasm to improve their strength as soon as possible. As for the little demon girl, Qi Xiaohong, she had returned to Chao Shanshan's villa as early as evening. So in the living room of the huge villa, only Chao Shanshan, who can't practice, is left. Tang Meng, and by Xianer, the 9-tailed celestial fox, who doesn't need to cultivate deliberately at all. Ling Yin sat on the sofa, swept his consciousness, looked at the scene of vigorous cultivation in the villa yard, couldn't help laughing and said, if it wasn't in the city, our number 1 villa would be the same as an ancient martial arts sect now. Chao Shanshan hesitated to speak. Ling Yin glanced at her and said with a smile, don't worry, I guarantee that when you practice, you will only be faster than them. Tang Meng looked anxious, and said in a low voice, Brother Yun, Aunt Qin went to Longmen Mountain by herself, are you really not worried at all? Ling Yin immediately winked at Tang Meng, and said through voice transmission, idiot. Of course I don't worry about it, but Longmen Mountain is at least 20 kilometers away from here, and it will take at least 20 minutes for my aunt to go there. Don't worry now. Then Ling Yin got up, and said softly to Bai Xianer, tonight, I still have to entrust you with the task of protecting Villa number 1. Bai Xianer's narrow and long beautiful eyes lightly blinked, and she said with a coquettish smile, don't worry, "Brother Ling Yun, if anyone dares to come to Villa number 1, I will kill as many as they come." "Well, as long as you dare to come to Villa number 1 to make trouble, you don't have to be polite, just kill him." After explaining a few words to the three of them, Ling Yunpiao walked out of the house and came to the side of the 3 elixir plants in a flash. Ning Lingyu, who was practicing cross-legged nearby, noticed it, and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, looking at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Ling Yu, you cultivate your own, don't worry about me." While speaking, with a thought, Ling Yun threw more than a dozen emeralds of the same size from the space ring, and set up a small spirit-gathering array around the 3 elixir plants. Now that Ling Yun has set up the spirit-gathering formation, he no longer uses ordinary stones, but directly uses the jade cut from the Emperor Green Stone King. Beautiful jade has the effect of gathering spiritual energy, so the spirit-gathering formation made of imperial green jadeite, the effect is naturally the best. Ling Yun sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering formation, and with the help of the aura continuously released by the Tianyang grass and the earthing grass, he performed a yin-yang formula. He only practiced a big cycle, and adjusted his physical condition to the peak. Ling Yun opened his eyes, his handsome eyes flashed with divine light, he estimated the time, and found that it was less than 5 minutes since he started meditating. Ling Yun was very satisfied. After 2 nights of fighting, the flow of true energy in the body is getting faster and faster. Ling Yun couldn't help but be unhappy, because this was the tempering effect he wanted to achieve by rushing to Xianrenling for 2 consecutive nights, going through life and death alone. Although the successive battles were extremely dangerous, and the countless enemies made Ling Yun more stressed, Ling Yun also understood that in fact, this kind of scene and pressure is also a rare opportunity for a cultivator. As the saying goes, people fight for a breath of Buddha to receive a stick of incense. For ordinary people, that breath may be ambition, courage, or spirit, but for practitioners, it is really just a breath. Experts in the same realm, regardless of other aspects, but as far as this breath of true energy is concerned, whoever has the fastest flow of true energy will be more able to handle it with ease in battle. Refining Qi to transform Qi, refining Qi to transform God, these 2 realms are actually practiced in this breath. When cultivators reach a certain level, they always like to use the word Chong when they talk about breakthroughs. Chong naturally depends on the speed of the true Qi in the body. Just imagine if a cultivator can let the true Qi in the body flow 800 miles in an instant in the blink of an eye. Can the barrier be broken? It takes less than 5 minutes for the true Qi in the body to circulate for a big circle. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the above, Ling Yun has already reached the standard of the impact of the Qi training period. To break through the Qi training period, the only difference is the right time, place, and people. After adjusting his breath slightly, Ling Yun stood up, picked up the scattered jade stones and put them away one by one, then turned his head and said to Ning Lingyu not far away, "Lingyu, practice with peace of mind, I want to go out for a while." Kindness. Ning Lingyu smiled obediently, and finally practiced with peace of mind. She is ice and snow smart, of course she can guess what her brother wants to do. Ling Yun dodged and landed directly at the door of the small warehouse where Qin Jiangue and his brothers were imprisoned. "Boss." Jester greeted him out the door immediately. Ling Yun nodded slightly, and entered the warehouse in a blink of an eye, looking at the 3 of Wan Feihu who stayed in the warehouse obediently, and said, "The 3 of you will guard these 2 brothers tonight, as long as you feed them blood on time." The 3 of Wan Feihu clasped their fists together and said respectfully, "I will follow young Master Ling's orders." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Although the 3 of you are restricted by me, the restriction neither affects your fighting nor your cultivation. When you are free, you don't have to sit and you can practice on your own. You can practice here with me. Guaranteed you have benefited a lot." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he turned around and went out. Jester had already turned into a human-shaped bird, flapping his wings across the sky, and Ling Yun flew up. In the hazy night, Jester shook his wings wildly, and carried Ling Yun up, until he turned into a small black dot in the dark night sky. Jester, has there been any news from Paul? In the air, Ling Yun simply sat cross-legged on Jester's broad back, and asked him with a smile. Jester smiled, "Boss, please rest assured, everything is normal now." No matter how much Ling Yun entrusted him, it was impossible for Qin Dongxue to go to Longmen Mountain alone. Before sending Qin Dongxue out, he had already arranged for the Blood Clan Paul to fly into the night sky as a bat and protect Qin Dongxue in secret. Ling Yun smiled faintly, "Well, you fly faster and try to catch up with my aunt." Jester naturally took the lead. After Qin Dongxue left Villa No. 1, in order to avoid the pedestrians in Qingshui City, she specially chose some dark and secluded streets and alleys to walk through, sweeping for 100 meters, like a stream of smoke. Even if she occasionally passed by pedestrians walking at night, the other party would just feel the breeze blowing. Today's Qin Dongxue has broken through the 5th level of the innate realm, and the Phantom Fish Dragon step is used to the limit, and he will not lose much to Ling Yun. It wasn't until Qin Dongxue got out of Qingshui City that he rested for a while, and then he started his movement again and galloped in the direction of Longmen Mountain. The communicator on his body has flashed several times in a row. It was a message from the master, or urging, as if he was afraid that she would not go. 15 minutes later, Qin Dongxue finally arrived at the foot of Longmen Mountain. She tapped her toes, and her delicate body slipped into the dense forest in a flash. In the dense forest, Qin Dongxue adjusted his breath a little, looked up slowly. The people of the master sect were at the top of the mountain at this moment. Qin Dongxue's expression was complicated, and her pretty face kept changing. In the end, she gritted her teeth hard and flew towards the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, Qin Dongxue had already arrived at the highest peak of Longmen Mountain, flashing out of the dense forest. After walking out of the dense forest, Qin Dongxue looked up, and his heart suddenly sank. But she still tried to stay calm, her face remained unchanged, and she flew towards the 5 people in front of her. At this time, at a height of 800 meters above the peak of Longmen Mountain, a large black humanoid bird was floating in the night sky, with a pair of purple eyes staring down coldly. To be continued. P.S. Today's 3rd update is no nonsense, and the first update will be delivered. There are 2 more. Ben from Reading Net. Qin Dongxue flew forward, came to the head of a half-century-old man, calmed down, bowed his fists respectfully, bowed, and said, "Qin Dongxue pays homage to the senior brother, the 3rd senior brother, the 4th senior brother, the 5th senior sister, and the 6th senior sister." The 5 people on the top of the peak are none other than Excalibur Villa's senior brother Gui Xiaotian, 3rd senior brother Wu Qifeng, 4th senior brother Lu Suifeng, 5th senior sister Ji Xiaoqing, 6th senior sister Zheng Chenyan, and 5 major disciples. Except for the 2nd senior brother who didn't come, 5 of the top 6 disciples came, and each of them could overwhelm Qin Dongxue. This time, Xinjian Villa's move was too scary. The old man in the lead is naturally the elder brother Gui Xiaotian, with a very majestic figure, an ancient face, long hair tied up casually, a reddish face, no beard, just standing there quietly. Naturally, there is a kind of master who is not angry and majestic momentum. Gui Xiaotian had a large broadsword slanted in his back, leaving only half a foot of the blade and a hilt exposed on his shoulders. His eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Dongxue didn't even open his eyes when he came to see him. But after a while, Gui Xiaotian raised his straight brows, and opened his eyes slightly, and the 2 eyes that looked like real sword lights swept across Qin Dongxue in an instant, slightly surprised. As soon as Qin Dongxue appeared, Gui Xiaotian immediately saw her current state. Qin Dongxue had already broken through the 5th level of innate realm in less than 3 months since she went down the mountain. Such a speed of cultivation naturally shocked Gui Xiaotian. How could this be possible? But the expression was moved. Qin Dongxue's current state still couldn't catch Gui Xiaotian's eyes. He quickly recovered his calm look, and spoke slowly, without a trace of smoke and fire in his voice. "Excuse me, get up and talk." Qin Dongshua's heart skipped a beat because Guo Xiaotian didn't call her little junior sister as usual. "Yes, big brother." Qin Dongshua's heart was heavy, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled gently and slowly stood up straight. At this time, Qin Dongxue only had time to observe the expressions of the senior brothers and sisters, only to see that the third senior brother Wu Qifeng looked indifferent, did not lift his eyelids, and could not see any expression on his face. The fourth brother Lu Suifeng, who was obsessed with her, stared at her with fiery eyes, but Qin Dongxue could see that besides the usual fiery eyes, there was also a faint smile of gloating. "Big brother." The performance of the third senior brother and the fourth senior brother is quite normal. What puzzled Qin Dongxue was how this time, the fifth and sixth senior sisters, who hardly ever walked in the city, would go down the mountain. Especially the fifth senior sister Ji Shaoqing, although her appearance is mediocre, her realm and swordsmanship are very terrifying. Her true strength is far above Lu Suifeng. In Xinjian Villa, she has never cared about the world except for cultivation. What is Shimizu City doing? And the sixth senior sister, Zheng Chenyan, who can be regarded as above average in appearance. Qin Dongxue thought about it for a while, and then she understood that this senior sister was charming and exquisite. She usually likes to join in the fun, and she has always been secretly in love with fourth senior brother Lu Suifeng, so this time she took the opportunity. How can there be no reason not to go down the mountain? Thinking of this, Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly, and said hello to the two senior sisters, Senior Sister Ji, Senior Sister Zheng. "Are you two coming down the mountain too?" Unexpectedly, Zheng Chenyan glanced at Qin Dongxue coldly, and said with a sneer at the corner of her mouth, "Yo. What did junior sister Qin say? If we don't go down the mountain again, Ren Huangbi and Di Huang will never have us again." Excalibur Villa's share. Qin Dongshue's heart trembled, and just as she was about to defend herself, she heard the fifth senior sister snort coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Qin Dongxue, are you guilty?" Although Qin Dongxue has always respected all the brothers and sisters in the Excalibur Villa. "This time, I came here to defend Ling Yin again, but it doesn't mean she is easy to bully." Hearing this, Qin Dongxue was instantly aroused, her pretty face turned cold, and she said angrily, "Fifth senior sister, I respect you as a senior sister, that's why I greet you. It's fine if you don't respond, why should just put a big hat on me when you come up?" Cough cough, shut up. Guo Xiaotian saw that the situation was about to get out of control before he started talking about the business, so he couldn't help but speak. After all, the senior brother is a senior brother. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ji Shaoqing and Zheng Chenyan immediately stopped talking. They just looked at Qin Dongxue, one was as cold as hatred, and the other was smiling with endless killing intent. Although Guo Xiaotian was very angry about Qin Dongshue's matter, he was Qin Dongshue's half-master after all, so he naturally understood Qin Dongshue's temper very well. But he needed Qin Dongshue's explanation, and he had already seen Qin Dongshue's attitude. "Dongxue, let me ask you, what is the purpose of Master sending you down the mountain this time?" When the senior brother asked, Qin Dongxue had to answer truthfully. She clasped her fists again and said, "Reporting to senior brother, the master sent me down the mountain to inquire about information about Ren Huangbi and Di Huang." Guo Xiaotian opened his eyes slightly, his eyes were like sword lights, coldly swept Qin Dongshue's face, and continued to ask, "Then what's the news you inquired about?" After being swept by Guo Xiaotian's eyes, Qin Dongshue's delicate body trembled as if her face had been cut by a sword, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Brother, in the past 3 months, I haven't found any news about Ren Huangbi and Di Huang." "Is it?" Guo Xiaotian opened his eyes wide, and his divine light flashed. Zheng Chenyan finally seized the opportunity and wanted to sarcastically, but Guo Xiaotian suddenly raised his hand as if he had eyes behind his back, stopping her words. Then the news that Ren Huangbi and Di Huang were born in Qingshui City has spread all over the world, so what's going on? Guo Xiaotian's momentum skyrocketed, his tone was harsh, and he didn't give Qin Dongxue a chance to argue. Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth in secret, desperately resisting the shocking aura emanating from the senior brother, but insisted on not retreating half a step, and said with difficulty, "Disciple, can't be sure about the birth of the human emperor's pen and the emperor's emperor, so I dare not pass it on." False news returns to the teacher's door. As soon as these words came out, the 5 people in front snorted coldly at the same time. Guo Xiaotian sighed in his heart, suddenly withdrew his momentum, and suddenly said lightly, "Okay, since you said so, let's not mention this matter for now. Let me ask you again, Ling Yun, the little devil in Qingshui City, holds the dark blood demon knife, is ruthless, kills people like hemp, and treats human life like nothing. Are you aware of these things or not?" Qin Dongshua's breathing stopped suddenly. From the very first meeting, Guo Xiaotian questioned her repeatedly, never giving Qin Dongxue a chance to speak calmly. She had a good idea in mind. Now there is no use for a word. But under Guo Xiaotian's threatening gaze, Qin Dongxue couldn't keep silent, so she had no choice but to break her heart and say in an excuse, "Disciple knows. But, Ling Yan killed him, it was only because others wanted to kill him, he just wanted to protect himself." Seeing Qin Dongxue, Guo Xiaotian rushes to defend Ling Yun. Unable to bear the fury of thunder, he said in a deep voice, "Shut up. Qin Dongxue. Do you know that if Ling Yun possesses the dark blood demon knife, he will be automatically regarded as the current demon lord? If you don't immediately draw a clear line with such a demon leader, it's nothing more than exorcising demons and defending the way. How dare you stand in front of me? Want to defend him?" Qin Dongxue couldn't argue for a moment, and could only say angrily, "Brother, the dark blood demon knife is just a weapon. I can personally testify that although Ling Yun did kill many people, he never killed anyone indiscriminately." He. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Guo Xiaotian was already extremely irritated by Qin Dongxue at this time. He looked up to the sky and laughed, and then lowered his head. Looking at Qin Dongxue, who was full of grief and indignation in front of him, he said, "Dongxue, I never would have imagined that master and I have been teaching you for so many years, and you would say such things to me today." Guo Xiaotian's gray and long hair was windless and automatic, the true energy in his body was surging, and his gown was rattling. Asked, "Qin Dongxue, do you know that because of you, our Xinjian villa has been laughed out of the teeth by the world's famous decent families? According to reliable sources, that Ling Yun once beheaded Shaolin's Miaqing master and Jingxi Nunnery's Miaqing master. There is also Maoshan School's Taoist Lu Deming. Also, Master Xingqi of Shaolin Temple, who went down the mountain to investigate this matter, and Taoist priest Wuchen of Maoshan Mountain disappeared after arriving in Qingshui City. So far, no one is alive or dead. Can you deny that the relationship between these two people, the disappearance, has nothing to do with that little devil?" Qin Dongshue's tender body trembled slightly, and was rendered speechless by Guo Xiaotian's words, because when Ling Yun beheaded Master Xingqi and Taoist Wuchen, Qin Dongxue was present and witnessed it with his own eyes. But Qin Dongxue still had the last ray of hope. "Senior brother, what you said is indeed the truth, but the other party wants to kill Ling Yun, so is he going to sit and wait for death?" Guo Xiaotian was so furious that with a wave of his big hand, there was a wave of wind and thunder, and he said angrily, "As long as you are a member of the demon sect, everyone can kill him, everyone can get rid of him. Qin Dongxue, good and evil have always been incompatible since ancient times. Have you completely forgotten it? You said that you can't confirm the news of the birth of the Emperor's pen and the Emperor of the Earth, and the brother doesn't blame you. You never sent a message to the sect about the abnormal movements in Qingshui City, so the brother can ignore it, but you clearly know that Ling Yun possesses the dark blood demon knife, but you don't immediately draw a clear line with him. Instead, you defend him everywhere, and you have been speaking for him until now. Tell me, how can senior brother spare you? Qin Dongxue was silent, and suddenly calmed down. After Guo Xiaotian finished speaking, she opened her mouth quietly and only said one sentence. Eldest brother, Ling Yun is my sister's son. Although he is only a foster son, my sister told me to take good care of him before leaving. Draw a clear line with Ling Yun, kill him to defend the way, please forgive Qin Dongxue for not being able to do it. Guo Xiaotian's purplish-red face turned into maroon-purple, and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed, you. Okay, so it seems that this is your final decision? At this moment, the anger in Guo Xiaotian's body finally turned into murderous aura. Murderous aura filled the air. Qin Dongshua's face was sad. Before she came, she never thought that the elder brother would not give him any chance to explain to Ling Yun. Since you are willing to fall into the evil way, I will abolish your martial arts on behalf of the master, expel you from the master's school, and clean up the house. In fury, Guo Xiaotian finally raised his palm slowly, circulated his true energy, and was about to shoot at Qin Dongxue. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zheng. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and firmly nailed to the rock between Guo Xiaotian and Qin Dongxue. Guo, you are so angry. If you want to abolish my aunt's martial arts, you deserve it? To be continued. P.S. The second chapter is delivered today, and there is another chapter. Brother Yun is about to lose his temper, so please support him with some recommendation tickets. Ben from Reading Net. At a height of 100 meters, Ling Yun jumped down from Jester's back, and his feet slammed heavily on the rock without any fancy. At the same time as Ling Yun landed, he took advantage of the momentum to squat down as a buffer, supported the ground with one hand, and instantly stood up straight, just in front of Qin Dongxue, motionless like a mountain. Countless broken stones under Ling Yun's feet flew forward, forcing the 5 disciples of Xinjian Villa to retreat and dodge at the same time. Each of them slapped the stones flying in front of them with their palms. The golden bow had already been put away, and what Ling Yun was holding in his left hand was the jet-black dark blood demon knife. It had not been unsheathed, and it was already full of murderous intent, full of saber aura. Seeing that guy with a god-defying way of appearing on the stage, Qin Dongshue's delicate body trembled, and he sighed in his heart, saying that you are still here after all. Ling Yun had already arrived. He was condescending, and even earlier than Qin Dongxue, he saw the figures of the 5 major disciples of the Excalibur Villa on the top of Longmen Mountain, so he let Jester speed up his flight, and soon met the Viscount Paul at a high altitude, and descended silently 600 meters high. From the moment Qin Dongxue reached the top of the mountain and saw the 5 people from Xinjian Villa, their conversations, word for word, were sent to Ling Yun's ears. It was true. At first, Ling Yun thought that Qin Dongxue had been studying art at Xinjian Villa for 20 years, and even if the brothers and sisters couldn't get along, at most they would just break up. Tian actually wanted to abolish Qin Dongshue's martial arts mercilessly, and Qin Dongxue just stood there stupidly, neither resisting nor avoiding. How could Ling Yun continue to stand by and watch? Guo Xiaotian was furious, and Ling Yun was even more angry than him. It was considered polite not to shoot the arrow directly at Guo Xiaotian's head. With a sneer on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, he looked at the 5 people in front of them who were dodging the gravel in a panic, and did not rush out immediately, but said lightly, "Auntie, leave everything to me." The voice is very calm, but extremely domineering. There was no room for Qin Dongxue to refute at all. Qin Dongxue moved her lips, subconsciously wanting to speak, but in the end, she didn't say a word and remained silent. Although the 5 disciples of Xinjian Villa also flew back, they only retreated a distance of 1 foot, and they quickly stood still. Especially senior brother Guo Xiaotian. He just casually took 2 steps back. The rubble shot at his body. All were crushed by the invisible sword energy emanating from him. After the 5 people stood still, they stopped caring about Qin Dongshui. 10 eyes locked on Ling Yun at the same time, with different expressions. Probably it was Ling Yun's surname Gua that completely angered Gua Xiaotian. He looked at Ling Yun with a hint of surprise in his anger, and a slight shock, because he found that he couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm. Lu Suifeng's gaze had long since changed from gloating to vicious and resentful, and he stared fixedly at Ling Yun. If eyes could kill, Ling Yun would have died countless times. Zheng Chenyan was almost hit on the front door by the gravel, and she naturally let out a cry of surprise when her face turned pale, but when she stood still while blocking the gravel, and saw Ling Yun's appearance clearly, her delicate body trembled secretly. What a handsome man. Zheng Chuanyan's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Lu Suifeng, who was beside her, who looked a little embarrassed. Immediately, he felt that the son and 4th senior brother, whom he was infatuated with, compared with Ling Yun, suddenly seemed ordinary. Sure enough, people are dead compared to others, and goods are thrown away. It's a pity, he is a member of the demon sect, and he is going to die here tonight. He only glanced at Ling Yun. Zheng Chuanyan's mind turned from surprise to trembling, and then from disappointment to regret. As for the 3rd senior brother Wu Qifeng and the 5th senior sister Ji Xiaoqing, their faces were still indifferent, but a look of disbelief flashed in their eyes, and it was hard to hide the shock in their hearts. Little devil, I never thought you would dare to show up. Gua Xiaotian raised his hand and flicked lightly. Brushing off the non-existent dust on his chest, he raised his head slightly, looked down at Ling Yun, and said slowly. Ling Yun didn't speak, holding the blade of the dark blood demon knife in his left hand. The corner of his mouth curled into a beautiful arc, his eyes were as cold as frost, and the true energy in his body flowed rapidly, and he took a step forward. The murderous intent that had been suppressed by Ling Yun suddenly surged like a tide, sweeping forward turbulently. The other 4 disciples of Xinjian Villa suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Clank, clank, clank. The 4 sharp swords were unsheathed at the same time, making a defensive gesture. Humph. A little trick. Gua Xiaotian's face was cold, and he snorted coldly. At the same time, his majestic figure straightened up, and he raised his foot to take a step forward, offsetting most of Ling Yun's explosive momentum in an instant. Although Gua Xiaotian blocked Ling Yun's murderous aura, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He never expected that the aura emanating from Ling Yun's body would not lose to him at all. Experts stretched out their hand to know if it was there. Gua Xiaotian looked at Ling Yun with a different expression. Ling Yun didn't move forward anymore. During the imposing confrontation, Ling Yun suddenly smiled, stared at Gua Xiaotian and said, "Old man, didn't you want to force me to show up? Now that I'm here, do you want to fight or talk? A guy surnamed Gua just now has been replaced with an old one this time. The weather in Gua Xiao is almost going crazy." Ling Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't intend to speak properly at all, Qin Dongshui looked anxious and couldn't help shouting from behind. Ling Yun still didn't turn his head, and said calmly, "Auntie, since he wants to abolish her martial arts, he is my mortal enemy. It is polite to call him an old man." The other 4 disciples of Xinjian Villa were stunned at the same time, stunned by Ling Yun's expression and attitude. Although Gua Xiaotian was driven mad by Ling Yun's anger, he was over 100 years old after all, and he practiced the Sankai sword. He always had a heart and a heart. He glanced at Qin Dongshui, who came forward silently and stood beside Ling Yun. With a complicated expression, he said, "Dongshui, because of his youth and ignorance, I will give you one last chance. You only need to let him hand over the dark blood demon knife and abolish his martial arts on the spot. In my opinion, we brothers and sisters, in terms of years of love, guaranteeing him in the name of Xinjian Villa, can protect him from death." Ha 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 ha. Before Qin Dongshui could speak, Ling Yun suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, then suddenly stopped smiling, looked at Gua Xiaotian with incredulous eyes like seeing a monster, and said, "Old man, have you stayed in Excalibur Villa for too long? Have you lost your mind? Ling Yun almost spat on Wu Xiaotian's face. Then, he pulled his expression back and said with a serious expression, "Old man, you might as well tell you now that you don't have to read about the relationship between you and my aunt, brother, and sister. I am here to officially announce that from now on, my aunt Qin Dongxue, and you, Divine Sword Villa, are absolutely merciless, and you are no longer disciples of Divine Sword Villa." He raised his left hand holding the dark blood demon knife, and starting from Wu Xiaotian, he used the handle of the knife to touch the 5 people facing him one by one, and said coldly, "I can hear you clearly one by one. From now on, my aunt, whether it's Qin Dongxue or the Qin family, it has nothing to do with your Xinjian villa." Ling Yan was so angry that he couldn't help but declare, for Qin Dongxue, that he had defected from the sect. Qin Dongshue's pretty face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled again. What? When Wu Xiaotian heard Ling Yan's words, his angry hair stood on end. His lips trembled, and he raised his finger to point at Ling Yan, but quickly moved to Qin Dongxue. "Qin Dongxue, this little devil is completely possessed. Let me ask you, do you recognize or not what he said?" The other 4 disciples of Xinjian Villa also looked at each other in shock at this moment. They couldn't imagine that after Ling Yan appeared, things would turn out like this. Naturally, they had heard about Ling Yan's ruthlessness, but they never imagined that the guy in front of them was so arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable. For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Dongxue, waiting for her decision. However, Ling Yan never looked at Qin Dongxue. Ever since he showed up, he had already made up his mind. Everything here is under his control. It shouldn't be like this. How did it become like this? Qin Dongshue's expression changed. Her original plan was very good. She first stabilized Ling Yun as an elder, and then rushed to the Dragon Gate. She hoped that through her own efforts, she could persuade the senior brothers in the Master Gate that she would not expect them to accept Ling Yun, at least not to go there. Provoke Ling Yun. But when she rushed over, she didn't expect that the senior brother didn't give her any chance to argue, and forced Ling Yun to show up by abolishing her martial arts as a bait. And Ling Yun appeared, acting tougher and domineering than his old-fashioned elder brother, not only completely angered Wu Xiaotian, but also took the initiative to announce that she would quit Xinjian Villa from now on. So after working hard for a long time, Qin Dongxue still had to face the most difficult choice. But Qin Dongxue still wanted to fight for it again. She was silent for a while, looking at the angry 5 people on the opposite side. She said quietly, "Brothers and sisters, I just hope that everyone will not be so stiff. You can give me, Ling Yan, a chance to defend." When Wu Xiaotian heard what Qin Dongxue said, he thought that he would ask Ling Yan for news about Ren Huangbi and Di Huang, so he couldn't help but secretly heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Ling Yan, and pretended to be old-fashioned and said, "Boy, do you see that you are ignorant, but your aunt is still sensible. For the sake of her pleading for you, I will make an exception and allow you to explain. To crusade against the demon sect, we must work together with the world's most famous and righteous sections. This time it will not work, and there will be the demon subduing conference on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, according to those rumors in the world, the news about Ren Huangbi and Di Huang seems to be related to Ling Yun in front of him. With Qin Dongxue here, Excalibur Villa is uniquely blessed, and Wu Xiaotian naturally wants to get the moon first. Ling Yan's domineering and decisive performance had already exhausted his words, and Wu Xiaotian had no choice but to take a step back. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan looked at Wu Xiaotian, who was pretending to be magnanimous, and just smiled with red lips and white teeth. Clang! The blood demon knife is out of its sheath. "Hey, old man, are you saying the wrong thing? It's not the opportunity for me to explain, my lord, but I gave you the opportunity early, and you don't want it yourself." "Explain, why should I explain? Which onions are you?" "To tell you the truth, my aunt betrayed your Excalibur Villa today. What happened?" To be continued. P.S. Hey, the following plot is really cool. Ben from Reading Net. The other 4 disciples of Xinjian Villa couldn't help but look at each other. The expressions on their faces were all stunned and shocked. Copy address access. From their point of view, the senior brother who always pays attention to black and white can resist not to make a move after Ling Yun appeared, and just now gave Ling Yun an unprecedented opportunity to explain, which is already a big opening. Who knows, Ling Yun not only did he not appreciate it, but he even intensified his swearing. Ling Yun is so arrogant, he is so arrogant, so arrogant. Zhong Chenyan looked at Ling Yun, full of disbelief. She had never seen such an unreasonable, overbearing person. Since you, Ling Yun, appeared here tonight, you are already doomed not to leave alive. It's fine if you don't feel the crisis yourself, but you still put on a posture that you are the number 1 in the world and everything is up to you. Zhong Chenyan thought to herself, anyway, there will be a lot of fun coming up. I want to see how you die in a while, how you kneel down and beg for mercy with us. After making up her mind, she was not in a hurry, and looked at Ling Yun with a little more. It's hard to feel the spring. Ling Yun looked at the 5 major disciples of the Excalibur Villa in front of him, and felt a little funny in his heart, thinking that they were famous and upright. I bother. Just now everyone seemed to want to eat people, bullied my aunt like that, wanted to abolish martial arts and expelled from the school. Now I came out, took the initiative to let my aunt quit Xinjian Villa, and scolded you like grandchildren. Even the knives have been drawn out, but you are still standing there like wooden stakes, posing? Ling Yun looked at Guo Xiaotian in front of him and became angry. Sometimes he was righteous, sometimes angry, sometimes he pretended to be generous, and sometimes he was old-fashioned. There is no balance between good and evil, right? Okay, I'll come down with the dark blood demon knife, and use the dark blood demon knife to point your noses and curse. Want to occupy the moral high ground? Row. I'll give you the moral high ground. I don't have an explanation, I don't say a word of nonsense, you can say whatever you want. You are fighting. Since it is necessary to fight, Ling Yun doesn't like to spit and talk nonsense before the fight, and wait until the fight is over. One is standing and the other is lying down. Standing talking to lying down, where do you need so much nonsense? Actually, since Ling Yun already knew the real purpose of those famous families coming to Qingshui City to trouble him, what kind of wishful thinking Guo Xiaotian is thinking now? He is like a bright mirror in his heart. Xinjian Villa had predicted that Qin Dongxue would come, and even more so that Ling Yun would quietly follow to protect Qin Dongxue. So after Qin Dongxue appeared, they forced Ling Yun to show up without giving her any chance to explain. Then Guo Xiaotian, relying on his identity as the senior brother of the head of the sect, used his heirs to suppress Qin Dongxue, and suppressed Ling Yun through Qin Dongxue. At the end, let's make an opening, give Ling Yun a chance to explain. First find a chance to get the secret of Renhuang's pen and Di Huang, and you're done. According to Guo Xiaotian's understanding of Qin Dongxue, she will definitely remember the kindness of Xinjian Villa for saving the Qin family, accepting her, and teaching her martial arts for 20 years. Definitely don't screw things up. But Guo Xiaotian never dreamed that after Ling Yun appeared, he would directly take everything into his own hands. And even Qin Dongxue could do nothing about it. During the communication with the world's famous and decent sects, Guo Xiaotian only knew about Ling Yun, who was wielding a dark blood demon knife, but he never knew about it. Ling Yun is so domineering. The situation reached a deadlock in an instant. Guo Xiaotian was scolded by Ling Yun with the tip of the dark blood demon knife pointed at his nose. Of course he was furious, but he still held back, holding back his anger, and looked at Qin Dongxue with a gloomy face. Qin Dongxue couldn't help sighing inwardly when she saw that things had turned around. Taking a light step forward, he raised his hand and pressed down Ling Yun's arm holding the knife. Smelly boy, Excalibur Mountain Villa has shown great kindness to our Qin family. It has saved my sister's life, and the senior brother has also given me the gift of passing on skills. you are not allowed to be rude. Up to now, Qing Dongxue still thinks that the people of Excalibur Villa will give up this trip and return to the villa after listening to her explanation carefully, and never take this troubled water again. As long as the two sides don't tear each other apart tonight and there are no casualties, at worst, after the turmoil in Qingshui City subsides, she asks Ling Yun for a heavy gift, and takes it back to Xinjian Villa in person to plead guilty to the teacher. In fact, Qing Dongxue knew in her heart that she was not giving herself or Ling Yun a chance, she was giving herself a chance as a teacher. The Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor are on Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun is definitely the one who is destined to be robbed, and Ling Yun is still a cultivator. As long as Ling Yun does not die, his rise is inevitable. It is definitely not his teacher, that little one. The Excalibur Villa can resist it. What Qing Dongxue hoped was that Ling Yun seemed to be at a disadvantage now. If the Excalibur Villa could let Ling Yun go this time, then when Ling Yun really rose and became famous, the Excalibur Villa would naturally reap countless benefits. Therefore, out of emotion and reason, Qing Dongxue did not want to see Ling Yun confronting his master's swordsman. But Qing Dongxue was wrong. Ling Yun put the sword back into its sheath, ignoring the people in Xinjian Villa who were holding their swords in front of their chests, turned to face Qing Dongxue, smiled slightly and said, "Auntie, I know that Xinjian Villa is kind to the Qing family, but no matter how great the kindness is, it can be repaid." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned around, with his hands behind his back, facing the 5 disciples of Xinjian Villa. He smiled proudly and said, 18 years ago, your Xinjian Villa saved the Qin family, I know. So, this is the life-saving talisman of your Divine Sword Villa. As long as you know each other, I guarantee that your Divine Sword Villa will not be destroyed in the future. Count it as a reward. As soon as Ling Yun said this, the expressions on the faces of the 5 people in Xinjian Villa opposite were extremely exciting. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Yun smiled, and continued to say to himself, "Second, since you at Xinjian Villa saved my mother's life, then tonight, I will spare the 5 of you from dying. 5 lives are exchanged for 1 life. After all, you have earned it." The 5 people in Excalibur Villa were already furious at the same time. Thirdly, it is an unalterable fact that you have been kind to my aunt to pass on your skills. As a reward, I can teach you the 3 unique skills of Xinjian Villa. Guaranteed that everything is 1,000 times better than those low-level kung fu in your Excalibur Villa. Ling Yun looked at the 5 people whose faces were already green with anger, sneered in his heart, and continued, "Of course, if you are sensible and leave Longmen Mountain now, then the benefits you will reap from Xinjian Villa in the future will definitely be better than what I just said. 100 times more. Now that I've finished speaking, do you have any opinions? If you don't have any opinions, then it's settled. Any comments?" What a fart, the noses of the 5 major disciples of Xinjian Villa have long been crooked. He is not talking about repaying favors, he is humiliating Xinjian Villa, he is provocative at all. Will it destroy our Excalibur Villa? Spare the 5 of us from dying? Also taught us the 3 unique skills of the Excalibur Villa? If this can be tolerated, then Xinjian Villa should be changed to Xingui Villa. Guo Tian couldn't bear it no matter how good his self-cultivation was, the veins on his forehead popped up, his face turned into a liver-colored face because of the rage, and trembling all over, he said, "Qing Dongxue, Ling Yun is so arrogant and insults my teacher, do you still want me to do it? Are you going to protect him?" Qing Dongxue was dumbfounded. "Humph. Little brat, you don't even know you're about to die, yet you still dare to speak out here, you're killing me." Lu Suifeng couldn't hold back for a long time, he yelled violently, his sword turned into Changhong, flew out from behind Guo Tian, stabbed Ling Yun's face fiercely with a sharp sword. "Hee, since we're going to fight, wouldn't it be over if we shot early? We're so much talking." What Ling Yun was waiting for was someone from the other party to make a move. He laughed loudly, waved his hand lightly, brushed Qin Dongxue, who was standing there blankly behind him, and drew his saber. Lu Suifeng, you still dare to come out to shame people, forget how your hands hurt? Ling Yun was calm and composed, without moving his body. He pointed the dark blood demon sword in his hand at the tip of the long sword that Lu Suifeng stabbed at, and slashed straight at it. Laugh. Sparks splashed everywhere, and I saw the long sword in Lu Suifeng's hand, starting from the tip of the sword, split by Ling Yun, and the castration continued, just like a machete splitting bamboo. He directly took the long sword from the tip of the sword to the sword. The handle was split in two. What? Lu Suifeng never dreamed that Ling Yun would have such a move. The knife hit his body, and his body was cold, so frightened that his liver and gallbladder trembled. He quickly let go of his hand and threw the sword, and turned his body upside down using the lightness kung fu handed down by his family, avoiding Ling Yun's terrifying knife. Apart from Guo Xiaotian, Wu Qifeng, Ji Xiaoqing, and Zhong Chenyan, 3 brothers and sisters, all exclaimed in shock when they saw the power of Ling Yun's sword. Lu Suifeng is an innate 5th-level master, but he is not the general of Ling Yun. What's more, Lu Suifeng was a sudden killer, so close, and took the absolute initiative, but Ling Yun didn't move. He swung his knife casually, and beat Lu Suifeng back. What kind of strength is this? Ling Yun swung his knife and split Lu Suifeng's family heirloom sword into 2 iron chopsticks. He raised his head, looked at Lu Suifeng with a smile, and said, "You want my life just because you want it? Who is it?" Lu Suifeng flew backwards 3 feet away, before stabilizing his figure. His face was pale, he looked at Ling Yun like a monster. He couldn't believe what happened just now. Ling Yun pointed at Lu Suifeng with the tip of the knife, grinning, threatening Lu Suifeng, and said, "I didn't kill you with the knife just now, but your life is already spared. If you dare to provoke me again, I will let you kill me with the knife again, become like your sword." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't look at Lu Suifeng again, but glanced at the remaining 4 people, raised his hand to pick his ears, and said impatiently, "Tell me, do you want to come one by one, or are you going to go together? However, don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm in a bad mood tonight. I'm born below the 8th floor. I won't let him pass a trick by me." Ling Yun gave Wu Qifeng and the other 2 women a disdainful glance, and finally stopped his gaze on Guo Xiaotian's face. "My surname is Guo. Don't you keep saying that you want to eliminate demons and defend the Tao? The dark blood demon knife is in my hands. If you have the ability, you can come up to eliminate your demons and defend your Tao." To be continued. P.S. Well, I'm happy, I wrote it very well, and it will be even better tomorrow. Ask for some free referral tickets. Ben from Reading Net. Facing the 5 disciples of Xinjian Villa, Ling Yun was not afraid. He laughed and cursed, but he didn't take them seriously. After 2 consecutive nights of fighting, coupled with the power of the knife just now, Ling Yun has already climbed to the peak of his physical condition and the fighting spirit in his heart at the same time, and he is in a mysterious and subtle situation. Humans and swords unite, gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. After being repeatedly humiliated by Ling Yun, someone on the side of Xinjian Villa finally lost his composure. The 3rd senior brother Wu Qifeng, who was always indifferent and silent, walked out silently, and said to Guo Xiaotian, "Brother, I will fight with him." Wu Qifeng's voice was not loud, and what he said was not very impassioned. It was very plain, but his tone was very firm. Guo Xiaotian looked serious. Among the 5 disciples of Xinjian Villa, Guo Xiaotian is undoubtedly the highest in realm and the strongest in strength. Corresponding to this is naturally his vision. Others couldn't see clearly, but at the moment when Lu Suifeng made a surprise attack and Ling Yun waved the knife with a smile, Guo Xiaotian was worried that Lu Suifeng would be hurt by Ling Yun, so his eyes were fixed on Ling Yun all the time, and he captured that scene. See clearly. Guo Xiaotian knew clearly that Lu Suifeng's sword was actually struck in anger, full of murderous intent, The sword was fierce and domineering, the sword move was extremely fierce, the speed was as fast as lightning, and the trajectory of the stab was extremely mysterious, false and real, is difficult to capture. But with such a sword, while Ling Yan raised his hand to brush Qin Dongxue back, he seemingly casually swung the knife, and the blade hit the tip of Lu Suifeng's sword with incomparable precision, and started from the tip of the sword, along the swipe the spine of the sword until it reaches the hilt, splitting the blade in half vertically. Ling Yan's amazing knife made Guo Xiaotian shocked. How sharp eyesight, how steady hands are needed, how strong the mind is needed to be able to accurately chop the willow with the tip of the long sword that is swiftly stabbed by the wind. Lu Suifeng was startled to feel that the tip of the sword had been struck, and it was not that he didn't react at that moment. Instead, he twisted his wrist, quickly changed 3 sword moves, and wanted to get rid of Ling Yan's blade, but Ling Yan's blade was still unbiased, and he chopped all the way along Lu Suifeng's sword spine so easily. One point, Ling Yan reacted to Lu Suifeng's every movement and every step in a hurry. Only when you know everything in your chest can you take advantage of the trend and go all the way. And Ling Yan's saber, just now, was just slashed, casually, without even moving his feet an inch. It's not that he couldn't kill Lu Suifeng with that saber, but he just didn't want to kill him. Guo Xiaotian made the move himself. All that can be saved is a corpse. Wherever the heart goes. The direction of the blade, sending and receiving freely, Ling Yan's sword technique has really reached the realm of the unity of human and sword. It is true that the kid in front of me is arrogant, but he does have the ability to be arrogant. It's a pity, such a martial arts genius who has never seen in 100 years. He is willing to fall into the devil's way. After Guo Xiaotian was shocked, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. He looked up at Wu Qifeng, shook his head slowly and said, "Third junior brother, you are not his opponent." What? How can that be? Guo Xiaotian didn't use sound transmission to encrypt these words. Ji Xiaoqing and Zhong Chunyan naturally heard them clearly. The two of them were shocked and changed color at the same time, they couldn't believe what they heard. In Xinjian Villa, Wu Qifeng, the third senior brother, is recognized by everyone as a swordsman genius. He has already reached the peak of the 7th innate level at the age of 36. The master once said that when Wu Qifeng reaches Guo Xiaotian's current age, his swordsmanship attainments are bound to be far superior to the current Guo Xiaotian. But now, the eldest brother actually said firmly that Wu Qifeng is not Ling Yan's opponent. How can they accept this fact? If this sentence was said by someone else, then Zhong Chunyan would have rushed up and cursed, but this sentence was said by the big brother Guo Xiaotian, so she couldn't help but not believe it. After being stunned for a while, Zhong Chunyan turned her head and looked at Ling Yan opposite, her eyes were full of disbelief. But Wu Qifeng still stood in front of Guo Xiaotian, and said firmly, "Brother, I know that I may not be his opponent, but I still want to fight him. As long as you are a genius, you always have your own pride. When this kind of pride reaches a certain level, it becomes stubborn when manifested." Guo Xiaotian's eyesight is very strong, but Wu Qifeng's eyesight is not bad either. Wu Qifeng can understand Ling Yan's knife to the same extent. He admits that he has not reached that level yet, but he still wants to fight. Being together day and night, Guo Xiaotian was naturally aware of Wu Qifeng's temper. He only looked at Wu Qifeng's eyes and knew that he could not stop this battle, so he nodded. Then he used the sound transmission to enter the secret and said, "Third junior brother, Ling Yun uses the dark blood demon knife. The knife is extremely sharp and can cut gold and jade. Your sword is an ordinary iron sword. Don't go head to head with him, try your best. Remember to use the tangle, soft, and sticky tactic. Once the sword breaks, withdraw from the battle immediately." "Thank you big brother for your pointers, I will remember." Wu Qifeng bowed, then immediately turned around, facing Ling Yun and took 3 steps forward. He looked at Ling Yun quietly, his heart was as calm as water, his face was expressionless, and he said sternly, "Wu Qifeng, the third disciple of Xinjian Villa, please advise." Ling Yan looked at Wu Qifeng with rather interesting eyes, and couldn't help but smile slightly. "You are really not my opponent, and I don't want to beat you." Frankly speaking, Ling Yan's impression of Wu Qifeng is neither good nor bad. He repeatedly provoked Guo Xiaotian, just to provoke Guo Xiaotian, and fight Guo Xiaotian as soon as possible, so that Guo Xiaotian can be defeated. When Tiande fell down, he fell down, and the province's ant was caught in the middle. But seeing that Guo Xiaotian was about to make a move in person, Wu Qifeng stood up and intervened, which inevitably made Brother Yun feel a little bit discouraged. "Please advise." Wu Qifeng held his sword across his chest, still saying the same thing. Ling Yun squinted at Wu Qifeng, and said with a playful smile, "It seems that you really want to fight. Well, I see that you are holding an ordinary iron sword in your hand, and I am too lazy to take advantage of you with a weapon, so I just use it empty-handed. How to fight with you?" While speaking, Ling Yun put the saber back into its sheath, and casually threw the dark blood demon saber on the ground behind him. "Pick up your knife." Wu Qifeng's body trembled slightly, his lips trembled, and his calm gaze turned sharp. He thought Ling Yun was deliberately humiliating him. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, ignored Wu Qifeng, turned his head to look at Guo Xiaotian behind him, and said in a sarcasm, "I don't use a knife. I just want to tell you that old-fashioned, stubborn senior brother, a weapon is just a weapon. I use it if I want to use it, and don't use it if I don't want to use it. It's all my own business, and I don't need others to point fingers at me and make irresponsible remarks." Holding a dark blood demon knife. Killing a few people in the world who don't have long eyes will become a devil in your eyes. Then you have to follow your idiot logic. On the battlefield of World War II, how many tens of millions of people died under the bombardment of planes and cannons, and those soldiers who flew bombers and tanks, in your eyes, they are all unrivaled demons. Just press a button lightly, a nuclear missile can easily destroy a city of millions of people. What is the person who controls nuclear weapons in the eyes of a moralist like you? It doesn't matter if it's my dark blood demon knife, or the wide sword you carry on your back. They won't jump up and kill by themselves. Remember, Guo Xiaotian, it's not weapons that kill people. It's people who are killing people. Guo Xiaotian didn't know how he felt when he heard Ling Yun's words. He just stood there silently, silent. Ling Yun was just expressing his own point of view. I didn't expect Guo Xiaotian to turn that tendon around because of his few words. After finishing speaking, he smiled directly at Wu Qifeng. "Don't think I'm humiliating you. To tell you the truth, my body is my weapon. Look at the fist." Since Wu Qifeng wanted to fight but didn't want to fight, Ling Yun had no choice but to strike first this time. His figure just flashed, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. Phantom Fish Dragon Step, Tiangang Fumo Fist. Brush. Everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and when Ling Yan's figure reappeared, he was already within an arm's length away from Wu Qifeng. Boom. With such a fast movement, Ling Yun didn't bother to use moves at all, and just hit a cannon hammer. With a bang, he punched Wu Qifeng in the face. God, what kind of movement is this? How could he be so fast? Zhong Chunyan saw this terrifying scene, opened her mouth wide enough to stuff an egg, couldn't help shouting in shock. "Junior brother, be careful." At the same moment, Guo Xiaotian also felt bad, and hurriedly reminded Wu Qifeng. If Ling Yun's saber technique has reached the realm of the unity of human and sword, and it is not enough to make Guo Xiaotian make a fuss, then seeing Ling Yun's agility now, Guo Xiaotian is really stunned. It is unheard of for an 18-year-old boy to practice sword skills and body skills to this level at the same time. Humph. Wu Qifeng was busy but not chaotic. He leaned back sharply, narrowly dodging Ling Yun's thunderous punch, and at the same time swung the long sword in his hand fiercely, facing Ling Yun's face. Cut over. Hey, you fell for it. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun smiled, and his figure was still rushing forward, but when the opponent's long sword was about to cut the tip of his nose, he turned his head slightly, turned sideways, and avoided the long sword. At this time, Ling Yan had already arrived at Wu Qifeng's side. He smiled and lowered his head, looking at the impossible Wu Qifeng written all over his face after the sword cut through the air. Wu Qifeng's wrist. Ling Yan's movement is fast, his fists are fast, and his dodge is fast, so when he grabs downwards, his speed is even faster. Brush. Wu Qifeng's feet were nailed to the ground, his body was leaning back, and he slashed forward with his long sword. After being dodged by Ling Yan, his moves were completely exhausted, and it was already impossible to dodge Ling Yan's palm. Of course, the key point is that all of this was too fast. From the start to when Ling Yan grabbed Wu Qifeng's wrist, it took no more than 3 seconds at most. "Let me borrow your long sword." Ling Yan giggled, and grabbed Wu Qifeng's sword-holding wrist with a sudden force. Hiss. How could a swordsman's sword be taken away so easily? Wu Qifeng instinctively used all his strength to protect his sword, but he never dreamed that Ling Yan's strength would be so great. Let go. Wu Qifeng had no choice but to let go, and the long sword fell in response to the sound. Ling Yan grabbed the long sword with his other hand, and flew back with the sword. To be continued. P.S. Don't wait any longer, there are a lot of things to do today. I wrote it very late, and I will update it tonight. Thank you book friends, Shadow Sniper, I love watching harems, simple scarecrows, 3 generous rewards. Ling Yun snatches the white blade empty-handed. Ling Yun didn't break his promise, let alone brag, that under the 8th level of innateness, he wouldn't let the opponent pass a trick by him. Under his domineering punch, Wu Qifeng, who was at the peak of the 7th floor, only had time to strike a sword before Ling Yun easily snatched away his weapon. Boom! With a loud noise, Wu Qifeng fell heavily on his back to the ground. The bone-piercing pain from his right wrist made his whole body so numb that he couldn't even use half of his strength. However, Ling Yan's strike force was so measured that it didn't make Wu Qifeng fall to the ground and couldn't get up. The real reason was that Wu Qifeng's confidence was completely defeated by Ling Yun. Wu Qifeng lay down on the ground in a large shape, his back facing the sky, gasping for breath, his face was pale, his eyes were lifeless, and what repeatedly appeared in front of him was the humiliating scene just now that was enough to make him remember his whole life. How can a person's speed be so fast? How can a person's strength be so great? Could it be that Ling Yun has already broken through the 9th heaven realm? This battle ended too quickly, and Wu Qifeng's defeat was too miserable, which had already affected his transparent sword heart. Wu Qifeng practiced kendo painstakingly for 30 years day and night. He was the absolute pride of the Excalibur Villa. This time he went down the mountain, intending to make his name known all over the world, but in the end he was deprived of his weapon with a single move. No one can bear this kind of blow. Third junior brother, stand up. Guo Xiaotian's face should be as ugly as it is. He came to Wu Qifeng's side in a flash, looked down at Wu Qifeng, and said in a deep voice. Guo Xiaotian knew that Wu Qifeng was defeated, but even he did not expect that Wu Qifeng would lose so badly. He originally thought that although the third junior brother and Ling Yun would suffer a little loss in terms of weapons in the duel, but with Wu Qifeng's cultivation at the peak of the 7th innate level and the protection of his body with innate qi, Ling Yan's dark blood demon saber would not be able to fight for a while. It is possible to cut off Wu Qifeng's weapon. And the younger brother relied on the sword moves of Xinjian Villa to fight with Ling Yun for dozens of rounds, and used Ling Yun as a sword sharpening stone to sharpen the way of the sword, and there was still no problem. But who knew that the sword whetstone was so fast that it broke the sword in one go? Guo Xiaotian looked solemn. His face sank like water. Quietly looking at Wu Qifeng on the ground, he didn't bend down to help him up. Moreover, he raised his hand to stop the 2 junior sisters who wanted to step forward to help Wu Qifeng. He knew well that if Wu Qifeng couldn't stand up by himself, then his sword practice would come to an end in this life. To practice kendo, the most important thing is a sword heart. Without the sword heart, the kendo will naturally be over. Eldest brother. I lost. I'm useless. Wu Qifeng's breathing gradually stabilized, but now he looked more like a dead man, his eyes filled with gloomy despair. Said in a hoarse voice. Guo Xiaotian's heart hurt like a knife, and he struggled to help Wu Qifeng up, but he refused to bend down. This is the future of Divine Sword Villa. The strong have their own strong opponents, and victory or defeat is a matter of routine for military strategists. Guo Xiaotian sighed, and said in as gentle a voice as possible, Third junior brother, stand up. Wu Qifeng covered his face with his hands, as if he had exhausted all his strength and turned sideways. Then bend your legs together and curl your body up as hard as you can. The next moment, everyone in the arena saw in disbelief that Wu Qifeng's body was shaking violently, and then everyone heard the sound of choking and crying. 3 sighs sounded one after another. It was Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue. Guo Xiaotian. The 3 of them knew that Wu Qifeng was completely finished and would stop here. Unless there was a great opportunity or an unexpected encounter, it would be difficult to make progress in this life. After Ling Yun took the sword, he didn't say a word, he played with the ordinary iron sword. Watching Wu Qifeng quietly, he also expected him to stand up, but Wu Qifeng's performance made Ling Yun more disdainful than disappointed. There are countless geniuses in the world, but those who can really climb to the top are rare, not because of their lack of IQ or ability, but because they cannot withstand setbacks and failures. Flowers, praise, and applause can naturally inspire a genius to grow rapidly, but these are all in good times, and they are nothing at all. Adversity, setbacks, and failures are the real touchstones of life. Only those who can face failures and setbacks calmly and come out of the predicament of failures and setbacks time and time again are the real strong and have the opportunity to reach the goal of life. The pinnacle of glory. Wu Qifeng's mentality is not good. Lu Suifeng, help your third senior brother up and take him aside. Guo Xiaotian waited for a long time, and seeing Wu Qifeng not only failed to regain his confidence, but burst into tears, he felt ashamed of him. After being defeated by Ling Yun with a single blow, Lu Suifeng, who was hiding at the back all the time, cautiously stepped forward, abruptly lifted Wu Qifeng who was on the ground, and dragged him back. Guo Xiaotian turned around, faced Ling Yun, raised his right hand slowly, grabbed the hilt behind his back, and drew his sword. The sword was pulled out slowly. The blade was 1.5 meters long and more than 10 centimeters wide, black in color, thick and solid. It seemed to weigh at least 100 caddies. Guo Xiaotian has a majestic figure. He pulled out the black broadsword, his aura instantly soared, his long hair flew against the wind, and the sword energy overflowing from his body crisscrossed and pierced through the sky domineeringly. Pointing at Ling Yun. Little devil Ling Yun, you have insulted my master and destroyed my junior brother. Tonight, I, Guo Xiaotian, will definitely kill you by the sword to eliminate demons and defend the way. Locked firmly by Guo Xiaotian's sword energy, Ling Yun knew that any excuse would be superfluous at this time. He just smiled at the other party indifferently. But after laughing, Ling Yun didn't have the slightest carelessness in his heart, because he could roughly judge that Guo Xiaotian's strength was definitely not inferior to Tokugawa Muto's just based on the aura exuded by the other party. The opponent is at least half a step ahead of 9 cultivation bases. Big brother. Seeing that Guo Xiaotian finally drew his sword, Qin Dongxue knew that Guo Xiaotian's realm strength was extraordinary, so she couldn't help but stepped forward to stop him. Qin Dongxue, shut up. This little devil is so arrogant and domineering, you still dare to defend him. It's hopeless. Ling Yun raised his brows, relaxed his ape arms, blocked Qin Dongxue's body, and said lightly, Auntie, what else can you say to someone like him? Just watch the battle from the sidelines. Ling Yun seemed calm, but in fact he was extremely angry. He stopped Qin Dongxue, held the ordinary long sword he had snatched from Wu Qifeng, and walked gently into the arena. Seeing Ling Yan walking out like this, Guo was taken aback for a moment, then raised his momentum, pointed at Ling Yan and shouted angrily, "Little devil, you still don't use your magic knife?" Ling Yan smiled coldly, "Old stubborn, as I said before, it is people who kill, not weapons. Today, I will use the sword of your Excalibur Villa to reason with you." Guo laughed back in anger, nodded angrily, said 3 good words, and suddenly shouted, "Look at the trick." Guo made a move in anger, and as soon as he made a move, he used his sword technique of pressing the bottom of the box, the 3-talented sword technique. The 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. The human sword eliminates demons, the earth sword subdues demons, and the heavenly sword opens the sky. Guo stood motionless on the spot, his whole body filled with qi, pointed at the upper right sky obliquely with his right arm, facing the direction where Ling Yan was standing, and suddenly slashed fiercely towards the lower left. The word person is left behind. The fierce sword energy gushes out violently along the tip of the sword, directly turning into a sword gang more than 3 feet long, with boundless momentum, enveloping Ling Yan. Well done! The divine light in Ling Yan's eyes flashed violently, the Diyan Ju Xing Ju circulated throughout the body, and the Yin Yang Ju circulated rapidly in his body, and the right hand holding the sword suddenly swung upwards. Boom! With a loud noise, 2 fierce sword qi collided fiercely in an instant, centering on the intersection of the 2 swords and swords, a storm of swords rolled out. Qin Dongxue and the 4 people at the Excalibur Villa flew back without hesitation. After the blow, Guo Xiaotian's majestic body remained motionless. Ling Yan let out a muffled snort, and took a step back. "Humph. I see how arrogant you are." Guo Xiaotian seized the opportunity, gained the momentum without mercy, raised his arm again, and this time the tip of the sword slashed fiercely from the upper left to the lower right again. The word person is pressed. Ling Yan still only defended and did not attack. He raised his sword again and slashed out a sword gang. After a loud bang, he once again blocked Guo Xiaotian's shocking sword. This time, Ling Yan took 3 steps back, and every time he landed, his footprint stepped into the rocks, crushing 3 rocks. Instead of retreating, Guo Xiaotian slashed out with a sword, but instead took a step forward. The human sword only had 2 moves, and the 2 moves forced Ling Yan to retreat a total of 4 steps, but Guo Xiaotian didn't see any joy on his face. Don't like to be surprised. Because of these 2 swords, he had already used 90% of his own strength, and Ling Yan only used an ordinary long sword to block it. What shocked Guo Xiaotian even more was that Ling Yan could swing the sword with that ordinary iron sword. Jian Gang. Guo Xiaotian was a late bloomer, and he could not send out a sword until he was 28 years old, while Ling Yan was only 18 years old, and the sword with an ordinary long sword can already withstand his human sword. What if Ling Yan used the dark blood demon knife? Can he not take a step back? Guo Xiaotian was shocked, so why weren't the 4 disciples watching the battle behind him shocked? The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay, all in disbelief. With an ordinary long sword, Ling Yan was able to block the elder brother's sword, Jian Gang, who only took 4 steps back. Zhong Chenyan suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the field and said, "Oh my god, Big Brother is going to use the earth sword." Guo Xiaotian instead held the hilt of the sword with both hands at the same time, and slowly raised the sword over the top, facing Ling Yan in the distance, trying to strike. Ling Yan stood with his sword in his hand, watching Guo Xiaotian's movements with a calm expression. He was obviously at a disadvantage, but there was no sense of frustration in his eyes, let alone the intention of rushing to attack. Without the dark blood demon knife or any talismans, Ling Yan will use the cleanest martial arts this time, sword against Guo Xiaotian. A ruthless look flashed in Guo Xiaotian's eyes, and he suddenly raised his sword and slashed down. The strange thing is that this sword looks ordinary, it has neither sword energy nor sword power, let alone cut to Ling Yan, but a sword to the ground. Boom! The broadsword hit the ground, and the entire blade sank into the rock in an instant. Chi. In the next instant, countless bursts of fierce sword energy shot out from the rocks around where Ling Yun was standing in the distance, completely covering Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes flashed strangely, his expression flashed continuously, and his handsome figure soared to the sky. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun dryly plucked green onions, soaring into the sky, his figure spun rapidly and straightened up, his handsome eyes flashed with strange light, and he watched without blinking the billowing sword energy gushing out from the ground below. Ling Yun was not surprised, but delighted. He always only defends, but does not attack. What he has been waiting for is this moment. Supernatural powers. That's right, it's supernatural powers. Guoxiaotian, the master brother of Xinjian Villa, the ground sword technique of the Sankai swordsmanship, turned out to be a legendary magical technique. The giant sword smashed into the rocks on the ground, and the fierce sword energy raged and wandered under the ground, and in the process of walking underground, it was rapidly strengthened through a certain strange frequency, and came around Ling Yun's standing body, and burst out from the ground at the same time. Come out. The place where Ling Yun was standing, just now was 2 zhang away from Guoxiaotian. If this is not supernatural power, what is it? The sword energy was originally invisible, but now, it turned into a substance visible to the naked eye. After rushing out of the ground, it quickly turned into dozens of broadswords, each of which was exactly the same as the broadsword held by Guoxiaotian. Dozens of broadswords, like bamboo shoots after rain, drilled out of the rock at the same time, cutting vertically and horizontally, within a radius of 3 feet, all the protruding rocks, all the vegetation, were cut into fine powder by the sword energy at the same time. Not only Ling Yun saw the terrifying scene against the heavens, but also the other disciples of the Divine Sword Villa, as well as Qin Dongxue on Ling Yun's side, also saw it. Oh my God! Eldest senior brother actually displayed the magical power of the Earth Sword. It turned out that it was the first time that Guoxiaotian used the Earth Sword like this, even the other true disciples of Xinjian Villa. To deal with such supernatural sword moves, there are only 2 ways, either to resist hard resistance, or to fly to dodge. There is no other way. So Ling Yun chose to soar into the sky at the first moment, raising his body 5 feet tall, avoiding those dozens of terrifying broadswords. But if the ground sword's supernatural powers can be deciphered so easily, then it can't be called supernatural powers, it's just a show to bluff people. Just after Ling Yunfei soared into the sky and avoided the real sword energy, those dozens of broadswords, under Guoxiaotian's control, shot up into the sky as if they had eyes, turning into dozens of black streamers, piercing Ling Yun at a high place. Ling Yun was high in the sky, and his upward momentum slowed down significantly. There is no way to hide. Ling Yun, be careful. When Qin Dongxue saw this scene, she no longer cared about everything else. She exclaimed in surprise, and hastily reminded Ling Yun that she couldn't help but draw her sword to risk herself. On the other hand, the 4 disciples at the Xinjian Villa saw Guoxiaotian displaying the supernatural power of the Earth Sword. After the shock and excitement at the beginning, everyone showed different degrees of smiles on their faces. Even Wu Qifeng, who had already been defeated by Ling Yun, had a gleam in his eyes again. Lu Suifeng has sinister eyes. He stared at Ling Yun, who was locked and chased by the sword energy in the air, and wished that Ling Yun would die immediately under the master's magical swordsmanship. Ling Yun will surely die. Zhong Chenyan looked at Ling Yun, who had nowhere to hide, and couldn't help but a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. She muttered gloatingly to herself. Don't worry, Auntie, watch me crack his supernatural swordsmanship. Ling Yun discussed supernatural powers with Yi Xingchen last night, and he already knew the so-called supernatural powers. It's just a skill. Even if the sword energy is transformed into substance, it is still the sword energy even if you change it in ever-changing ways. Just when the first broadsword was about to stab Ling Yin took a wild breath in the air, and his body flew 3 feet into the air again. Suddenly a kite turned over. From the head to the feet, the tip of the sword in his hand went straight down, and while his figure shot down sharply, he suddenly raised his arms and slashed at the broadsword stabbing from below. Like a 9-day dragon, plunged headlong into the boundless sea of swords. Boom 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 boom. Ling Yin held a long sword in his hand, and every time he slashed, a long sword formed from true energy was hit. There will be a loud bang like an explosion, and the momentum will shake the sky. In just one breath, Ling Yin shattered more than a dozen broadswords. Unfortunately, the sword energy was not extinguished. When he shattered one, a new broadsword sprang out from the ground, stabbing at Ling Yin again. Moreover, those broadswords are just materialized sword aura. The closer Ling Yin's body is to the ground, the fiercer the sword aura above the ground, cutting vertically and horizontally, wreaking havoc at will. This is Xuanhuan's real earth sword supernatural power. If it weren't for the double body protection of Dian Juxing Bao Jue and Wu Jing Demon Silkworm Cloves, no matter how fast the sword in Ling Yan's hand, he would have been cut and bruised by those vertical and horizontal sword chi at this time. This battle made Ling Yan hardy, and he felt his blood boiling. He slashed and stirred frantically all the way down, until after smashing 21 broadswords, the ordinary long sword in Ling Yan's hand was finally overwhelmed, and it turned into an inch. For the powder. But at this time, Ling Yan was less than 2 meters away from the ground, the sword energy was still raging, the sword wind howled, the cutting Ling Yan's face was full of pain, and he could hardly open his eyes. Humph! With both hands empty, Ling Yan yelled violently, and quickly reversed the yin-yang art in his body. In the dantian, the vortex of yin-yang qi was reversed. Since true energy has turned into substance and can be seen by the naked eye, it can naturally be caught by hands. In other words, at this time, the sword energy originally issued by Guo Xiaotian and completely controlled by his mind was now held by Ling Yan. The broadsword of Zhenqi entered Ling Yan's hands, because it was controlled by Guo Xiaotian's mind, it was not used by Ling Yan at all. But Ling Yan immediately performed a yin and yang formula, using yin and yang zhenqi to assimilate the broadsword, just for a moment, this time with a broadsword, it is no longer under Guo Xiaotian's control. Boom! Ling Yan landed on the ground with both feet, regardless of the surrounding sword energy, he held the broadsword with both hands, slashed and sliced, opened and closed, and after a dozen bangs, all the sword energy gushed out from the ground and was scattered by Ling Yan. Boom, boom. After Ling Yan landed, he stamped his feet frantically to the ground one after another, using Huangquan to Huang Kung Fu for the first time. This exercise was taught to Yao Rou by Ling Yan, of course he can use it himself. Huangquan Earth Emperor Kung Fu specially utilizes the thick force of the earth. After stepping on it with 2 feet, the yin qi in the body gushes out from the center of the 2 feet, spreading around 2 feet. The entire ground instantly froze. The surface within a radius of 2 feet, the temperature plummeted, and the entire surface seemed to be covered with a layer of frost film. This move directly cut off more than half of Guo Xiaotian's sword energy, coming from the ground. Absorb power. The next moment, Ling Yan stood in the billowing sword energy, and with a thought, he directly used the method of absorbing energy. Guo Xiaotian's sword energy scattered by Ling Yan, like a gust of wind drilling a hole, whizzed towards the palms of Ling Yan's hands. Why did Ling Yan choose to practice such a difficult yin-yang ju? One qi yin-yang ju can not only generate continuously in the body, but also can absorb and assimilate any true qi. Guo Xiaotian's sword qi is naturally included. Absorb the enemy sword energy for your own use, and use battle to support war. Ling Yan opened his arms together, watching the billowing sword energy around him, with Ling Yan's hands as the source, turned into 2 vortex-like spirals, rushing into Ling Yan's body. In just a few breaths, Ling Yan recovered a lot of the true energy consumed by the fierce fight just now. Not good. Guo Xiaotian's expression changed drastically, his eyes gleamed with unbelievable horror, and with all his strength, he pulled out the broadsword that had been pierced into the ground, actively stopping the Earth Sword's supernatural powers. This is the unrivaled magic art, the great method of absorbing energy. Little devil, you must not be allowed to stay tonight. If just now, Guo Xiaotian still cared about Qin Dongshua's affection as a teacher, or if he didn't go all out to kill, because he was still thinking about Ling Yun's human emperor's brush and the emperor's secret, then now, all this has changed. Guo Xiaotian suddenly took a deep breath, and took back all the sword energy overflowing from his body. The sword energy in his body circulated and poured into the blade of the broadsword. Heavenly sword. Kill. After uttering a sentence, Guo Xiaotian glared furiously. Using 120% of his power, the broadsword came out of his hand like a living thing, and stabbed straight at Ling Yun. This sword was not thrown by Guo Xiaotian, but flew out on his own initiative as if he had his own spirituality. Ling Yun's eyes lit up immediately. This is the legendary sword control technique. Although it is only the most basic and superficial, it is also very powerful. After the broadsword flew out, Guo Xiaotian's face turned red and purple, and he spit out a mouthful of blood with a sudden wow. Obviously, he forcibly used the heavenly sword, and he himself suffered a lot of backlash. The Earth Sword and Heaven Sword in the Sankai sword art are both supernatural powers. No wonder the Divine Sword Villa dared to use the name Divine Sword. My God! It turned out to be heavenly sword art. Zhong Chenyan, Lu Suifeng, and Ji Shaoqing shouted wildly, watching this horrifying scene. They were all stunned. Ling Yun, quickly take your knife. Qin Dongxue was really in a hurry this time. She made a gesture and rushed towards the dark blood demon knife on the ground, trying to get hurt by the magic knife's devilish energy. She wanted to throw the dark blood demon knife towards Ling Yun. I told you not to use a knife. Ling Yun refused, and at the moment when the broadsword was shot by lightning, he suddenly raised the Ichi Inyang Ju, the Dian Gathering Stars Ju, to the peak. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Ling Yun got up, accelerated, and rushed towards the point of the flying sword. At the same time, he threw out both fists and slammed into the broadsword. Now Ling Yun, with all his strength, each punch has a force of several thousand caddies. He wants to break through all methods. Then, everyone saw in horror that there was a fierce confrontation between two people with one sword and one movement in the battlefield. On this side, Guo Xiaotian stood motionless, using his mind to fully control his broadsword, and attacked Ling Yun. In the arena, Ling Yun unleashed Tiangang Fumo Fist, neither dodging nor dodging, opened and closed his fists, and used his two fists to face a flying broadsword, repeatedly blasting violently. Boom! 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 Every time Ling Yun's fist hit the blade, there was an earth-shattering sound, while Guo Xiaotian, who used his mind to control the broadsword to attack, felt like someone was ringing a big bell next to his ear. They all tremble violently. This is the most direct confrontation of power and technique. Ling Yun fought this battle very cleanly. He didn't use any magic weapon or scheming. He didn't even use the dark blood demon knife. He just wanted to break through 10,000 spells with his fist, and smash Guo Xiaotian's heavenly sword's supernatural power with his fist. To be continued. P.S. The supernatural realm has appeared. Well, Brother Yun is really not far from the Qi training period. Ben from Reading Net.